Chapter 4279. Yi Zixuan felt that she was really unlucky. She managed to drag Lin Fei to the northern desert with much difficulty and encountered a strange sandstorm. She was unable to resist at all and was sucked in by the sandstorm. If not for Yi Xian helping her at the crucial moment, she wouldn't even know what was going on. When Yi Zixuan woke up, she was trapped in the sandstorm. She encountered all kinds of dangers and finally resolved them. But she suddenly encountered the demonic forces in the Kunlun secret realm and was chased by them. If it was somewhere else, she might be able to hide. But in this sandstorm, danger lurked everywhere. Coupled with the pursuers, Yi Zixuan's injuries worsened. She was at the end of her rope. The 5 experts that were chasing Yi Zixuan were all in the innate realm. The leader was a short man with a cold aura all over his body. Yi Zixuan knew that this person was an expert on the wanted list. His name was Luo Yi. He did all kinds of evil. He specialized in taking action against those rich young ladies and sucking their primordial yin to increase his strength. As for the rich young ladies who had their primordial yin taken away, their final outcome was very miserable. Yi Zixuan was calling for help from the heavens, but the heavens and the earth didn't respond. Was she really going to fall into the hands of these people? For some reason, Yi Zixuan thought of Lin Fei at this time. Last time, when they encountered danger, it was Lin Fei who helped them resolve it. Moreover, he easily defeated the experts of Dark Church and Light Church, deterred them in one fell swoop, and calmly took away the God Tree of Life. Yi Zixuan had never forgotten this scene. But this time, Yi Zixuan felt that it was impossible for her to have that kind of opportunity. Saintess Yi, you should just accept your fate. For the sake of you being a saintess, if you serve me well, I might spare your life, Luo Yi said with a smile. The experts behind Luo Yi also laughed. That's right, your resistance is useless. You might as well follow our boss. Our boss is quite powerful. I guarantee that you will experience a different feeling. Yi Zixuan glared at him. Luo Yi, you are a street rat that everyone wants to kill. Even if I, Yi Zixuan, risk my life, I will not let you succeed. Come over if you have the ability. Yi Zixuan held her sword horizontally in front of her. In the end, you will only get a corpse. His tone was firm. Luo Yi said, so what? Even if I get the corpse, I can still refine you. Don't forget that I'm from a demonic sect. Refining puppets is what we're best at. Yi Zixuan's expression darkened again. He really forgot that the Devil Path sects are most proficient in refining corpses. Then I'll fight it out with you right now. Yi Zixuan panicked, dragging her injuries to attack. Luo Yi and the others had a smug look in their eyes. Silly women were so gullible. If they attacked, they might even get a corpse. However, if Saint Yi fought back, the situation would be completely different. They could capture Saintess Yi alive. Silly woman, you're a saintess in vain. You're so easily provoked by others. A faint voice suddenly sounded. His words fell into the ears of the 5 people. Luo Yi's expression changed. Who is it? With a wave of his hand, several black shadows shot out. It turned out that Luo Yi had a hidden weapon in his hand. This wasn't an ordinary hidden weapon. It was a hidden weapon that could kill an innate realm expert. It was smeared with poison and could kill an innate realm expert in a single move. With this hidden weapon, Luo Yi had killed countless experts. If he didn't have a use for Yi Zixuan, he would have used this hidden weapon long ago. After Luo Yi shot out the hidden weapon, his body suddenly turned cold. Subconsciously, he curled his body and rolled out like a ball. On the contrary, the 4 experts standing beside him suddenly groaned and fell to the ground. There was a hidden weapon in between their eyebrows. It was the hidden weapon that Luo Yi shot out. Oh no, I met an expert who easily broke my hidden weapon. I'm definitely not his match. Retreat immediately. Luo Yi kept breaking out in cold sweat. Those were 4 innate realm experts. They weren't as strong as him, but they were still innate realm experts. However, they were killed by his hidden weapon in a single move. The person who came was definitely stronger than him. If he didn't run, he would be killed. Swish swish swish. Luo Yi kept shooting hidden weapons around him. He retreated. As long as he rushed into the area in front, he would naturally be able to shake off the experts behind him with the help of the sandstorm. Luo Yi didn't believe that the other party could dodge his hidden weapon. Ah! There was a scream. Luo Yi fell to the ground. In his vision, his 2 legs had left him and he had lost both of his legs. A hand reached out and grabbed Luo Yi's neck, lifting him up like a dead dog. Why are you running? You still have your legs if you don't run, but you've become a cripple. What a pity. Luo Yi turned his head with difficulty and saw a young figure. It was also an unfamiliar figure. You destroyed my legs. I'll kill you. Luo Yi went crazy. He opened his mouth and wanted to spit out a hidden weapon. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't muster any strength. Everyone has the right to kill demonic experts. Do you think I'll give you a chance to attack? Lin Fei carried Luo Yi to Yi Zixuan. He casually tossed Luo Yi onto the sand. Last time, I saved your life. This time, I saved your life again. How do you think you should thank me? Lin Fei teased. That's right. Yi Zixuan felt like she had survived a calamity. Calm down. She finally realized that she had been tricked. A sword stabbed into Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi, you have such a day. Yi Zixuan was filled with rage. Yi Zixuan, quickly stop. If you do this, I will die. Quickly stop. Yi Zixuan stabbed sword after sword into Luo Yi's body. Luo Yi, who was initially ferocious, became terrified after eating more than 10 swords. His body was covered in bloody holes and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Yi felt despair and fear. She was just a crazy woman. He had no choice but to beg. I want to kill you because I am a woman. Yi Zixuan stabbed into Luo Yi's body once more, causing him to cry out in pain. But don't worry. Although I want to kill you, it will be too easy on you. Do you see those scorpions? I think they will really like you. Luo Yi couldn't move at all. He looked into the distance and many scorpions appeared in the desert. These scorpions seemed to have smelled blood and were slowly heading towards him. Luo Yi was scared out of his wits and his hair stood on end. Saint, please let me go. Don't let those things eat me. As long as you let me go, I will tell you a huge secret. Chapter 4280. Lin Fei did not say a word from start to finish, nor did he stop Yi Zixuan. Lin Fei could feel an evil aura from Luo Yi. It was obvious that he had done many evil things in his daily life. After all, he was from a demonic sect and everyone wanted to kill him. He was no different from a street rat. Moreover, Yi Zixuan was burning with anger. After being chased by these people for so long and nearly losing her life, she naturally had to vent her anger. Luo Yi could only say that his luck was bad. He could offend anyone but a woman. If a woman was ruthless, she would be very terrifying. What big secret can you have? You are just lying to me. You want to live a little longer, right? Yi Zixuan felt much better. She stabbed Luo Yi again and fresh blood flowed out, dyeing the surrounding sand red. On the other hand, the poisonous scorpions were getting closer. The more it was like this, the more Luo Yi felt his scalp go numb. Although he was a demonic expert, it did not mean that he liked these poisonous creatures. He did not use poisonous creatures to cultivate. When he thought about the poisonous scorpions surrounding him, drilling into his body and eating his flesh, Luo Yi could not remain calm. But he just couldn't move. His hand was broken, and the power in his body was messed up. Right now, he was even weaker than an ordinary person, especially in this sandstorm. His life was no longer his own. And all of this was done by this young man. Luo Yi could not feel any aura, but he easily made a Xiantian expert suffer. If he knew that there was an expert nearby, he would not have chased them even if he was beaten to death. He was reaping what he had sown. Don't kill him first. Let's hear what he has to say. Since he is a demonic expert from the Kunlun secret realm, he must know a lot of information. Lin Fei said, stopping Yi Zixuan from continuing. Luo Yi, you won't be able to last much longer. Luo Yi heaved a sigh of relief. As long as she did not continue stabbing him, he could at least live a little longer. That's right. We demonic cultivators do have some secrets, and I happen to know a big secret about the divine dragon's secret ground. As long as you two let me go, I'll tell you this big secret. I can guarantee that the number of people who know about this secret can be counted on one hand. Yi Zixuan raised her hand and stabbed Luo Yi again. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and tell me. If you're too slow, I'll stab you with my sword. You can still hold on for a while. Don't stab, I'll tell you right away. Luo Yi was completely terrified. This was really a crazy woman. Luo Yi would rather die in the hands of someone else. Torturing himself like this was too painful and filled with despair. The upper echelons of our demonic Tao have received a shocking piece of news. It said that there's an ancient tomb in the divine dragon's secret realm. In the ancient tomb, there's an ancestor of the Kunlun secret realm sealed within. It said that he's not truly dead. Yi Zixuan immediately stabbed him with her sword. That's impossible. Those ancestors of the Kunlun secret realm have long died. It's impossible for them to be alive. You're lying to me. Luo Yi begged for mercy. Saintess Yi, it's true. There's indeed an ancestor in the divine dragon's secret realm. He's sealed with a supreme treasure. This time, we demonic cultivators have sent out quite a number of people to enter the divine dragon's secret realm. From there, we can open this treasure and seize the power seal left behind by the ancestor, unifying the entire Kunlun secret realm. I also know that other than us demonic cultivators, there are 5 other major powers. This news has never been spread, and only those at the peak know about it. I only found out about it from the upper echelons of the demonic Tao by chance. This news is absolutely true. If I'm wrong, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Yi Zixuan did not continue. Your Kunlun secret realm seems to be rather complicated. Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan laughed bitterly. The powers in the Kunlun secret realm are indeed rather complicated. If what he said is true, then this divine dragon's secret realm will not be that simple. It might even cause a bloody storm. Who knows, the sandstorm might even be left behind by that ancestor. Such a huge commotion, ordinary people really wouldn't be able to create it. Can you tell me about the ancestor? I'm rather curious. Although Yi Zixuan was a little puzzled, she still explained. A long time ago, there were 5 ancestors in the Kunlun secret realm. They created the Kunlun secret realm, but later on, due to various reasons, the 5 ancestors didn't get along and fell one after another. Until now, the legend of the 5 ancestors has been passed down. If this matter is true, then I really don't dare to imagine it. Lin Fei finally had a rough idea of the situation. So it was an old antique. Lin Fei still believed that this old antique must have obtained some kind of secret technique and sealed himself. The possibility was very high. At the start, Lin Fei was still curious about who created this sandstorm. At first, he thought it was the owner of the divine dragon's secret realm. But now, it seemed like it might be an ancestor. Let's go. Ignore this guy and let him fend for himself. Yi Zixuan, who had consumed a healing pill, had actually recovered quite a bit. She coldly snorted and ignored Luo Yi. Luo Ye's entire body skipped a beat. His scalp went numb. Holy maiden, please take me away. If you leave me here, then I'm dead for sure. Yi Zixuan turned her head and said, this is what you said. You wanted us to let you live. Now, I've already let you live. As for how you live on, that's your own problem. It's already very good that I didn't kill you. Luo Ye's entire face turned pale. He knew that his retribution had come. Lin Fei and Yi Zixuan left this region. They heard all sorts of curses and screams from Luo Yi. It lasted for a long time before it went silent. You're really ruthless. You left him there just like that. If it was someone else, it would be fine. But he's a demonic expert and likes to target rich ladies. He's done all sorts of evil. This is called getting what he deserves. Yi Zixuan said, I still have to thank you. You did me a big favor again. How about I repay you with my body? Yi Zixuan was indeed very grateful to Lin Fei. Without him, she wouldn't be where she was now. Not to mention killing Luo Yi, who had committed all sorts of evil, to avenge the women who had died. Forget about repaying me with your body. I'm afraid that those admirers of yours will carry knives and chase after me for thousands of miles. Lin Fei said jokingly. Yi Zixuan was amused and didn't talk about this topic anymore. Young Master Lin, did you meet Yi Xian on the way here? I'm worried that something might have happened to him. Chapter 4281. With Lin Fei's help, the journey became much smoother. The area of the sandstorm was very large. Even when they came, Yi Zixuan had some understanding. But walking in this sandstorm area, she still felt a huge change. Luckily, with Lin Fei, Yi Zixuan wasn't so afraid. We have already walked for 3 days, why haven't we reached the crater? Did we go in the wrong direction? Yi Zixuan stopped and observed the surroundings. But other than yellow sand, there was only yellow sand. There wasn't even a place to distinguish. Yi Zixuan couldn't help but suspect. Did they go the wrong way? We didn't go the wrong way. Lin Fei has been paying attention to the situation at all times. Going the wrong way wouldn't happen at all. Lin Fei casually sent out a sword energy and killed a monster that jumped out. Since yesterday, underground creatures kept rushing out from this desert. These underground creatures were similar to rats, but they were bigger, like puppies. They had sharp teeth that were extremely sharp and were very agile. They weren't easy to deal with. In front of Lin Fei's eyes, each slash was a kill. There was no way to escape. Hearing that they didn't go the wrong way, Yi Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that they would go the wrong way. She also realized that this desert wasn't like before. Not only were there monsters, but there were also experts from all sides. It might be okay if they met a righteous sect. But if they met a demonic expert, then it would be a headache. They would be chased all the way like her and were nearly captured by a demonic expert. The consequences would be unimaginable. They walked for quite a distance. Corpses of monsters started to appear on the ground. These corpses were all over the place, and there were many types of corpses. The corpses are still warm, so they shouldn't have died for long. Someone should be ahead of us. Yi Zixuan checked and said. There is no need to check, they should not be far ahead of us. I heard the sounds of them fighting. Yi Zixuan looked forward. Apart from yellow sand, there was only yellow sand. She didn't notice anything at all. However, she knew that Lin Fei was stronger than her. If he said that there were sounds of fighting, then there definitely was. The two of them sped up. As expected, there was a fight in front of them. More than 10 people from both sides fought together. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. Yi Zixuan took a closer look and said excitedly, "It's Yi Xian, he's inside." Yi Xian was indeed among those who were fighting. Together with one party, they were besieging another. Lin Fei didn't make a move. He first observed his surroundings. His gaze fell on a pillar not far away. A pillar suddenly appeared on the yellow sand. This pillar was covered with mysterious runes and was filled with a mysterious aura. It would have been fine if there was only one pillar, but there was a treasure on this pillar. Clearly, these people were fighting over the treasure on the pillar. This seems to be the divine dragon pillar. I've seen it in the books. Yi Zixuan suddenly said. She was overjoyed. I finally know why they are fighting. Dragon God Pillar. They really did look alike. Lin Fei didn't notice it when he opened the book. Looking at the pillar again, it was curved upwards in the shape of a dragon. There really was something in the mouth of the dragon's head. Get lost, the things in this divine dragon pillar are ours. In a short period of time, the two sides distanced themselves from each other. One side was battered and exhausted, while the other side seemed overbearing. The defeated side happened to have Yi Xian in it. At this moment, Yi Xian also noticed the appearance of Yi Zixuan and Lin Fei. Joy flashed across his face, and then he seemed to remember something. Zixuan, leave quickly. Yi Xian shouted, they are from the Void Gate. They are from the Void Gate. Yi Zixuan seemed to have thought of something. Lin Fei, leave quickly. They are from the Void Gate. These guys are not to be trifled with. Wherever they appear, they won't leave anyone alive. We must kill them. Lin Fei saw fear in Yi Zixuan's eyes. It's too late. If they know that we are from the Void Gate, then there's no need for them to live. Two figures rushed towards Yi Zixuan and Lin Fei at an extremely fast speed. The person at the very front slashed out sand that filled the sky. These sand contained traces of power, and its power was extraordinary. If they were not careful, they would be killed by surprise. Void Gate, how arrogant. Just some tricks from the Void Gate. They don't even have the slightest bit of knowledge, and they still have the cheek to say that they are from the Void Gate. Lin Fei snorted lightly. With a wave of his hand, a ray of sword light slashed through the two of them, instantly killing them and causing them to fall on the desert. Yi Zixuan was stunned. They were all from the Void sect. Within the Kunlun secret realm, they were one of the most frightening existences. That was because they were the most proficient in assassinations. Hence, they were also known as the #1 assassin organization. Countless experts had died under their assassination. The leader of the Void Gate was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in night clothes, and only his cold eyes could be seen. How dare you kill people from our Void Gate? All the more reason why I can't let you go today. Let's kill these people first. I will personally deal with this brat. Yi Xian's side was also quite surprised. After all, this young man was very young, but his strength seemed to be quite strong. He killed 2 experts from the Void Gate the moment he came up. Brother Yi, who is that brat? He killed people from the Void Gate just like that. Isn't he afraid of revenge? The one who asked Yi Xian was a tall and sturdy man. Yi Xian said, he is someone from the secular world. He is very mysterious. Even now, I can't see through him. Every time I see him, I am pleasantly surprised. Even you don't know his bottom line. The tall and sturdy man was also a little surprised. He knew that Yi Xian was a man of his word. Since he said he didn't know, then he definitely didn't know. For a moment, he was curious. In just a few words, the people from the Void Gate charged over. Their blade techniques were sharp, and they even had a trace of the Void Gate's techniques. When they were fighting, they would often be at a disadvantage if they were not careful. A blade that was clearly moving forward would deviate, and it could easily take someone's life. And this was how powerful their techniques were. No wonder Yi Xian and the others were not a match for them. Even though everyone's cultivation level was similar, the opponent's blade techniques were stronger than theirs, and they could directly take them down. The middle-aged man who was the leader took large strides over. Similarly, a blade slashed over. Yellow sand filled the sky, and its power was even greater. Yi Zixuan wanted to go up and fight. But she was pulled back by Lin Fei. You can't block this blade. A long blade instantly slashed out from the yellow sand. It was truly untraceable, and in an instant, more than 10 blades exploded. Yi Zixuan was also frightened by this blade. She couldn't block the sharp blade intent at all, and it was as if she was going to be split apart in an instant. Lin Fei stomped his foot, and the sword intent blocked in front of him like flowing water. The Void Gate's techniques are quite powerful. One blade turned into more than 10 blades, and it doesn't leave a trace. You are indeed an expert, but it's a pity that you found the wrong opponent. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the sword rain fell. Apex. Chapter 4282. The rain of swords filled the sky. The person who made the move was instantly filled with great fear and terror. The yellow sand in front of him was torn apart in an instant. His swordsmanship changed to protect in front of his body. A stream of light appeared in front of him. But it was still too late. The sword light flew past and pierced through his body countless times. His entire body collapsed on the ground. Blood flowed down from his body drop by drop. The people who were standing with Yi Xian gasped at the first moment. That was an expert from the Void sect. He was killed in one move. This strength was a little too strong. Which sect are you from? That person didn't die completely. He stared straight ahead. He couldn't believe that he had lost just like that. It was impossible for such an expert to appear. Anyway, you don't have the right to know. Another rain of swords flew over, piercing through the space between the other party's eyebrows. The other party fell head first into the desert. Run! When the remaining people from the Void sect saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and ran. When they turned around, the rain of swords came again and pierced through their bodies. One by one, they fell to the ground. I'm quite interested in the thing on the Divine Dragon Pillar. I think no one has any objections. Lin Fei smiled faintly. How could those people have any objections? They didn't have any objections at all. It was because the opponent's strength was too tyrannical. He killed the people from the Void sect just like that. The experts that they couldn't defeat after persisting for so long were all killed just like that. It was like a dream. Lin Fei stepped into the air and easily arrived beside the Divine Dragon Pillar. He reached out and took the thing from the dragon's head. Yi Zixuan didn't know why Lin Fei did that, but she didn't ask. She believed that he had his reasons. Lin Fei was indeed interested in the thing on the Divine Dragon Pillar. That was why he said that. Moreover, if he didn't say anything, these people didn't have the right to take the thing on the Divine Dragon Pillar. Because here, the strong were respected. It was that simple and direct. Young Master Lin, is this the thing inside the Shenong Pillar? Yi Zixuan looked at it curiously. Lin Fei said, the things inside are not ordinary. They will definitely surprise you. You won't be able to keep such things. Instead, it's safest in my hands. Everyone had a question in their hearts. What exactly was that thing? Lin Fei opened his palm and a seal appeared. However, this seal was only a fragment and was not complete. But it was this fragment that made everyone feel a sense of suffocation. The middle-aged man standing next to Yi Xian seemed to be knowledgeable. He took a deep breath, Could this be a fragment of a magic weapon? Fragments of magical equipment. Everyone was confused. They had never heard of such a thing before. You do have some eyesight. You can actually recognize the magic treasure fragments, said Lin Fei with a smile. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. This is just my guess. I can't guarantee it. If it's really a magic treasure fragment, then we really shouldn't have it. Whoever has it is equivalent to picking up a big trouble. Who knows when they will be destroyed? It's good that you have such self-awareness. This is indeed a magic treasure fragment. According to my estimation, this magic treasure fragment should be divided into 10 pieces, scattered in the divine dragon pillar. If you gather these 10 fragments, you can refine a magic treasure, and your strength will increase sharply. If I'm not wrong, these 10 fragments can be refined into a fragment of the overturning heaven seal. Of course, this overturning heaven seal is not the ancient overturning heaven seal, it's just an imitation. Yi Xian exclaimed, doesn't this mean that it's the same as the ancient overturning heaven seal? How can there be such a thing? There's nothing strange about this. This place is far more mysterious than you think. Now that we've dealt with the people from the Void Sect, we can continue on our way. I believe that the sinkhole should be very lively. Everyone felt a lot of pressure. Even a magic treasure had appeared. If they continued to take risks, wouldn't their lives be in danger? Once they encountered a fierce person, they would suffer a big loss. If they were to encounter other forces inside, they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to walk out alive. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Lin Fei himself was also quite surprised that he actually found a magic treasure fragment here. Although this magic treasure was just an imitation of a magic treasure, its power was estimated to be less than 10% of the Fantion Seal's power. But in this place, its power was extremely great. Just like the power of the small fragment of the Fantion Seal in his hand, it could easily kill a Sciention expert. Yes, this was the power of a magic treasure fragment. Lin Fei naturally didn't care about these magic treasure fragments, but it didn't mean that some people didn't care. Young Master Lin, according to what you said, could it be that there are still complete magic treasures in this divine dragon secret realm? Yi Xian caught up and asked. Yi Xian also caught up and pricked up his ears at the same time. Lin Fei's words opened his eyes. It turned out that this divine dragon secret realm was so extraordinary. We'll have to see what kind of good items the primogenitor left behind. If there's a lot of good items, there might be magic treasures or something like that. No wonder people from the 5 major forces in the Kunlun secret realm came out. No one wants to miss this opportunity. Yi Xian took a deep breath. According to what you said, a magic treasure is very powerful. Can it really let people reach the sky in a single step? Yi Xian more or less heard about magic treasures. But she had never been so close to it. How should I say it? If a magic treasure is powerful, it can indeed increase one's strength by a lot. At least if I have a magic treasure in my hand, I'm basically unmatched in the same realm. Yi Xian continued, I also heard that some big shots in the Kunlun secret realm have a magic treasure. But there are too few magic treasures, especially those that are mainly used for attacking. Lin Fei only briefly mentioned about magic treasures and didn't say anything else. The sandstorm shrouded the northern desert. At this moment, it seemed more interesting to Lin Fei. At the place where Gao Shusho of the Gate of Void died, a group of people flashed out. They were actually using the earth escape technique. One by one, they walked under the yellow sand. Elder Gao is dead. He was killed in one blow. What a strong sword will. Could it be a sword expert from the 5 major forces? A man in a black cloak stood in front of a corpse. His expression was solemn, but there was a hint of coldness. Could it be an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect? Only an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect can have such a sword will. They must have eaten a leopard's guts. Did they really think that the #1 assassin organization was a pushover? Since they dared to kill people from the Gate of Void, then don't blame me. Merciless. Book House Reading Website. Chapter 4283. The sandstorm shrouded another area. Some people took away the things inside the divine dragon pillar. There were not many people in this group, only 5. After opening the things, their expressions lit up. We really did not come to the wrong place. Back then, the primogenitor did indeed leave behind a magic treasure. Although it is only a fragment, if we can collect the remaining fragments, we will be able to forge a complete magic treasure. If we are lucky, we will be able to obtain an offensive magic treasure and our strength will skyrocket. These people carefully put away the treasure fragments and turned to enter the sandstorm. And similar scenes kept happening. The things inside the divine dragon pillar were taken away one by one. Lin Fei and the others walked for another day. The number of monster corpses on the ground began to increase. The air was filled with a trace of the smell of blood. It seems like the sinkhole is not far away. Yi Xian had been here once, so he could roughly remember the landscape. Later on, all of you follow behind me and don't wander around. The sinkhole is much more dangerous than you think. Swoosh. A large amount of yellow sand flew over. Like a sky curtain, it covered the sky and covered the sun. It was unknown when they had hidden under the yellow sand. There were quite a number of these monsters. They let out a long roar, and the long black barbs on their backs all flew over in an instant. It was densely packed, like a stream of light. It was terrifying. I didn't expect there to be such things. Lin Fei laughed, and the sword was blocked in front of him, then like a stream of water, it fiercely attacked. These monsters were killed one by one. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were terrified. They did not notice the existence of the monsters under the yellow sand at all. If it was really them, they would have been turned into ashes in an instant. They could not stop the attacks of these monsters at all. They had already encountered several waves of attacks like this. This wave was stronger than the ones inside. Could it be that this place is controlled by monsters? We have encountered many dangers along the way. Yi Zixuan said. You can understand it that way. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were even more grateful to Lin Fei. If not for Lin Fei, they would not have been able to persist until here. You guys follow closely. Lin Fei walked forward. They walked for another 4 hours. The gray flying sand and pebbles in front of them suddenly disappeared. A huge sinkhole appeared. This sinkhole was enormous. What was even more frightening was that the crater was surrounded by monsters of all sizes. These monsters coexisted peacefully, constantly patrolling the vicinity of the sinkhole. It seemed to be exceptionally peaceful. But if you really think so, then you are gravely mistaken. In the territory patrolled by these monsters, only white bones were left of the corpses. Although it wasn't a mountain of white bones, the white bones that were scattered all over the place still made people suck in a breath of cold air. These should be the martial artists from before. What caught everyone's attention was that there were 10 monsters that were especially tall among the patrolling monsters. They sat cross-legged at a high place like kings, emitting a dangerous aura. Just like that, it divided the sinkhole into 10 small areas, as if it was a territory. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both held their breaths, afraid that they would be detected by these monsters. When faced with these monsters, probably no one would have the confidence to escape their pursuit. How did it become like this? There are too many monsters here. I took a look, there are at least a few thousand monsters. Yi Xian took a deep breath. This is completely different from what the information said. Yi Xian thought that he was strong, but when faced with these guys, he was overshadowed. That's why I told you to follow behind me. Don't wander around, because once you wander around, you might be torn to pieces by these monsters. Yi Zixuan subconsciously hid beside Lin Fei, as if only by doing so could she feel at ease. Yi Zixuan, you're a saintess, and you're actually afraid of these monsters. Then I'm going to laugh at you. Lin Fei teased. I'm a woman, so it's normal for me to be afraid of monsters. I'm not like you guys who aren't afraid of anything. Even in the Kunlun's secret realm, I've never seen so many densely packed monsters. Yi Zixuan didn't dare to raise her head. Young Master Lin, then what do we do now? There are too many monsters in front. I took a look, and there's no way to go down into the crater. Yi Xian also felt a headache. Lin Fei extended his finger and pointed at a place not far away. See there, there's a gap. If I'm not mistaken, that's where we go down. If you look carefully, you can see that there are a total of 10 gaps like this. In other words, these 10 gaps are all entrances, and the monsters outside are the first round of the small test. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian looked over with rapt attention. This time, they really saw the gap. The gap was very inconspicuous because it was blocked by those monsters. They couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's eyesight. He could see it so clearly. If it were them, they probably would have missed the opportunity. Could this crater really be connected to the Divine Dragon's secret realm? This time, the two of them were a little confused again, half believing and half doubting. One side had hope, the other side didn't. It was a very contradictory feeling. Even if they saw the gap, they still felt a huge pressure. Not to mention those monsters patrolling everywhere, just the huge monster alone made them feel a palpitating aura. They were afraid that they would be sent flying by this huge monster in one face-to-face encounter. Rest for a while, I'll bring you down later. Remember, you must follow me. I'm not joking. These monsters and the huge monster looked extremely dangerous, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. He was even more interested in the ancestor below. Using a treasure fragment as bait was really not something an ordinary person could do. It also made countless people impulsive. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both closed their eyes to rest. They all knew that Lin Fei wasn't joking. If they wanted to go down from the gap later, they would really have to risk their lives. For some reason, after seeing Lin Fei, the two of them didn't seem to be so flustered and afraid. Yi Zixuan had experienced it along the way. As for Yi Xian's words, she could more or less see it. If not for Lin Fei's words, they wouldn't have dared to rush down even if they were beaten to death. Look, there seems to be someone starting to rush down there. The crater was very big. At the end of their vision, which was opposite them, there was a group of people fighting with the monsters. A fire dragon roared, and the air was filled with a burning smell. In an instant, countless monsters were killed. They seemed to be people from the Technique faction. They are also the only ones with different eyesight among the 5 major forces. Yi Zixuan recognized them. This fire dragon is indeed pretty good. It's a pity that it only looks good. Otherwise, the high temperature of the fire dragon would be able to easily kill these monsters. You know that too. I heard that it's a secret of the Technique faction. Chapter 4284. The appearance of this group of people showed that they were quite strong. Spells were cast one after another, attacking the monsters. Very quickly, they attracted the huge monster. It was a 4-legged toad. This 4-legged toad was very big, like a small mountain, and its entire body was black. As the giant toad moved, everyone could feel an overpowering stench permeating the air. It was enough to make people dizzy. Even Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian, who were far away, could feel the changes. Their expressions changed slightly. This dizzying feeling was very uncomfortable. They are unlucky to have encountered an extremely poisonous golden toad. I wonder how they will deal with this golden toad. Lin Fei smiled. Yi Zixuan resisted the dizziness and tried her best to resist. Why is it called golden toad? I clearly look black to you. Lin Fei smiled and said, that's because you don't know. This golden toad is not ordinary. Not only is its skin poisonous, even its blood is poisonous. Its entire body is poisonous. If you touch it, you'll be in trouble. Watch carefully, these people will definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go in. He wanted to watch the show first. As expected, as the golden toad moved, its huge tongue flicked and curled, instantly wrapping around a few people. With a crack, these people instantly became colorful. They were poisoned and stopped breathing in the blink of an eye. In just one move, 6 of those people had died. Their faces were filled with shock. Clearly, they did not expect the golden toad to be so strong. Doesn't that mean that the monster on our side is also very strong? Yi Zixuan secretly took a cold breath and asked. That depends on who it meets, Lin Fei said with a smile. If it meets me, then this monster can only say that it's unlucky. The people from the technique sect on the other side were careless. After suffering a loss, they immediately retaliated. All kinds of spells were activated. You don't say. Once they attacked, they quickly found the golden toad's weakness. Although this golden toad was strong, it had a fatal weakness, and that was that its movement speed was relatively slow. Perhaps it was because of its weight, but it basically did not move much. Thus, the opportunity came. This looks like petrification. Weakening, paralysis. I didn't expect the techniques of the technique sect to be so strong. Using the golden toad's weakness, the technique sect immediately gained the advantage. The golden toad's body was immediately covered in wounds. Just as it was about to die, the golden toad turned and ran. With a plop, it jumped into the crater and disappeared. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were both dumbfounded. You could actually do this. They had to resist to the end. When did these monsters become so smart? Young Master Lin, could it be that these monsters have their own consciousness and know to escape at the critical moment? Isn't it afraid of dying by jumping down from the sky pit? Lin Fei casually said, if you think of them as ordinary monsters, then you are gravely mistaken. These monsters are not as simple as you think they are. If you don't see them guarding this place, then you can only say that the people from the arts sect have temporarily passed the first stage. The first round was already like this. It seemed like not everyone could pass it. At the very least, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian felt immense pressure. After looking at them, we can go in first. Otherwise, we will have to work for them for nothing. I can't do something like being a good person. Lin Fei made his move. Beams of sword light shot out and instantly turned into a rain of swords. Everywhere the sword rain passed, the monsters were instantly pierced through. Corpses were everywhere. The huge monster also opened its eyes. It was a green bull. It was much larger than the usual bulls. Its body was covered in scales, as if it was wearing a set of steel armor. At first glance, this green bull looked very rough. When it opened its eyes, you would see that its blood-red eyes were filled with a ferocious aura. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan felt goosebumps when they were stared at. They felt uneasy, as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. This was only the first round. You bull, are you planning to go down obediently? Or should I kill you and use you to make a roast beef meal? Lin Fei slashed with his sword, and the sword light spread out for thousands of miles. When the green bull that looked ferocious saw the sword light coming, it jumped down without saying a word. Even the scales on its body stood up. Young Master Lin, this will do. Yi Zixuan covered her mouth in disbelief. Even though they already knew that Lin Fei's strength was terrifying and unfathomable, every time they saw Lin Fei make a move, they felt that they could not see through him. Even though they had not fought with this green bull before, they could feel from its aura that it was a post-celestial realm green bull. If they were to really fight, they had no chance of winning at all. They reckoned that it would not even be able to open the outer shell of that armor. On the contrary, if they were to be hit, they would probably be unconscious. The fur and other parts of these monsters' corpses are quite valuable. You can pack them up and bring them back. There were many corpses all over, and they were all killed with one sword strike. It could be said that they were very well preserved. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan shook their heads. Right now, they were not interested in dealing with these monsters' corpses. I think we should go down first. Yi Zixuan said. No matter how good these monsters are, they are probably not as valuable as those big monsters. Why waste time here? Why not stall for time for those people behind us? I believe they will be very interested. After all, Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were people who had seen big scenes, especially Yi Zixuan. She really looked down on the fur of these monsters. Although the fur of these monsters was quite good, and if it was in the past, it would definitely be a big seller in the Kunlun secret realm. But now, she was really not interested in packing. She was getting more and more interested in the sinkhole below. Moreover, if they stayed here for too long, who knew what would happen? It was better to go down first. She did not see that the people from the Technique Grandmaster had already gone down. Lin Fei did not say anything else. Standing at the edge of the sinkhole below was unfathomable. Are we really going to jump down like this? Why don't we find another way? Yi Zixuan was afraid when she saw this sinkhole. If they were to jump down like this, they would definitely die. The sinkhole below is not as dangerous as you think. Lin Fei smiled and jumped down. Yi Zixuan was stunned. Lin Fei went down and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is a rare opportunity. We have to jump down now. Yi Xian said without thinking. Yi Zixuan took a deep breath, and her gaze became firm. I believe in Lin Fei. Chapter 4285. Lin Fei did jump down, but this jump was a little different from other places. If you really thought that the bottom was a sinkhole, then you would be gravely mistaken, because there was another world below. Lin Fei kept falling, but it was not as fast as he imagined. It was as if there was a big hand holding him up from below. His entire body was like a feather, slowly falling. While falling, Lin Fei noticed that both sides of the sinkhole were smooth stone walls, and these stone walls were covered in moss. Very quickly, Lin Fei noticed something, because these stone walls were covered in stone patterns, and these stone patterns were very mysterious. If it was an ordinary person, they would really not be able to see it, because there was moss, and it looked like a ravine. Lin Fei released his divine sense, and circled around the stone wall, constantly checking. With this check, he really found the problem. The stone walls were covered in stone patterns, and these stone patterns were very complicated, but Lin Fei remembered them one by one, and constantly organized them in his mind. From jumping down to landing on the ground, it did not take long, only half an hour, and Lin Fei already had a mysterious ancient text in his mind. Lin Fei had never seen this kind of ancient text before, but when these words on the stone wall were combined together, it gave people a very profound and mysterious aura. Lin Fei was someone who had experienced it, so he could naturally see it clearly. This ancient text must have a big secret in it. As for how many people had obtained this ancient text, it was hard to say. For someone like him who had divine sense to check, it was easier than anyone else. The bottom of the sinkhole was flat ground, but at this time, there were corpses of monsters lying on the ground, and there were also skeletons of many years old. It was unknown how long these skeletons had been dead for. Lin Fei looked around, and then casually found a place to sit down. He believed that Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan would definitely come down. After all, such an opportunity was rare. If they missed it this time, it would be very difficult to encounter it again. Brother, you're so strong, you actually dared to jump down from the top of the sinkhole. After Lin Fei sat down, someone greeted him from a short distance away. You people from the Technique sect actually haven't left yet. Are you still planning to ambush someone here and make a fortune? Lin Fei teased. Those people were from the art sect. They were all sitting together, and their faces were a little pale. It was obvious that they had taken pills and were resting. The people from the Technique faction did not want to continue taking risks. Who knew what would happen? They might as well jump into the crater. Little brother, you must be joking. How could people like us have such thoughts? You misunderstood. The one who spoke was a muscular man with only one arm. If it wasn't for the fact that this one-armed brawny man had displayed such a terrifying technique during the battle, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Most people would think that this one-armed man was pitifully weak. Lin Fei chuckled. The one-armed man and the others were indeed healing themselves. However, they had their own thoughts. If they could eat a wave of people here, they would be able to reap some benefits. As the saying goes, who knows what will happen when the black eats the black. Moreover, this was the bottom of the sinkhole. Seems like this kid is quite smart. I don't know where he came from, but he actually dared to jump down from the sky. A young man beside the one-armed brawny man said in a low voice. Just ignore this kid. Let's do our own thing. The one-armed brawny man retracted his gaze after taking a glance. After a while, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian came down one after another. Both of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. They originally thought that they would fall from above and eventually become a pile of mud. Who would have thought that jumping down from the sinkhole would result in such a situation? How is it? I won't lie to you, right? This sinkhole has a different world. Of course, before the sandstorm, this sinkhole was the real deal. Whoever jumped down would definitely die. However, after the sandstorm, this place is different. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan sighed. They didn't think that this sinkhole would have such a secret. Those big monsters that jumped down just now, did they all run in from these holes? Yi Zixuan looked at the holes below. The bottom of the sinkhole was like a circle, and on the edge of this circle, there were holes. At first glance, it looked like they were at the entrance of a maze. They did run inside, Yi Zixuan said. Lin Fei looked and said, as for which hole is safer, I don't know. Of course, if your luck is bad and you walk into a dead end, then you really won't be able to walk out and can only become bones on the ground. This young master is absolutely correct. I have learned from the information that these caves are not simple caves. Rather, they are a huge formation. Within the formation, there are life gates and death gates. It all depends on one's luck, the one-armed man said with a smile. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan hurriedly stood to the side. They really didn't notice that the people from the Technique faction were actually healing not far away. So you are also smart people. I just don't know what you plan to choose. Lin Fei said with a smile. When the one-armed brawny man heard Lin Fei's words, he naturally also wanted to test him. If he could hear some clues, then it couldn't be better. From the looks of it, this kid was more cunning and vigilant than he had imagined. It would not be easy to get some clues from the other party. We leave this to fate. If it's fated to be ours, then it will definitely be ours. If we don't have that life, then we asked for it. The one-armed brawny man also knew how to speak. I'm not as complicated as you think I am. Isn't it just a cave? I can just casually enter one. Why do I have to think so much? It's either life or death. It's such a simple matter, Lin Fei said before walking into a cave. Ha! Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan looked at each other. He chose just like that. This was too simple. At least they hadn't confirmed it yet. The one-armed brawny man was also dumbfounded. He was really a little unprepared. Another stupid guy. Does he really think that he can casually choose a good path? The one-armed brawny man snorted coldly in his heart. When you are unlucky, then you will know regret. Lin Fei would not have any regrets. The cave was filled with corpses of all sizes. Some of these corpses belonged to humans, while others belonged to monsters. 10 caves. Are they really used to choose life and death? Yi Zixuan chased after them and asked cautiously. You already know in your heart. Why bother asking? Anyway, just follow me. I'll bring you to see the real Divine Dragon's secret realm. Ah, is this really the entrance to the Divine Dragon's secret realm? The two of them couldn't help but get excited. One should know that the Divine Dragon's secret realm had always been a legendary existence. No one had ever entered it. You two are thinking too much. This is just a place to test. Chapter 4286. The two of them had indeed been happy for nothing. However, they did not expect that a small test would be more thrilling than they had imagined. Previously, they had thought that this trip to the Divine Dragon's secret realm would be quite easy. At the very least, the innate level would not be that pressured. However, it seemed that the Divine Dragon's secret realm was far more terrifying and dangerous than they had imagined. The dangers of this passage were not as much as they had imagined. It was nothing more than some hidden monsters that would pop up from time to time. Of course, these monsters were all killed by Lin Fei before they could even make a move. None of the monsters he passed through survived. It only took them about an hour to walk out of this passage. They felt a little relaxed. This was completely different from what the one-armed man from the Technique Grandmaster had said. He said that they were luckier. After walking out of the passage, their field of vision suddenly opened up. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the heart of a mountain. Most importantly, there was a palace in front of them. A big black palace. There was a stairway in every direction of the palace that led to the inside of the palace. There were a total of 10 such stairways in such weather. At this moment, there was such a stairway in front of Lin Fei. There are so many statues on this stairway, and there is one at regular intervals. Could this be a test? Yi Zixuan noticed the statues on the stairway. Every so often, there would be some statues. These statues looked very ordinary. However, just by standing there, they gave off a very dangerous aura. Yi Zixuan also sensed it and could not see any problems at all. You can go and try these statues. They are good stuff. Lin Fei smiled. Then let me try it first. Yi Xian was the first to rush out. Very soon, he was next to the first statue. Swoosh! A statue holding a knife moved. The long saber in his hand chopped down, creating a strong gust of wind. It looked like a small knife, but it did make Yi Xian feel a great deal of pressure. This was a statue at the innate level. Yi Xian was already very tired after exchanging blows. The other party's knife technique was very powerful and very dangerous. Every slash was fatal. If he was not careful, he would be killed with a single slash. Yi Xian had met quite a few masters, but it was rare to see such a master using a knife. He finally understood why Lin Fei asked him to come up and give it a try. This was simply asking for his life. There was more than one statue on the stairway to heaven. There were at least 10 or more of them. If one of them was already in such a state, wouldn't all of them die here? After struggling for a while, Yi Xian had to retreat. He looked a little embarrassed. Once they were a certain distance away, the blade-wielding statue stopped and remained motionless once again. If not for the fact that Zhang Xian had crossed blows with it, he would have never believed that the sculpture could undergo such a huge transformation. I didn't expect these statues to be so powerful. I'm no match for them alone. Sorry for making you laugh. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The stairway to heaven was enough to stop everyone. What is this? Why is it so powerful? Yi Zixuan was very curious. She also felt the danger. This thing is actually very easy to understand. They are puppets. Someone refined them. However, these puppets were probably warriors when they were alive. But now, they have been refined into puppets to guard this stairway. These statues will be more powerful than the previous one. Especially the last one. You guys have learned something new. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both secretly gasped. They felt that it was too cruel. This is simply a demonic method, Yi Zixuan said. Whether it's a demonic method or not, they are just a bunch of unlucky people, Lin Fei said casually. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian both fell silent. Lin Fei's words made a lot of sense. After all, he had already been refined into a puppet. Wasn't he just unlucky? Then how should we go over? Each statue is more powerful than the previous one. Even I, who is in the innate realm, feel the pressure. I guess I won't stand a chance if there are two statues. Yi Zixuan said self-deprecatingly. She was originally very confident in her talent, but after coming to the northern desert, her confidence had been tempered a lot, again and again. She knew that there was always someone better than her. A secret realm. Just these statues alone were enough to stump her. Just follow me. Don't think so much. Lin Fei was even more interested in this divine dragon secret realm. They even had these puppet methods. It was a pity that the refining methods of these puppets were a bit crude. However, their strength was still quite good. It was indeed possible to set up this place as a test. At least, ordinary people would not be able to make it. Even if there were innate masters, without 3 to 5 of them working together, they would not be able to make it. On this point, Lin Fei's eyesight was very good. Look, there seems to be someone coming out. Yi Zixuan's eyesight was good. She suddenly noticed that there were people appearing on a stairway not far away. However, these people were not from the technique sect. They were other people. Yi Xian could recognize them. There was also a hint of anger on his face. I didn't expect the people from the demon sect to come first. They are not slow. These people that everyone wants to beat up actually have the guts to come. As someone who had stayed in the Kunlun secret realm, Yi Xian naturally knew about the existence of the demon sect. Looks like the divine dragon secret realm has indeed attracted a lot of people this time. They are from the heavenly demon sect. It is a very inconspicuous sect, but they love to use evil methods to increase their strength. Lin Fei had long noticed these people. There were quite a lot of them. There were about 11 or 12 of them. They were considered to be quite a big group. After arriving on the stairway, they also noticed Lin Fei's side. However, they did not pay much attention to it. They quickly began to rush up. Those statues were activated one by one. Looks like this time, all the major forces of the Kunlun secret realm have come. This is interesting. The more people there are, the more fun it will be. I guess that ancestor also thinks so. I think we should be more careful. After all, the people from the demon sect are not good people. They are the best at scheming, Yi Zixuan reminded. Of course, Lin Fei would not say that he did not care about these people from the demon sect. No matter how many of them came, it would be like chopping vegetables. He just felt that it would be more lively this time. It had been a long time since he encountered such a lively event. Since the people from the demonic path are here, we can go now. You guys keep up with me. Just don't run ahead of me. Of course, if you guys want to train, these statues are also a good choice. Lin Fei had already arrived at the side of the closest statue. The statue that was holding a knife chopped down. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4287. The statue wielding the blade slashed down. It was as vigorous as before, and there was even a hint of blade technique in it. Lin Fei raised his hand and slammed his sword against the statue's body. The statue broke into pieces. The strength of these statues was indeed at the inborn level. However, there were still flaws. Secondly, the blade technique was full of flaws. One slash could break them all, and naturally, the statue's body would be blasted apart. The statue's body wasn't as strong as imagined. It could be said that it was very fragile and would collapse upon contact. The second statue was quickly activated. This was a spear-wielding statue. Anyway, the statues on this stairway were different. They had all kinds of weapons. To Lin Fei, they were nothing. He just walked on. Everywhere he passed, the statues would be destroyed. None of the statues could threaten Lin Fei. When the people from the Heavenly Demon sect saw this scene, they secretly gasped. The few people in the lead had strange expressions on their faces. I didn't expect such an expert to appear from the Orthodox sections. He's so young. Who knows who he is? We came to the Divine Dragon Mystery Dimension for the treasures left behind by the ancestors. As long as there is a threat, we have to kill them first. I don't know that young man, but I do know that woman. I think she's called Yi Zixuan. She's a saintess from the Orthodox sections. However, her strength is average at the inborn level. Could that be Yi Zixuan's master or elder? When the people from Sky Demonic sect attacked the statues, it could be said that all of them were involved. Only then were they able to get rid of the statues one by one. However, compared to Lin Fei, they were a far cry. This made them feel ashamed. He was having an easy time while they were swarming. There was no comparison at all. We have to follow too. We can't let that brat go in first. Who knows if they will snatch the good stuff. Even so, they couldn't keep up with Lin Fei's speed. One statue after another was destroyed. Soon, they reached the end of the stairway. At this moment, there were more experts on the stairway. These experts appeared one after another. First, they could tell what was going on. Similarly, there was a group of people on Lin Fei's side. This group of people were all young, and they were led by a few old men. As soon as these people arrived at the top of the stairway, their faces lit up. Clearly, they did not expect that someone would beat them to it. More importantly, the person had even gotten rid of their troubles. Ha 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 ha, looks like our luck is pretty good. We can catch up to everyone else. As soon as these people came out, they all noticed the situation. They must have used up a lot of energy. Let's chase them down. The thing at the end of the stairway to heaven is ours. These people did not take Lin Fei and the other two seriously at all. It's them. I didn't expect these guys to come as well. They even planned to be the mantis stalking the cicada. Wishful thinking. Yi Zixuan revealed a trace of hatred when she saw them. So did Yi Xian. I was wondering who could move so fast. It turns out to be Saint Yi and Yi Xian. But you don't come with many people. So, don't blame us for being embarrassed. Will you leave, or will we send you on your way? Lin Fei was approaching the last statue. He couldn't help but stop. Enemies are still enemies. Lin Fei looked back. For innate masters and the rest were all masters. The lineup was not small. But compared to the demon sect, it was still a little worse. Yi Zixuan said. They are our old enemies. Usually, we have fought with their sect many times, and we have always been evenly matched. I didn't expect to meet them here. The one who spoke just now is this time's elder, Enchanting. Are you sure you want to chase us down from here? If you have the guts, say it again, Lin Fei said lightly. Enchanting could naturally see that this person seemed to be the strongest among the three. However, these statues were not easy to deal with. They must have consumed a lot of energy. If they really fought, the 4 innate masters on their side might not be able to take them down. Yes, that's what I said. If you scram now, you can live. Otherwise, I can only send you on your way. Plus, you won't be lonely along the way, Yu Shuntian said coldly. Lin Fei crooked his finger. Then come on. I'll stand here and see how you're going to chase me down. Instead, I'll give you guys a piece of advice. You came all the way to the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Don't you see that you're going to lose your life? Yu Shuntian had never seen such an arrogant guy. Just because of what you said, I will give you a memorable memory. Yu Shuntian waved his hand. The masters behind him rushed up one by one. Even though the 2 innate masters beside him also came up, it was mainly to restrain Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan. As for Lin Fei, there was only 1 innate master left. With this master, it would be enough. I'm in a hurry, so I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you guys. Lin Fei chuckled, and his sword intent swept out. Black ripples crashed into them like flowing water. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, they were sent flying. Even those 2, no, 3 innate masters were the same. They all had a wound on their bodies. You've cultivated a sword intent, and it's such a domineering sword intent. You're not on Yi Zixuan's side at all. Who exactly are you? Yu Shuntian took a few steps back, and his hair stood on end. Now you know you can't beat me. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Try being arrogant again now. Lin Fei swung his hand, and a slap landed on Yu Shuntian's face. His face swelled. Yu Shuntian's entire body crashed into the stairway beside him, and he slapped him again with the back of his hand. Come, come, come. Chase me down. If you can do it, then you're awesome. How could Yu Shuntian dare to say another word? Hence, he became bolder. Senior, I was wrong. I'll leave now. I'll leave this place immediately. I won't dare to appear again. Yu Shuntian crawled up and kowtowed in apology. This was a hateful person. He definitely couldn't beat him, and he had even comprehended a sword intent. Someone with such a sword intent might be from Sky Sword Mountain. Once he mentioned Sky Sword Mountain, Yu Shuntian completely gave up. Anyone who made an enemy of Sky Sword Mountain wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, Sky Sword Mountain was famous for their powerful sword intent. Yu Shuntian was very clear about this. Scram. Scram as far as you can. If I see you again, I'll chop off your head. A sword intent slashed down, and when it touched Yu Shuntian's cheek, it instantly made him feel as though he had fallen into the depths of hell. I'm dead. I'm really going to die. Yu Shuntian didn't want to experience this a second time. He rolled and crawled as he ran. As for the disciples on the ground, he didn't care about them anymore. Escaping was more important. One sword had scared them out of their wits. Chapter 4288. Yu Shuntian ran. At the very least, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were in a good mood. They had never seen Yu Shuntian run away with his tail between his legs. It was a pity that he did not manage to kill that guy with one strike. Otherwise, they would be in a better mood. At least they would suffer a little in this divine dragon secret realm. To Lin Fei, this was just a small matter. He was lucky that he did not kill this guy on the spot. Otherwise, that strike just now was no joke. No matter how many came, he would be killed. No one could block it. The big statue also moved. The statue was bigger than the other statues. The 2 blades turned into a tornado. It turned out that it was another powerful being who had comprehended blade intent. Under the continuous slashes, it really made people feel a dangerous and terrifying aura. Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword, aiming at the center of the opponent's weakness, and broke the tornado. After the two arms fell, the two sabers fell to the ground. The two sabers made a crisp clanging sound. With another strike, the statue's head was chopped off. The aggressive statue was destroyed just like that. That kid must be an expert from the Sky Rapier sect. Damn it, how can there be such a powerful expert? That statue could not even block a few strikes from him. When the people from the Heavenly Devil sect saw this, they all secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. They were prepared to plot against the other party just now. If they could get rid of an expert, it would be one. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. They had overestimated the other party's ability. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would probably be a matter of minutes. They could not afford to offend the experts from the Sky Rapier sect. Lin Fei led them through the stone staircase smoothly. They walked into the palace. After walking into the palace, they realized that it was a completely different world. It was completely different from what they had imagined. There are too many statues. Why does it look like a gathering? Yi Zixuan gasped when she entered. The scene in front of her was really beyond her imagination. The palace was densely packed with statues. More importantly, these statues were arranged in order. The statues on the stone staircase outside had already made everyone nervous. Now that they saw so many statues, it would be weird if they did not have any thoughts. What if they resurrected? Facing an army of statues was not something that just anyone could withstand. They might even be torn to pieces in a single exchange. It's fine. These statues are all dead. Someone placed them here to scare people, Lin Fei said casually. After taking a look, Lin Fei was certain that these statues were dead. If these statues could come to life, then the layout of this place would be a little different. It was not easy to refine tools. It was not easy to have so many statues outside. It would be wishful thinking to create another large area, unless one reached Lin Fei's level. Of course, that would require a large amount of resources. Then how do we go now? I think this place is very strange. Yi Zixuan said after sizing it up. That's because this place is an 8 trigrams formation. Don't be fooled by the neat and orderly arrangement of the statues. Once you walk in, the statues will start moving. After Lin Fei came in, some people had also arrived. First were people from the Heavenly Demonic sect. There were also people from the Technique sect. After seeing these statues, they all had lingering fears. Obviously, they had suffered a lot outside. Now, they were also very careful. They only heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no danger. They also noticed Lin Fei on this side. If they didn't see how efficient he was just now, they would be fools. Therefore, they were very afraid of this young expert. It's an 8 trigrams formation. It doesn't look like it, Yi Zixuan said. It's a little different from what I imagined. Of course, this is not an ordinary 8 trigrams formation. It's an 8 trigrams formation left behind from ancient times. If you think it's an ordinary 8 trigrams formation, be prepared to be trapped inside for the rest of your life. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. After all, he could see an ancient 8 trigrams formation here. This 8 trigrams formation seemed to be quite incomplete. Even so, it could still be used as a tiger blocking the way. Even an innate realm expert would feel their scalp go numb when they entered it. No matter what it was, when it involved the word ancient, it naturally became not simple. For example, this 8 trigrams formation in front of him. No, it was an ancient 8 trigrams formation. Come, let's go in now. It was just an 8 trigrams formation. Moreover, it was incomplete. It really couldn't stop Lin Fei. After seeing Lin Fei enter, those people were also anxious. If Lin Fei were to beat them to it, who knew what good things he would pick up inside. Therefore, they entered one by one without thinking. As soon as they entered the 8 trigrams formation, they knew that this 8 trigrams formation wasn't simple. This was because the 8 trigrams formation had started to change. This change could be seen with the naked eye. They wanted to stop it, but they didn't have the ability to. Even if they wanted to destroy these statues, they found that these statues seemed to be connected together. There was a very strong layer of defense, and they couldn't break it in a short time. They were shocked and regretted entering in such a hurry. After the 8 trigrams formation changed, some of these statues would actually attack from time to time. It was because you couldn't detect it at all because there were no traces. Often, they would be motionless a moment ago, and in the next moment, they would slash at you. Compared to the statues on the stone stairs, these were a little different. These statues couldn't last long. Even if they knew the flaws of these statues, they still couldn't find these statues. Because these statues seemed to be all together and attacked randomly. They couldn't find any traces at all. Everyone started to have a headache. They were even more careful. Lin Fei blocked in front of him with his sword. He dispelled the attack of a statue. Lin Fei's divine consciousness was very strong. It almost enveloped this 8 trigrams formation. Therefore, he could see the changes of the 8 trigrams formation clearly, especially which statue would move. He could also see it clearly. He wasn't like those people, who would often get hit if they weren't careful. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan followed closely behind. It could be considered an eye-opener. After the changes of the 8 trigrams formation, they could strongly feel the profoundness within. If it were them, they would definitely be trapped here. They felt that after they left this time, they had to learn the path of formations no matter what. At critical moments, formations were still quite useful. If they didn't know how to break it, then they would really suffer a big loss. Not long after, the two of them saw a stone staircase in the center of the 8 trigrams formation. This stone staircase wasn't big. It was just enough for one person to walk on. At the entrance stood a statue. This statue was completely different from the other statues. It didn't hold any weapons and looked completely ordinary. It can't be another test, right? Yi Zixuan was already afraid. Chapter 4289. The reward had arrived. Both Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were surprised. Could it be that this statue would give rewards? In the next second, a dumbfounded scene appeared. The chest area of the statue actually opened, and a wooden box popped out. The surface of this wooden box was carved with ancient patterns, and it looked very ancient. The box wasn't very big, and it was about the size of an ordinary carton. There really is such a thing as a reward. Lin Fei said indifferently, since it's a test, then there must be a reward. It's just whether the reward is good or bad. But we're the first to come here, so the reward should be quite good. Yi Xian's sword intent swept the wooden box over, and it wasn't light. With a click, the wooden box opened. A book fell out, and at the same time, a bottle of elixirs. Yi Zixuan picked up the book, and her expression couldn't help but change. Oh my god, it's actually the Lost Sky Sword Mountain's lost technique. Why would it be left here as a reward? If I'm not wrong, then this should be a heaven elixir. Yi Zixuan also suspected that she had seen wrongly. How could it be such an item? This was a legendary item, and it was almost lost. If it wasn't for the book that fell out, Yi Zixuan definitely wouldn't have remembered it. Yi Xian also saw it, but he knew much less than Yi Zixuan. But he had also heard of the Sky Sword Mountain, and he still felt a sense of fear. The Sky Sword Mountain was the strongest force among the 5 major forces. Everyone was a sword cultivator, and everyone knew sword formations. It could be said that their combat power was unparalleled. The people of the Sky Sword Mountain were known to be invincible in the same realm, and these guys were also very violent and crazy. Also, the Sky Sword Mountain was very protective. If they knew about this lost technique, in addition to the Heaven Elixir, they would definitely fight to the death. No one could monopolize these things. Lin Fei really didn't know about this, but no matter how powerful these secret books were, it was just that. As for the elixirs inside, they were indeed a little extraordinary, but Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Looks like the reward is quite good. Unfortunately, the people from Heavenly Sword Mountain won't have the chance to get it, said Lin Fei jokingly. Yi Zixuan could not help but become anxious. I feel that these secret manuals and heavenly pills, if possible, it would be best to return them to the Heavenly Sword Mountain in exchange for their friendship. Otherwise, if they find out, there will be big trouble. Those madmen will definitely chase to the end and take these things back. Even if they have to chase them to the ends of the earth, it will still be the same. Yi Zixuan knew that Lin Fei was very powerful, but Heavenly Sword Mountain was truly powerful. The fellows from the Heavenly Sword Mountain all had unparalleled combat prowess. They feared everyone in the same realm. In the Kunlun secret realm, they would rather offend other powers than offend the experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. No matter if it was the secret manual or the Heaven Pellet, they were both items that had been lost in time. They could allow the Heavenly Sword Mountain to nurture a few more sword god-level experts, and this was under the worst-case scenario. If those elders were to consume the Heavenly Elixir and break through to a higher level, the influence of the Sky Sword Mountain would be even greater. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Sword Mountain had an ultimate goal, and that was to unify the Kunlun secret realm. In reality, the Heavenly Sword Mountain was indeed walking towards this step. Their influence was also growing. If it wasn't for the other powers suppressing them, they would have taken action long ago. Not good. They must be here. I heard that quite a number of experts came from the Heavenly Sword Mountain this time. I was puzzled. It seems like they more or less know about the rewards of this test. Maybe you guys are on the way here. Yi Zixuan suddenly thought of something. You are thinking too much. Once the things are in my, Lin Fei's hands, it is impossible for me to hand them over. Unless they talk to me nicely and take out something that can move me, they can forget about it. What kind of person was Lin Fei? He was really not afraid of this Heavenly Sword Mountain. When Yi Zixuan heard this, she knew that it was impossible for Lin Fei to hand over these things. Right now, she felt that these things were just a hot potato. When would it cause a huge problem? Lin Fei suddenly looked in a direction. If I didn't guess wrongly, the experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain that you mentioned should be here. Under Lin Fei's perception, he could clearly feel a few sword intents moving towards him. Moreover, the sword intents were all very powerful and each of them had their own attributes. In other words, they had all comprehended different sword intents. With such sword intents, only the people from the Heavenly Sword Mountain could do so. This was the best proof. They are moving so quickly, Yi Zixuan didn't feel it at all. However, she believed in Lin Fei's words. Such an interesting thing, I have to play with them. Otherwise, wouldn't they have made a wasted trip? Lin Fei took out the secret manuals and elixirs. He immediately put the empty box back. No, he even left a normal healing elixir in the empty box. It was the cheapest one. When Yi Zixuan saw this, she was speechless. She felt that when the experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Then, they would be furious. That was the Heavenly Sword Mountain. This was no different from behaving atrociously on a tiger's head. After doing these things, Lin Fei brought Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan into the Heaven Stairway. At the same time, a group of people arrived outside the 8 trigrams formation. When these people saw the 8 trigrams formation, they were delighted. The information that we got from other places was indeed correct. There really is an 8 trigrams formation here. This is an ancient 8 trigrams formation. Then, at the center of the 8 trigrams formation is the reward for this mission. We are not slow. When the time comes, we will be able to get the things left behind by the Heavenly Sword Mountain. The one who spoke was an old man in his 50s. Although he looked a little old, his eyes were like sharp swords that pierced people's hearts. At this moment, he was also showing excitement. Elder, leave this to me. Although the 8 trigrams formation is an ancient 8 trigrams formation, it is not complete. It is just an imitation. As long as I have time, I will naturally be able to break it. These were all experts from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. There were a total of 6 people. 4 of them had condensed sword intents. Moreover, their sword intents had different attributes. These people were qualified to be called sword cultivators in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Those who did not cultivate sword intents were not sword cultivators. This was a rule of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. They would not let their disciples leave the mountain easily. One of the sword cultivators dashed into the ancient 8 trigrams town. The people behind him also followed. This person was the best at researching sword formations in the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Therefore, this 8 trigrams formation was naturally easy for him. Because all the great formations had one thing in common, which was that they led directly to the main path. Studying one thoroughly was equivalent to studying the others. It was actually the same principle. This expert from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. He started to calculate. In the beginning, his progress was slower. However, as he understood the 8 trigrams formation, he found the right place. Everyone's speed increased again. Very quickly, they arrived at the new center of the 8 trigrams town. Although the whole process was not as fast as Lin Fei, it only took them about an hour. It was considered very fast. Chapter 4290. The experts of Sky Sword Mountain finally saw the statue. Everyone looked very excited. Especially the white-haired elder, his expression was the most excited. His breathing was also slightly hurried as he stared at the statue. I always thought that the information was wrong. Now, it seems that it was right. There is indeed an absolute technique of Sky Sword Mountain left behind by our patriarch. The elders seemed to have thought of something. The 5 experts behind him looked at the statue. Although they knew that there was something left behind by the patriarch of Sky Sword Mountain, they did not know what it was exactly. Elder Jean, in that case, what kind of ultimate technique of our Heavenly Sword Mountain is left here? Can you tell us about it? Our Sky Sword Mountain has many absolute techniques. However, we do not know which one the patriarch left behind. I heard that our Sky Sword Mountain's absolute techniques used to be very powerful. However, ever since we encountered the darkness that year, our Sky Sword Mountain lost quite a few of our absolute techniques. If we can obtain an absolute technique here, our Sky Sword Mountain strength will definitely increase again. The experts who could come here were the core experts of Sky Sword Mountain. They were all highly regarded and would have the chance to improve in the future. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I will tell you. Sky Sword Mountain does have many absolute techniques. The one left here should be Sky Sword Mountain's God Exterminating Sword. Other than that, there should be several heaven elixirs. When Jin Yuanqing said that, the 5 experts' expressions changed. One of them suddenly asked, this God Exterminating Sword, could it be the super sword technique that the first-generation patriarch comprehended? Sky Sword Mountain had produced many experts and many patriarchs. Among them, the first-generation patriarch was the most powerful. The reason why Sky Sword Mountain had such influence was all thanks to the first-generation patriarch. The most powerful thing about the first-generation patriarch was that he had comprehended a super sword technique that could kill gods. As for killing gods, it was not an ordinary god. It could even kill a real god. Because of this, the first-generation patriarch of Sky Sword Mountain had such achievements. When they heard that it was a sword technique, the few of them became excited. If they brought it back to Heavenly Sword Mountain, they would be the most qualified to learn it. At that time, they would have the strength to fight above their level. As for the heavenly elixir, you should know about it as well. It is one of the secret elixirs of the heavenly sword mountain. Unfortunately, the heavenly elixir has been lost for a long time. Consuming a heavenly elixir would allow one to comprehend an absolute technique. If one wants to learn the godly extermination sword, one must consume the heavenly elixir. Otherwise, it would be impossible to comprehend it. After hearing Jin Yuanqing's words, everyone knew that this trip was not in vain. Whether it was the one sword-slaying god or the heavenly pill, they were both rare treasures. Jin Yuanqing kept hitting the statue, and the statue bounced open a wooden box. Jin Yuanqing took out the box. Everyone stared at the wooden box. Just from its appearance, they could tell that this wooden box was not simple. This wooden box should contain the secret technique and the heavenly pill. Jin Yuanqing carefully opened the wooden box. His mind was completely focused on the wooden box. A medicinal pill. What about the secret method? Everyone was dumbfounded. Elder Jin, why is it an elixir? Could this be a heavenly elixir? But why does it look so similar to a normal healing pill? The moment the wooden box was opened, everyone's expression changed. There was no secret technique inside, only an elixir. However, this elixir did not look eye-catching and looked very ordinary. After one of them said that, everyone realized that the elixir seemed to be a healing elixir. It was not a heavenly pill at all. With a "kacha" sound, Jin Yuanqing crushed the wooden box. Who snatched the one sword-slaying god and the heavenly pill? Who was it? Who was it? Could it be that someone was faster than us? This is the ancient 8 trigrams array. Jin Yuanqing's voice was filled with malevolence and unwillingness. It was not easy for them to come here. No, it was to come to this crater. They even broke through the ancient 8 trigrams array. However, they were too late. The items were gone. A healing elixir was like a humiliation. It had ruthlessly pinned their Sky Sword Mountain's arrogance to the wall. This was definitely a provocation. Everyone could feel Elder Jin Yuanqing's killing intent. Elder Jin, if it is really that thing inside, then this person must be in front of us. If we chase after him now, we might be able to stop him. With an expert's reminder, everyone immediately realized that the person must not have gone too far. Jin Yuanqing came back to his senses. He had nearly forgotten that since the item inside could be taken away, the person must be in front of them. Everyone, keep your spirits up and chase after him. No matter who it is, search the place first. We will not allow anyone to snatch away our Sky Sword Mountain's items. At the same time, when he opened the wooden box, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He had left behind a healing elixir. At the same time, he had left behind his divine sense. The divine sense was very inconspicuous. However, as long as someone opened the wooden box, he would be able to sense it immediately. Someone came to that place again. I wonder who it is. The reason why Lin Fei had left behind the healing elixir was purely to play a small game. As for who had taken it away, Lin Fei did not really care. At that moment, Lin Fei and the others had arrived at a huge public square. The public square was empty and it appeared very quiet. At the very center of the public square, there was a huge dragon carved from a huge stone. It was vivid and lifelike, as though it was real. It was looking down on the sky. At first glance, one would think that it was real. This was because the huge dragon carved from the stone actually gave off a slight sense of oppression. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian searched around the public square and did not discover anything. Could we have come to the wrong place? I don't think there is any exit here apart from this statue. Yi Zixuan's gaze landed on the huge dragon. Lin Fei was also inspecting the surroundings. He did not see anything different. On the contrary, this huge dragon seemed a little mysterious. It shouldn't be possible for us to go the wrong way. There should be other mysteries here. We haven't encountered it yet because it hasn't been activated. We just have to wait here. Lin Fei randomly found a place and sat down cross-legged. Wait. Based on the current situation, other than waiting, there seemed to be nothing else. Then they would just wait. They actually came over. Such a strong sword intent. Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the place in front of him. There were 6 people there. Yi Zixuan and the others were on their guard. They seemed to be from the Sky Sword Mountain. Why is it them? The leader seems to be an elder of the Sky Sword Mountain. His name is Jin Yuanqing. Yi Zixuan thought to herself, this is bad. Speak of the devil. She did not expect the experts of the Sky Sword Mountain to come so quickly. More importantly, an elder of Jin Yuanqing had also come. In the Sky Sword Mountain, those who could take up the position of an elder were the true experts. This was because they could easily kill an innate expert. They looked over. They looked over. Chapter 4291. When their gazes swept over, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian's hearts sank. Their hair stood on end because their gazes were too terrifying. It was as if they were going to be pierced through. They knew that this was the sword intent of the Sky Sword Mountain experts. Because the sword intent was very strong, it had an extremely strong penetrative feeling. People were like swords, and swords were like people. And these Sky Sword Mountain experts had actually reached this level. Come over here. Our Sky Sword Mountain suspects that you guys are hiding our things. I want to search you guys now. One of the Sky Sword Mountain experts said impolitely. When they came over, they saw Lin Fei and the other 2. Apart from the 3 of them, there was no one else in the plaza. Thus, it could be concluded that the item from Heavenly Sword Mountain was definitely with the 3 of them. Jin Yuanqing was also sizing up the 3 of them. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were both innate realm experts, so they were put aside. Jin Yuanqing couldn't see through this young man. Because his realm was unclear, he seemed to be an innate realm expert at first glance, but after a closer look, he didn't seem to be one. These 3 people were the first to arrive at the plaza. If the unique skill of Sky Sword Mountain wasn't on them, who would it be on? No matter what, he had to check them first. As long as they resisted, he would immediately suppress them. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian smiled bitterly. They didn't expect the people of Sky Sword Mountain to arrive so quickly. Moreover, there was an elder among them, and there were 4 who had condensed sword intent. Such a force in Kunlun Mystic Realm could directly sweep away second- and third-rate forces. Even first-rate forces would have a headache. You want us to hand over the things, and you want us to search. Who do you think you are? Lin Fei laughed loudly. The Sky Sword Mountain expert who spoke first thought that he had heard wrongly. There was actually someone who disregarded their Sky Sword Mountain. Just the 3 of you, and you dare to put on airs in front of our Sky Sword Mountain? Let me see what gives you the right to do so. The Sky Sword Mountain expert snorted coldly and stabbed with his sword. After the stab, snowflakes fell from the sky, exuding an endless chill, like a world of ice and snow. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan's expressions changed, and they immediately retreated, but their left and right shoulders were directly cut open by the snowflakes. They knew that experts who could condense sword intent were very powerful, especially those from Heavenly Sword Mountain. However, they never thought that a single person could cause both of them to feel such terrifying danger. This was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Snowflakes fell. How could he block them? There was no way he could block them. Snowflakes fell from the sky and enveloped them. Lin Fei immediately pulled Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan out and threw them far away. The sword intent of the Heavenly Sword Mountain is indeed extraordinary. No wonder they are known to be invincible in the same realm. I have learned something new. Lin Fei laughed and stamped his foot on the ground. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in raging flames. The falling snowflakes were directly disintegrated. Kid, you've actually managed to condense the power of a concept. Furthermore, it's a fire attribute one. The Sky Sword Mountain expert was also stunned. The power of this concept was not so easy to grasp. Isn't it just the power of concepts? It's no big deal. Isn't your Heavenly Sword Mountain very powerful? You have to break my concept first. The other party's sword techniques suddenly changed, becoming more and more open, and traces of chilliness constantly seeped over. When the chill seeped over, it was blocked by Lin Fei's raging flames. It was unable to break through. No matter what sword technique the opponent used, it was still an ice sword intent. It couldn't break through the raging flames at all. I didn't expect you to have such a strong concept power at such a young age. No wonder you dare to say such words. Jin Yuanqing spoke. You should also retreat. This kid isn't someone your ice sword intent can defeat. His fire attribute concept is the perfect counter to your ice sword intent. The Sky Sword Mountain expert was very unhappy. However, since Elder Jin had spoken, he retracted his sword. However, his gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the opponent. You should be the strongest among them. Are you prepared to fight me personally? Lin Fei said. Jin Yuanqing really couldn't see through this guy. He could comprehend the power of concepts, and it was a fire attribute one. It could be seen that this guy's background wasn't small. This was also what Jin Yuanqing was worried about. He could see through it. That was why he asked his disciple to retreat. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Instead, he would tire himself out like a dog. When the time came and he was defeated, he would lose face. Of course, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. Jin Yuanqing suspected that the item was in the hands of this person. I don't know who you are, but I hope that you can hand over the item from Sky Sword Mountain. You people from Heavenly Sword Mountain are truly overbearing. I am merely one step ahead of you. Yet, you are already suspecting us. Why don't you suspect them? Lin Fei smiled and pointed at a spot nearby. Unknowingly, a group of people had arrived there. The first group was from Technique Sect while the second group was from Sky Demon Sect. The people from both sides were dumbfounded. What does it have to do with us? Everyone had heard of Sky Sword Mountain, especially their unparalleled sword intent and combat power. It was said that after comprehending sword intent, one could practice sword formation. Sword formation was the most terrifying. It was unparalleled in both offense and defense. They really didn't want to fight against experts from Sky Sword Mountain. In particular, this elder of Jinyuan City had comprehended the sword formation. Once the sword formation appeared, it crushed them. The Heavenly Demon Sect was quite convinced. They had no choice but to be convinced. Don't listen to that kid's nonsense. We just came in. He was the first to enter the 8 trigrams formation, said the one-armed man from Suzhou. Our Heavenly Demon Sect can testify that they were the ones who entered first. In order to avoid being targeted by Sky Sword Mountain's Jin Yuanqing, he hurriedly told him everything. Jin Yuanqing was even more certain that this young man had taken the item from Sky Sword Mountain. You people from the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Technique Sect sure have guts. How dare you speak such nonsense? Who saw me take anything? Lin Fei had nothing better to do, so he decided to tease these guys. It was pointless to explore the secret realm. Since he was here, he had to have fun. It seems that you don't intend to hand over the item. I will take it myself. Jin Yuanqing snorted coldly and a sword array appeared behind him. A total of 18 flying swords flew over. The 18 flying swords were not far from Lin Fei and they displayed 18 different sword techniques. They were neat and orderly but they were very powerful. You are in me, and I am in you. Chapter 4292. As soon as Jinyuan City's sword formation appeared, everyone felt a chill in their faces. This coldness was not an ordinary kind of coldness. They would not be able to withstand it, let alone resist it. The experts of Sky Demon Sect and Law Faction were shocked. They knew that the experts of Sky Sword Mountain were invincible. The elder of Jin Yuanqing had displayed his terrifying strength. 18 flying swords and 18 sword techniques were not to be underestimated. Even they might not be able to withstand it. They wanted to know what the young man had taken from Sky Sword Mountain. Why would the elder of Jin Yuanqing take action personally and use the sword array? Once the sword array was activated, death was inevitable. No one had ever been able to withstand the power of the sword array. Now, I will ask you one question. Are you going to hand it over or not? Either you die under my sword or you leave this place alive. The 18 flying swords that Jin Yuanqing controlled did not attack the young man immediately. He wanted to let the young man know his deterrent power and make him surrender without a fight. After all, the young man was just an inborn realm expert. Once he activated the sword array, the inborn realm expert would be killed like an ant, unless he was a chi refining realm expert. However, it was impossible for a chi refining realm expert to come here. Therefore, the young man had no other choice but to hand over the item. If Jin Yuanqing was not afraid that the people of Sky Demon Sect and Law Faction would talk nonsense, he would have killed the young man and taken the item from him. He would not have to go through so much trouble. Let's just fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? If I were you, I would attack without saying a word. Show me your strength first. Sure enough, I'm getting old, and my brain isn't as clear as it used to be. Jin Yuanqing was most afraid of people saying that he was old. Old meant that he had nothing and his potential had reached its limit. He could not be compared to the young man at all. Based on what you said, I will chop off your 4 limbs first. Let's see if you will explain yourself later. Jin Yuanqing did not intend to be polite. Since this guy did not care about his reputation, he would be ruthless. 18 flying swords whizzed over, and 18 sword techniques were displayed once again. When the 18 sword techniques were displayed, the overwhelming sword prowess left everyone in awe. One sword technique is already so powerful, let alone 18 sword techniques. The elders of Heavenly Sword Mountain are truly amazing. Hua, hua, hua. The flames in front of Lin Fei instantly transformed into a stream of light. As the stream of light moved, it became like a canopy of the sky, blocking all the sword moves. Although the 18 sword techniques were very powerful, they could not do anything to Lin Fei at all. The flowing light of the flames flowed continuously, easily blocking everything. It seemed impossible to break it in a short period of time. Show me everything you've got. Let me see how much you've learned about the sword array. I can see that your sword art diagram is just a facade. It doesn't have any power at all. Even the Heavenly Sword Mountain is only a so-so. Shut up. You have no right to judge Heavenly Sword Mountain. Jin Yuanqing was enraged. He controlled the sword array again. All the flying swords instantly transformed into a huge sword and slashed down. It was much more powerful than before. This slash caused everyone's heart to tremble. It was as though the sword had landed on their hearts, causing them to become muddle-headed. I heard that Jin Yuanqing's Elders Guild has a powerful sword technique called Heart Sword. This sword doesn't slash the surface, but the soul. Once the soul is slashed, it is equivalent to losing everything. The person will become muddle-headed. The expression of the expert from Heavenly Demon Sect turned gloomy. He seemed to have recalled something and there was a flash of terror in his eyes. I don't believe that you won't be affected by my heart sword. Jin Yuanqing used his unique sword technique, Heart Sword. It was not easy for him to comprehend the unique technique of Heavenly Sword Mountain. Currently, there were only a few people in Heavenly Sword Mountain who could use it. He was one of them. Ordinary people were not qualified to enjoy the power of his sword. He had to block the sword array first. However, Jin Yuanqing still used the Heart Sword to prevent any accidents from happening. Although this sword consumed a lot of heart power, as long as he could seriously injure his opponent, he would naturally be able to take back the items from Heavenly Sword Mountain. Although the sword was blocked by the flaming flowing light, Jin Yuanqing did not care. After all, the power of the Heart Sword wasn't reflected on the surface. Instead, it was reflected in the depths of the person. I didn't expect Heavenly Sword Mountain to have such a unique technique. It is indeed unbelievable. However, your comprehension is too weak. Its true power is not like this. Today, I am in a good mood. I will let you see what the real Heart Sword is. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He raised his hand and swung his sword. There was no trace of this sword. Everyone thought that it was an ordinary sword. However, in the next second, Jin Yuanqing let out a groan and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. He retreated more than 10 steps before he stopped. Even after he stopped, Jin Yuanqing's face was pale and muddle-headed. He only came to his senses after 15 minutes. "You, who are you?" After Jin Yuanqing came back to his senses, he was filled with fear and wariness. That was because he had been hit by the Heart Sword. The Heart Sword was much more terrifying than his Heart Sword. He didn't know how much power the Heart Sword had used. However, if the Heart Sword had used its full power, he felt that the sword could have turned him into a vegetable. His consciousness would have been wiped out and he would only be left with an empty shell. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Jin Yuanqing had also witnessed the true power of the Heart Sword. His power could only make one dazed and muddle-headed for a short period of time. It was nothing compared to the Heart Sword. Was this person from Heavenly Sword Mountain? Jin Yuanqing had never seen this person before. Who I am isn't important. What's important is how did my sword feel? Was it enjoyable? Why don't I give you another sword? Lin Fei smiled and looked over. How could Jin Yuanqing dare to experience that sword strike again? That sword strike had almost taken half of his life. The other 3 sword intent experts behind Jin Yuanqing couldn't feel how terrifying the sword was. However, Jin Yuanqing could see the changes in Elder Jin Yuanqing's eyes. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the sword was. Elder Jin, he is alone. Why don't we attack him together? We are all sword intent experts. Why can't we take him down? That's right. He is alone. We have so many people. If we work together, we can exhaust him to death. The few sword intent experts weren't convinced with the Heart Sword. Shut up. If you want to die, go ahead. I won't keep you. Jin Yuanqing snorted coldly. We will leave the item from Heavenly Sword Mountain with you for now. When the time comes, Heavenly Sword Mountain will come to take it back. Chapter 4293. Everyone was surprised that Elder Jin Yuanqing took the initiative to retreat. You are an elder expert of Sky Sword Mountain, and you even cultivate sword formations. Are you still not a match for that person? It was hard for them to accept. Jin Yuanqing really retreated to the side with his men, but his mood fluctuated a lot. No one could figure out what Jin Yuanqing was thinking, but there was no doubt that this young man made Jin Yuanqing's elders afraid. Perhaps it was because of that sword. The others did not hear the conversation between the two clearly. Only the experts of Sky Sword Mountain with the Conception Realm knew something. That sword might be the Heart Sword. That was the only way to make Elder Jin Yuanqing fearful. That was why he said such a thing. When the item is in my hands, I will be happy to keep it safe for you. When Sky Sword Mountain is capable of doing so, feel free to come and take it. I, Lin Fei, will return it to you without hesitation, Lin Fei said with a smile. However, speaking of which, I really don't care about the things that your Heavenly Sword Mountain has. Only you treat them as treasures. In my eyes, they are nothing. Why don't your Heavenly Sword Mountain give me something good? Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might give you a big gift. As for Jin Yuanqing's scheme, Lin Fei could see it clearly. He wanted to make himself the target of everyone. After all, the items from the Heavenly Sword Mountain were definitely good stuff. Once the news spread, the factions in the Kunlun Mystery Realm would definitely make a move. At that time, the Heavenly Sword Mountain would only need to move their lips and they would be able to get the items back easily. There were many people or forces that wanted to curry favor with Sky Sword Mountain. Jin Yuanqing did not believe Lin Fei's words. What could you possibly have in your hands? You can't deceive anyone, but you want to deceive Sky Sword Mountain. Do you think everyone is as gullible as a 3-year-old? Ignore. I must ignore. Calm down, calm down. Jin Yuanqing took a deep breath and told himself. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and fight with this guy. In the end, it would only benefit the people of Sky Demon Sect and Technique Sect. The items in Divine Dragon Mystery Land were good stuff. He had to conserve his strength before entering. He would leave the Heavenly Sword Mountain in Lin Fei's hands for the time being. In any case, even if it could run away, it could not run away forever. The people from the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Technique Sect took a deep breath and remembered Lin Fei. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Otherwise, it would be their turn to have a headache. Originally, they were still concerned about Jinyuan City, the Sky Sword Mountain Elder. However, it seemed that there was no need for that anymore. Lin Fei had already set his eyes on Jinyuan City. With Lin Fei present, Jinyuan City of Heavenly Sword Mountain would have to think twice if he wanted to snatch anything good. While everyone was talking, waves of forces also began to come from other directions. Clearly, everyone's speed was not slow. Everyone knows that the early bird gets there first. He had to get to the entrance of the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm first. Ha 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 ha. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the entrance to the Divine Dragon Mystic Land. This is the Divine Dragon Gate. It can only be opened by gathering 10 Divine Dragon Keys. It looks like I'm not too late. At this time, a forthright voice rang out. Everyone looked over subconsciously. After seeing this person, Jinyuan City of Heavenly Sword Mountain was the first to have a change in expression. One of the 4 kings, the Heaven Eye King, is here. Has he been in seclusion all this while? Why would he come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Land at this time? After Jinyuan City knew that this person was here, the competition for the Divine Dragon Mystic Land would be even more difficult. The previous Lin Fei was already unfathomable. Another 4 kings had arrived. This was more stressful than expected. Yi Zixuan also recognized this Heaven Eye King. She whispered to Lin Fei, this person is one of the 4 kings of the Kunlun Mystic Land. His name is Heaven Eye King. He is the strongest expert below the 6 Supremes. I didn't expect him to come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Land. It seems that the competition this time will be very intense. Lin Fei had heard of this when he was at Danding Gate previously. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. This person is indeed an expert. He has reached the pinnacle of the next realm. No wonder he can become one of the 4 kings. After taking a glance, Lin Fei's interest was piqued. This was because the other party was indeed very strong. He was the strongest existence in history. At least on this earth. He was much stronger than the strongest experts from the Western world's Dark Church and Radiant Church. They were obviously not on the same level. The Kunlun mystic land was really hiding its strength. There was actually such an expert. Lin Fei had never heard of the 6 Supremes. Since the 4 kings were experts at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 10, the 6 Supremes should have broken through to Qi cultivation stage and reached the foundation establishment realm. After Qi cultivation stage, it would naturally be the foundation establishment realm. Their entire level of life would undergo a huge change. It was appropriate to describe them as Supremes. The 6 Supremes were fewer than expected. Heaven Eye Monarch's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Sky Sword Mountain's Elder Jean Yuanqing. He smiled and said, "Elder Jean, long time no see. Your sword intent has become much more condensed. Congratulations. You are not far from breaking through to Qi cultivation stage." If it was during normal times, Jean Yuanqing would definitely feel proud. It wasn't easy to gain recognition. However, after suffering a loss from Lin Fei, he didn't think so anymore. "Senior, you must be joking. I am still some distance away from Qi cultivation stage. If I can enter Qi cultivation stage in my lifetime, this old man will be satisfied." Jean Yuanqing wasn't joking. At his current realm, it was still somewhat difficult to break through to Qi cultivation stage. Although he already had the strength of Qi cultivation stage, it wasn't the true Qi cultivation stage. Therefore, his sword formation couldn't display its true power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this just now. On the other hand, this old man has to admit his inferiority to this young man's strength. Nowadays, each generation is surpassing the previous one. This old man has no choice but to admit his old age. Jean Yuanqing let out a long sigh. He directly pointed out Lin Fei. "If this old man can't deal with you, then I'll let Heaven Eye Monarch deal with you." Heaven Eye Monarch likes talented people the most. The 4 heavenly kings were the strongest experts under Supremes in the Kunlun mystic realm. Anyone who had fought with the 4 heavenly kings had all lost. They had fought with their true strength and didn't rely on bragging. Everyone was convinced of the strength of the 4 heavenly kings. When Yi Zixuan heard this, she cursed in her heart. She quickly said, "Lin Fei, you have to be careful. This Jean Yuanqing is too evil. From what I know, Heaven Eye Monarch's greatest hobby is to spar with others. He especially likes to spar with those talented people. In his opinion, having talent without strength is a waste of talent. This kind of person shouldn't be alive. Therefore, countless talented experts have died in his hands. In private, people call him the Pride Slayer." Chapter 4294. This nickname isn't small at all. He's actually targeting the geniuses. He's a little narrow-minded. This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. In fact, Lin Fei didn't see many people like him. However, he didn't expect to meet one here. After Jean Yuanqing said this, he could clearly sense that the Celestial Eye Monarch's gaze had changed. Obviously, he had heard Jean Yuanqing's words. After all, Jean Yuanqing was one of the elders of Sky Sword Mountain. His words had some credibility. "Elder Jean, could it be that you've suffered in the hands of this kid? If that's true, then you've lived all these years in vain." Heaven Eye Monarch laughed out loud. His gaze instantly fell on Lin Fei and started sizing him up. There doesn't seem to be much of a difference. Suddenly, Celestial Eye King stepped forward and punched. A huge phantom appeared and attacked Celestial Eye King's head. "Since Elder Jean said that you're a genius, then take a punch from me first. Otherwise, you can only say that you're unlucky." Sky Demon Sect, Technique Sect, and other forces took a deep breath. This was indeed Heaven Eye Monarch. He never considered the consequences of his actions, especially when it came to dealing with geniuses. He was very stubborn. As long as he met a genius, he would take a punch first. If he couldn't take it, then he wasn't a genius. If he could, then he was qualified to be a genius. Of course, these geniuses didn't have good days. Those geniuses in Kunlun's secret realm had to be careful when they went out. If they met Heaven Eye Monarch, they could only say that they were unlucky. If they had a backer, they might be able to keep their lives. Otherwise, they would only be left with a corpse. Hence, the people behind him called Heaven Eye Monarch an old pervert. Only such a person would dare to make a move on a genius. However, this kind of guy was living a good life, and he had a supreme being behind him. Anyone who wanted to deal with Heaven Eye Monarch would have to consider the supreme backing him. Heaven Eye Monarch, who was just a step away from becoming a supreme, might break through at any time. No one would force the Heavenly Eye King into a desperate situation. Once he was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Celestial Eye King was also tactful. As long as he was fighting against the geniuses, they basically didn't have any powerful background. Naturally, he wouldn't fight against those who were famous. At most, he would spar with them. As for the rest, he wouldn't be so lucky. If he couldn't block them, he would die. Even if he blocked them, he would still die. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan's hearts were in their throats. They didn't expect the Heavenly Eye King to make a move just like that. A moment ago, they couldn't see his movements, but in the next moment, he directly attacked. He was indeed the legendary Heavenly Eye King, who hid a knife behind his smile. It's up to you to decide whether I'm a Heaven's chosen one or not. You old thing, you've lived for too long. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His sword will emerged and instantly turned into a sword formation. Are you sure that I'm a genius or not? Break my sword formation first. Otherwise, stop blabbering over there. As soon as the sword formation appeared in front of Lin Fei, it blocked the power of the Heavenly Eye King's punch. All the power bombarded the sword formation. The sword formation didn't change at all. Even Lin Fei didn't move at all. Jin Yuanqing's expression changed slightly. He stared at Lin Fei and said, "This guy can also use a sword formation. This sword formation seems to be of a higher level than our Sky Sword Mountains. How is this possible? It seems like it won't be easy for the Heavenly Eye King to break it." The power of the Heavenly Eye King's punch wasn't that easy to resist. When everyone felt that Lin Fei couldn't resist it, the sword formation blocked it just like that. The Heavenly Eye King was also slightly surprised. He looked at Jin Yuanqing. This glance made Jin Yuanqing's hair stand on end. He didn't want to be misunderstood by the Heavenly Eye King. Hence, he quickly explained, "Senior, this person isn't from our Sky Sword Mountain. We don't know where he learned this sword formation. However, it has nothing to do with our Sky Sword Mountain. Senior, please do whatever you want." The Heavenly Eye King was still afraid of the Sky Sword Mountain. After all, the Sky Sword Mountain had a supreme expert. He was also a sword cultivator. His strength was unfathomable. He had to understand this matter first. After listening to the explanation, the Heavenly Eye King felt relieved. He also understood why Jin Yuanqing couldn't handle the other party. This kid's sword formation was somewhat unusual. The power of the punch didn't penetrate the sword formation. Immediately, he knew that this person was qualified to be a genius. It's just a tortoise shell. Watch how I break it. The Heavenly Eye King laughed and rushed forward. Fist shadows appeared from all directions. The entire hall instantly turned into a hellish place. The punches landed on the sword formation. At this moment, no one knew how many punches the Heavenly Eye King had thrown. No one knew what the Heavenly Eye King had used. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Under such a powerful killing move, even if the young man had a sword formation that was known as a tortoise shell, he probably wouldn't be able to block the fist technique. The solid voice seemed to fall on the bottom of everyone's heart. They felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Eye King's strength was unfathomable. However, only a few people had seen the Heavenly Eye King in action. Now, their horizons had been broadened. The existence of such an abnormal old man was simply a nightmare for the geniuses. Whoever encountered him would die. At the same time, everyone was also afraid of Jin Yuanqing of the Sky Sword Mountain. This guy had made the Heavenly Eye King attack with just a few words. The young man was really unlucky to encounter such a situation. The situation didn't seem right. Under such a fish technique, it seemed like there was no possibility of survival. However, some people with sharp eyes saw some clues. The sword formation didn't seem to be broken. It seemed like the sword formation was on the verge of collapse. However, under the fish technique, the sword formation was able to withstand it. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This kid seemed to have a strong background. Could it be that he came from a top-notch sect to gain experience? If that was the case, the Heavenly Eye King would be in trouble. The revenge of a top-notch sect was very terrifying. Even if the Heavenly Eye King suffered a small loss, it would still make him lose face. The fist technique is powerful. However, the essence of the fish technique isn't there yet. No wonder you are stuck in this realm. Lin Fei laughed. You want to break my tortoise shell with this fish technique? I can only say that you are thinking too much. Go back and practice for another 100 years. The Heavenly Eye King's figure appeared. No wonder you're so calm. It turns out that this sword formation of yours is not simple at all. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Tell me your master's name. Maybe I'll recognize him and spare your life. The Heavenly Eye King didn't intend to fight anymore. At the very least, this kid had a strong background. He was afraid that he would fight the wrong person. It would be troublesome if he provoked the person behind this kid. One shouldn't think that the Heavenly Eye King wasn't smart. In fact, he was smarter than anyone else. Because of his intelligence, he was able to survive until now. Moreover, he had the support of a supreme. Old abnormal old man, when will there be a time when you are afraid? You don't intend to continue fighting. If you don't do it, it will just be a tortoise shell. With your strength, can't you break it? Suddenly, another figure rushed in. It stopped not far away. Chapter 4295. The moment the voice appeared, Heaven Eye King's expression changed. He looked over and said, "It's you, B****. You're always so direct. I'm going to kill you one day." When the others saw this figure, they all took a deep breath. Another one of the four kings, the Poison King, had come. Heaven Eye King loved to bully geniuses. Then the Poison King was someone who was neither good nor evil. He could be a good guy or a bad guy. It all depended on luck. The Poison King's methods were very powerful. His poison skills were earth-shattering. No one knew when he had poisoned someone. Maybe when he was talking, or maybe when he had just arrived. Either way, you would be poisoned. Therefore, most people didn't like to stand with the Poison King. They would stay as far away from him as possible. Everyone took a step back when they saw the Poison King. They couldn't afford to offend him. Then just do it. I will stand here and let you kill me. I don't care even if you kill me 100 times. Don't be a coward. I hate cowards the most. I think you, Celestial Eye Monarch, are suitable to be a coward. The King of Poisons laughed and said mercilessly. Heaven Eye King didn't dare to do anything. He had suffered a lot in the hands of the Poison King. He was still afraid. The Poison King was the most troublesome one among the four kings. He was rarely seen and spent his time studying poison. He was very good at it. Who knew what kind of trump card he had? It was said that even the Supremes had to respect the Poison King. One could imagine how influential the Poison King was. It was obvious that once the Poison King broke through to a higher level, even the Supremes would have to be careful. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm here for the Divine Dragon's secret territory. I don't have time to waste here. Heaven Eye King humphed coldly. He didn't want to fight the Poison King. The Poison King turned his head to look at Lin Fei. Kid, you're not bad. Who is your master? For him to be able to teach you such strength, he might even be someone from Heavenly Sword Mountain. The Poison King had been here for a while. Therefore, he knew what was going on. That was why he jumped out to embarrass Heaven Eye King. As one of the 4 kings, he couldn't even take care of a Heaven's chosen one. It was indeed embarrassing. The Poison King loved to mock the Heaven Eye King. I don't have a master, so I have to learn everything by myself. Plus, no matter how powerful Heavenly Sword Mountain's sword formation is, could it be stronger than my sword formation? Senior, your eyesight is a bit lacking. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone on the scene admired Lin Fei's courage. He actually dared to talk to the King of Poisons like that. Wasn't he afraid of being poisoned by the King of Poisons? I also know that you, the Poison King, have just placed 3 types of poisons here. None of them are effective, but when mixed together, they can create a powerful effect. Am I right? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The first thing he did was to check it out. There was nothing he could do. The Poison King's poison was very potent. If he were to fall for it, there would be nothing he could say. No matter how hard they checked, they couldn't find anything wrong with him. He seemed fine. However, Lin Fei's strength told them that he might be telling the truth. The Poison King laughed and said, "You're really interesting. You can even see through this. Do you think I should kill you? It would be a pity if I don't kill you. I think it's better to capture you and make you my disciple. People like you are really suitable to be my disciple. Nobody can see through this, not even the Celestial Eye King. But if you can see through it, then it's different." The Poison King was very surprised. Although the kid didn't say what the 3 poisons were, the Poison King knew that the kid knew what the 3 poisons were. The fact that he dared to say something like that meant he was very confident in his own strength. No wonder he dared to offend the Heaven Eye King. Now, he dared to talk to the Poison King like that. I haven't seen a kid like you in a long time. Don't worry. I won't kill you. When the Divine Dragon's secret territory is over, I will take you out. The Poison King was getting more and more interested in the kid. Take me out. Forget it. I am not interested in being your disciple. Lin Fei shook his head. I can see that you are talented. If you are willing to be my disciple, I can teach you some real skills. It won't be as shallow as it is now. I am just talking to you. My poison skills are unparalleled. Do you really think that your poison skills are better than mine? The Poison King thought that the kid was interesting. It had been a long time since someone dared to talk to him like that. In the past, he would have killed the kid with his poison skills. He wouldn't have listened to the kid talk nonsense. Yes, I gave you a chance. You just didn't cherish it. Don't blame me. Ordinary people don't have the right to do that. Lin Fei shook his head. Poison King, I think you should just kill this kid. Listen to what he said. Even I want to kill him now, Heaven Eye Monarch said casually. The Poison King looked at Heaven Eye King and said, that is why I am different from you. You want to kill all the geniuses you see, but I only want to torture them to death. That is more interesting. Struggle in pain and regret in pain. That is the highest level. Heaven Eye King, don't fall into my hands. Maybe one day, I will make you suffer. I will make you wish you were dead. The conversation between the two masters shocked everyone. They were talking about killing each other. They were the only ones who were qualified to say that. As you wish. But let's talk about it after we get out of the Divine Dragon's secret territory. Heaven Eye King waved his hand and the dragon key flew out. As soon as the key flew out, it was sucked into the dragon statue. A part of the dragon statue lit up. If you have the Divine Dragon key, take it out. Don't blame me, Celestial Eye Monarch, for finding the Divine Dragon key myself. Celestial Eye Monarch's cold eyes swept across the crowd. Without saying a word, everyone took out their Divine Dragon keys. The stone dragon statue began to glow. A part of it was shining here and there. The dragon was about to fully shine. Everyone wanted to see it. Once the dragon started to shine, it would be like it was alive. Maybe the entrance to the Divine Dragon's secret territory would open. Everyone was looking forward to it. Soon, everyone noticed that there were still 2 missing pieces of the Divine Dragon key. This was because there were still 2 missing parts of the dragon's body that had not been fully activated. Everyone looked at each other. They were all anxious. Where did the last 2 Divine Dragon keys go? Heaven Eye King and the Poison King started to look around. There had to be 10 keys to open the Divine Dragon's secret territory. And this time, the appearance of the sinkhole meant that all 10 keys had been born. Chapter 4296. The last 2 Divine Dragon keys did not appear. Everyone's hearts tightened. They couldn't possibly say that they had made a wasted trip, right? It wasn't easy for them to make it here. Yet, they were told that there were no Divine Dragon keys. Wouldn't that make everyone speechless? Everyone wanted to enter the Divine Dragon mysterious land. It was a legendary place. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could at least drink some soup. Only Yi Zixuan knew that the last 2 keys were in Lin Fei's hands. However, she didn't understand why Lin Fei didn't take out the Divine Dragon keys. Was he not going to enter the Divine Dragon mysterious land? Yi Zixuan didn't dare to ask or say anything. She could only watch quietly. Since the other 2 kings are here, there's no need to hide anymore. You can't possibly say that you 2 are planning to sneak up behind and be the fisherman, right? That's very embarrassing, Lin Fei said. Heaven Eye King and Poison King's expressions changed. They didn't sense anyone lurking around them. If they were to secretly succeed, wouldn't they be able to plot against them at the critical moment? Then wouldn't the things that they had worked so hard to obtain become the spoils of war in the hands of others? Come out. How dare you continue hiding in front of me, Poison King? Poison King suddenly snorted. He waved his hand and the 5-colored powder flew out, instantly merging into the air. Whoosh! 2 figures appeared in an inconspicuous place in front of them. Ripples were already swaying around these 2 figures, producing hissing sounds. The 2 figures appeared. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. All 4 kings were here. It was fine if Heaven Eye King and Poison King were here, but now that the other 2 kings were here, things were getting interesting. One of the remaining 2 was called 3 Stones Divine King, and the other was Demon King Tianju. These 4 kings were the strongest below the 6 supremes. Now that all 4 kings had arrived, the situation was clearly a little different. Poison King, your poison technique is getting more and more powerful. I didn't expect you to successfully cultivate the 5-color powder. No wonder you could see through us. Demon King Tianju, who was dressed in black, chuckled. Then, he turned to look at Lin Fei. He raised his hand and a black light shot out. I don't know what method you used to see through our existence, but people like you must die. As soon as the black light appeared, everyone heard a ghostly wail and their faces turned pale. Everyone realized that this was the famous demon blade of the Heaven's End Demon King. It was said to be infused with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. When the blade struck out, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. It could affect people's emotions, and they fell for it unknowingly. Before the black light could even get close to Lin Fei, it was torn into pieces by a wave of sword intent. The ghostly wails and wolf howls immediately stopped. I exposed you, yet you still have the nerve to attack me. Your skin is truly thick, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Unfortunately, your technique isn't that good. It can't even move my mind. It can only scare normal people. Tianmu King saw that Demon King Tianju was defeated and he was delighted. At least, he had met one. As for him, he was the only one who was embarrassed. Brother Tianju, you can't be soft on such matters. You have to deal with him first. I will cheer you on from behind. Don't let this kid step on your head. Tianmu King said intentionally. If you let the Celestial Eye Monarch deal with Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't think of doing so. That fellow's sword formation is ridiculously strong. Demon King Tianju's blade technique was the most overbearing and ferocious. Since the blade and sword were enemies, it was best for him to attack. Since one blade failed, Demon King slashed out 3 more times. The 3 blades turned into streaks of light and wailed like ghosts and wolves. Their strength increased by a lot. No matter what, he had to kill this kid first. To be able to see through them, his eyesight wasn't simple. It was best to kill such a person as soon as possible. After the 3 blades, they were blocked by Lin Fei's sword formation. Don't stop, continue. If you can, then kill me on the spot. Otherwise, just stand still. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the 4 kings. Although they were strong and had the strength of a Qi refinement realm expert, they were still far from what he had imagined. Now, Lin Fei had the Tree of Life to continuously heal his body. His injuries were also recovering bit by bit. Every time he recovered, his strength improved. In comparison, his strength was like a rocket. Even if Lin Fei did not make a move, Guan Yu's sword array would be able to easily block the combined attacks of the 4 kings. Brother Tianju, I think this kid's sword formation isn't ordinary. Let's not waste time on it. Let's go into the Divine Dragon's secret realm first. 3 Stones God King said. His voice was deep and heavy. There was a loud buzzing sound. Demon King Tianju really didn't attack again. With those 3 blades, he had tested his opponent's strength. He was actually another Qi refinement realm expert. No wonder Heaven Eye King was at a disadvantage. Kid, your strength is not bad. To be able to block 3 of my blades, you can be considered an expert. Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate, I will let you go for now. There won't be such a good chance next time. Demon King Tianju found a way out of this embarrassing situation. If it wasn't for the sword formation's shocking defense, Demon King Tianju would have killed this guy long ago. He wouldn't have to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. No matter what, Demon King Tianju remembered this person. In the Divine Dragon's secret realm, don't give him a chance to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. I feel that you will definitely come and beg me later. Although you are one of the 4 kings below the Supremes, I really don't care. Bullying others just because you are strong is something that I really don't approve of. If you apologize to me now, you might feel better later on. Otherwise. Lin Fei chuckled. Hee hee. Lin Fei said with a chuckle. When the Demon King of Heaven's End stopped attacking, everyone realized that this young man should be a Qi cultivating expert who had broken through the Xiantian realm. They should have guessed it from the beginning. To be able to block Heaven Eye King's attack so easily wasn't something a Xiantian realm expert could do. They actually did not receive any news about such a young Qi cultivating realm expert. In the Kunlun Mystic Realm, there was going to be another expert. In the Kunlun Mystic Realm, only a Qi refinement realm expert could be considered a true top-notch expert. Those below Qi condensation were all ants. Jin Yuanqing of Heavenly Sword Mountain sucked in a breath of cold air. With this scene in front of them, the opponent was definitely a Qi disciple expert. To be able to withstand Heaven and Demon King's attack, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 4297. Heaven and Demon King felt that this was the funniest thing he had ever heard. Beg the other party. He was thinking too much. He was one of the 4 kings below the Supreme Being. When would he beg others? The other 3 stones Divine King did not believe this kid's words either. It was just that the sword array in his hands was more powerful. If they were to make a move, the other party would not be able to hold on at all. It was just that it was not the right time to make a move. There were so many people present. Once the news spread, they would more or less bear the hat of bullying the weak. Although they would not care much, they would more or less feel uncomfortable. They weren't like the Celestial Eye Monarch, who would want to fight the moment he saw a powerful genius. If he couldn't block the first punch, he would die. If he could block the second punch, he would also die. They weren't shameless enough to do that. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were also worried for Lin Fei. He was one of the 4 kings below the Supreme Being level. There were not many people who spoke like that. Don't worry, they will definitely come and beg me. You should know. Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Yi Zixuan obviously knew what Lin Fei meant. After all, both keys were in his hands. If they wanted to enter the Divine Dragon's secret realm, they would really have to beg Lin Fei. Perhaps everyone did not agree with him before, but after fighting against Heaven and Demon King, everyone did not think so anymore. He was definitely a ruthless person. The one who fought would know. The one who fought would regret it. Jin Yuanqing from the Sky Sword Mountain was probably regretting his actions. He had offended such a potential expert. Moreover, this expert was a sword cultivator. His sword array was not any weaker than his sword array. Heaven and Demon King and the other 3 kings did not make any more moves. Their eyes fell on the giant dragon. However, there were still a few parts of the dragon that had not been activated. I still have a Divine Dragon Key. 3 stones Divine King threw out a key. An area had been activated. Heavens and Demon King also threw out a key and activated an area. This time, the entire dragon was almost completely activated. Everyone quickly realized that there seemed to be a missing part of the dragon that had not been activated. No, it was 2 parts. In other words, 8 Divine Dragon Keys had appeared. The remaining 2 Divine Dragon Keys were gone. Everyone had made a wasted trip. Everyone looked at each other, hoping to see the remaining 2 Dragon God Keys. Who has the key? Stop hiding it and take it out to open the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. Demon King Tinjua snorted coldly and glared at them. I don't have the Divine Dragon Key with me. Not here either. Everyone shook their heads. Heavens and Demon King said coldly. Only with 10 keys here can this gigantic dragon be activated. If not, just the remaining 8 keys won't be able to activate it. That also means that there are still 2 keys here. Do you insist on hiding them? Don't blame this king for taking action. Heavens and Demon King was furious. There was actually someone playing tricks here. Heaven Eye Monarch chuckled. Brother Tianju's words are my words. Now that you've hidden the Divine Dragon Key, don't blame me for being rude. The 4 kings all expressed their opinions. The people present still did not move. The 2 parts of the giant dragon were still not activated. In other words, they were only 1 step away from the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. That was the worst thing that could happen to them. I think everyone should stop looking. The last 2 keys are with me. However, I don't want to hand them over now. What do you think we should do? Just as everyone was wondering if they had hidden the Divine Dragon Key from each other, they suddenly heard Lin Fei's voice. Everyone subconsciously turned to look at him. Seeing that it was Lin Fei who said it, everyone stopped talking. He was a ruthless person. Even Heaven's End Demon King could not take him down, let alone the rest of them. They could only watch the show. More importantly, this guy had actually hidden 2 divine dragon keys. This was truly inconceivable. It took a lot of effort to get 1 divine dragon key, but this brat actually had 2 divine dragon keys. No wonder he was so calm. Heaven's End Demon King and the rest looked over. They felt that they had seen wrongly. This guy actually had 2 divine dragon keys. Since the divine dragon key is with you, take it out. Don't let us waste time here. Heaven Eye King chuckled. The divine dragon key might be nothing in the hands of others, but if it was with this guy, it would be interesting. Brat, you really are brave. You actually hid 2 divine dragon keys. The Poison King laughed. He felt that he had misjudged Lin Fan. He dared to say such a thing to the 4 of them. He was really brave. Lin Fei said. Yes, I am. Because I am strong enough, I have 2 divine dragon keys. However, I am very unhappy with Heaven's End Demon King and Heaven Eye King. How should I say this? I am happy that you want to enter the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. Otherwise, don't even think about entering the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. Heaven's End Demon King and Heaven Eye King were shocked. They felt that this guy was too lawless. Just because he had withstood their attacks, he thought that he had the strength to fight with them. The 4 kings' reputation was not just for show. They had fought for it with their strength. Who knew how many people had died in their hands? No one had ever dared to say such a thing to them. You said that I would take the initiative to beg you. It seems that you are wrong. You didn't just offend me, but the 4 of us. Heaven's End Demon King revealed his white teeth. There was an endless cold light. Lin Fei said calmly. You can try and see if the 4 kings will attack together. I don't think they will join forces with you. My sword formation is not as simple as you think it is. Whoosh. The huge sword formation instantly turned into a stream of light. The stream of light turned from big to small. In the end, only a black dot was left. When the black dot appeared, the Heaven Eye Monarch, the Poison Monarch, and even the 3 stones Divine Monarch's expressions changed. For example, the 4 kings' expressions changed. They felt the aura of death from the sword. Even Jinyuan City, who was not far away, squinted his eyes. His pupils shrank as he felt a terrifying chill. Who is that guy? Why does he have the Sky Sword Mountain secret technique? Moreover, the power of this secret technique is not inferior to the Supreme Master's. Is he infinitely close to the Supreme Master realm? Jinyuan City's breathing quickened. How do you feel about my sword? Why don't I start with you? You can look at Heaven's End Demon King. When Heaven's End Demon King was looked at, he revealed a hollow smile. Brother, wait. Let's talk. Chapter 4298. Lin Fei's sword wasn't an ordinary sword. If these great chi cultivating experts could not even see this point, then it would be too big of a failure. Inborn experts could at most see that this sword was extraordinary, but it was hard to say how powerful it was. However, it was definitely not something they could block easily. Lin Fei chuckled. Who was the one who said it was impossible? Say it again. In any case, the 2 divine dragon keys are in my hands. Without them, none of you can enter. Of course, I don't mind if you use force, as long as you have the ability. Heaven's End Demon King's face grew ugly. Even the others looked the same. After all, they had wanted to fight just now. Misunderstanding, this must be a misunderstanding. I think the Divine Dragon Mystery Land is right in front of us. If you have any thoughts, you can say it. We can discuss it together. We all have the same goal. Who didn't want to enter the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? The Poison King said as a good guy. No one would be happy to encounter such a situation. However, this brat was not someone they could take down for the time being. They could feel how terrifying the sword was. It was definitely the power of the pinnacle of chi refinement realm. No one dared to take it head-on. Moreover, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't be killed by the killer move when fighting such a person. It was simply impossible for everyone to work together as one. They might be the four kings, the strongest existence below the supremes, but in reality, they were scheming against each other. However, in reality, they were all scheming against each other. Both of them wanted to become the seventh supreme being, wishing for one of them to die. Brother Heaven's End, what you said just now was a bit too much. See what this little brother wants. You have to satisfy him. Don't you agree? 3 stones God King said. The change in this scene was really too fast, and it was hard for people to accept it all at once. Heaven's End Demon King wanted to cry. He wasn't the first to find trouble with this kid. Heaven Eye King was the first to attack. There was also Sky Sword Mountain's elder Enchanting. He was also the first to attack. He couldn't just let himself be the scapegoat for everything, right? He was one of the 4 kings, not an ordinary person. If it was in the past, Heaven's End Demon King would have attacked long ago. He wouldn't have thought so much. Right now, there was no other way. He had met a tough opponent. In that instant, the Demon King of Heaven's End turned to look at Jinyuan City and his eyes turned cold. No matter what, someone had to be the scapegoat first. Heavenly Sword Mountain's Gold Origin City was undoubtedly the most suitable target. Let's beat them half to death first. Brother, I saw that Elder Enchanting from Heavenly Sword Mountain was disrespectful to you earlier. I feel that someone like him should apologize to you. Don't think that Heavenly Sword Mountain is very powerful. In my eyes, they are nothing much. Enchanting felt that he had been shot while lying down. What was this? Just as he was about to explain, he saw Demon King Tianjue raise his hand and slash at him. Senior Tianju, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't fight. Enchanting's hair stood on end and his sword array flew up immediately. One of the 4 kings, Heaven End Demon King, actually made a move. Although one of them used a saber and the other used a sword, the distance between the two was too great. It was not something that Jinyuan City could resist. After 5 slashes, Enchanting was sent flying with 1 slash. His body was covered with saber wounds. He was like a work of art that could break at any moment. Hurry up and kowtow to this brother and apologize. Don't think that Sky Sword Mountain is powerful that you can do whatever you want. In my eyes, you are just scum. You should know that not everyone can bully us. When the forces in the distance saw Enchanting of Sky Sword Mountain being chopped up like a dead dog, they secretly sucked in a breath of air. Fortunately, they hadn't gone to cause trouble for that person in the beginning. Otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble. Enchanting was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to get angry. Demon King Tianjue wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Although Sky Sword Mountain also had a supreme, these kings also had powerful backgrounds. He could only swallow his anger. Brother, please spare my life. Little brother, please spare me. I was wrong earlier. I should not have asked you for the item from Heavenly Sword Mountain. In the future, Heavenly Sword Mountain will never ask for it again. Just consider this item as a gift for you, little brother. Enchanting suppressed the helplessness in his heart and begged Yilin Fei for mercy. If he didn't speak honestly at this time, he might suffer even more. Although Heaven's End Demon King wouldn't kill him, if he was injured in this place and was killed by someone, he would really want to cry but no tears would come out. Sky Sword Mountain was really powerful. However, Demon King Tinjue wasn't simple either. As long as he didn't kill Jin Yuanqing, just injuring him wouldn't be a big deal. Demon King Tinjue knew how to control himself. "Brother, take a look. Did I do it well?" Demon King Tinjue laughed and threw a bottle of elixirs over. "I see that the friend behind you is injured. I didn't bring anyone else with me, but I have a bottle of top-grade elixirs. Since I don't need it, I'll give it to your friend." Without saying a word, the bottle of elixirs flew over and landed in Yi Zixuan's hands. Yi Zixuan took a look at the elixirs and took in a breath of cold air. This was the top-grade healing elixir in Kunlun's secret realm, the Heavenly Yuan Pill. One pill could help one recover from injuries and there were a total of 5 in the bottle. It was priceless. This gift was really too valuable. He's one of the 4 kings and has a lot of money. It's just a bottle of healing elixirs. You don't have to think so much. Just accept it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Poison King, I heard that the Divine Dragon's secret realm is quite dangerous. You should have quite a lot of poisonous items with you. It shouldn't be a problem to give a few to me as a friend, right? Lin Fei looked at the Poison King. No problem, it's a small matter. Coincidentally, I have some small things with me that are suitable for your friend. The Poison King took out his things and handed them over. Seeing this, Yi Zixuan knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. She was very grateful in her heart. This was something that belonged to the 4 kings. Even if it was just a small thing, if it was placed outside, it would make people's eyes go red. Since 2 of the kings had taken the initiative to take out their things, the remaining 2 kings didn't dare to think of anything else. They quickly took out more things to satisfy Lin Fei. Otherwise, they could forget about entering the Divine Dragon's secret realm. As for the rest, they could talk about it in the future. Lin Fei's thoughts were simple. If he didn't take out something from them, how could he open the Divine Dragon's secret realm so easily? It seemed like the 4 kings were quite smart. Yi Zixuan's mood was obvious. The things that they took out were not bad. Of course, that was only for Yi Zixuan. Remember the website. Chapter 4299. After the 4 kings couldn't take down Lin Fei, they had no choice but to use another method. They could tell that Yi Zixuan was just an ordinary innate. There were a bunch of such experts in the Kunlun mystery realm. However, no matter what, this person was following beside Lin Fei, so they definitely knew him. Hence, they decided to start with Yi Zixuan. Wasn't it just giving some gifts? So what? As long as they could open the Divine Dragon mystery realm, anything was fine. They just had to play around a little and they would definitely find a bunch of good stuff. Compared to the things he had given out, this little bit of effort was nothing. They all thought it through, so Yi Zixuan obtained a lot of things in a short while. The people from the major forces were all envious, wishing that they could replace Yi Zixuan and take all these things. It was simply too tempting. With these things, be it in terms of survival or increasing one's strength, it would be of great help. Where else could they find such a good thing? Yi Zixuan finally accepted the reality in front of her with much difficulty. She kept them with a peace of mind. She was even more grateful to Lin Fei. The more things she kept, the more the 4 kings' hearts sank. Good lad, why aren't you asking? I can't possibly take out all of my assets. However, they didn't dare to say such words. Who asked them to underestimate Lin Fei from the start, which resulted in such a mess? Luckily, Lin Fei finally opened his mouth. After Yi Zixuan took out a bunch of things. I can see your intentions. Isn't it just opening the Divine Dragon mystery realm? That's simple. However, before I open it, I need you to agree to a request of mine. Otherwise, I won't even bother to open this divine dragon mystery realm. The four kings had originally heaved a sigh of relief, but when they suddenly heard this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Wasn't he messing with them? I wonder what request Brother Lin has. As long as it's not too difficult, I, the Poison King, will definitely agree to it. The Poison King was the first to speak. Since he hadn't really fought with Lin Fei before, he naturally wouldn't offend him. Since it wasn't a difficult request, he naturally agreed to it. After the Poison King spoke, the remaining three kings didn't dare to say anything else. Didn't they see that the Poison King had already spoken? Actually, my request is very simple. After we enter the Divine Dragon's secret zone, no matter when we come out, the four of you owe me a treasure. This treasure must be a chi cultivating stage magic item at the very least. Only then will I activate the Divine Dragon's secret zone. Magic tools were naturally not something that ordinary weapons could compare to. They possessed heaven-defying might. Even if there were four of them, they only had one magic tool in their hands so far. If they really obtained one in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, they would have to hand it over. That would be difficult for them to accept. On second thought, the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm was the origin of Huaxia. There must be many artifacts in it. If they went in, they would be able to get 2 or 3 of them. It wouldn't be difficult for them to hand over one. In any case, Lin Fei did not ask for the grade of the artifact. When the time came, he would just give them the worst one. They did not breach the contract. If you don't have any objections, then write an IOU here, lest you act shamelessly and refuse to hand over the Dharma artifact. Lin Fei's words stunned them once again. After all, they were one of the 4 kings below the honorable martial artist. Since when did they have to write an IOU? However, when these words came from Lin Fei's mouth, the situation was completely different. They could tell that if they did not write the IOU, Lin Fei would definitely not activate the Divine Dragon's secret zone. After all, he had 2 Divine Dragon keys. They were the 4 strongest people below the honorable martial artist. They did not expect to suffer losses at the hands of a brat. It seemed like they could not vent their anger. There was nothing more inferior than this. It's just a small matter. Isn't it just owing money? I'll write it first. The Poison King was the first to write an IOU. After the Poison King wrote the first one, the second one followed. The second one was the Heaven and Demon King, followed by the 3 Stones Divine King, and finally the Heaven Eye King. They had no choice but to write an IOU. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Was this brat not afraid of being chased by the 4 kings once they left this place? Not only would he be chased by the 4 kings, but he also seemed to have offended the Sky Sword Mountain, which had an honorable martial artist. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat for Lin Fei. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. Lin Fei received 4 IOUs as he wished. All of them were imprinted by the 4 kings. They were the real deal. You are straightforward people. I, Lin Fei, am straightforward too. Isn't it just the Divine Dragon secret zone? I'll activate it for you now. Lin Fei smiled and threw the 2 Divine Dragon keys in his hand. Now, he had finally activated the 2 missing parts. When they were completely activated, the stone dragon flew up and circled around. At the same time, it released a wave of dragon's might. The dragon's might reached deep into everyone's heart. The first roar was very shocking. Following the second and third roars, the giant dragon roared 13 times in a row. Everyone could feel the terrifying majesty of each wave of dragon's might. The Divine Dragon's secret zone seems to be activated. Someone exclaimed. It turned out that in the middle of the hall, a door had appeared out of nowhere. The 13 waves of dragon's might instantly turned into 13 streams of light and pushed the door open. Everyone was greatly surprised by this scene. They did not expect the layout of the Divine Dragon's secret zone to be like this. Fortunately, they did not destroy the dragon in the beginning. Otherwise, they would be dumbfounded. Lin Fei chuckled. Fortunately, you did not go all out. Otherwise, the shockwaves from our battle might have torn the dragon into pieces. If that happened, no one would be able to enter. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that the Divine Dragon's secret zone was hidden in the void. It was very powerful and did not leave any traces. Even if he used his divine senses to scan it, he would not be able to find it. This was the dust within the dust. The door to the Divine Dragon's secret zone was hidden in the dust. In other words, the expert who set this up must have reached a very high level of attainment in the Tao of space. It was not something that ordinary people could break. When the door was completely stabilized, the faintly discernible secret zone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Behind the door were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. It did not look like a dead secret zone as they had imagined. Is this the Divine Dragon secret zone? Why is it so different from what I imagined? There's life here. It seems like this is the origin of Huaxia. Chapter 4300. Before entering the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm, everyone realized that the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that it would be an uninhabited Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm. Other than danger, there were all sorts of traps. Who would have thought that the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm was like a paradise? It was completely out of everyone's expectations. This was not recorded in the information. If anyone still dared to say that the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm was an uninhabited place, they would be the first to capture them and beat them up. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. There were lives in the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. Then, do you guys think there are any living people in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? Someone suddenly asked. Everyone's expression changed slightly. If there were living people inside, it would be completely different. They had to be careful. Although traps were dangerous, they could still be prevented. However, if there were people alive, it would be a completely different story. Everyone hesitated. They had never seen such a scene before. The Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm is really not bad. It's like a paradise. I wonder who will go in first. Lin Fei laughed. The four kings were actually a little confused. Damn, they did not expect the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm to be like this. If you asked them to go, they would be a little worried. Who knew what the situation would be like inside? If no one plans to go in first, then I will go in. It would be a pity if we don't take a look at such a good place. Lin Fei laughed and looked at Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian beside him. Are you guys waiting outside? Or are you going in with me? Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan did not dare to stay outside. They nodded. We will go in with you. Lin Fei led Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan into the door. By the time everyone reacted, the three of them were already inside the mysterious realm. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous or not, we have to go in. Even if there are living people, they can't be stronger than us. The Demon King of Tinjue had been holding his breath for a long time. Now that he did not see Lin Fei, there was naturally no need to suppress it. He snorted coldly and directly rushed in. The remaining three kings were more or less the same. They didn't need to say anything and rushed in one after another. Without any hesitation, the others entered the Divine Dragon mystical ground as well. Just like that, Lin Fei swaggered into the secret realm. The place where they landed was a forest. When they entered, the rich spiritual energy of the world shocked Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, and their eyes lit up. Yi Zixuan had always felt that the spiritual qi in the Kunlun mystic realm was very dense. However, compared to this place, it was simply unimaginable. Cultivating here for a year was equivalent to cultivating in the Kunlun mystic realm for 10 years. Is this the land of origin? The spiritual energy here is too dense. If I'm able to cultivate here for a year, I'll be able to easily break through to the innate realm. Yi Zixuan took a deep breath, and sized up the surroundings. Yi Xian also nodded. It's really too rich. If I can cultivate here for a while, I might really be able to reach the innate level. Yi Xian was the weakest among them. At this moment, Lin Fei laughed. Do you guys really think that it's good to cultivate here? Yi Zixuan said without thinking, that's definitely a good place to cultivate. Compared to this, the Kunlun mystic realm is nothing. Then take a look at what's in front. Lin Fei pointed forward and said. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian did not understand, and they really looked forward. In front of them was a thicket, and there seemed to be no movement. However, in the next second, a giant black wolf suddenly leaped out of the thicket. The giant black wolf was very tall and very big, just like a pony. It appeared in front of Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan just like that. The ferocious aura directly made the two of them not dare to breathe loudly. Even though Yi Zixuan was an innate realm expert, and Yi Xian was only one step away from the innate realm, but in front of this giant wolf, they did not dare to make any movements. How can there be such a giant wolf? This is too unbelievable. Yi Zixuan and Yi Fan's minds were practically blank. They had never seen such a giant wolf before. Now that they were facing the giant wolf, they felt the threat of death. In other words, this giant wolf completely had the strength to kill them here. Subconsciously, they finally understood why Lin Fei would say that. It turned out that he had noticed this giant wolf the moment he came down. Scaring them like this, their little hearts could not take the stimulation. They did not dare to move. They were afraid that if they moved, this giant wolf would pounce on them. After all, ordinary wolves were also ferocious and terrifying, and now their bodies were even bigger. One could imagine how ferocious it was. Do you still think that cultivating here is a good thing? Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, a few screams immediately came from the seemingly quiet forest. The sound made one's hair stand on end. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian immediately understood that someone was definitely in big trouble. Maybe they were targeted by these giant wolves, or maybe they were not. In any case, they were all at the same level. The spiritual energy here is very dense, surpassing that of the Kunlun secret realm. Naturally, the wild beasts that live here will all be enhanced, whether it is in terms of intelligence or size. That's why you guys see the giant wolf now. This giant wolf has the strength of at least the innate realm. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The sounds you guys heard just now should be from other people coming down. They were unlucky and encountered the beasts here. That's right, this giant wolf in front of you is actually a beast, just that its brain is not too developed. Beasts and spiritual beasts were only one word apart, but beasts were indeed more terrifying, because they did not have intelligence and were purely driven by violence. After Lin Fei finished speaking, the huge black wolf suddenly moved. Its huge body pounced forward, stirring up a gust of wind. Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian were directly blasted away by this storm, and they only felt that their bodies were about to be torn apart. At first, they subconsciously thought that the giant black wolf was very strong, but when they really came into contact with it, they realized that the strength of the innate realm was actually nothing in front of this giant wolf. It could easily tear them into pieces. This was the most terrifying thing. They did not have the ability to resist at all. Before they even pounced, they were already defeated. At first, they thought that the divine dragon's secret realm was a paradise, but now it seemed like it was not. This was a land of hell. Cultivating here was purely thinking too much. Chapter 43:01. The moment the giant wolf pounced, 5 sharp claws directly popped out from its claws and slashed at Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan. 5 rays of cold light attacked them head-on. Do not underestimate these 5 beams of cold light. An ordinary body of flesh and blood could be easily torn apart in front of these 5 beams of cold light. With a loud thud, the giant wolf fell to the ground in the next second. So it was Lin Fei who made a move. A beam of sword energy pierced through the giant wolf's head. One should not look at how this enormous wolf's strength was formidable, easily making Yi Zixuan suffer a great loss. However, in front of Lin Fei, it was just that kind of thing. But to Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, they once again walked on the edge of hell. It was really hard to forget the strength of this giant wolf. If I'm not wrong, this place should have become the holy land of the demonic beasts. In this forest, including the forest outside, there are demonic beasts everywhere. You guys have to be careful, don't get attacked by the demonic beasts. Lin Fei walked over and glanced at the giant wolf. Even though it was just an ordinary giant wolf, with the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, in addition to the unique things in this forest, it actually developed a trace of spiritual intelligence and grew into its current form. It even had the strength of an innate. Lin Fei was getting more and more interested in this place. After a short rest, the 3 of them continued on their journey. The giant wolf's fur was also plucked off by Yi Xian. Because this giant wolf's fur was very good. If it was used to make inner armor, it could block bullets. Yi Xian really couldn't bear to miss out on such good fur, so he forcefully plucked it off. Of course, it took a lot of time. The forest was very big, and monsters appeared from time to time. These monsters varied in size, but they were all very powerful. Along the way, they also saw many corpses. These were the people who followed them in. They were all killed by the monsters, and more than half of their bodies were eaten. The scene was a mess. Lin Fei was used to everything here. After all, the scenes he had seen before were not comparable to these small scenes. Not long after, they walked out of the forest. He had killed at least dozens of demonic beasts. This forest could be considered a dangerous place. That mountain is so tall. It's like a pillar that supports the heavens. How can there be such a tall mountain in the divine dragon mystery land? As soon as he got out of the forest, Yi Zixuan saw a huge mountain in front of her. This mountain towered between the heavens and the earth like a pillar that supported the heavens. It would be difficult not to notice it. I think there are many palaces on this mountain. Could there really be people living there? Yi Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain. Lin Fei smiled. To think that there are still people living in the divine dragon mystery land. It looks like these people moved into the divine dragon mystery land a very, very long time ago. Lin Fei did not expect anyone to be alive in the divine dragon mystery land, but he did not expect there to be people living here. Looks like if I want the treasures of the divine dragon's secret ground, I'll have to go to that mountain. That's the core of the divine dragon's secret ground. If I'm not mistaken, the 4 kings should be there as well. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in treasures or whatnot. Now that he had the number 1 divine tree, the divine tree of life, other things were nothing to him. As long as he recovered his strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to take anything. Doesn't that mean that the people over there are from the ancient times? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Not necessarily from the ancient times, but the modern people should be about the same. A few hundred years would be considered a long time. Lin Fei was experienced. He really did not believe that any ancient people could live until now. They must have come here in the ancient times to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, there were probably many powerful people in the divine dragon mystery land. Other than that, there was another possibility, and that was that these people were brought in by the ancestor. After all, the ancestor's ancient tomb was here. Many people came here for the things in the ancestor's ancient tomb. Just now, Lin Fei secretly sensed that there were no strong auras in the entire divine dragon mystery land. Especially the ones that made his heart palpitate. So far, only the auras that made his heart palpitate were powerful opponents. As for the rest, they were just ordinary. The three of them quickly found a way out and headed towards the mountain. Although the mountain looked close, it was still a long way to go. Along the way, there were many monsters. Just like what was said, the Divine Dragon Mystery Land was rich in spirit energy. Therefore, a large number of monsters were born. Some of these monsters were alone, and some were in groups. It made one's scalp go numb. Their group was the most relaxed. Whenever a monster came out, it was directly killed by the sword will. It did not even make a sound, leaving behind monster carcasses. In the beginning, Yi Xian would skin these monsters and prepare to use them to make inner armor, one for each person. But later on, there was more and more fur, so he did not skin them anymore. It took them 5 days to reach this mountain. It was as if the horse died from looking at the mountain. When they were not far away from the mountain, they finally realized how big the mountain was. Other than big, there was no other way to describe it. It was almost one with the world. It was like a stabilizing force. There were palaces all over the mountain. There were large and small palaces, giving off a very solemn and serene aura. At the bottom of the mountain was a large city built with huge black stones. It was built against the mountain, and with the palaces on the mountain, it made this place look very different. There seems to be a carriage in front. A carriage suddenly appeared on the road not far away. There were monsters in front and behind the carriage. They were all tamed and were pulling the carriage obediently. The people around them all looked like they were wearing armor made of animal hide. Their auras were very powerful. The weakest was a transcendent master, and the rest were innate level masters. Such a lineup really made people's hearts tremble. It should be a caravan. But this caravan is different from the ones we usually see. They are all masters. There are 5 innate level masters, 1 at the peak innate level, and even the weakest is a transcendent master. And one of them can control these monsters. I wonder what kind of background this caravan has in this mountain city. Lin Fei's eyes were like torches. He saw through this caravan immediately. There were a lot of experts. What kind of experts are in front of us? Don't have any ideas about our wooden mountain chamber of commerce. I advise you to give up. When Lin Fei and the others noticed this caravan, a cold voice came from there. Obviously, they also noticed Lin Fei and the other 2 strangers. Lin Fei and the other 2 were dressed strangely, and it was hard not to be noticed. Chapter 4302. Lin Fei and the other 2 were indeed dressed in strange clothes. It was normal for them to be targeted by this caravan. No, they were noticed because they happened to be on the official road. The wooden mountain caravan also stopped, and a few strong men in animal skins walked out. Their eyes were very vigilant. In such a place, it had been a long time since someone appeared in such strange clothes. It seems that we have someone asking for directions. Lin Fei smiled. Who is the person in charge here? Come out and tell me. Lin Fei's voice was not light or heavy, but when it fell into the ears of those innate stage experts, their expressions changed drastically. I am Gu Shuzi, the manager of this wooden mountain chamber of commerce. I wonder where this brother is from and what business do you have with our wooden mountain chamber of commerce? At this moment, a senile old man walked out of the carriage. Although the man looked old and clumsy, he had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious that he was indeed a steward. This place is very interesting, please come over and tell me. Lin Fei only needed a glance to know the strength of these people, so he did not care. But for this old man, his pupils shrank and he could not help but exclaim. You are outsiders, no, you are people from beyond the sky. Oh my God, I actually met people from beyond the sky. Not only the old man's voice was trembling, even these innate stage experts changed their expressions one by one. People from beyond the sky, that was a mysterious existence that had always been in the legends. They did not expect that they would actually meet one day. No wonder they were dressed completely different from their sacred land at the beginning. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were slightly stunned. Soon, they understood what it meant. Obviously, these people also knew that they came from outside. I am Gu Shuzi, and I have seen people from beyond the sky. I think you must have just come in. Our Lord in the sacred land will be very happy when he finds out because he is looking forward to the arrival of people from beyond the sky. Gu Shuzi also became very excited. Lin Fei originally thought that these people would all make a move. After all, they were different, and it was inevitable that these people would have some ideas. But now, it seemed that these people seemed to know about the people from beyond the heavens. Their tones and expressions changed. Obviously, they were all looking forward to the arrival of the people from outer space. In other words, that sacred mountain should have something to do with the people from beyond the heavens. Gu Shuzi invited the three of them to sit in the carriage with great enthusiasm. Lin Fei did not refuse and sat down with a smile. Soon, the carriage continued to move, swaying unsteadily. After asking a few random questions, Lin Fei gained a better understanding of this place, the Divine Dragon Mystical Land. For example, the mountain in front of them was originally called Mount Dragon God, because it was the Dragon God Mountain formed by a giant dragon. They all lived on the Dragon God Mountain, but they generally called that place the Holy Mountain, also known as the Holy Land. That was because it was the safest place in the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land. That place was blessed by the Dragon God. Outside, they would be attacked by demons at any moment. That can't be. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land is so big. Is there really only one place that is the safest? Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Gu Shuzi smiled wryly and said, "It's a long story. The Divine Dragon Mystery Land is not as good as everyone thinks. Although the spirit chi of heaven and earth is rich here, we have to face the attacks of monsters." Although Yi Zixuan had seen many monsters along the way, she felt that the entire Divine Dragon Mystery Land was relatively safe. However, it seemed to be a little different from what she had imagined. This part of our journey is relatively safe. Monsters rarely appear in these places, but if they appear on the other side, it will be the Holy Land of monsters. When Gu Shuzi mentioned this, his face was full of fear, as if he had experienced something terrifying. At the same time, Heaven I Monarch and Heaven N Demon King landed in a quiet forest. In the beginning, they did not care much. Although these monsters were relatively powerful, it was not difficult for them to kill them. Moreover, the fur was quite good, and they could make a small profit if they brought it back. As they killed and killed, the situation was different. There were more and more monsters, and they were overwhelming. The strength of these monsters was also getting stronger. Even though they were chi refining experts, they felt pressured at this time. The demonic beasts, both inside and outside, had almost completely surrounded them. When they finally tore open a path, a huge figure appeared, and as soon as the figure appeared, it launched a fierce attack. Heaven I Monarch and Heaven N Demon King directly displayed their strength, but the huge figure was very incredible, because it had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 arms were all holding huge weapons, and they were full of overbearing power. Upon contact, they could not resist at all, and were directly smashed away. Sure enough, you people from outer space have come. If you don't want to die, then obediently submit to me. Otherwise, I will directly eat you all up. The huge figure rushed over again, and the 3 heads let out a cold laugh. The 6 arms smashed down again, and a loud bang directly blew Heaven I Monarch and Heaven N Demon King away, and their bodies were covered with wounds. The strength of a Supreme Master. This is definitely the strength of a Supreme Master. Heaven I Monarch's face turned pale. They originally thought that the divine dragon's secret place would not be too dangerous, but who would have thought that after they finally killed the monsters, another incomparably huge monster would appear, and they would be defeated in one move. And it was also at the Supreme Master level. What kind of luck was this? More importantly, this huge figure knew that they were from the outside. Heaven and Demon King's face turned pale, but he suppressed the panic in his heart. What exactly are you? Why should I surrender to you? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy both of you? As soon as Heaven and Demon King said this, the 6 arms smashed down again. Heaven and Demon King could not resist at all, and he was directly smashed into the ground. The 6 arms stretched down, and Heaven and Demon King was grabbed. Just then, Heaven and Demon King finally saw what the other party looked like. It was a huge ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. It was unimaginably strong, and the strength that the 6 arms released was at the strength of a chi refining expert. Because I am King Kong, one of the 3 monster kings of the divine dragon's secret place. By relying on me, I can make your strength rise to the next level, and you will reach the Supreme Master level, which is also the foundation building realm. Chapter 4303. The Heaven Extinction Demon King and the Heaven Eye King were the unluckiest. As for the other 2 kings, they were much more relaxed, even though they were also being chased by the monsters. The Poison King and the 3 Stones Divine King landed in different parts of the forest. After being chased by the monsters, they realized that this place was different from what they had imagined. After leaving the forest, they also headed for Mount Dragon God. Because they encountered a hunter on the way, they used force to understand the situation. Hence, they immediately set their sights on Mount Dragon God. After learning about the people from outer space, they became even more curious and interested in Mount Dragon God. Lin Fei, Yi Zixuan, and the other 2 sat in the carriage, swaying. Along the way, they listened to Gu Shuzi and learned a lot about Mount Dragon God. Thump, 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 thump. Suddenly, the ground seemed to tremble. Gu Shuzi's expression changed immediately. I think we are being targeted by the monsters. Gu Shuzi immediately pulled the curtain open and walked out of the carriage. At this moment, everyone in the caravan gathered together because there was a black tide not far away. It turned out that they were all formed by monsters. These monsters were of different sizes, but they were all gathered together. The leader was a huge green bull. This green bull actually revealed a human-like smile and spoke in human language. Ha 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 ha, we are quite lucky. I actually caught a caravan. Children, go and tear them all to pieces. The voice of this green bull was very violent. With a command, all the demonic beasts rushed forward. Quick, deploy the battle formation. We must not let them attack us. The innate stage masters gathered immediately and deployed the battle formation. However, the battle formation had just been deployed, and after killing many monsters, it was blasted away by the opponent's monsters. Furthermore, there were special beasts hidden among these demonic beasts. These monsters could spit poisonous fog. Once they spit it out, it would be very pungent and make people dizzy. Even the innate stage masters could not withstand it. I didn't expect these monsters to target us even though we were so careful. Gu Shuzi's gaze turned cold, and he was ready to take action himself. When Gu Shuzi rushed out, Yi Xian also came out and saw the green bull. Even though he was prepared, he was still frightened when he saw the green bull. Even in the Kunlun mystic realm, there had never been a green ox that could speak human language. The divine dragon arcane realm was indeed a magical place. This place is really like what it said. After the dragon god died, its essence blood turned into the flowers and plants in this secret realm. That's why this green ox can also speak human language. Yi Zixuan also walked out. That should be it. Lin Fei smiled and stood behind Yi Zixuan. If there is no accident, Gu Shuzi is no match for the green ox. Although the green ox is huge, it is invulnerable. Moreover, the green ox's strongest skill should be close combat. As the casualties of the demonic beasts increased, the green bull finally moved. In the end, I'll have to do it myself. A bunch of ants. I'll eat all of you in one bite. The green ox pounced forward. Although it was huge, its speed was extremely fast. After its 4 hooves landed on the ground, it was like an earthquake, forming a certain frequency. These innate stage masters were all swaying as if they would fall at any time. Did you see that? This is the green ox's talent, Earth Trample. It attacks by vibrations. Although these innate stage masters are all swaying, they have already been hit and are seriously injured. Lin Fei said very casually. However, in the eyes of Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, the green ox was even more terrifying. In this divine dragon arcane realm, how many green ox beasts like this were there? They finally believed Gu Shuzi's words. Perhaps Mount Dragon God was the safest place in the draconic arcane realm. If they could see a green ox that could speak here, it was imaginable how dangerous this place was. The green ox rammed all the way. Bang 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 bang. One by one, the innate stage masters were sent flying. After that, they all vomited blood and were seriously injured. Some of the weaker ones even died from a single collision. Gu Shuzi's face was full of anger. Green ox, go to hell. Gu Shuzi moved as if he was flying and slapped the back of the green ox with his palm. However, a layer of ripples appeared on the back of the green ox. The green ox took the opportunity to do a death roll. When it faced up, it opened its mouth and spat out a wind blade. It instantly slashed on Gu Shuzi's body, leaving a wound. Stupid human, how dare you fight me in close combat? I wonder who gave you the courage. The green ox revealed a contemptuous look. It quickly pounced on Gu Shuzi again. Gu Shuzi was injured in one move. The wound was shocking. He dodged the green ox's fierce attacks again and again, and it seemed that he was not far from being defeated. Gu Shuzi's palm technique was very overbearing, but the green ox's defense was also very good. After being hit several times, it did not seem to be injured at all. There was nothing but disdain. Should we help Gu Shuzi? After all, we still have to go to Mount Dragon God. Lin Fei said with a smile, both of you are still a little weak. However, this green ox is suitable for training. Anyway, we are still free now. You can go up and train. After Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian came to Mount Dragon God, no, it was the draconic mystical realm. They felt particularly aggrieved because the monsters they encountered made them feel pressured. In the beginning, Yi Zixuan was also a proud daughter of the heavens, but in front of Lin Fei, her arrogance was completely shattered. Now that there was a chance for training, and it was Lin Fei who said it, it was definitely not dangerous. Moreover, with Lin Fei here, Yi Zixuan could rest assured. Without any hesitation, Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian rushed out. The 3 of them besieged the green ox together. Although the 3 of them besieged the green ox together, the remaining monsters were still attacking. These innate experts had suffered the attack of Earth Trample, so their strength had been affected to a certain extent. Under the densely packed monsters, they seemed to be powerless. Just as they were about to feel despair, Lin Fei waved his hand. His sword will swept across the bodies of these demonic beasts like a gust of wind. One by one, the demonic beasts were sent flying and fell to the ground, dead. Get lost. The monsters that were trying to pounce again curled their tails in fear when they heard this voice and ran away without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, the place became empty. Only the green ox was still fighting with Gu Shuzi, Yi Xian, and Yi Xian. If it were not for the corpses of the monsters, it would be hard to imagine that they had just been attacked by monsters. Chapter 4304. Gu Shuzi, who was fighting with the green bull, was under great pressure. On one hand, he had to watch out for the green ox, and on the other hand, he also had to worry about the safety of the caravan. With the addition of Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, the pressure was alleviated a lot, but he was still very worried about the caravan. After a gust of wind swept past, Gu Shizi was surprised to find that the monstrous beasts that were besieging them had all disappeared, leaving behind a large pile of corpses on the ground. Gu Shizi knew that the expert from outer space had taken action. He didn't even know how he did it, but the ground was already full of monsters. Now, he was completely relieved. The green ox was busy fighting. Although there were two people in strange clothes, it did not affect him at all. Very soon, it discovered that there was a problem, because all its subordinates had run away, and there were a large number of demon beast corpses left on the ground. At this moment, the green bull's bell-like eyes swept back and forth, and very quickly, his gaze landed on a young man. It was also a person dressed in strange clothes. With just one glance, the green ox trembled all over, turned around, and ran inside. The green ox sensed a terrifying killing intent from the other party. I'm scared, I'm running away. This was the green ox's instinctive feeling. This guy was definitely a powerful guy. Once he made a move, he wouldn't be able to escape. The green ox did not even dare to say anything harsh. It was afraid that once it opened its mouth, there would be no more time. The beef thighs on your body are not bad. I'll leave one for you. It just so happens that I know where my lunch is. What? You want my cow thighs? The green ox broke out in a cold sweat and ran even faster. Even the ground made thumping sounds. But in the next second, a cold light flashed past, and the green ox let out a blood-curdling screech. It swayed, and with a plop, it broke a large tree. It turned out that one of its hind legs had actually fallen off. Not bothering to look at the green bull with its hind leg on the ground, it rushed into the forest in a sorry state. Along the way, the big trees kept falling, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Gu Shuzi was also dumbfounded. That was Green Ox, the strongest existence in the innate realm. Now, this green bull actually left a hind leg behind and ran away just like that. Immediately, a Xiantian master staggered over and brought the cow thigh back. Even if it was just a cow's thigh, it was still extremely heavy. This Xiantian expert was so tired that he was panting heavily. Thank you, young Master Lin, for doing us a big favor. If you don't make a move, our Wood Mountain Chamber of Commerce will probably not be able to survive and return to Dragon God Mountain. You guys should have barbecued beef thighs here, right? It just so happens that you guys are tired. You guys can take a break. The demonic beasts here are all yours. We don't have any use for them. An inborn expert stepped forward. I'm a chef. I've never barbecued a peak innate realm green ox thigh before, but I'm happy to cook this thigh for you, senior. Soon, these people began to clean up the scene. First, they put all the demon beasts together, took their fur, and refined their flesh. They were very busy. Look, we're not too far away from Mount Dragon God. Why would there be Yao beasts attacking you? Additionally, it looks like this Azure Ox has quite the background. Lin Fei asked casually because he had already smelled the aroma of the beef thigh. This was the thigh of an innate realm Yao beast. The energy it contained was extraordinary. To Lin Fei, this was nothing more than a sumptuous meal. It had been a long time since he had encountered an innate realm Yao beast with such rich blood and qi. If Green Ox knew that Lin Fei made a move just because he thought the beef thigh was delicious, it would probably vomit blood in anger. Gu Shuzi sighed. In fact, the Divine Dragon Mysterious Realm is a paradise for Yao beasts because the Yao beasts here are stronger than the warriors of Mount Dragon God. For example, that Azure Ox just now is at the peak of the inborn realm. It can sweep away a lot of inborn experts. Therefore, we have to be careful. The second one is Long Qianzu, an ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He has extraordinary strength. Even the top experts of Mount Dragon God are no match for him. The second one is Long Qianzu, whose original form is a centipede. He has the blood of the dragon god, so his combat strength is very strong. He can use 18 weapons and is more powerful than King Kong. The last one is called Mo-ing. He is the most special one among the 3 kings. His strength is also the most special because his combat strength is not strong. However, he has a unique ability, which is possession. Once you are possessed by a Mo-ing, you will be under his control. That Azure Ox is King Kong's subordinate. Gu Shuzi spoke eloquently again. It seems that Mount Dragon God is indeed the only safe place left. Lin Fei also understood Gu Shuzi's problem. Although Mount Dragon God was the safest place, there was still a barrier that blocked the attacks of the Yao beasts. Such a barrier required a certain amount of consumption, and the consumption was in the dragon mysterious realm. They needed to keep searching for it, so they risked their lives to search for it. For example, if it weren't for Lin Fei, all of them would have died here. Dragon God Mountain wasn't unfamiliar with situations like this. At certain times, there would always be people who would search for source stones to maintain the barrier's power. No matter who received this mission, it would be very troublesome. Soon, the Azure Ox leg was roasted and served. You too have weak qi and blood. Eat the Azure Ox leg. Maybe you can make a breakthrough in your realm. Lin Fei tore off a piece of green beef and said with a smile. The Azure Ox leg weighed hundreds of kilograms. Even Lin Fei and the other 2 could not finish it. Therefore, Gu Shuzi was lucky enough to taste it. Lin Fei ate very slowly. On the contrary, after Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan ate it, their qi and blood surged violently. Obviously, this beef was extraordinary. Lin Fei slapped the beef with his palm. Soon, the 2 of them digested the beef and completely absorbed its essence. After eating a little beef, they made a breakthrough in an instant. Yi Xian was the most excited one. He was originally stuck in the innate realm. Now, after eating the beef, he directly broke through. Yi Zixuan also made a breakthrough. Her strength had improved a lot. Now, if she encountered the Azure Ox again, she would not be so embarrassed. At the very least, she could deal with it calmly. Even if she could not kill the Azure Ox, she could easily leave. The Azure Ox leg that could not be finished was soon distributed to the innate realm masters. They were all very excited. Chapter 4305. The caravan left. They left with a large amount of beast hide and meat. After they left, a huge figure emerged. However, it walked with a limp which looked very strange. This was the green ox that had left. At this moment, the green ox's eyes were almost spewing fire, flashing with anger. Someone from beyond the heavens. That must be someone from beyond the heavens. The King Kong asked us to keep an eye on the whereabouts of someone from beyond the heavens. I didn't expect to run into him. The green ox seemed to have left, but in fact, it was hiding. No one knew that the green ox had an innate magical ability, which was to attach its mind to the corpse of the monster. Therefore, it heard everything clearly and more or less guessed the general situation. The green ox's desire for revenge was very strong. Losing a leg would have a great impact on its strength, so it had to remember who did it. Although there were many experts in the sacred mountain and the green ox was afraid of some, no one could use sword intent to easily cut off one of its legs. I must report this news to the king. When the time comes, the king will personally go out and capture the person from beyond the heavens. I must eat one of his legs. No, I want to eat both of his legs. Only then can I vent the anger in my heart. The green ox returned immediately and kept shuttling through the forest. After half a day, it went into a cave. The cave was winding, but when it reached the bottom, it turned into a huge natural cave. There were a large number of monsters living in the cave, but they were all orderly. The green ox soon saw its king. The King Kong. The three-headed and six-armed King Kong was eating a monster. In 2 or 3 bites, it had devoured hundreds of kilograms of monster meat. King, I just received shocking news. Someone from beyond the heavens has come to our secret realm. As soon as the green ox finished speaking, its pupils shrank. His pupils suddenly shrank. He noticed that there were 2 people dressed in strange clothes beside the king. They seemed to be very similar to the young man from before. Little Ching, you found out too late. However, it seems like you've suffered a loss at the hands of someone from beyond the heavens. Even one of your legs was cut off. The King Kong laughed heartily. The green ox knelt on the ground. My king, I brought the little ones to attack a caravan. In the end, we encountered someone from beyond the heavens, and one of our legs was cut off. Please help me, my king. I must eat that bastard. Azure Ox had a certain status under the King Kong because he was invulnerable and extremely strong. I wonder if the one who attacked you was a young man. Heaven's End Demon King stood up and said coldly, if it's this person, then I know who he is. He should be Lin Fei. That's right, that's right. It's a young man. He seems to have brought an old man and a woman with him. Those 2 have average strength, but that young man is extremely terrifying. I didn't even notice it and one of my thighs was cut off. If it wasn't for the fact that I, old cow, ran fast, I would have been eaten by now. At the thought of this, the green ox shuddered subconsciously. He was too scared. He, old cow, would also be eaten by someone one day. He had always been the one eating others. When had it ever been someone else's turn to eat him? The King Kong laughed heartily. Old cow, to think that you would have such a day. I told you to be careful. Those guys on the sacred mountain aren't that easy to deal with. I didn't expect you to encounter someone from beyond the heavens first. It's already good enough that you came back alive. However, don't worry. You're my general. If someone from beyond the heavens dares to eat your thighs, he will be my enemy. Heaven's End Demon King cupped his hands at the King Kong and said, My king, that kid is a sword expert. He can use a powerful sword formation. Even the 4 of us couldn't take advantage of him. I think that kid must have a big secret. My king, if you capture him, you will definitely gain a lot. Heaven's End Demon King had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. Therefore, when he heard that it was Lin Fei, he definitely wanted to smear him. Moreover, he also guessed that Lin Fei must have a big secret. If the King Kong made a move, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to escape even if he grew wings. The King Kong's eyes flickered. Then, all 3 heads laughed. Since he has a big secret, I can also exercise my body. I haven't attacked the sacred mountain for a long time. It's about time to contact those 2 guys. King Kong, you don't need to contact them. We came uninvited. Since the people from beyond the heavens have come, then the rumors have come true. It's also time for us to make a move. At this time, 2 figures walked in. They were the other 2 of the 3 kings. Long Qianzu and Mo Ying. Long Qianzu was a ferocious-looking man. His whole body exuded a fiendish aura. His body was riddled with scars, and the most eye-catching thing behind him were the 18 tentacle-like arms. Each arm was holding a weapon, and it was a shocking sight to behold. The Mo Ying couldn't be seen clearly. His whole body was covered by a cloak. He was clearly standing in front of you. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have disappeared. It was a very strange feeling. This was the best proof of the Mo Ying. No one could learn the Mo Ying's move. Therefore, no one could impersonate him. I heard that the people from beyond the heavens have come. The three of us haven't fought for a long time. Why don't we try the sacred mountain? The Moing said coldly. When the three kings were gathered, Lin Fei and the others finally arrived at the sacred mountain. Only when they reached the foot of the sacred mountain did they realize how big the Dragon God Mountain was. They saw that the Dragon God Mountain was filled with palaces of various sizes. They were built on the mountain. When looking at it from afar, they felt shocked. When they saw it in front of them, they felt even more shocked. It was a towering Dragon God Mountain. Gu Shuzi, you are lucky to be able to come back. I heard that many caravans were attacked by demonic beasts not long ago. Your caravan is intact. There was a barrier at the entrance of the city. A small patrol team was stationed here, and the leader was a Peak Xiantian expert. The man recognized Gu Shuzi at a glance and smiled. We are lucky. Otherwise, we would have ended up like them. It's really hard to collect source stones. Gu Shuzi smiled bitterly. By the way, go and report that I have something important to report to the Sacred Lord. Gu Shuzi said again. The leader of the patrol team rarely saw Gu Shuzi say something like this. His face turned solemn. Are you sure you have something to report to the Sacred Lord? You should know that once the Sacred Lord sees you, you will be in trouble if it's not something important. Because the people from beyond the heavens have come. I don't know if this news is worth reporting to the Sacred Lord. Shuk Ju website. Chapter 4306. At the highest point of Dragon God Mountain, there was a huge palace that overlooked everything below. This place was called the Dragon God Palace. A figure hurried into the Dragon God Palace. Finally, he came to the main hall. The main hall was empty, except for a huge dragon-shaped statue in the middle, which was very eye-catching. In front of the dragon-shaped statue, a man sat cross-legged. He wore a crown and exuded a majestic aura. Sacred Lord, I've just received news that people from beyond the heavens have come. The proverb left by the patriarch has come true. This person is at the foot of the mountain. Should we summon them immediately? The man softened his footsteps and knelt behind the Sacred Lord. His expression became extremely respectful. The man wearing the crown slowly opened his eyes, and two rays of light flashed across them. The Sacred Lord did not have a name, because after becoming the Sacred Lord of Dragon God Mountain, there was only the word Sacred Lord left. I didn't expect that after waiting for more than 1,000 years, people from beyond the heavens have finally come. This is good news. Invite them up immediately. I'll welcome them personally. The Sacred Lord smiled. He bowed to the dragon statue with both hands. Patriarch, your words have finally come true. People from beyond the heavens have really come. Lin Fei did not stop Gu Shuzi from reporting the situation. He had already known along the way. From Gu Shuzi, Lin Fei learned one thing. The Patriarch of Dragon God Mountain seemed to have left a message a long time ago, saying that people from beyond the heavens would enter the divine dragon mysterious land one day. This was something very normal to Lin Fei. Moreover, although the appearance of the sinkhole seemed mysterious, it seemed to have been planned. Therefore, Lin Fei also wanted to know what the words left behind by the Patriarch meant. Or was there some secret in the divine dragon mysterious land? Or perhaps the Patriarch had left something good, which was why there was such an arrangement. He would know all of this once he met the Sacred Lord. Not long after, on the winding mountain road, a patrol team arrived. However, the appearance of this patrol team shocked the entire Dragon God Mountain. That was because this patrol team was the Dragon God Patrol Team. There was only one such patrol team in the entire Dragon God Mountain. This patrol team's strength had reached the innate realm. Every single one of them was in the innate realm. This was also the most powerful force of Mount Dragon God. May I ask if the three of you are guests from outer space? Our Saint Master welcomes you very much. An armored Xiantian expert walked over. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan felt a lot of pressure. After all, the patrol team this time was made up of innate level people, and they seemed to have received a certain boost. It was as if they were a team, and they could feel the power from the first encounter. I'm very interested in your holy lord. Take us there. Lin Fei was very calm. Under the guidance of this patrol team, the three of them walked all the way to Mount Dragon God. The Dragon God Mountain's palace was different from other places. There were traces of the Dragon God everywhere, and these people were all wearing beast skins or armor, which was very different. Not long after, they arrived at the top of the Dragon God Mountain, and the Dragon God Palace appeared in front of them. The three of you must be guests from outer space. Welcome to the Dragon God Palace, I'm the Saint Master here. At the entrance of the Dragon God Palace, the Saint Master personally came out to welcome them. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were a little flattered. They could feel an unfathomable aura from the other party. They had only felt such an aura from a supreme being before. Could it be that this Saint Master was a supreme being? You're too kind, Saint Master. We're just a group of passers-by. We came to the Divine Dragon's secret realm just to take a look, but it's more interesting than I thought, Lin Fei said generously. Just like what he said, the others came to the Divine Dragon's secret realm to look for treasures, while Lin Fei came to watch the show, and to meet the ancestor. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Lin Fei to have that kind of interest and that kind of thought? Gossiping was quite interesting. This surprised the Saint Master a little. There were very few people who said it so openly and without hiding it. I wonder what this brother's surname is. It's rare to see someone as straightforward as you. Lin Fei. He's just an ordinary person. The corner of the Saint Master's eyes twitched. If you were an ordinary person, the others would be in trouble. Moreover, the demonic beasts that could break in from the outside were enough to give people a headache. Even an inborn expert would have to be careful when he was outside, fearing that he would be besieged by the demonic beasts. Everyone, please come in. The three followed the Saint Master into the Dragon God Palace. There were side halls of various sizes in the Dragon God Palace. In one of the side halls, the three sat down. After they sat down, a servant immediately served tea. This is the dragon blood tea unique to the Dragon God Palace. It's used to strengthen one's physical body. The three of you must be tired after coming from afar. You can try this dragon blood tea. The 3 cups of dragon blood tea were blood red in color, and one could feel the heat coming from them. After taking a look, Lin Fei picked up a cup of dragon blood tea and took a sip. A domineering effect spread through his body. It's indeed pure dragon blood tea. The effect is amazing. Doesn't this mean that a dragon god has fallen in the divine dragon mysterious realm? I always thought it was a joke, but it seems like it's true. After taking a sip of dragon blood tea, Lin Fei knew that a dragon god had fallen in the divine dragon mysterious realm. The dragon god should be a real divine dragon with a very high bloodline to produce such dragon blood tea. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such an effect. If an ordinary cultivator were to consume the dragon blood tea day and night, the effects would be extraordinary. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were curious. There was such a tea. Both of their physical bodies were average. However, after consuming the dragon blood tea, they felt as if they were in a furnace. It was a very strange feeling, but it also made them realize that this dragon blood tea was indeed good stuff. There is indeed a dragon god in the divine dragon mysterious realm. However, this place used to be a battlefield. The Saint Master explained, and it was a dragon-slaying battlefield. Later on, the divine dragon mysterious realm came into being. It can be said that the entire divine dragon mysterious realm was evolved by the dragon god. We, the younger generation, just got some luck. A dragon-slaying battlefield. that's a little hard to tell. Lin Fei didn't see any traces left behind. All he saw was the abnormality of the divine dragon mysterious realm. This happened a long time ago. It can be traced back to thousands of years ago. Brother Lin, other than the few of you, is there anyone else here? If they enter the territory of the three demon kings, it'll be troublesome, the Saint Master said. Chapter 4307. The Holy Lord didn't stay for long. Everyone's topic was very simple and they didn't have a deep understanding of each other. Lin Fei and the other two were arranged to stay in the side hall of the Dragon God Palace. The Holy Lord arranged for people to take care of them and allowed them to walk freely in Sagely Mountain. He didn't look like he was going to make things difficult for them. Young Master Lin, don't you think that the Holy Lord seemed very calm when we came in but didn't say anything important? I think it's a little weird. After staying in the side hall, Yi Zixuan suddenly asked. I thought a smart woman like you wouldn't even notice this. This Saint Lord is indeed different, so we should be careful. However, I'm sure he has something to ask of us. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us about the arrival of people from beyond the sky. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably waiting for someone. Once everyone is here, he might take the initiative to look for us. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. Maybe Yi Zixuan couldn't see anything but Lin Fei could. This Holy Lord did have some thoughts about them. He didn't sense any killing intent from the Holy Lord, so Lin Fei pretended that nothing was wrong. Whatever the Holy Lord wanted to do, he would do it first. Lin Fei just had to watch quietly. Lin Fei didn't think that the Holy Lord would be like this. He definitely had something to do with them staying in the Dragon God Palace. However, Lin Fei couldn't guess what it was, but it most likely had something to do with the ancestor. While staying in the Dragon God Palace, Lin Fei and the others walked around Sagely Mountain. Compared to the outside world, Sagely Mountain was rather backward. However, they could see all sorts of things here. Bartering was also a popular practice here. The most common was exchanging beast meat for beast meat. As for the rest, it depended on the mood of both parties. Lin Fei also exchanged some things here, but the things he used were very simple. He used pills to exchange for them. This was because these things could only be found in the Divine Dragon's secret realm and couldn't be found outside. For example, medicinal ingredients. The medicinal ingredients here all contain traces of dragon blood essence. The pills refined from them would definitely have shocking effects. Lin Fei did not hesitate to sweep through the area. All of a sudden, Lin Fei, a person from beyond the heavens, became a big local tycoon here. Although the effects of the pills that Lin Fei refined himself could not be compared to the ones in the other world, it was still quite good when placed in this Divine Dragon's secret manual. This was because the skills of the alchemists in the Divine Dragon arcane territory were very crude. Although they all knew how to concoct pills, it was a waste of materials. Poison King and Three Stones God King are here as well. In a restaurant on the Holy Mountain, Lin Fei bumped into the Poison King and the Three Stones God King. It was not surprising that the two of them ran into Lin Fei. When they entered Mount Dragon God, they already knew about Lin Fei. If you don't mind, let's sit down and have a drink together, said the Poison King proactively. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Anything is fine. Whether it was the Poison King or the Three Stones God King, both of them were wary of Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, I have to tell you some unfortunate news. The Heavens End Demon King and the Heavens Eye King seem to have fallen into the Three Demon Kings' territory. I don't know if they are alive or dead. The Poison King sighed when he said this. It can't be. The two of them are so unlucky to have entered the Three Demon Kings' territory. I don't think they will end up well. Lin Fei was speechless. Of all places, they had to go to the Three Demon Kings' territory. Wasn't that just asking for death? Lin Fei guessed that the three demon kings were probably at the same level as the Honorable, which was the strength of the Foundation establishment realm. Who would have thought that there would be demon kings in the Divine Dragon Arcane territory? I heard that demon kings are at the same level as the Honorable, or even stronger. Three Stones God King sighed. When they entered, they were already prepared. They did not expect it to be more terrifying than they imagined. The strength of the Heavens End Demon King and the Heavens Eye King was obvious. In the end, there was no news of them when they arrived, and they did not know if they were dead or alive. Of course, they were happy. After all, two less kings meant less fighting for resources. In the future, only the two of them had the chance to step into the honorable realm. The four kings had been fighting for so long. Now that they heard that the Heavens Eye King and the Heavens End Demon King had fallen into the Demon King's territory, they were indeed a little sad. Now that you are at Mount Dragon God, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fei asked with interest. The resources here are quite good. It's much better than outside. The Poison King and the Three Stones God King laughed bitterly. We did not bring much with us when we came, so we only exchanged some medicinal ingredients. However, I feel that this Holy Lord is not simple. I wonder if young Master Lin noticed anything. The Poison King asked. We all came from the outside, so we are in the same boat. If the Holy Lord schemed against us, it would be bad, Three Stones God King said. If the four kings were here, they might not be so worried. However, now that there were only the two of them left, Lin Fei, who was stronger than them, naturally became their target. No matter what, they had to stand on the same line. Otherwise, they would not be able to find help when something unexpected happened. Until now, they still could not tell what level Lin Fei was at. In any case, his strength was higher than theirs, but he had not yet stepped into the honorable realm. Why think so much? Anyway, even if the Holy Lord wants something, we just have to wait. He will speak up sooner or later. If we have the time, we might as well take a look around the sacred mountain. Sometimes, we might even find some good stuff, Lin Fei said casually. However, the Poison King and Three Stones God King could not do as they pleased. They came to the Divine Dragon's secret territory to search for treasures. In the end, there were living people in the Divine Dragon's secret territory, Mount Dragon God, and the three demon kings. The situation suddenly became complicated. Their desire to search for treasures was suddenly shaken. Who knew if they would run into big trouble? Over the past few days, they did not stop asking around about the sacred mountain. In the end, the situation in the Divine Dragon's secret territory was worse than they had imagined. The thought of going out to search for treasures was immediately extinguished. After all, there were so many monsters outside. They had personally experienced it. Once they were surrounded by a dense horde of monsters, even Chi refinement realm experts like them would not be a match for them. They had not met any powerful ones before. Otherwise, they would not have the chance to stand here and talk. Young Master Lin is still optimistic. They knew that they could not do that. Dong 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 dong. At this moment, there was a commotion. The people in the inns and restaurants immediately became nervous. Someone exclaimed. Not good. The demon kings must be attacking. They are going to attack the city. Hurry and defend the city. We cannot let the monsters charge into our Mount Dragon God. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble. Chapter 4308. One figure after another quickly rushed out of the inn, all of them rushing outside. Lin Fei and the others were the first to see what was happening outside. At that moment, the entire holy mountain was filled with moving figures. The Yao Kings are attacking the city. To think that we would run into something like this. The Poison King was speechless. Is it because of us that the three demon kings have come to attack the city? I've heard that these demon kings rarely come to attack cities. It might not be a big deal if just one of them comes, but if all three demon kings come, this sacred mountain will be in trouble, Three Stones God Kings suddenly said. Since the Yao Kings are attacking the city, let's go take a look and see what's going on. Lin Fei laughed and rushed out. The others did not hesitate to follow. Compared to other places, Holy Mountain was rather orderly. Clearly, these people were used to the Yao Kings attacking the city. There was no hint of panic or unease. Instead, there was determination. By the time Lin Fei and the others reached the city walls, there was already a large number of people gathered there. All of them were armed with weapons and clad in armor. I didn't expect the three Yao Kings to attack the city. How is that possible? I heard that the three Yao Kings have not attacked the city for a long time. We are in big trouble now. If it's just one Yao King attacking the city, it would be fine. However, if it's three Yao Kings, the Holy Lord will have to step in. When Lin Fei and the others arrived, they heard these people talking. Outside the city walls, the three Yao Kings had brought at least tens of thousands of Yao beasts. They were gathered outside the city. It was a rather majestic sight. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. Even Xiantian experts would feel their hair stand on end when they saw the Yao beasts. Their faces would turn pale. It was rare for the three Yao Kings to join forces to attack a city. Look over there. Is that Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven End Monarch? Why are they together with King Vidra? The Poison King suddenly said as he looked in a direction. Lin Fei and the others looked over and saw Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven End Monarch. At that moment, they were standing beside a huge ape. The ape was none other than King Vidra. It had 3 heads and 6 arms and was very easy to recognize. This was because the 3 great monster kings were all very unique. He could recognize them at a glance. There was no way he would mistake them. Looks like they're quite lucky. They actually got along well with King Kong, one of the 3 great Yao monarchs. Lin Fei laughed. Who knows, they might have been involved in the attack on Sacred Mountain. The faces of the Poison King and 3 Stones Divine King changed slightly when they heard that. They agreed with this logic, because all of this was too much of a coincidence, so much so that they could not believe it. Why do I get the feeling that those 2 fellows' strength has risen again? How long has it been? Did they get some benefits from the 3 great Yao Kings? The Poison King suddenly exclaimed. Although he was not far away from them, the Poison King could feel that their strength had changed a lot. They were old rivals, so there was still some telepathy between them. At a glance, they could feel that they had become different. If this wasn't an increase in strength, then what was? It seems like his strength has really increased. 3 Stone God King could also tell that something was amiss. When Lin Fei and the others saw Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End, they also noticed Lin Fei. Great King, that kid over there is Lin Fei. He has quite a lot of good stuff on him. Heaven Eye King noticed Lin Fei as well. In the beginning, Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End were still feeling uneasy. However, they had obtained quite a lot of good stuff from King Kong, which had increased their strength in an instant. Although they were still experts at the peak of Chi Disciple, this increase in strength was something that they might not be able to achieve in 10 years. Where else could they find something like this? So now, they were not angry at all. They were happy because they had encountered such a good thing. Now that they saw Poison King, 3 Stones Divine King, and Lin Fei's group, they were confident that they could fight against Lin Fei again. They wanted to see who was stronger. That kid is Lin Fei. He is indeed different. He actually gave me a dangerous aura. I didn't expect the visitors from beyond the heavens to be so strong. King Kong looked over as well. His huge pupils constricted slightly. Then, he immediately revealed his excitement. Heaven Eye King and Demon King Heaven's End strength could only be considered average. they couldn't even beat the Monster Kings. However, that Lin Fei was a little different. King Kong found some interest. 3 Monster Kings, what is the meaning of this? Are you here to attack Dragon God Mountain again? Don't tell me that the lesson our Dragon God Mountain has given you is not enough. An angry voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Holy Leader flew out and landed on the city wall. Other than Holy Leader, there were also a dozen people in black armor. These armored people landed on the city wall one by one. They were expressionless, but they gave off a valiant aura just by standing there casually. It seems like Holy Mountain has quite a lot of good stuff. They even have puppet warriors. Lin Fei also noticed the black armored warriors. With just a glance, he could tell that these armored warriors were not ordinary. Any one of them could easily kill an innate expert. In other words, these guys had the strength of chi refinement. Lin Fei counted a total of 18 of them. In other words, these 18 black armored warriors could form a battle formation. Aside from Holy Leader, this was probably the strongest method. Holy Leader, we didn't come to attack. We just wanted you to open the ancestral sacred ground. After all, the people from beyond the heavens are here. We can open the ancestral sacred ground now. Are you going to keep it open? Long Qianzu, who was the strongest, laughed. That's right. It's okay if you don't open the ancestral sacred ground. We can just force our way in. King Kong laughed. Actually, I quite agree with this suggestion. Holy Leader, you can think about it. Moing laughed as well. When Holy Leader saw the 3 Monster Kings, he wasn't too shocked. However, when he saw the other 2 visitors from beyond the heavens, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had found 2 helpers. These 2 experts were at the pinnacle of chi refinement. With their support, they would have the strength of a supremacy. In other words, they had 5 supremacy experts on their side. Such a lineup could not be underestimated. If the 3 Monster Kings could attack the city again, they must have some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Fei was startled. He finally understood why the 3 Monster Kings had come to attack the city. It seemed that the visitors from beyond the heavens had something to do with the opening of the ancestral sacred ground. This Holy Leader was still hiding many secrets. Holy Mountain's ancestral sacred ground is not something you can open as you please. You 3 Monster Kings are too arrogant. Holy Leader said coldly. It seems that you don't plan on opening the ancestral sacred ground for us. In that case, we 3 Monster Kings will have to do it ourselves. Let's see if you can stop us this time. Long Qianzu's eyes were cold. I feel that there is something that needs to be settled before we attack the city. I wonder which one of you is called Lin Fei. You chopped off one of my subordinates' legs. I feel that we can talk about this. Chapter 4309. The King Kong took the initiative to step forward and look at the city wall. At the same time, he stared at Lin Fei. Everyone immediately understood what he meant. He was targeting Lin Fei, the man from beyond the heavens. Cutting off one of the green ox's legs was a big move. Everyone knew that the green ox was a capable general under the King Kong. He was invulnerable and strong, and was a good vanguard. No one expected him to have one of his legs chopped off. Many people began to covet the green ox's leg. It was definitely a good item. If it was taken out for sale, everyone would fight for it. After all, it was a green ox at the peak. King Kong, it was that kid who chopped off one of my legs. If he hadn't used despicable means, he wouldn't have succeeded. The green ox with a lame leg jumped out and roared. King Kong, don't go too far. Lin Fei is a guest of the Divine Dragon's secret territory, as well as a guest of our sacred mountain. If you cause trouble for Lin Fei, you're going against our sacred mountain. Fight me if you have the guts. The sacred leader snorted coldly. He had naturally heard of this matter. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Even the sacred leader felt helpless against the green ox's defense. He did not expect Lin Fei to chop off one of its legs. The green ox's strength was greatly reduced after losing one of its legs, which meant that the King Kong had lost a capable subordinate. Unless the green ox broke through one day or found a treasure, it would not be able to recover its leg. Sacred leader, there's no need to trouble you with this. I've long heard of the King Kong's reputation. I didn't expect him to be so different. He has 3 heads and 6 arms. Amazing. Lin Fei laughed. King Kong, are you sure you want to have a big fight with me? I wouldn't fight an ordinary person. I heard that visitors from outer space are very bold, and you are also very strong. Could it be that you plan to be a coward in the Holy Mountain? That's fine. Once we break through the Holy Mountain, we will naturally find you to exchange pointers. When that time comes, I won't be the only one dealing with you. The Vajra King chuckled. If you could take down the sacred mountain, you would have done so long ago. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? This has nothing to do with me. You have to show me something that interests me. I heard that you demon kings have been entrenched in the divine dragon's secret land for a long time. As long as you can show me something that interests me, I will naturally fight you. Otherwise, you can only take down the sacred mountain first. King Kong really wanted to provoke Lin Fei so that he would come out. It would be even better if he could take down the other party. The Vajra King sensed an extraordinary aura from the other party. It was obvious that this person had secrets. The Vajra King's eyesight had always been very good. Moreover, he had 3 heads, so he could think further than anyone else. Every detail and movement could be infinitely magnified. Ordinary people simply could not achieve such an achievement. What about me, the Vajra King? I am one of the 3 demon kings. If you win, I will be your servant. If you lose, I will kill you directly. Who told you to cut off one of my subordinates' legs? You should know that Azure Ox is my capable general. What you did is equivalent to slapping my face. The Vajra King was also eager to give it a try. Beside him, Moing was completely speechless. This guy was a fighter. Every time he attacked a city, he would fight the experts of the sacred mountain one-on-one. This was not the first time. Moing did not expect that he would bring himself out this time. Although Lin Fei's strength seemed somewhat mysterious, if something were to go wrong, the Vajra King would become Lin Fei's subordinate. Then, the 3 great Yao monarchs would become a joke. Vajra King, what time are we in now? Why are you still saying such things? Let's take down the sacred mountain first. Otherwise, let the sacred lord open the ancestral sacred land. We don't have so much time to waste here. Long Qianzu snorted coldly and swept a cold gaze at the Vajra King. Long Qianzu wished he could capture the Vajra King and beat him up. Didn't he see that this was a critical moment? Isn't it just one of your subordinates' legs? Your old cow's strength is only so-so. Without that leg, you can just slowly cultivate. As for fighting one-on-one with someone at this time. Although Long Qianzu had the strength to take down the Vajra King, he would also have to pay a huge price. Moreover, there was also Moing eyeing him covetously. Although the 3 demon kings seemed to be in an alliance, they all wanted to become the #1 demon king and lead the forces of the other 2 demon kings. Naturally, Long Qianzu would not allow the Vajra King to suffer and let Moing take advantage of him. The Vajra King said disapprovingly, I clearly distinguish between official and private matters. I will teach this kid a lesson in a minute. He even dared to cut off my subordinate. He clearly doesn't dare to give me, the Vajra King, face. The Vajra King was such an old-fashioned person. No one could change the fact that he had decided on. The Demon King of Heaven's End and the Demon King of Heaven's Eye were excited. They couldn't even block a few moves from the Vidra King and were immediately defeated. If the Vidra King had not shown mercy, they would have become corpses long ago. If Lin Fei fought the Vidra King, the outcome would be the same. He would definitely be defeated in less than 10 moves. They all had a deep understanding of this. The sacred leader also looked at Lin Fei. This matter was indeed difficult for him to deal with. Are you sure you want to be my subordinate after losing? However, a subordinate like you is not bad. With your 3 heads and 6 arms, you are very suitable to be a fighter. Moreover, you are a top fighter. Lin Fei smiled. This Vidra King was quite interesting. This showed how much confidence he had in his own strength. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. However, my 3 heads and 6 arms do indeed look very suitable to be a fighter. However, not everyone can have a fighter like me. It all depends on whether or not you have what it takes. If you don't, then you can only become a corpse, a nourishment for the divine dragon's secret land. I haven't met an expert with 3 heads and 6 arms in a long time. Coincidentally, my hands have been itching recently. Let's spar. Lin Fei looked at the sacred leader and said, "This is a personal matter of mine. Please open the barrier and let me fight with him. I also want to see the strength of the 3 demon kings in the divine dragon mysterious land. I want to see if they are as strong as they say." The sacred leader actually did not intend to let Lin Fei go because the Vidra King's strength was obvious to all. Moreover, the Vidra King had an innate mystique. This was his greatest trump card. Even the sacred leader had to be careful when fighting with the Vidra King. Now that Lin Fei was going to fight with the Vidra King, the sacred leader was indeed a little worried. In the end, the sacred leader agreed with Lin Fei. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43:10. Vidra Monarch, this guy is always like this. What do you think we should do? This outsider, Lin Fei, seems to be quite capable. After Lin Fei came out, Mo Ying and Long Qianzu secretly conversed. What else can we do? As long as Vidra Monarch shows signs of defeat, we'll take down Lin Fei first. As long as we control this outsider and open the primogenitor's sacred ground, the sacred lord will have to ask us for help. These guys all have the divine dragon key, Long Qianzu said coldly. Mo Ying and Long Qianzu didn't want Vidra Monarch to take action, especially at a time like this. They didn't expect that Vidra Monarch would make a move first because of an old bull, disrupting their rhythm. However, they didn't dare say anything. After all, Vidra Monarch was also a monster king, just like them. How many moves do you think Lin Fei will take? I bet he won't be able to block Vidra Monarch's attack in 5 moves. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven Absolute Demon King began to bet. 5 moves is too much for him. I think he'll lose in 3 moves. If you lose, you'll have to give me the elixir that Vidra Monarch bestowed. After Lin Fei came out, Vidra Monarch stared at Lin Fei. His eyes, which were as big as copper bells, flickered with a strange light. I heard from Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven Absolute Demon King that your sword formation is very powerful. I'll cut to the chase. Take out your strongest sword formation and let me see if it can break my 3 heads and 6 arms. Vidra Monarch moved 3 of his heads and 6 of his arms. It's been a long time since I've experienced what it feels like to be injured. Even the Sacred Lord wouldn't be able to injure me. I heard that sword cultivators have always been very powerful, but you made me want to fight. Lin Fei could naturally tell that Vidra Monarch wasn't lying. Vidra Monarch was invulnerable. Furthermore, as a monster king, his body was naturally very strong. Ordinary people couldn't break it. Therefore, it was very difficult to injure him. Since you're a demon king, I'll definitely satisfy you. Besides, I'm also looking forward to my suggestion. Can it break open your 3-headed, 6-armed body? Lin Fei said casually. With a whoosh, a gust of wind blew over, and the expression of the King Kong, who had been laughing loudly, changed slightly. Cracks appeared on his body. These cracks spread out and instantly turned into a huge spider web, exploding into bloody scars. Sword intent is like the wind. I didn't expect your sword intent to have reached such a level. You really live up to your reputation. You are indeed a legendary sword cultivator. My eyes have been opened. The Diamond King looked down at the interweaving cracks on his body and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Heaven Eye Monarch and Heaven and Demon King's hearts sank. Although they knew that Lin Fei was very strong, they didn't expect him to have mastered the sword essence to such an extent. His first attack was like the wind. Even they didn't feel it. If it was against them last time, they probably wouldn't even be able to block it. This guy was too cunning. But it's not enough. My body isn't as weak as you think. Vajra Monarch shook his head after laughing. Even so, the hearts of the people on the holy mountain sank. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. Although everyone had heard of sword cultivators, they had never seen how powerful they were. Now, they finally saw that sword intent could be mastered to such an extent that it could really kill people without them noticing. I attacked once. Naturally, I'll wait for you to attack once. Otherwise, it would be a pity if I accidentally killed you. Lin Fei did attack just now. He used sword intent like the wind, and it gave Vajra Monarch an invisible blow. Vajra Monarch's body was also beyond Lin Fei's imagination. His current sword intent could basically reach the level of chi refinement. However, it only left the shallowest wound on his opponent's body. Although they formed a big net, no one really injured Vajra Monarch. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, this was a big ape in the Foundation establishment realm. At the same time, this guy had inherited a part of the Dragon God's strong defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Sacred Lord's expression was enough to know. 3 Demon Kings made him feel pressured. This couldn't be hidden from Lin Fei. You're quite an interesting person. Since you said so, I'll fulfill your wish. Take my attack first. It was rare for the King Kong to encounter such an expert swordsman. The swordsman had actually left such a wound on his body in just one move. It was no wonder that Old Cow's leg had been cut off in one move. Perhaps the swordsman had been merciful. Otherwise, Old Cow would have been dead. Old Ox, no, Green Ox, originally thought that King Vajra Monarch would be able to avenge him. At that moment, he gasped. This was too powerful. To be able to display sword will like the wind, if he were to make a move against him, wouldn't he become a piece of beef? It was too terrifying. Green Ox was so scared that he trembled. He silently took a few steps back. It seems that this guest from outer space, Lin Fei, is not simple. With such sword intent, Vajra Monarch probably won't be able to take him down. Long Qianzu's eyes turned cold, revealing a trace of seriousness. He is indeed quite strong. If he uses this kind of sword intent to deal with us monsters, I don't think many monsters can withstand it. Moing nodded. Let's wait and see. If Vajra Monarch really can't take him down, let's attack together and kill him. Long Qianzu absolutely did not want anyone to appear and change the situation in the Divine Dragon's secret dimension. Under the joint attack of the 3 monster kings, no one could withstand it. Even the Sacred Lord had to rely on the Sacred Mountain's array. Otherwise, the Sacred Mountain would have been broken long ago. Vajra Monarch made his move. His entire body turned into an afterimage as he pounced forward. In everyone's eyes, Vajra Monarch seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He was too fast. Speed was naturally a big advantage for Vajra Monarch. As soon as Vajra Monarch pounced forward, his 6 arms slapped down like 6 afterimages, forming one afterimage after another. All 3 heads revealed smiles. As the palm shadows fell, the entire void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The power of the 6 arms slapping down made everyone feel a terrifying aura. Vidra Monarch was worthy of being called Vidra Monarch. Just as the 6 arms were about to land on Lin Fei's body, a layer of ripples appeared, shining like flowing light. Vidra Monarch's 6 arms slapped the ripples, creating a loud rumbling sound. However, the ripples could not be torn apart. Chapter 43:11. The Vidra King was indeed very strong. His 6 arms slammed down, and almost all of them had the same amount of power. They were extremely penetrating. When this power surged out, the Vidra King felt as if his power had hit a piece of cotton. He could not use any power at all. You know how to use sword intent to defend. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I wonder how many times you can block my attacks. The Vidra King's pupils shrank slightly, and his 6 arms moved again. Bam, 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 bam. Bang! Every hit was very rhythmic, and it actually formed a certain frequency. At that moment, the Vidra King had used a secret technique to make his power stronger. With the help of his 6 arms, his power was far greater than before. Lin Fei was still using his sword intent defense. The defense rippled. Even though it looked like it was about to break, it did not collapse. It was still intact. Don't worry. Take it slow. No one has been able to break my sword intent defense for a long time. If you can break it, then I'll consider you powerful. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and allowed the Vidra King to keep slamming down. However, he had to admit that the Vidra King was indeed very strong. The power of his 6 arms, especially after they formed a frequency, increased by 3 to 5 times. It could be said that each hit was fatal. A chi refinement expert would be killed in 1 hit. Moreover, they would die without a complete corpse. I don't believe that your broken sword intent defense can withstand me for that long. The Vidra King had encountered all kinds of opponents. He had even killed many defense experts that he was proud of. Sword cultivators were just famous. The Vidra King did not believe that this person's body could withstand his attacks. The Vidra King's power had a very strong penetrative and destructive power. Bang! 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 No one knew how long the Vidra King had been attacking. Every slap seemed to have landed on everyone's hearts. After a long time, everyone's faces turned pale. Only the Vidra King could attack at such a high frequency. Vidra King has met his match this time. It looks like we should take action. That kid's sword intent defense is truly unparalleled. Even Vidra King can't break through it. Moing shook his head. He was not optimistic about Vidra King. I think so too. This kid is really something. No wonder he was able to enter our divine dragon's secret realm. After the 2 of them looked at each other, they immediately made their move. Mo Ying's speed was the fastest. He directly rushed in front of Lin Fei. An overbearing mental attack directly enveloped Lin Fei's body. The spirit was so strong that even Lin Fei's body shook a little before he recovered. Is this the power of the Spectre Demon King of the 3 great demon kings? It's actually a spiritual force expert. No wonder this spiritual force can bewitch Xiantian masters and chi cultivating masters. It's really powerful. I can even feel the scent of divine sense in it. While Lin Fei was momentarily dazed, Long Qianzu attacked. His speed was no slower than Vidra King's. 18 arms attacked in an instant. Compared to Vidra King's 6 arms, Long Qianzu's 18 arms were even more ferocious. Moreover, each arm was armed with a weapon. When those weapons smashed down at the same time, it was terrifying. Bang! 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 Under the attack of the 18 arms, Lin Fei's sword intent defense instantly collapsed. One layer after another. At first, Long Qianzu had a smile on his face, but in the blink of an eye, his expression changed to one of surprise. The sword wall defenses were so tight that not even wind could pass through them. Layer after layer, they continuously drained the power of Long Qianzu's 18 arms. In the end, all of his power was gone. Dragon Qianzu, what is the meaning of this? When did I ask you to help me? Vajra King was furious. What he hated the most was letting others interfere in his battle. It didn't matter who it was, as long as they interfered, he would feel very unhappy. Vajra King, didn't you see this kid's sword intent defense? You think you can break it with brute force? You're dreaming. Didn't you see that the power of my 18 arms was neutralized by him? Do you think you can defeat him? Long Qianzu scolded. Vajra King was getting angry. After all, the opponent's sword intent defense was like a turtle shell. His 6 arms couldn't break it. Seeing Long Qianzu's 18 arms unable to deal with the opponent, Vajra King realized that he had underestimated the kid. He didn't expect this outsider to be so powerful. No wonder Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Heaven's End hated this kid so much. They must have suffered a lot at the hands of this kid. One Yao King couldn't beat him, so the other 2 Yao Kings attacked. In that case, I won't hold back. Courtesy demands reciprocation. I'll give you myriad swords converge. As soon as he finished speaking, a sky full of sword shadows appeared, instantly causing the expressions of the 3 monster kings to change, and they retreated one after another. No one knew how the sword images appeared. By the time the 3 Yao Kings realized it, the sword images had already enveloped them. In just one exchange, they had suffered countless sword intent attacks. In any case, they were densely packed. Myriad swords converge. This is the true myriad swords converge. Where did this kid come from? He even has my Sky Sword Mountain's absolute art. On another wall, when Sky Sword Mountain's Jin Yuanqing saw this scene, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He was so scared that he started shivering. Now, Jin Yuanqing was even more suspicious of Lin Fei's identity. Could he really be an expert from Sky Sword Mountain? Otherwise, how could he control his sword intent so well? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to do that. If Lin Fei really came from Sky Sword Mountain, their Sky Sword Mountain would become famous. No, they would have the chance to unify the entire Kunlun Mystery Land. After the myriad swords converge, the 3 Yao Kings appeared to be in a sorry state. However, they didn't seem to be seriously injured. Vajra King, your helper has appeared. Are you willing to admit defeat now? I am in need of a gold medal fighter like you. Lin Fei smiled as he looked at Vajra King. Vajra King's face turned pale. He had actually lost. He couldn't do anything to Wang Xian's tortoise shell. Wang Xian's attacks were very powerful. Even though he was a Yao King, his body was riddled with bloody holes. Let's just attack the city. Let's take down the sacred mountain first. Vajra King pretended to be confused. Long Qianzu and Nemo Ying no longer dared to look down on Lin Fei. Wang Xian already had the strength to threaten them. Attack the city. After the 3 Yao Kings retreated, they immediately gave the order. You guys. As Yao Kings, your face is too worthless. You actually don't want to admit defeat. Miao Shu House. Chapter 43:12. The Vajra King was indeed shameless. In any case, he had already lost. Did he really want to become the opponent's golden fighter? You're thinking too much. Destroy the sacred mountain first. You must have heard wrongly. I, the Vajra King, have always been a man of my words. Since when did I say something like that? On account of your decent cultivation, go as far as you can. Don't get involved in this matter. The Vidra king would never admit that he had lost. Was the demon king's face not a face? With a command, the tide-like demonic beast army attacked. The sacred mountain's barrier was activated. A series of ripples appeared. The demonic beasts were stopped. The sacred lord's face turned solemn. Among the demonic beast army, he saw a few special demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were huge in size and were pushed over by the demonic beasts. They were like war machines. You guys have actually cultivated such special demonic beasts. No wonder you guys are so confident in destroying the sacred mountain. The sacred lord also recognized these special demonic beasts. Because these special demonic beasts were used to destroy arrays, their venom had a special corrosive effect. Therefore, these demonic beasts were feared on the battlefield. Of course, their effects were also very good. These huge disc-like demonic beasts were called Formation Exterminator beasts. Countless nozzles on their backs sprayed green venom at the barrier. When the venom landed on the barrier, sizzling sounds could be heard. Then, a hole appeared on the barrier. These holes weren't very eye-catching at first, but as the number of poisonous creatures increased, the holes continued to connect, forming huge holes. These demonic beasts also began to enter through these holes. Hurry up and kill these demonic beasts. We must not let them in. Kill the demonic beasts. The people below the city also came out one by one. 3 in groups, 5 in groups, besieging the demonic beasts. Fortunately, not many demonic beasts came in. But the scene was still very intense. Demonic beasts were constantly dying. More and more people joined the battle. The strength of the demonic beasts also increased. In the end, even Xiantian realm experts joined in. Sacred Lord, I don't know if your holy mountain can withstand the attack of our demonic beasts. Hurry up and open the primogenitor's sacred ground. Otherwise, your holy mountain will be littered with corpses. Long Qianzu coldly said. The strongest of the 3 demon monarchs wasn't idle either. Although he was staring at the sacred leader, he was also staring at Lin Fei, the visitor from outer space. He had to guard against the strength of this sword cultivator. If he joined hands with the Holy Lord, it would be troublesome. Even if he had 18 arms, it would still be difficult for him to deal with them. You want me to open the primogenitor's sacred land? You have to fight me first. Sacred leader was a hot-tempered man. He led the 18 black-armored men and charged forward. As soon as these 18 armored people rushed out, they directly killed their way into the demonic beast army. In an instant, countless demonic beasts were sent flying and fell to the ground, becoming corpses. All of a sudden, the pressure on the people of the Holy Mountain was relieved. The Sacred Master and Long Qianzu were also fighting. The Sacred Leader did not use martial arts, but pure spells. One after another, spells attacked Long Qianzu. Sacred Leader's spells were not simple. They were wind-type spells. Wind blades constantly attacked Long Qianzu from all directions, making it impossible for Long Qianzu to escape. Even if Long Qianzu managed to break free, the wind-type spells would immediately trap him. He simply could not get close to the Sacred Leader. It was impossible for him to cause any damage. Sacred Leader, your wind-type spells are still the same. However, do you really think that you can stop me by relying on wind-type spells? Long Qianzu laughed. He took out a bead with one of his arms. As soon as the bead appeared, it shone brightly. The wind-type spells that were attacking Long Qianzu were stopped by the bead. They simply could not land on Long Qianzu's body. Do you see this? This is the air-frozen bead that I obtained with great difficulty. It is specially used to break your wind-type spells. I don't know if you still have any way to stop me now. Long Qianzu laughed heartily and rushed forward. His 18 arms directly attacked. In an instant, the attacks landed on the sacred leader. Even if the sacred leader had arranged a wind-type defensive spell in the first place, he was still sent flying by the 18 arms. This is only the first gift. The best part is yet to come. After the sacred leader was sent flying, the 18 black-armored puppets flew up and formed a barrier in front of him. These puppets helped you a lot last time. However, it won't be so easy this time. Long Qianzu took out another treasure. It was a flute. He blew it with a whistling sound. As soon as the flute was blown, the strange sound fell on the bodies of the 18 armored puppets. The 18 armored puppets immediately changed direction and attacked the sacred leader. Don't think that I don't know that you brought these 18 armored puppets from the ancestral sacred land. However, I'm not stupid. I found a way to restrain them. I wonder what kind of gift I have. Long Qianzu used 2 treasures to greatly reduce the strength of the sacred leader. His wind-type spells were suppressed and the 18 armored puppets were no longer under his control. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Even the most powerful technique of the sacred leader was restrained by Long Qianzu. The treasures they took out were also unusual. Outsiders might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. They were clearly magic artifacts. He was even more curious about the ancestral sacred land. It seemed that there should be a lot of good stuff in the ancestral sacred land. He could go in and plunder it. The changes of the 18 black-armored puppets made the sacred leader flustered. After all, the combat strength of these 18 black-armored puppets was extraordinary. Coupled with Long Qianzu's attack, the pressure on the sacred leader multiplied. He had really underestimated Long Qianzu's calculations. To think that the sacred leader would even take out these 2 treasures. It was enough to restrain the sacred leader's strength. 18 levels of hell. Long Qianzu suddenly burst into laughter. His 18 arms formed seals and unleashed a powerful killer move. A killer move filled with death aura struck the sacred leader. The attack sent sacred leader flying. This time, his injuries were even more serious than before. You actually cultivated to the 18 levels of hell. Your combat strength instantly soared by more than 50 times. The sacred leader spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Long Qianzu with fear. The Vajra King and Demon Shadow also frowned. They recognized this killer move as one of Long Qianzu's super secret arts. It could instantly unleash 50 times its original power. It could be said that whoever it hit would be destroyed. It was very difficult to cultivate. It was also a very powerful killer move. Even the 2 of them did not dare to face it head-on. It was said that this was a secret technique unique to the Dragon Clan. Bookseller's website. Chapter 43:13. The moment Long Qianzu used his trump card, the sacred leader could no longer block it. His entire body was smashed into the ground, causing the entire sacred mountain to tremble. The might of a demon king was terrifying. Anyone who faced Long Qianzu's move would feel its power. If anyone were to face them, they would be killed in an instant. It would even be very normal for them to be beaten to the ground. The Titan King and Imoing looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. Although they had been working together to guard against Long Qianzu, they hadn't expected him to succeed in cultivating the 18 levels of hell. The power of one move increased by 50 times. That would definitely kill them. The 3 demon kings worked together to fight for the title of number 1 demon king, and Long Qianzu seemed to have taken that step. Long Qianzu might have used this move to deal with the sacred leader, but it was actually a warning to King Kong and Demonic Shadow. See that? I've cultivated the 18 levels of hell and can unleash 50 times the power. If you know what's good for you, submit to me and admit that I'm the number 1 demon king. I'll take you to eat and drink. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll either kill you or subdue you. It's that simple. Sacred leader, how does my move taste? If you're still not satisfied, I can give you another buy one get one free deal. After all, there are only a handful of people in the entire Divine Dragon's secret land who can block this move of mine. Long Qianzu laughed heartily. Without another word, he unleashed the 18 levels of hell again. The power of 50 times erupted and blasted down. The sacred leader, who had been lying in the ground, was in tatters. That move had directly pierced through his defenses, and even his physical body had been severely injured. Seeing Long Qianzu attack again, despair filled his face. He hadn't expected Long Qianzu's strength to surpass him so quickly, and the treasure in his hand could suppress his strength. Splash, 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 splash. Just as the sacred leader was in despair, a stream of water appeared in front of him, blocking the attack for him. The stream of water was formed by sword intent. Facing Long Qianzu's 18 levels of hell, it sank slightly before returning to normal, losing more than half of its power. It's you, kid. Are you courting death? How dare you help the sacred leader? The moment the sword intent appeared, Long Qianzu immediately knew who the culprit was. It was Lin Fei, the visitor from outer space. More importantly, the other party's sword intent could actually withstand 50 times his attack. This was what made Long Qianzu feel dissatisfied. This kid was much stronger than he had imagined. Long Qianzu didn't know when the sword intent had appeared. In any case, when it appeared, it had already blocked his 18 levels of hell. Then, I wonder how many layers of my attacks your sword intent defense can withstand. There was a loud noise. All of a sudden, 18 attacks erupted from the 18 levels of hell, one after another. It turned out that Long Qianzu had once again used a secret technique. There were actually 18 levels of attacks hidden within the 18 levels of hell. Layers upon layers of hell appeared, and an attack landed directly on the sword will's defense. No matter who it was, that scene would cause their hearts to sink. Long Qianzu's strength had already reached such a level. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one in the entire Divine Dragon Arcane Realm would be a match for him. The strength of the 18 levels of hell was terrifying. However, the sword will was as steady as flowing water, withstanding 18 attacks without making a sound. Your 18 levels of hell are not bad. However, my sword will's defense isn't bad either. Why don't we call it quits for today? Why don't we sit down and have a chat instead of fighting to the death? I'm not interested in the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. I'm just here to visit and I'm interested in the ancestor. If you want to continue fighting, why don't you play with me? Lin Fei smiled at Long Qianzu. He didn't retract the sword will's defense. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't watch Long Qianzu kill the sacred leader. He felt that if Long Qianzu killed the sacred leader, it might be impossible for him to visit the ancestor. However, he had to admit that Long Qianzu was indeed the strongest among the 3 demon kings. If it weren't for Lin Fei's recovery, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack of the 18 levels of hell. After all, it was a 50-fold attack. A demon king was already so powerful. Another 50-fold attack wouldn't be a joke. The Dragon 1,000 Feet Demon King frowned. He knew that it was impossible to kill the Holy Lord. This outsider was really a troublemaker. In the beginning, King Kong had offended this kid. Otherwise, he could have roped him in. However, it seemed like it would be difficult now. A boorish man will always be a boorish man. He only knows how to mess things up. Sooner or later, I'll deal with this King Kong. Long Qianzu laughed. Actually, I've never thought of killing the sacred leader. After all, he's the controller of the sacred mountain. If I kill him, who will bring us into the ancestors' forbidden zone? Everyone despised Long Qianzu's hypocritical behavior. He obviously couldn't wait to kill the sacred leader. How could he put on such a sanctimonious act? As for Long Qianzu and Lin Fei fighting, it was impossible. Then let's sit down and have a chat. Long Qianzu returned to his original position. All the demonic beasts gave up on attacking and retreated like a receding tide. Even so, the air was still filled with the smell of blood. The sacred leader mocked himself. He flew out of the ground with wounds all over his body. He quickly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Many thanks for Brother Lin's help. Otherwise, this old life of mine would be gone. The sacred leader smiled bitterly. Even a horse will stumble, let alone a human. As long as you're alive, nothing will be a problem. Brother Long, I think you should have attacked just now. With your 18 layers of hell, you can definitely break that kid's sword intent defense. At that time, I'll join hands with Mo-ing and will definitely be able to kill that kid. I feel that kid will always be a scourge here. King Kong instigated Long Qianzu the moment he returned. Mo-ing followed. I feel that that was the best opportunity. Even if we can't kill that Lin Fei, we can still kill the sacred leader. Long Qianzu coldly looked at them. If it's that easy to deal with, then the two of you can go. I'll hold them back from behind. As long as you can kill the sacred leader or Lin Fei, then you can become the #1 demon king. I, Long Qianzu, will submit to you and won't have any other opinions. King Kong and Mo-ing laughed dryly. They really didn't dare to do that. Then we'll slowly discuss it. We still have time. Let's see what the sacred leader has to say. Chapter 43:14. A battle had ended without a trace, just like that. The people of Sacred Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. After all, there were so many monsters. If they really fought to the end, it was unknown how many of them would survive. There were simply too many monsters attacking the city, so many that they felt their scalps go numb. Everyone looked at the extraterrestrial guests with gratitude. The Poison King and Three Stones Divine King looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They really didn't want to fight these monsters. They were just too difficult to deal with. There was no need to mention the three monster kings, especially the Dragon 1,000 Feet Monster King, whose strength was unfathomable. Even the Holy Lord was tricked by him. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, the Dragon 1,000 Feet Monster King would probably be dead now. The place to talk was even simpler. They found a place with no one around. It wasn't far from Sacred Mountain. Our opinion is that you open the primogenitor's tomb, and we'll go in. It's that simple. If you don't agree, we'll continue attacking, Long Qianzu said coldly. If you don't open it, we'll continue attacking the city. We monsters reproduce quickly and aren't afraid of exhaustion. But it's different for you guys. It won't be that easy to replenish your numbers. King Kong chuckled. Sacred Lord's face darkened. In this aspect, they really couldn't compare to monsters. That was why Sacred Mountain's strength had been affected all these years. Then do you know what will happen after you open the primogenitor's tomb? Even I don't dare to guess. The primogenitor is already dead. He's probably turned to ashes. Do you think he can trick us? We three demon kings aren't afraid. As long as you open the primogenitor's tomb, we'll dare to enter. Long Qianzu really wasn't afraid of the primogenitor. He was already dead. At most, he would leave behind some legends. Lin Fei listened quietly. Currently, the only thing in the entire draconic arcane realm that Lin Fei cared about was the primogenitor's forbidden zone. Sacred Lord, if you can open it, then open it. They're courting death anyway. They can't blame anyone else, Lin Fei said with a smile. The Sacred Lord hesitated for a moment before saying, all right, then I'll bring you into the primogenitor's forbidden zone. If you die in there, don't blame me. I'm the one who warned you. The sacred leader was also rather helpless. If he didn't bring them in, they would definitely continue to attack the sacred mountain, and the sacred mountain would suffer heavy losses. If you want to enter the primogenitor's forbidden zone, you'll need to gather all 10 dragon keys, Sacred Lord said. Isn't it just 10 keys? That's easy. Just mobilize our men and we'll be able to find them in no time, Long Qianzu said nonchalantly. It was not difficult to gather 10 divine dragon keys. After spending nearly 6 days, he finally gathered all 10 keys. This time was still far beyond his expectations. Sacred Mountain had returned to its usual liveliness, but there was still a somewhat depressing atmosphere in the city, because the demon beasts stationed outside had not retreated. The sacred leader led the group to the center of the sacred mountain. The center of the sacred mountain was a completely different world. It was a huge natural cave. By chiseling on the natural cave, another part of the sacred mountain was formed. They walked down the sacred mountain. Soon, they arrived at the underground world. A terrifying, depressing aura swept over them. This is formed by the aura left behind by the primogenitor. The sacred leader said. As expected of the sacred leader. I didn't expect the aura left behind after his death to be so huge. It can even form a sinister wind. The strength of this sinister wind isn't weak, almost comparable to the Xiantian realm. No wonder it's called a forbidden zone. Doesn't this mean that the deeper we go, the stronger the sinister wind gets? The Vidra king laughed loudly, allowing the sinister wind to hit his body. He was unharmed. The forbidden zone left behind by the primogenitor isn't as simple as you think. The sacred leader didn't dare to be careless. He cast a spell in front of him, forming a layer of defense to resist the attack of the sinister wind. The sacred leader's careful actions made the 3 demon kings even more disdainful. They didn't stop mocking and ridiculing him along the way. There weren't many people who came down this time. There were 4 demon kings, 3 demon kings, Sacred Lord, and Lin Fei and the rest. There were about 20 people in total. As they went deeper, the strength of the sinister wind grew. Everyone put up their defenses. However, the 3 demon kings clearly didn't think much of the sinister wind. They continued to resist it, unmoving like a mountain. Looks like the sinister wind here isn't as strong as I imagined. The Vidra king patted his body. They walked for 3 hours. Dragon 1,000 Feet Demon King asked why they didn't fly over. In the end, the sacred leader replied coldly, there's a spatial tear here. If you have the guts, you can try flying over. With that, the 3 demon kings didn't dare to move. Originally, everyone was very casual. However, after the sacred leader said that, they became more cautious. This was a void tier. If he were to fall into it, who knew where he would run off to? The biggest possibility was that he would die within the void. Even though the demon kings were strong, they would still die in the void. They rested once along the way. After walking for nearly half a day, finally, a huge ancient tomb appeared in front of them. This ancient tomb was built entirely out of black rocks. Of course, the most shocking thing was that there were statues placed in front of the ancient tomb. These statues weren't real statues. They were ice sculptures. No one could imagine that there would be ice sculptures in the depths of the earth. There are people in the ice sculptures. These are all living people sealed in ice. It's too scary. It's really too scary. He was killed in one move. When everyone got closer, the sinister wind was even colder. Its strength was at the pinnacle of the inborn realm. However, these ice sculptures still made everyone gasp in shock. These are experts from our Sky Sword Mountain. Why are they here? Jin Yuanqing resisted the sinister wind. However, he was shocked too because he saw the experts from Sky Sword Mountain. Their attire was very obvious. It was hard not to see them. Poison King, Stone God King and the others were also moved, because they also saw a few familiar figures. After all, they had families backing them. Naturally, they knew some things. Therefore, when they saw the ice sculptures, they were shocked. They didn't expect that the people they couldn't find would die in the draconic arcane realm and become ice sculptures. These people have been dead here for a long time. I advise everyone not to touch these ice sculptures because they contain a terrifying chill. If you touch them, they might fall onto your body and turn you into a new ice sculpture, Holy Master reminded them. That's right. Holy Master. Holy Master. He waved his wind spells and countless wind blades flew forward. However, in the blink of an eye, these wind blades were frozen in midair. This is the first test in the ancient tomb. Chapter 43:15. The fact that spells could be frozen by this chilling wind made everyone secretly take a deep breath. It could be seen that this chilling wind was extraordinary. I've brought the place to everyone. You can enter the ancient tomb after passing the first stage of the sinister wind, Sacred Leader said coldly. Looking at the ice sculptures in front of them, no one dared to be careless. The wind blades that Sacred Leader used were pure energy attacks. They didn't expect that they would be frozen by the sinister wind. I, King Kong, have thick skin and flesh. Let me go in first and see how strong this sinister wind is. King Kong snorted coldly as he grabbed one of his subordinates and threw him in. Whoosh! Everyone heard the sound of something freezing. They saw that the demonic beast that was thrown out was frozen into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. They didn't even have time to breathe. What a terrifying sinister wind. My subordinate is at the peak of the inborn realm, but he couldn't even block it. Why did the ancestor leave such a sinister wind here? King Kong cursed. Heaven Eye Monarch and Demon King Tinjue gasped. They were standing closer to King Kong and took a step back. He silently took a step back. If he had been thrown in just now, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. It didn't feel good to be killed in an instant. They really wanted to leave immediately. They didn't want to go to the ancestors' ancient tomb anymore. It was simply a matter of life and death. They didn't dare to move now. If they moved, King Kong definitely wouldn't mind throwing them in. This sinister wind is quite strong. But since the ancestor left it here, there should be a way to enter. Long Qianzu looked at Sacred Leader. What do you think, Sacred Leader? I think it's better for you to tell us the secret. Anyway, everyone is going to enter the ancestors' ancient tomb. You can't hide the secret in your heart. I didn't expect you to know so much. You actually know the secret of this sinister wind. Sacred Leader smiled wryly. I specialize in researching the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Although there aren't many words left behind, I more or less know that since the primogenitor laid down such a killing formation, there must be a way to break it. It's impossible for him to stop everyone from entering. What do you think, Holy Lord? I advise you not to hide your thoughts and speak them out openly. Long Qianzu said with a proud expression. This sacred lord is a little dishonest. A thought popped into Lin Fei's mind. At first, he thought that this sacred leader was normal. But now, it seemed that this sacred leader had a lot of secrets. Actually, it's not that hard to enter the ancient tomb. Do you see these ice sculptures? Don't look down on them just because they've been frozen for a long time. As long as everyone sprinkles their blood on them, they'll be able to activate the people inside the ice sculptures. As long as they're killed, they'll naturally be blessed and enter the ancient tomb. Otherwise, no one will be able to pass through. King Kong laughed. I knew there must be a trick to this place. I didn't expect it to be like this. Doesn't that mean that the people inside the ice sculptures have a certain amount of combat power? That's just right. I, King Kong, will be the first to fight them. This time, King Kong didn't grab his subordinates. Instead, he slit his hand and cut open his arm. His blood sprinkled on the nearest ice sculpture. Then, an incredible scene appeared. After King Kong's blood sprinkled on the ice sculpture, a crashing sound could be heard. The ice sculpture completely melted. The figure inside the ice sculpture suddenly opened its eyes. The eyes were cold and emotionless. They didn't carry a trace of aura. The figure instantly attacked King Kong. A corpse that has been dead for God knows how long. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Vidra King's 6 arms smashed down heavily and sent the puppet flying. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. King Kong pounced forward again. His 6 arms fiercely smashed down. This time, the chilling winds didn't take the initiative to attack him. Instead, they let him deal with the ice sculpture. After a few rounds, the ice sculpture was smashed into pieces by King Kong. Sacred Leader, your secret is really useful. The chilling winds didn't attack me. Ha 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 ha. I'll be going first. The Vidra King laughed heartily and strode forward. Long Qianzu and Mo Ying exchanged glances. They gritted their teeth in hatred. King Kong was one step ahead of them. With that guy's temper, he would definitely sweep everything in his way. Long Qianzu and Mo Ying didn't hesitate. They also sprinkled their blood on the ice sculptures. However, the ice sculptures activated by the two seemed to be quite strong. It took King Kong a lot of effort to kill them. Then, King Kong calmly chased after them. Aren't you going in? Lin Fei asked with a smile. If I don't go in, the 3 Yao Kings will take away all the items inside. If that happens, your holy mountain will have a hard time in the future. I'm just letting the 3 Yao Kings scout ahead. If there are any dangers, let them deal with them first. If we go after them, we can avoid a lot of trouble, Sacred Leader said. After the 3 Yao Kings killed the ice sculptures, the other 4 Yao Kings did not hesitate. One by one, they followed suit. Needless to say, there were strong and weak ice sculptures. If they were lucky, they would encounter some weaker ones. If they were unlucky, they would encounter some stronger ones. After the 3 Yao Kings entered, the other 4 Yao Kings followed suit. This process didn't take too long. Brother Lin, aren't you going in? I heard that there are many good items inside. We can't let the Yao Kings snatch them away. No matter what, they will fall into our hands. When the time comes, we will have to trouble you, Brother Lin, to help us, Sacred Leader said with a look of anticipation. You've never gone in before? Lin Fei asked curiously. Don't mention it. It's very dangerous inside. I don't dare to go there a second time. Luckily, there are 3 Yao Kings leading the way this time. We can avoid a lot of danger. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan were both looking forward to it. After all, this was the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Even people from the Kunlun mystery realm were looking for these primogenitor's ancient tombs. They didn't expect that there would be one in the divine dragon mystery realm. Without any hesitation, everyone activated the ice sculptures. For a moment, everyone was fighting with the ice sculptures. The ice sculpture that Lin Fei encountered was very simple. It was cut into 2 by his sword intent. The others didn't have it so easy. Some of them were heavily injured by the ice sculptures. Luckily, they didn't die and stayed outside. They couldn't wait and followed in. After passing through a large area of ice sculptures, a large door appeared. At this moment, the door had already been pushed open. Ha 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 ha, there's actually a treasure inside. This treasure is mine. Chapter 43:16. This was the voice of King Kong. He sounded extremely excited and ecstatic. His voice was also much louder than usual. After that, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Hearing the word, magic treasure, many people were moved. Some of these people were natives of the divine dragon mystic realm, while some were experts of the Kunlun mystic realm. Naturally, they knew that magic treasures were above magic weapons. Usually, it was hard to even see a magic weapon, let alone a magic treasure. If one could refine a magic treasure, they would truly be invincible. Everyone surged in like a tidal wave. The calmest person present was Lin Fei. Magic treasures were powerful things. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing much. In the face of true strength, even a magic treasure could be destroyed. Moreover, the magic treasures in this ancient tomb were probably not of good quality. When everyone entered the ancient tomb, they realized that it was extremely huge and spacious. However, at this moment, the three demon kings of King Kong were fighting over the magic treasures. It turned out that at the end of the ancient tomb, there was a stairway to heaven. There were treasures hanging on both sides of the stairway. At the top of the stairway to heaven, there was a stone coffin with a treasure floating above it. There are magic weapons and magic treasures hanging there. Ha 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 ha. The founder is such a good person. He actually left behind magic weapons and magic treasures. As long as I can get my hands on any one of them, my strength will improve tremendously. By then, I will be invincible among those of the same cultivation level. The heavens have eyes. To think that I would be able to see magic weapons and magic treasures in my lifetime. Without any hesitation, everyone rushed towards the treasures. Just like that, a fight began. No matter who it was, they all hoped to get their hands on magic weapons and magic treasures. Even if they could not get a magic treasure, they would at least get a magic weapon. Otherwise, they would have made a wasted trip. Young Master Lin, are those really magic weapons and magic treasures? Yi Zixuan did not go for the magic weapons and magic treasures. She knew that she would only be sending herself to death if she went up. Yes, these are indeed magic artifacts and magic treasures. However, their qualities should be very ordinary. However, with them, one's strength will increase by a lot. Basically, those without magic artifacts and magic treasures are no match for them. Lin Fei smiled. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that these magic tools and magic treasures were indeed very ordinary. For these people, these magic tools and magic treasures were top-notch items. The magic treasures that the three demon kings were fighting over seemed to be of decent quality. Now, they were fighting fiercely. No one could snatch it away. And at that moment, even the Holy Master made his move. He actually wanted to fight for the treasure as well. It's rare for us to come to the Divine Dragon Enigmatic Realm, and we've even come to the Ancestral Cemetery. We have to bring something back no matter what. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a ritual implement. Yi Zixuan suspected that she had heard wrongly. But there are so many people. Don't worry, I'm here. If we don't snatch it now, we probably won't have the time later. Yi Zixuan didn't understand. Could it be that something was going to happen here? No matter what, Yi Zixuan was still very tempted by magic tools. Lin Fei led Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan towards the sky stairway. The treasures on both sides of the heaven stairway were wrapped in a special power, so they had to break the power seal in order to take out the things inside. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei's sword will crashed into these experts like flowing water. Those who could fight for the magic tools here were basically at the peak of the innate stage. After all, it wasn't that easy to step into the Qi cultivation realm. The sword will directly crashed into these experts like flowing water. Yi Xian and Lin Fei didn't kill them. They just chased them away. When these innate stage experts felt the sword will that was like flowing water, they were so scared that their scalps went numb. They didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying. They only breathed a sigh of relief after they landed on the ground. Their bodies were numb, but they were glad that they survived. When they saw that the person from beyond the sky, Lin Fei, made a move, everyone didn't have any more thoughts and quickly retreated to the side. This flying sword artifact should be alright for you. But when you step into the Qi cultivation realm, you can use this artifact again. Its power will be even greater. Lin Fei's sword will broke through the defense and swept away the flying sword. He took it down and casually threw it to Yizi Xuan. The quality of these magic tools was indeed very average. The crafting method was very crude. But it was better than nothing. Lin Fei decided to pack all of these magic tools back and give one to each of his innate stage subordinates to increase their strength. If Lin Fei were to craft them, it would be too degrading. He wasn't interested. The sword will open up a path like flowing water. No one could stop it. One by one, the magic tools were easily collected by Lin Fei. Yi Xian and Yizi Xuan, who were following behind, felt like they were dreaming. It was actually so easy and simple. The four kings in the distance also grabbed a magic tool. But when they turned around and saw Lin Fei's method, they felt that the magic tools in their hands weren't good at all. You're all great experts. Why fight with us over magic tools? Can't you at least leave one for us? If you take all of them like this, we'll have wasted this trip. Our hearts were already thumping in fear. At least take a magic tool to comfort us. That was what they thought. But no one dared to stand out and say anything. They were really afraid. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fei took away all the treasures. Lin Fei actually managed to collect more than 20 Dharma artifacts in total. It could be said that he took all the magic tools here in one fell swoop. The three great Yao kings were fighting over the magic treasures and were in a heated battle. With the addition of the sacred lord, it became very lively. Young Master Lin, are you not tempted by the magic tools? Are you not planning to make a move? Yizi Xuan asked curiously. Lin Fei chuckled. If it's just this magic tool, then forget it. I'm not interested at all. Moreover, do you really think this magic tool is a magic tool? After taking the magic tools, Lin Fei didn't go up again. He didn't look at the stone coffin. Instead, he returned to the empty space below. Ha 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 ha. I finally managed to snatch this magic tool. If I'm not wrong, this magic tool is the 7-colored glazed pagoda left behind by the primogenitor. Long Qianzu laughed. Using his 18 arms and his strong fleshly body, he used the 18 levels of hell to send the 2 monster kings and the Holy Lord flying. One of his arms carried a glazed pagoda. It shone brightly and was very dazzling. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. When the Vajra King and Demonic Shadow saw the glazed pagoda, their hearts sank. Their strongest magic tool had been snatched away by Long Qianzu. Damn it, this is really too damn it. After Long Qianzu obtained this magic tool, they were no longer a match for him. He could easily suppress them with a magic tool. Vajra King, Holy Lord, Demonic Shadow, are you guys convinced? And you, the visitor from outer space, Lin Fei. At this moment, Long Qianzu was in high spirits. Chapter 43:17. At that very moment, Long Qianzu felt invincible. With the 7-colored glazed pagoda in hand, he would have the strongest magic treasure. Although Long Qianzu was one of the Yao kings in the Divine Dragon's secret dimension, he was not the strongest Yao king. That was because he was still incapable of suppressing the other 2 Yao kings. But now, he could finally do it. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Then, he used a secret technique to control the 7-colored glazed pagoda. In an instant, the magic treasure floated above Long Qianzu's head. Long Qianzu, to think that you would secretly learn a secret technique to refine magic treasures. You sure hit it well. Looks like you took all the items from the pocket dimension back then, King Vajra swore loudly. Damned monkey, there is no one more stupid than you. Last time, when we went to the pocket dimension, I used you as a blade. How could you have imagined that all the good items there would be swept away by me? As for this treasure used to refine magic treasures, I obtained it from that pocket dimension. Don't you feel envious? A pity, you don't have the life to do so. Chen Feng laughed coldly. Swoosh! The 7-colored glazed pagoda smashed down. King Kong raised his 6 arms and a loud rumbling sound rang out. In an instant, he was smashed into the ground. Didn't you claim to be strong? In front of my 7-colored glazed pagoda, you are nothing. Long Qianzu's gaze swept towards Immerse. The 7-colored glazed pagoda moved again and smashed down. Another loud rumbling sound rang out as Immerse was smashed into the ground as well. Trash. Trash that can't even withstand a single blow. Long Qianzu laughed. Sacred Master, are you going to submit or resist? I only want one thing from you. From obtaining the 7-colored glazed pagoda to refining it, to defeating King Kong and Immerse, everything had happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Instead, they were filled with fear and unease. Long Qianzu was already very strong to begin with. Now that he had this magic treasure, his strength could not be underestimated. King Kong and Immerse were smashed down in an instant. If it had been them, they would have died without a doubt. You want me to submit? You need to have the strength to do so. Sacred Master had no intention of submitting. Then I will fulfill your wish. The 7-colored glazed pagoda descended once again. You can obtain a magic treasure, but do you think I, the Holy Lord, don't have a magic treasure? The Sacred Lord snorted coldly and took out a magic treasure. It was a pearl the size of a fist. After the bead flew out, it released a dazzling radiance and blocked the attack of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Holy Lord, as expected, you still have something good hidden up your sleeve. To think that you would have a defensive magic treasure in your possession. You are finally willing to take it out and use it. I had assumed that you would be hiding it for the rest of your life. Long Qianzu was only a bit surprised. Then he controlled the 7-colored glass to attack again and again. I want to see just how many attacks you can take. No matter how strong your magic treasure's defense is, it is still nothing in front of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Bang, 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 bang. Not only did Long Qianzu control the 7-colored glazed pagoda to attack the Sacred Master, he also pounced forward with his remaining 17 arms. Young Master Lin, what should we do now? I didn't think that Long Qianzu would obtain a magic treasure. Not to mention, it is a magic treasure left behind by the primogenitor. It was one thing for Long Qianzu to obtain a magic treasure, but he was also able to refine it in such a short period of time. Although he was unable to unleash its true power, the power of the magic treasure alone was enough to defeat the Vajra King and demonic shadow. By the looks of it, the Sacred Master would not be able to escape this fate. Don't worry. Long Qianzu will be in trouble soon. Didn't you notice that the power of the primogenitor's magic treasure, the 7-colored glazed pagoda, is very average? It is completely unbefitting of the primogenitor's status. Lin Fei chuckled. He appeared very calm. Yi Zixuan pondered it for a moment. That seemed to be the case. The magic treasure was very strong, capable of instantly defeating the Vajra King and demonic shadow. It was even capable of putting a great deal of pressure on the Sacred Master. However, she kept getting the feeling that the magic treasure was not as world-shaking as the legends made it out to be. The smart Yi Zixuan seemed to understand something. The Sacred Master relied on the defensive capabilities of the bead to continuously defend against the attacks of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. Long Qianzu did not realize that as he was attacking the Sacred Master, his emotions were in turmoil. His entire being seemed to have sunk into a state of rage. The 17 arms kept slapping at him. Any one of those attacks could easily kill a Xiantian realm expert or even a qi-cultivating realm expert. However, he was actually unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Sacred Master, I will definitely kill you. This broken bead of yours cannot withstand the attacks of my 7-colored glazed pagoda. I will let you witness the true power of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. After attacking for a while, Long Qianzu realized that he was unable to break the defensive capabilities of the bead. Without saying a word, he spat out another mouthful of blood and pushed the seven-colored glazed pagoda forward. This time, the seven-colored light shone brightly and a phantom image appeared. The moment the phantom image appeared, everyone's breathing became hurried. It was as though a huge mountain had appeared in their hearts, pressing down on them. That's the phantom image of the primogenitor. An expert from the sacred lands cried out and knelt down. It was an ancient figure. The moment the phantom image of the primogenitor appeared, the power of the seven-colored glazed pagoda skyrocketed. The defensive bead of the sacred master was finally unable to withstand it. After countless ripples, the bead was finally blasted apart. The sacred master was also severely injured. All the defenses were broken by the seven-colored glazed pagoda and the sacred master was slammed against a huge pillar. See that? You are overestimating yourself. I already have the treasure left behind by the primogenitor, the seven-colored glazed pagoda. How are you going to fight me? Long Qianzu laughed out loud and the seven-colored glazed pagoda in his hand shone even brighter. Right now, your life and death are in my hands. You can either submit to me or be killed by me in one strike. The severely injured sacred master's face was pale. However, at this moment, he laughed out loud and knelt down on the ground. He spread his arms wide open as though he was prostrating himself on the ground. Welcome, primogenitor. The moment the words of the sacred master fell, Long Qianzu's face changed slightly. What do you mean by that? Isn't the primogenitor already dead? Don't tell me he's still alive. Ha ha ha, who said I'm dead? I'm the primogenitor, and I'll never die. Your physical body is not bad, and you have 18 arms. It's perfect for me to possess. A jingguang flashed out of the seven-colored glazed pagoda and entered Long Qianzu's mind. Hand over your body. Let this old man use your body to ascend the world. His voice was cold and domineering. Long Qianzu's face was ferocious. Dream on. Shook Ju website. Chapter 43:18. Long Qianzu's voice was extremely pitiful. His face then turned even more menacing, as though he was fighting with something. Long Qianzu, this old man is giving you face by using your body. With your potential and aptitude, it's impossible for you to break through that barrier. Only by using your body will you be able to go further. Don't you want to see how far you can go? You must know that the later stages of cultivation are what people yearn for the most. If nothing goes wrong, it's impossible for you to do so. Holy Master, you be *starred. You lied to me. This is your scheme. You must know that the Holy Master isn't dead. He's in the seven-colored glazed pagoda. You're using us to bait you. Long Qianzu roared. His 18 arms waved continuously, wishing that he could tear the Holy Master's body into pieces. But at this moment, these 18 arms were no longer under his control. There weren't many people present who could remain calm. Even the 4 kings from the Kunlun mystic realm had a drastic change in expression. Under this pressure, they could not bring themselves to think of leaving at all. This time, they were truly regretting their decision. The primogenitor wasn't dead. He had left behind a strand of consciousness within the seven-colored glazed pagoda, waiting for them to take the bait. Now, they finally understood why the seven-colored glazed pagoda's power was so ordinary. It was clearly placed here to be used as a bait. Yet, Long Qianzu was the first to snatch the seven-colored glazed pagoda. Furthermore, he had the strongest physical body, much stronger than a human's. Furthermore, he had 18 arms. If the primogenitor were to possess this body, his strength would definitely be even more terrifying than before. Who didn't know that the monster race had the strongest physical body? Someone like Long Qianzu was even scarier. This was because he had inherited a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. Compared to him, the human race was far too lacking. I, Long Qianzu, am the strongest. I will never be possessed by you. I'll tear you into pieces. Long Qianzu continued to roar and struggle. However, his struggles were getting weaker and weaker. Young Master Lin, you really guessed it right. There is indeed something wrong with this magic treasure. I didn't expect that there would be a strand of the ancestors will hidden inside. Yi Zixuan had already covered her mouth, almost unable to speak. The primogenitor, who had been dead for so long, was actually still alive. This is actually very normal. Otherwise, you would think that a treasure like this would be placed in the most obvious place. Lin Fei had sensed that something was wrong from the beginning. Even if the primogenitor had left behind a magic treasure, it definitely wouldn't be this ordinary. It would not be so easily obtained by others. Lin Fei had also noticed Long Qianzu's change, but he didn't warn him. Sure enough, it was just as he had imagined. The dead primogenitor had actually left behind a strand of divine sense to specialize in possession. Moreover, the target of possession was Long Qianzu. It seemed like he had predicted that a demon king would come in. The Dragon 1,000 Feet Demon King was the most outstanding in all aspects, mainly because it was able to unleash its full strength and recover its strength in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei didn't stop them, nor did he want to. He remembered that there were quite a few experts on the same level as the primogenitor. Now that this primogenitor had been revived, it was clear that the other primogenitors had left behind their trump cards. All of a sudden, things became even more interesting. Lin Fei was a lively person. Now that he had the God Tree of Life to recover his strength was recovering day by day. Even if these primogenitors were to cause trouble, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. More importantly, Lin Fei felt that something big was about to happen since Shishir had used such a secret technique. Long Qianzu's struggle didn't last for too long. In the end, he silently stopped moving and floated in midair. This didn't take long. In less than a minute, Long Qianzu slowly opened his eyes. When the possessed Long Qianzu opened his eyes, his gaze became extremely ancient, as though he had experienced a long time. At this moment, Long Qianzu was no longer Long Qianzu. He had been replaced by the primogenitor. This body is not bad. It's much better than this old man's previous body. Just 18 arms can increase this old man's strength by more than 18 times. The possessed Long Qianzu shook his head and moved his body. Kacha sounds came from all over his body. Saint Master, you've done well. After so many years, you've finally brought him in. The Saint Master stood up and said respectfully. His originally pale face had regained its rosy color. Master, this is what I should do. Without you, I wouldn't have become the sacred master. It's all thanks to these extraterrestrial visitors. If not for them, it wouldn't have been so easy for Long Qianzu to come in by himself. The Vajra King and Demonic Shadow, who had just climbed out of the ground, also saw this scene. Without saying a word, they fled to the left and right. It was too scary. It turned out that this was a trap left by the primogenitor. They originally thought that there would be something good in the primogenitor's graveyard. Who would have thought that it was a trap that could take someone's life? Long Qianzu was in high spirits. He had just flaunted his prowess for a short while, and now, he had been snatched away. This made them realize that if they didn't leave now, they would be completely finished later. The Vajra King and Demonic Shadow were also smart. They each chose a direction. No matter how powerful the primogenitor was, it was impossible for him to keep both of them here at once. Long Qianzu glanced at them indifferently. Have I given you permission to leave? Two rays of holy light directly hit the Vajra King and Demonic Shadow. With a crashing sound, both of them were instantly frozen. Both of them were Qi refinement experts, but they were instantly frozen by Long Qianzu's spell. The sacred master cast spells, but compared to Long Qianzhu's spell, the power was on a completely different level. At the very least, the sacred master didn't have the strength to confine the Vajra King and demonic shadow in one go. I don't know who still wants to leave in front of this old man. You can step forward, and this old man will fulfill your wish. A cracking sound was heard. The Vajra King and demonic shadow were severely injured, and they collapsed to the ground. Their bodies were covered with frightening cracks that looked like ravines. If it wasn't for their lingering breath, everyone would think that they were dead. This time, no one dared to move. I can smell the aura of the Kunlun mystic realm on you. It seems that the four of you came from the Kunlun mystic realm. However, your strength is too weak. Long Qianzhu's gaze swept across the four kings. With this sweep, the four kings knelt on the ground with a plop. They couldn't bear it at all. Your strength is too weak. A ray of holy light landed on them, and the four kings groaned and fell to the ground. May I ask, how much of your strength do you still have? Remember the mobile version. Chapter 43:19. Suddenly, a voice rang out. His words pulled everyone back from their panic and uneasiness. Only then did they realize that the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei, had spoken. But why did his words sound so unbelievable? The three demon kings had been completely wiped out. The Holy Lord was this ancestor's disciple. The four kings from the Kunlun secret realm were also heavily injured. No matter how they looked at it, Long Qianzhu was the strongest. No, it should be Ancestor Long Qianzhu. Lin Fei chuckled, lightening the atmosphere. Could it be that this ancestor was bluffing? But if he was bluffing, he had only heavily injured the King Kong and Shadow Demon King. The Holy Lord said respectfully. Master, this person is the visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei. He's a rather mysterious kid. I suspect that he saw through it from the start, but just didn't say anything. The primogenitor dragon 1,000 feet looked over with a hint of tyranny in its eyes. So you're from the secular world. You sure talk big, but you don't know your place. Is this a place where you can speak as you please? A beam of holy light shot out from the ground. This beam of holy light came out of nowhere. There was no movement at all, as if it had appeared out of thin air. You're a dignified ancestor. Is there a need to be so sneaky? Isn't it perfectly justifiable? Lin Fei snorted. His sword intent flowed like water and protected Lin Fei, as well as Yi Zixuan and Yi Xian. Layers of ripples appeared on the flowing water of the sword intent, easily blocking the attack of the holy light. He's a sword cultivator expert. His sword intent has reached such a high level of mastery. Defend. There was a loud rumbling sound. Beams of holy light shot out from the ground once again. In an instant, the area where Yi Xian was turned into a holy light attack. Ancestor Long Qianzhu's technique enveloped the area, not giving this sword cultivator a chance to attack. He wanted to see what this secular expert was capable of. Could he be stronger than the King Kong and Shadow Demon King? Even they weren't a match for his attack. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan, who were in the middle of the Holy Light's attack, turned pale. However, they were obviously a little excited. This was the ancestor's attack. More importantly, Lin Fei had actually managed to block it. Relying on his sword intent, he had easily blocked it. Primogenitor, is this all you've got? You can't even break through my defense, and you still have the nerve to pretend here. I'll stand here and fight for half an hour. If you can't break through, then you're just a puppy. Lin Fei laughed. A trace of unease flashed across Long Qianzhu's eyes. The spell attack did not heavily injure the other party, nor did it kill him. Judging from the other party's tone, he seemed to be unscathed. You are the disciple of the old ancestor of the Sky Sword Mountain. Other than him, I don't think there is anyone else who could cultivate the sword intent to such a level. As the holy light receded, the ancestor dragon 1,000 feet squinted its eyes. Your eyesight doesn't look good. Who said I'm from the Heavenly Sword Mountain? Do you really have to be from the Heavenly Sword Mountain to be able to cultivate sword intent? Can't I become a self-taught genius? I think you'd better hurry up and attack. Could it be that you don't have the guts to attack? It would consume too much of your energy. Don't think that you can control Long Qianzu's body on the surface. How could Lin Fei not see that the primogenitor was not as strong as he had imagined? He had yet to completely control Long Qianzu's body. Just now, he had unleashed his ultimate move. He wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. After all, everyone had witnessed the might of the primogenitor. Even the two strongest Yao kings were no match for him, let alone the others. The deterrence was quite good. At the very least, everyone was afraid and no longer dared to have any other thoughts. Now that he had encountered Lin Fei, the situation had changed. Those few attacks were all genuine Foundation establishment techniques. That kid sword intent defense is impenetrable. There are no flaws to break through. I can't break through it for a while. Due to that, progenitor dragon 1,000 feet was unable to see through his opponent. His opponent was even able to tell him his greatest weakness. If you don't believe me, I'll just attack. At the same time, I can see for myself how strong the rumored primogenitor is. Hua 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 hua. The sky was filled with sword shadows that shot out like a colorful stream of light. Previously, Lin Fei had been attacked by the group of holy light. Now, it was progenitor dragon 1,000 feet's turn to be surrounded by the sword intent. The dense sword shadows blotted out the sky, causing everyone to panic. Even progenitor dragon 1,000 feet's face sank. This was completely different from the plan. Even Sacred Lord felt the same. He had underestimated the strength of this outsider, Lin Fei. Bang 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 bang. Dragon 1,000 feet's 18 arms pushed forward. Even the 7-colored glazed pagoda landed on his head, emitting a brilliant light. The sword shadows that Lin Fei had released were like rain. They did not stop at all. Progenitor dragon 1,000 feet could still block them, but Sacred Lord did not have it so easy. In an instant, he was sent flying by the sword shadows. Bloody wounds appeared all over his body. King Kong and demonic shadow crawled out at this time. Their injuries were severe. After all, that attack just now had directly torn apart their physical defenses and injured their foundations. Now, seeing the sky full of sword shadows attacking progenitor dragon 1,000 feet, the two of them looked at Lin Fei with fear and wariness. At the beginning, they had looked down on this person. Although they were a little wary, they were far from being as fearful as they were now. An expert. He was definitely a hidden expert. Did he have to toy with them like this? For some reason, they felt very happy now. At least they could hold back this huge threat. Progenitor dragon 1,000 feet seemed to be in trouble. What were they waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Monster Kings were all very cautious. King Kong and demonic shadow slipped away just like that. Those who had followed Sacred Lord also slipped away. It was better not to watch this kind of battle. If they were not careful, they would die without even knowing how they were affected. Primogenitor Dragon Qianzu relied on the strength of his fleshly body to blast away the sword shadows. However, the sword shadows were so dense that they covered the sky and the earth. They were so powerful that he could not break through them all. Instead, wounds appeared on his body one after another. His expression grew more and more serious. This was a bad start. Friend, let's talk this out. Didn't you come to the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm to find treasures? I know the whereabouts of a treasure that can definitely satisfy you. It's the god blood that you can't bear to part with. No, it should be the dragon god blood. Blood flowed from the corner of Dragon 1,000 Feet's mouth. His body was covered in sword wounds. Fortunately, Dragon Thousand Feet's physical body was very strong. The sword shadows were condensed from sword intent. Naturally, they were not as strong as sword intent, especially when they were divided. Chapter 43:20. The primogenitor's words shocked many people. He was a powerful primogenitor, yet he said such words to Lin Fei. Didn't this mean that he was afraid of the alien Lin Fei? You are an expert primogenitor. An invincible existence hundreds of years ago. No matter what, there should be a great battle. Could it be that his opponent had hit a sore spot? Or could it be that this body was not perfectly fused together? It was difficult for him to display Long Qianzu's full combat power. Lin Fei's sword intent attacks did not stop. They rained down on Long Qianzu like a meteor shower. You can scheme for a physical body. I have to discount your words. I think I should beat you half to death first. Lin Fei chuckled and did not show any signs of stopping. Long Qianzu was suffering. Although he had occupied this body, he could not perfectly fuse it. He could not perfectly unleash his power, so he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, Lin Fei's sword intent was not that simple. It possessed an extremely strong penetrative power. A single sword intent might not be a big deal, but what about tens, hundreds, or even thousands of sword intents? The sword intents that filled the sky would definitely cause Long Qianjing to experience a sour feeling. Without saying anything, Long Qianzu shook off the sword intents and rushed towards the sarcophagus. Did I say that you can leave? The sword intent formed a barrier in front of Long Qianzu. Long Qianzu hit the sword intent head-on. God knows how many sword intents had counterattacked his body, leaving wounds all over his body. Although Long Qianzu's body was very strong, he still suffered a lot. Alien Lin Fei, are you sure you want to fight me to the end? This old man advises you not to do this. Although your sword intent is very strong, this old man's means are not as simple as you think. Let's all take a step back. It's good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Long Qianzu looked at Lin Fei with even more resentment. It wasn't easy for him to occupy Long Qianzu's body. However, before he could completely control it, he had encountered such a powerful fellow. Moreover, he was a sword cultivator. He was as disgusting as the one from Sky Sword Mountain. I'm not interested in the past. I just feel that there should be a lot of secrets in this sacred mountain. As the person who knows the most, you can't possibly leave, right? Otherwise, who am I going to ask? Lin Fei chased after him unhurriedly, and the sky full of sword shadows attacked again. However, this time, the sword intent seemed to be even sharper than before. Every time, it would strike at the wound. Even though the progenitor dragon's 18 arms were pushing it to the limit, it was still unable to block these airtight attacks. In the past, he had fought against that person from Heavenly Sword Mountain many times, but his sword intent had not been this brutal. Not only did it have extremely penetrative power, but it also had a powerful destructive power. Once it entered the body, it would instantly cause a huge chain reaction. If it had been a weak body, it would have been turned into a hornet's nest in a single exchange. After Long Qianzu was pinned down by Lin Fei, Long Qianzu's expression turned ugly. He couldn't think of a good way to deal with this sword intent. If he relied on his powerful body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan looked at each other. That powerful ancestor of the Kunlun secret realm was actually not a match for Lin Fei. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that it was true? Now that this ancestor has been resurrected, do you think the other ancestors are still alive? Yi Zixuan suddenly said something. After this trip back, I must make things clear to the sect. Who knows, something big might happen in the Kunlun secret realm. The appearance of the ancestor was no less than the descent of a supreme being expert. There were 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun secret realm. Now that there was another ancestor, there would be a total of 7 supreme beings. They would definitely be able to affect the situation in the Kunlun's secret realm. Long Qianzu was having a hard time resisting. Lin Fei, you forced this old man to do this. Since you won't let this old man live, this old man won't let you have it easy either. Since you're preparing to unleash your ultimate move, bring it out. Let's see what other ultimate moves you have. Let me have a taste of them. After all, you're the ancestor. Your current moves are still a little too weak. That's right. The current progenitor dragon 1,000 feet was indeed too weak in Lin Fei's eyes. Although it could still unleash the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, it was still too weak. Although he could also unleash the strength of a foundation building realm cultivator, his foundation building realm strength seemed a little too weak. It was as though his strength had been greatly reduced. Lin Fei had not fought with the 6 supreme beings in the Kunlun's secret realm before. Naturally, he didn't know how strong they were. But he also knew that they were in the foundation building realm. But this ancestor Long Qianzu's strength was indeed not as strong as he imagined. 13 transformations of the dragon god. Long Qianzu snorted coldly and unleashed a powerful secret technique. Fresh blood flowed from his body. Dragon scales emerged from his body and covered his entire body. Even his face was covered in dragon scales. Long Qianzu's voice turned extremely cold. This old man can finally unleash the 13 transformations of the dragon god. The feeling of being strong is really good. As expected of the dragon god bloodline. Whoosh! Long Qianzu's figure charged forward. All 18 of his arms were covered in dragon scales as he attacked. The moment he opened his mouth, dragon might roared out from Long Qianzu's mouth. The entire graveyard was filled with a whistling sound. This sound was like a primordial dragon emerging from the depths of the abyss, rushing straight into everyone's heart. Bang! 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 One by one, the experts vomited blood and fell to the ground. Even King Kong and Nemo Ing were the same. Their faces were pale. The suppression of the bloodline caused them to lie on the ground, unable to move at all. Dragon God. This is definitely the might of the dragon god. Long Qianzu's 18 arms turned incomparably sharp, shattering the sword intent one by one. No matter how strong Lin Fei's sword intent was, when it landed on Long Qianzu's body, it was blocked by the dragon scales, leaving only a few white marks. This is this old man's trump card. I can't bear to use it. But since you don't know the meaning of death, this old man will fulfill your wish. I'll let you see the means of the dragon god. Now that this old man is impervious to swords and spears, even your sword intent can't break this old man's defense. This old man wants to see what makes you think you can fight with me. Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm. His strength had increased by more than 10 times. It had definitely skyrocketed. 18 arms came crashing down, and each arm had the power of a foundation establishment powerhouse. If I'm not wrong, you took away Long Qianzu's body to unleash the 13 transformations of the dragon god. I wonder how many transformations you'll be able to unleash. The flowing sword intent blocked in front of Long Qianzu. If Long Qianzu's attack was like a torrential storm, then Lin Fei's sword intent defense was watertight. One hard and one soft. It seemed like neither could do anything to the other. Chapter 43-21. After Long Qianzu used the 13 transformations of the dragon god, his strength had indeed soared. But even so, Long Qianzu still couldn't easily break through the layer of sword intent defense. The sword intent was like flowing water, layer after layer. Even if he broke through one layer, a new layer would immediately appear in front of him. There was no end to it. That was a very sad thing to happen to him. Long Qianzu had planned to use Long Qianzu's body for a long time to use the 13 transformations of the dragon god, but he had been very careful. Fortunately, Long Qianzu had obtained the body in the end. But when he thought about how he had failed on his first try, how he still couldn't break through Lin Fei's sword intent defense after using the 13 transformations of the Dragon God. His opponent's sword intent defense was as stable as Mount Tai. This made Long Qianzu more and more flustered. Could it be that he really couldn't suppress this guy? Could it be that he really had to use his strongest move? That was his true trump card. Once he used it, it would be gone. Long Qianzu had been in a very good mood when he had obtained control of Long Qianzu's body. But now, he was in a very bad mood. Why didn't this guy show up earlier? Why did he have to show up now? His plan back then had been completely wrong. Your 13 transformations of the Dragon God is still lacking. You can't even break through this small layer of sword intent. You can only say that you're unlucky. Lin Fei said indifferently. Do you really not want the Dragon God blood? That's a rare treasure. Once you consume it, your body will instantly reach a new level. It might even let you step into the Supreme Being Foundation establishment level. I can tell you an even more shocking secret. Do you really not want to know? Long Qianzu kept bombarding the sword intent defense, trying to distract his opponent with words so that he could find an opportunity to attack. What kind of person was Lin Fei? Even if it was the Dragon God blood, it wasn't real God blood. He naturally wouldn't be moved by it. Lin Fei probably wouldn't be moved even if he had the divine snow blood in front of him. Forget it. I'm not interested in that thing. I'm just interested in you. Let's talk about the past. Why do we have to fight here? Look, almost everyone has run away. Lin Fei said casually as he allowed Long Qianzu to attack him. The more Long Qianzu fought, the more anxious he became. Every strike from the 18 arms was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, but they could not break through the defense of the sword intent. After Long Qianzu launched another fierce attack, he instantly left behind an afterimage and landed on top of the sarcophagus. If you don't let this old man have an easy time, this old man won't let you have an easy time either. Let's all die together. The stone coffin opened. Long Qianzu jumped off the cliff. A loud rumbling sound followed closely behind. Lin Fei didn't expect Long Qianzu to be so cunning. He actually ran back into the sarcophagus. He didn't even want the 7-colored glazed pagoda outside. Not good, let's go. There was a loud noise. The ground exploded. A huge skeleton drilled out from the ground. The ground kept cracking, forming a huge crater. It was the skeleton of a divine dragon. It was huge and over 1,000 meters long. The entire primogenitor's ancient tomb collapsed in an instant. Swoosh! The moment the divine dragon's skeleton appeared, the boundless dragon might cause the remaining people to look at each other in dismay. They couldn't resist it at all, and they were all suppressed there, unable to move. Lin Fei recognized that this was a divine dragon. He didn't expect to see a divine dragon in the divine dragon mystic land. What surprised Lin Fei was that this divine dragon wasn't a powerful divine dragon. Its bones were still white, not gold or dark gold. Lin Fei had seen bone dragons before. He had even fought bone dragons before. The bone dragon before him was only average in terms of strength. Even so, it was still very powerful. At the very least, Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure. This was the only thing that could make Lin Fei feel pressured. Lin Fei, aren't you very powerful? In that case, you can have some fun with this bone dragon. Originally, this old man was prepared to use it as a trump card, but unfortunately, I met you. In that case, this old man can only use it in advance. Good luck. There was a divine dragon skeleton under the primogenitor's ancient tomb. Lin Fei didn't notice it at all. At least the primogenitor dragon Qianzu had schemed against him. The primogenitor is so weak. If I'm not wrong, even if you let me know the whereabouts of the divine dragon's blood, I'll still have to fight this divine dragon. Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan had never seen such a huge divine dragon. It could even move. Its dragon might was so strong that they couldn't move. Lin Fei came over. He protected the two with his sword will and flew out. With a sweep of the bone dragon's huge body, it swung its tail. Everywhere it passed, there were ruins everywhere. The divine dragon's attack was much stronger than Long Qinzu's. It was filled with overbearing might. This divine dragon was extremely fast, even faster than Long Qinzu. Lin Fei's speed wasn't slow, but he was still hit by the dragon's tail. A large amount of sword will defense collapsed and landed on his body. This was Lin Fei's first time being hit by the divine dragon. In just a moment, he felt as if his body was about to collapse. I underestimated this divine dragon. It's actually stronger than the foundation building realm. Dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu, who was hiding in the dark, didn't leave. He wanted to see Lin Fei killed by the divine dragon. He's fine. This guy's body is so strong. Dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu took a deep breath. He wasn't that lucky when he was hit by the divine dragon. His body was destroyed and he had to escape into the seven-colored glazed pagoda to survive. Seeing that Lin Fei was fine after taking the attack, it was really infuriating. Even a monster king would be destroyed by a divine dragon's attack, let alone a human expert. But dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu guessed wrong. It was ridiculously strong. This old man doesn't believe that his body can always be this strong. The divine dragon seemed to have its eyes on Lin Fei's group. It attacked continuously, its huge tail sweeping left and right. In the blink of an eye, the primogenitor's tomb was reduced to ruins. All the traps were destroyed by the divine dragon's attacks. Lin Fei pushed lightly, and Yi Xian and Yi Zixuan flew out like two rays of light, landing lightly in the distance. Ancestor, I have to thank you. You left a divine dragon here, and even used a secret technique to activate it. Seems like you've obtained quite a lot of good stuff. Although this divine dragon looks huge, it's pretty good for traveling. Lin Fei didn't retreat. Instead, he faced the divine dragon. It's been a long time since I used this dark technique. I wonder if it'll work. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. This smile seemed to be bad in the eyes of dragon ancestor Dragon Qianzu. Chapter 43-22. The bone dragon's huge body rushed out of the sacred mountain, blotting out the sky. The moment it appeared, everyone on the sacred mountain was scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a huge bone dragon before. The bone dragon's aura was so oppressive that they couldn't breathe. All of them lay on the ground, their minds blank. It was just a skeleton, yet it could fly and release a terrifying dragon aura. No expert could withstand the dragon aura released by the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon didn't have a body of flesh and blood, its huge frame was the most powerful weapon in battle. Houses and palaces collapsed wherever it passed. Dust flew everywhere, and more than half of the sacred mountain turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. No one had expected that there would be a bone dragon under the sacred mountain. The Vidra monarch and Imo Ying, who had just escaped from the ancient tomb, looked at each other and felt even more uneasy. They had finally thought that they could escape, yet another bone dragon had appeared. This bone dragon was terrifyingly powerful. The suppression from their bloodlines made it impossible for them to even think about fighting. Meanwhile, progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet had been hiding in the dark, but he felt a trace of panic and uneasiness when he saw the smile on Lin Fei's face. If it weren't for the series of events that had happened before, progenitor Dragon 1,000 Feet wouldn't have cared. But now, he couldn't care less. He had a feeling that something bad had happened, but he quickly cheered himself on. No matter how powerful this outsider, Lin Fei, was, could he subdue this bone dragon? Now, this bone dragon didn't have a body of flesh and blood, and was only a skeleton. But it was still a peerless expert. Everywhere it passed, there was nothing it could do. Even the sacred mountain couldn't do anything to this bone dragon. This old man must have been too suspicious. When Lin Fei saw the bone dragon appear, he was indeed a little surprised and astonished. Then, he smiled. It had been a long time since Lin Fei had seen such a dark creature. He didn't expect to see one in the divine dragon's secret territory. Although its strength wasn't very high, it could still be a helper. Fortunately, Dragon Thousand-Foot Primogenitor was hiding far away and didn't know Lin Fei's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been dumbfounded. In the other world, Lin Fei had fought with these dark creatures many times and knew how to control them. Darkness Totem. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands, and a mysterious seal flew out from his hands and hit the bone dragon. After the imprint landed on the bone dragon, it was easily shaken off by the bone dragon and split into pieces. Perhaps it was because of this, the bone dragon directly rushed towards Lin Fei. Whoosh! This bone dragon actually spewed out black dragon flames. The earth and even the void were corroded in the blink of an eye. What did this kid do to the bone dragon? He actually forced the bone dragon to use its most powerful dragon flame. 1,000 feet sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that he had died under this dragon flame in the past. There was no way he could resist it at all. In just a moment, his physical body had been completely destroyed. The memory of this dragon flame was still fresh in 1,000 Feet's mind. It was no different from a nightmare that he would never forget for the rest of his life. With the bone dragon's dragon flame, this kid is definitely finished. No matter how strong his physical body is, can he withstand the might of this dragon flame? This is an existence that can corrode the void and even the earth. Lin Fei did not take it head-on. He knew how powerful the dragon flame was. If he was at his peak, he would naturally have nothing to fear. But right now, he was still far from that level. Sword intent after sword intent appeared in front of him as he retreated rapidly. The dragon flame was indeed the bone dragon's strongest move, as it continuously corroded the sword intent's defenses. In just a single exchange, dozens of Yi Xiaolong's defenses had been destroyed at an unbelievable speed. Fortunately, Lin Fei managed to resolve it in the end. Lin Fei did not idle around as he continued forming seals. One seal after another was formed, landing on the bone dragon's body. In the beginning, the bone dragon was still able to break free. But as the number of seals increased, the bone dragon's speed began to slow down. This kid seems to be trying to control the bone dragon. How could he have such a move? We can't let him succeed. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was getting anxious. This was the strongest killer move of the divine dragon's secret ground. He wanted to use this bone dragon to deal with this outsider, Lin Fei. If Lin Fei were to control the bone dragon, he would have to run for his life. The moment Ancestor Dragon Qianzu appeared, with a swoosh, a torrent of sword intent surged forth, instantly turning into a meteor shower that kept him at bay. Not good. It's this move again. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was most wary of sword intent attacks. It wasn't easy to break through, and he would suffer if he tried to take it head-on. This was the most disgusting move of all. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu pushed his 18 arms to their limits. Even so, he was still unable to break free from the sword intent attacks. Compared to the previous sword intent attack, this sword intent attack was actually a 5-line attack. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu attacked furiously with the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Under the combination of the 5 elements, its power skyrocketed. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was completely dumbfounded. He actually grasped the 5 elements. What the hell? This is going to be troublesome. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu didn't say anything and turned to run. If it was an ordinary sword intent, then it would be fine. Ancestor Dragon 1,000 feet could still resist it. But if it was the 5-element sword intent, then it would not be easy to resist it. It would be a huge loss. The old man from the Sky Sword Mountain had never managed to cultivate the 5-element sword essence. However, this kid was able to display it so easily. For a moment, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu felt that he was old. He was actually no match for this kid. Or was this kid an old monster and not as young as he thought? Ancestor Dragon Qianzu didn't dare to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to run for his life. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't have a chance if this kid really controlled the Bone Dragon. Lin Fei sent one imprint after another on the Bone Dragon's body. These were all darkness magic, specifically used to control the Bone Dragon and other creatures of darkness. Although the Bone Dragon's resistance was still quite strong, it could not withstand the imprints. One after another, the Bone Dragon's speed gradually slowed down, and the strength of its struggle also weakened. Finally, the dark magic was successfully imprinted on its body. The Bone Dragon completely stopped its attacks. Lin Fei somersaulted and landed on the Bone Dragon's head. Dragon Qianzu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have a good chat. Swish. The Bone Dragon actually tore the void apart. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu, who was running for his life, had already escaped from Sacred Mountain. A voice rang out from behind. Next, he saw the void move and a Bone Dragon charged out. It opened its mouth and breathed out dragon flames. Chapter 43-23. The moment Ancestor Dragon Qianzu saw this, he broke out in cold sweat. Even his voice was trembling. You've activated the void traversing ability of a Bone Dragon. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was someone who had seen much of the world. Naturally, he knew that the strongest ability of the dragon race was their spatial abilities. However, after the death of this Bone Dragon, he had never activated this ability again. To think that this outsider, Lin Fei, would be able to activate the void traversing ability so easily. Even though it was a short distance, this short distance was enough to give Ancestor Dragon Qianzu a huge amount of pressure. After spitting out a ball of dragon flame, a huge stretch of the void was corroded. No matter how fast Ancestor Dragon Qianzu ran, he was still no match for the Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon spat out a mouthful of dragon flame from the skies. It almost took the life of Ancestor Dragon Qianzu. With a sweep of his tail, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu was sent flying. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu landed heavily on the huge mountain, causing his entire body to cave in. The Bone Dragon swung his tail through the air once more. A tremendous amount of power came crashing down on Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's body. To begin with, Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's physical body wasn't much to begin with. It wasn't a perfect fit. Therefore, this strike caused him to spit out fresh blood. Hold on. Don't attack anymore. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu could no longer sit still upon seeing that the Bone Dragon was about to spit out dragon flame. Even if he were to control Ancestor Dragon Qianzu's physical body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Half of his body would be crippled. Now, we're going to have a proper conversation. Weren't you running really fast just now? Go ahead and run. Since the Divine Dragon's secret grounds isn't small, I'll let you run one round before we talk. Lin Fei stood on the head of the Bone Dragon and looked down at Ancestor Dragon Qianzu. By now, they were far away from the Sage Mountain. Ancestor Dragon Qianzu coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother Lin, let's talk this out. Killing this old man is useless to you. Why don't you keep this old man alive? I'll tell you everything you want to know. I even know those big secrets. Among the primogenitors, Dragon Qianzu smiled bitterly. Lin Fei did not directly kill progenitor Dragon 1,000 feet. Naturally, he wanted to know some of the past events from its mouth. He wanted to explore the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm again. Lin Fei did not think that the Divine Dragon Arcane Land was that simple. There was the primogenitor's ancient tomb and the appearance of a divine dragon. Although it was just a skeleton, it was far more than all the secrets of the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Therefore, he felt that the progenitor dragon thousand-legged must know some other big secrets. That was why Lin Fei had spared the ancestor dragon's life. The ancestor dragon's strength had already reached the foundation establishment stage, but his foundation establishment wasn't truly stable, so he couldn't fight for long. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to crush the ancestor dragon's 1,000 feet so easily. He had to thank the ancestor dragon thousand-legged for giving him such a generous gift. To think that there was a dark creature in the form of a bone dragon in the Divine Dragon mystical land. Lin Fei might not be able to deal with other things, but this dark creature really had a way. With this bone, it would be a great help. At least when it came to traveling, no one would be able to catch up. Even if the ancestor dragon thousand-legged ran 3 laps, it would still be able to catch up easily. This was the Bone Dragon, the Dragon Clan's most proficient spatial ability. Then tell me what other big secrets there are in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. I don't think that the primogenitor's ancient tomb is a secret. You purposely released all the secrets about the Divine Dragon's secret realm to lure us here. You've been planning this for a long time. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged's plan was indeed very good. It had been eyeing the Demon King Dragon thousand-legged's body for a long time, but it had no way of obtaining it. Now that it had borrowed the Demon King Dragon thousand-legged's body, it finally got what it wanted. Unfortunately, it had encountered Lin Fei, and everything had gone to waste. Given the current situation, the ancestor dragon thousand-legged did not dare to hide anything anymore. Who knew if the bone dragon thousand-legged would spit out a mouthful of dragon flame? With its current heavily injured body, 2 or 3 mouthfuls of dragon flame would be enough to turn it into ashes. This time, there was no chance for it to escape. Previously, it could still make use of the 7-colored glazed pagoda. But this time, it was completely hopeless. Actually, there is no divine dragon blood in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. The most important thing about the Divine Dragon's secret realm is that it leads to the Kunlun's secret realm. Leads to the Kunlun's secret realm. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This was obviously the Divine Dragon's secret realm. How did it have anything to do with the Kunlun's secret realm? Back then, the Divine Dragon's secret realm was also a part of the Kunlun's secret realm. It was just that it was separated from the Kunlun's secret realm after a great battle between experts. They even set up a formation here. This place is a holy land for cultivation. If you cultivate for a year in the Kunlun's secret realm, you can cultivate for 5 years here. Ever since he entered, Lin Fei felt that the Divine Dragon's secret realm was different. If he cultivated here, he would definitely be able to get twice the results with half the effort. Unexpectedly, it was as he had imagined. If he could cultivate for a year in the Kunlun's secret realm, he could cultivate for 5 years here. It was indeed worthy of being called a holy land. Not killing the ancestor dragon thousand-legged was somewhat meaningful. At the very least, this fellow knew some secrets. Continue. Just this alone isn't enough. Lin Fei felt that the story behind this would be very interesting. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged could still feel the murderous aura of the skeletal dragon. He knew that if he didn't give a rough explanation today, he would definitely not have a good ending. The Divine Dragon's secret realm connecting to the Kunlun's secret realm is just one of the secrets. Back then, this place was a holy land for cultivation. However, the most important thing is that there is a Real teleportation gate in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. It can be used for long-distance teleportation to reach the so-called cultivation world. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged took a deep breath. He wanted to see if this visitor from the heavens, Lin Fei, would be moved. However, he was very surprised because there was no change in Lin Fei's expression. Don't be fooled by the unfathomable strength of the few supremes in the Kunlun secret realm. If they don't enter the cultivation world, they will reach the end of their lifespan. In the end, they will die of old age. All of us have the same wish, which is to enter the cultivation world. Only by entering the cultivation world will we be able to raise our strength to the next level. This news was nothing surprising to Lin Fei. He really didn't care much about fighting and killing. To Lin Fei, the long-distance teleportation gate was something that he could do without. You've been here for so long. Didn't you activate the long-distance teleportation gate to head to the cultivation world? Lin Fei was very curious. The ancestor dragon thousand-legged replied leisurely. I also wish that it was true. However, I discovered an even bigger secret. This long-distance teleportation gate is unique. It's not from our side to the cultivation world. Instead, it's from the cultivation world to our side. Therefore, after a long period of searching, I discovered that there's a really big secret in the Divine Dragon's secret realm. Chapter 43-24. Initially, Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet hoped that his secrets could pique Lin Fei's interest. However, the outcome surprised him. Lin Fan did not seem to have changed at all. Did he really not care about the cultivation world? Did he not care about those secrets at all? If any of these secrets were to be spread to the Kunlun Mystery Land, those powers would all be dumbfounded. It's good to hear about the big secrets. Let me broaden my horizons. What other big secrets are there in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land? Lin Fei was not too shocked. Fortunately, there was no one around at this time, so the news would not spread. Therefore, this secret was only known to Lin Fei and Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet. Just as Lin Fei had expected, Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet knew quite a lot of secrets. He had probably researched a lot in the Divine Dragon Mystery Land. I think that the Divine Dragon Mystery Land, including the Kunlun Mystery Land, is actually a prison. We are all people locked up in this prison. The progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet's voice became a little excited, but also a little angry and unwilling. All sorts of emotions tangled together, causing its entire face to distort. If you guys can't break through, just say that others have limited your potential. To put it bluntly, it's your own potential. If you have enough potential, even if this is a prison, you can still break through. Lin Fei shook his head. This secret was really not that big of a secret. If it's just these secrets, then forget it. I'm really not interested. Let's talk a bit more. You're the primogenitor, yet you survived. It's impossible for the other primogenitors to disappear or die for no reason. Tell me, what do you think? Lin Fei asked again. Let's talk about it after you survive. The face of the ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet turned cold. In an instant, his entire body expanded, and a destructive force swept out, instantly enveloping Lin Fei. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Thousand Feet had detonated his entire body. After the destructive force swept out, the entire place was turned into ruins. One could only imagine how strong this force was. The sword intent flowed like water, but Lin Fei remained as still as a mountain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. It must have been hard on you to stall for some secrets. But at least I can make you happy. That's more interesting. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't believe that Ancestor Dragon Thousand Foot would be so convinced, so he must have some other thoughts. In Lin Fei's eyes, this little trick was simply too childish. Therefore, he simply beat the progenitor Dragon Thousand Feet at its own game and allowed it to use its secret technique. The power of the secret technique was very strong, but it could not hurt Lin Fei at all. At most, it was just a fluctuation in his blood qi. On the other hand, the primogenitor Dragon Thousand Feet was definitely severely injured. It might take a long time for it to recover. Even if he could recover his strength, he would definitely be weaker than he was now. However, Lin Fei believed what the primogenitor had said. He did know a lot of things, but that was all. Lin Fei returned to the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain was reduced to ruins, and the huge bone dragon appeared once again. One by one, the experts of the sacred mountain knelt on the ground. At this moment, the sacred leader had just come out of the tomb. Before he could even catch his breath, he saw the bone dragon appear on the sacred mountain. He also saw that terrifying figure. The sword will shrouded down and swept the sacred leader up. Spare me, spare me. I was just following orders. I didn't really want to harm you. The sacred leader, who was shrouded by the sword will, hurriedly surrendered. If he didn't surrender, the sword will would turn him into a hornet's nest. He couldn't be more dead. If he were to be casually tossed down, he would become a meat patty. Until now, the sacred leader still didn't understand why the powerful primogenitor had disappeared. Instead, the bone dragon appeared here. It seemed like it had been subdued by this outsider, Lin Fei. The sacred leader more or less knew some secrets. But now, it seemed like the primogenitor was a little unreliable. However, it was better to stay alive first. You're quite smart to be able to shirk all responsibilities so quickly. However, since you're so smart, I'll spare your life. At the same time, help me manage this sacred mountain, as well as this divine dragon mystery land. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the divine dragon secret land. However, this place was a little different. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was unbelievably dense. It was pretty good to cultivate here. This was no different from a paradise. Therefore, an idea popped into Lin Fei's mind. I'll occupy this place first. Fishing and drinking tea here isn't a bad thing. As for managing this place, I'll leave it to the sacred leader. As for the primogenitor dragon 1,000 feet, he was no longer in the divine dragon's secret land. That fellow had used a secret technique to detonate his physical body. It could be said that his vitality was greatly damaged. Even if he could revive, he wouldn't be able to reappear so easily. Lin Fei suspected that this fellow might have gone to the Kunlun's secret land. Now that he had his eyes on the divine dragon's secret land, Lin Fei wouldn't let anyone else get it. Hearing this, the sacred leader heaved a sigh of relief. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei condensed 10 sword intent seeds and sent them into the sacred leader's body. The sword intent seeds formed the 7 stars and Big Dipper in the sacred leader's body. A mysterious relationship caused the sacred leader's heart to skip a beat. He felt as though his body had been replaced by a furnace that could explode at any moment. The sacred leader finally understood that his life was in the hands of the other party. Help me manage the sacred mountain well. I believe you should be able to do it. The sacred leader nodded his head repeatedly. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I guarantee that I'll manage this sacred ground properly. No, I should say the entire divine dragon's secret land. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the sacred leader's reply. You alone aren't enough. I've decided to find 2 more helpers for you. The skeletal dragon left the sacred mountain once again. Bringing the sacred leader with him, Lin Fei controlled the skeletal dragon and went to the Demon King's region. Actually, before reaching the Demon King's region, Lin Fei had already discovered the Vidra Monarch and Imo-ing, the 2 Demon Kings. The Vidra Monarch and Imo-ing had suffered a lot and were covered in injuries. Fortunately, they were able to return. When the powerful bloodline pressure from the skeletal dragon assaulted them again, the Vidra Monarch and Imo-ing smiled bitterly. This time, they really had nowhere to run. Especially after seeing Lin Fei and the sacred leader on the skeletal dragon, the Vidra Monarch and Imo-ing understood one thing. That primogenitor had lost. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. The 2 demon kings were very decisive. How could they fight? There was no way to fight at all. One skeletal dragon had completely crushed their combat power. In front of the skeletal dragon, they only had 10 to 20% of their combat power left. Since you know this, then come with me. The sword intent turned into a cage, trapping the two of them and bringing them to the sacred ground. Chapter 43-25. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all that the Diamond King and Spectre had submitted. After placing a restriction on them, he brought them back to the sacred mountain. When they returned to the sacred mountain, he also let the two demon kings unify the demonic beast's forces. Long Qianzu's subordinates were also unified. King Kong and Demon Shadow loved to do such things. Although Lin Fei had used violent means to subdue the two of them, he had also given them some benefits. It was the Demon King's cultivation technique. Lin Fei didn't have many other things, but he had a lot of cultivation techniques. Whether it was the demonic beast's cultivation techniques, ghost cultivators' cultivation techniques, or even the human race's cultivation techniques, he had them all. Any one of them would cause a bloodbath. King Kong and Demon Shadow were indeed a little unwilling, but after seeing the demonic beast's cultivation techniques, they didn't have any objections. They would never obtain such a cultivation technique in their lifetime. They didn't expect to obtain such a cultivation technique by submitting to someone else. With this cultivation technique, their strength could continue to break through. The Divine Dragon's secret domain was a good place to cultivate. They really had to thank the primogenitor for his help. Otherwise, their cultivation would have ended. They were so interested in the primogenitor's tomb because they wanted to obtain something that would help them improve their strength. They had unintentionally planted a willow, but it turned out to be a good thing. They were sincerely convinced. They also realized that this extraterrestrial visitor, Lin Fei, was definitely not someone from the secular world. He might even be an old monster or antique. Since King Kong and Demon Shadow obtained the cultivation technique, the Sacred Lord naturally obtained it as well. The Sacred Lord continued to be the Sacred Lord, but with King Kong and Demon Shadow, his authority as the Sacred Lord was greatly reduced. Of course, he didn't dare to have any opinions. The huge bone dragon was also kept by Lin Fei, turning into a small bone dragon. The sacred ground announced its unification. This matter was naturally handled by the Sacred Lord. King Kong and Demon Shadow also appeared. The people of the Sacred Mountain were originally anxious about this disaster. They didn't expect to be pleasantly surprised. Amidst their shock, they heaved a sigh of relief. From now on, they would no longer have to fight with the demonic beasts. Over the years, it was unknown how many experts of their holy lands had died. The corpses could be piled up like a mountain. They could finally cultivate in peace. The Divine Dragon Arcane Realm would no longer be a dangerous place. At the same time, in an inconspicuous forest in the depths of the Kunlun Mystery Land, crack. Crack. A pile of rocks exploded. A few demonic beasts seemed to have smelled something and followed the path to the place where they came from. A figure rushed out. Balls of bloody light flew out from the bodies of these demonic beasts and directly entered the body of this person. This was an extremely ugly middle-aged man. He opened his cold eyes. Lin Fei, this old man will remember you. You caused me to lose Long Qianzu's excellent physical body. This person was none other than the primogenitor. However, the current primogenitor was indeed very weak. This old man's strength has been greatly affected. It can be said that it has damaged my foundation. Fortunately, this old man was prepared back then and left behind this body. Although it is broken, it can still be used. However, I have to recover my strength first. If those old things find out, I will definitely be in trouble. The primogenitor was filled with hatred. All his preparations were ruined in the hands of that Lin Fei. If there were no accidents, the entire Divine Dragon Arcane Realm might be controlled by that brat. This was a holy land for cultivation. Even the primogenitor was tempted to make a move. No, the divine dragon arcane realm must not be given to that brat. No matter what, I have to find some trouble for him. If this old man can't get it, that brat can forget about getting it. Lin Fei controlling the sacred lord was equivalent to controlling the entire sacred mountain. For kings, I am not a bad person, right? It didn't take me long to invite you guys over. The 4 kings were all invited over by Lin Fei. Once King Kong and Demonic Shadow made a move, Death King had no choice but to come. The changes in the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm were rather huge. Heaven and Demon King and the others looked at each other. Before they could react, the Arcane Realm seemed to have changed owners. The seemingly ordinary Lin Fei had actually become the master of the Divine Dragon Arcane Realm. Even the Sacred Lord of Sacred Mountain, including King Kong, had submitted to him. The huge difference made Heaven and Demon King and Heaven I King suck in a breath of cold air. What replaced it was fear and uneasiness. I didn't plan to do anything to you guys. I just wanted to understand the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Just tell me everything you know about the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Heaven and Demon King and Heaven I King were already prepared. However, when they heard this voice, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fei didn't want to kill them, it was fine. No matter what Lin Fei wanted them to do, they had no objections. After heaving a sigh of relief, they also told him everything about the Kunlun Arcane Realm. Even if it was the secrets of the higher-ups, they didn't hide anything. Although they had such thoughts, they still had to see where they were and who they were facing. They spoke for a full 2 hours. Lin Fei also had a deeper understanding of the Kunlun Arcane Realm. He even knew many rumors about it. Poison King and you can leave first. Heaven and Demon King and Heaven I King's heart sank. They realized that they were in trouble. Why didn't he mention their names? With a plop, the 2 of them knelt down. Spare us. Heaven I Monarch and Heaven and Demon King wished they could slap themselves. The ordinary Lin Fei already had the ability to control their life and death. The Ancestor Dragon and the 1,000-legged Bull, for example, were still defeated. What qualifications did they have to fight with Lin Fei? It was better for them to shrink their necks. Don't worry, I won't kill the innocent. After all, the 2 of you are the 4 kings below the Supremes. Your strength is not bad, so my request is very simple. Protect 2 people for me in the secular world for 10 years. I believe you should be able to do it. It would be a pity if he didn't use such good fighters. If he didn't kill them on the spot, they could burn incense and pray to Buddha. No problem, no problem. We are willing to protect people. 10 years wasn't long, but compared to losing their lives, protecting people was nothing. Moreover, there weren't many experts in the secular world. Lin Fei placed a seal on the 2 of them and told them that the seal had a time limit of 10 years. Once the time was up, it would naturally be undone. They didn't dare to say anything. Did they want to die? Chapter 30-36. 5th-rank satellite. In Yi Xian's opinion, if the other party was from the Heaven's Legacy race, then her acting was clearly just to numb him so that she could take advantage of the situation to ambush him. In order to achieve this goal, it wouldn't be worth it to hand over the entire Starry Sky Fortress. Therefore, using refining this Starry Sky Fortress as a method of probing was extremely accurate according to Yi Xian's deduction and analysis. True gold wasn't afraid of fire, and it wasn't true gold that was afraid of fire. Unfortunately, although he had guessed partially correctly, he had guessed the other party's goal wrong. This was the root of the problem. If even the root of the problem was wrong, then what was the point of following up on this point? It could be said that a single mistake could lead to a complete mistake. Ying Tai did this because she wanted to pursue the love between the human Ying Tai and Shan Bo. Under this premise, she really didn't care about an interstellar fortress. As an upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, as long as she was safe, Even if she lost the butterfly transformation, she would be able to obtain a new butterfly transformation after returning to the Heaven's Legacy race. In fact, in her storage space, there was a starry sky fortress of the same level that was 100,000 meters long. That was Yingtai's personal fortress. As for this butterfly, it belonged to that damned Uncle Shan. If Yi Xian wanted to refine it, then to Yingtai, she was just being generous. It wouldn't hurt her at all. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian probingly expressed that he wanted to refine this ownerless starry sky stronghold and take it for himself, not only did Yingtai not have any abnormal behavior, she even had a face full of pleasant surprise. She involuntarily cried out, "Heavens, you actually have such a method. This is the interstellar fortress of the mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race. The superbrain that is its AI is no ordinary superbrain. If you want to refine it, you need an immortal rank superbrain. My dear, you're too surprising. You actually have an immortal rank superbrain." These words were extremely true. Even if Yingtai didn't perform a shallow hypnosis on herself, her performance would still be so perfect. This was because this was exactly what she was feeling right now. They were filled with shock. This was an immortal rank superbrain. As far as she knew, other than the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction, only the Tianji race's base camp had one. She didn't expect the human race's immortal dynasty to be so well hidden that Prince Xian had a second immortal star superbrain. The value of an immortal rank superbrain was even more valuable than 10 interstellar fortresses. From the looks of it, after he had perfectly experienced the beautiful feeling of Yingtai and Shan Bo's love from this Prince Xian, he would be able to fulfill his wish and feel a little sick of it. At that time, he would be able to kill this Prince Xian and gain a great harvest. All of these were Yingtai's thoughts. Naturally, Yi Xian had no way of knowing. What he saw was Yingtai's perfect performance under this test. It was precisely this perfect performance that made Yi Xian sigh inwardly, confirming his identity as a human. Not only was it a human, but it was also the Yingtai of Prince Xian's Shan Bo. It was just that for some inexplicable reason, all of this had involved him. When he thought of this, Yi Xian felt his entire head swell up and his head hurt like crazy. However, he couldn't be bothered to think about all of this right now. No matter what, an undefended interstellar fortress was right in front of him. He had to deal with this matter first. Picking up an interstellar fortress for free wasn't a good thing that could happen every day. This was probably the first time something like this had happened in the first universe for tens of thousands of years. As he thought of this, Yi Xian left a bit of his consciousness to summon the Rai Di seal to guard against Yingtai's sudden movements. At the same time, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to refine the butterfly interstellar fortress. This kind of refinement was actually very simple. To put it bluntly, it was to use the core of Yi Xian's personal interstellar communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain, to send out a superbrain frequency to connect to the control core of the interstellar fortress. Then, like a hacker, it would attack the interstellar fortress and finally brand the fragment of the immortal rank interstellar superbrain. That would be the end of the refinement. Of course, all of this sounded simple, but the entire process was extremely complicated. Just think of the huge amount of tedious and complicated data that hackers in ancient times had to face just to break through a firewall. Therefore, even with Yi Xian's current fourth-order satellite spiritual sense and mental strength, if he were to personally control this matter, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. The best way to solve this problem was to be a hands-off boss and let the devouring system take over the control of the intelligent core of the personal interstellar communication system. Ding! Discovered interstellar fortress. Begin refinement immediately according to the host's instructions. Progress 1. Progress 2. As Xing Xian's personal space communication system successfully connected and merged into the main control center of the stronghold that was no longer defended, the familiar notification of the devouring system quickly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This was clearly the first time he'd started to invade and refine it, and even started to read the progress. This also proved that Ingtai's words were true. If there was a second member of the Tianji race in this interstellar fortress, how could they allow all of this to happen? It should be known that although the interstellar superbrain used as the control core of the interstellar fortress wasn't an immortal rank, it was definitely not an ordinary superbrain. The control core of Yi Xian's personal interstellar communication system was only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain. Although it was probably going to level up soon after consuming a large amount of multi-pupil thought crystals, it was going to break through the fragment level soon. However, it was still a fragment. If the control core of the interstellar fortress was controlled by a member of the Tianji race, it would be impossible for Yi Xian's personal interstellar communication system to be so easily connected and merged into the interstellar fortress so quickly and easily. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's wariness towards Ingtai immediately lessened. After all, everything that she had done proved that she was a human. Even Yi Xian felt that he couldn't find fault with her anymore. This process of reading the progress didn't last long. After all, the interstellar communication system was already undefended, so the refinement process wasn't stressful at all. After about half an hour, the notification of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refinement success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 5th order satellite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the superbrain fragment. Current level, infant. Chapter 3037. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I want to fall in love with you, ding. Congratulations to the host. Your personal space communication system has been successfully upgraded. Current level of the star brain, infant. Current level of coverage of the star brain, 1 light-year in diameter. Current level of network communication ability, after connecting, except for connecting and merging with the star brain of the same level, the star brain of the same level can be invaded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the star brain central frequency. Type, microLAN. Star brain's level, normal. Do you want to connect immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered the star brain central frequency. Type, microLAN. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, a series of system notifications sounded out in his mind once again. Obviously, the notifications were because the fragment of his personal space communication system, which was the main control center of his space communication system, had been upgraded, which led to the upgrade of his personal space communication system. After the upgrade, the active search range of Yi Xian's personal space communication system had increased from 1 light month to 1 light year. This was definitely a huge improvement, which would be of great significance to his search for the origin of devouring in the future. As for the star brain central frequency mentioned by the last two notifications, if he was not mistaken, it should be the signal of the star brain central frequency sent out by some of the slave fleets of the first universe that were wandering around this space graveyard. Yi Xian simply ignored them. At this moment, he didn't have the time to pay attention to those small fries. All his attention was focused on the mighty bright silver starry sky fortress in front of him. Although the butterfly fortress belonged to Shanbo, Ingtai could be considered half a master. Therefore, she had a lot of control over it. Before Ingtai walked out of the butterfly fortress, she had completely erased all the important and sensitive information, including everything related to herself and the heavenly legacy race. As a mystic light realm upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race and half of the master of the butterfly transformation, it was easy for Ingtai to do all this without leaving any traces. Even the devouring system and Yi Xian's personal communication system, the immortal grade superbrain that acted as the central control center of the artificial intelligence, couldn't detect anything. It was precisely because of this that even though Yi Xian had completely refined this universal fortress and made it his personal property, Yi Xian had learned nothing about the original designation of this universal fortress or any other important information related to the Heaven's Legacy race. The devouring system immediately informed him of this. Although Yi Xian felt a little regretful, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. After all, this refinement had not only given him a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but he had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. His personal starry sky communication system had also been upgraded. All of this was a huge surprise. Even if it was a little regretful, it was still acceptable. Since he had refined it into his own universal fortress, he naturally had to give it a designation immediately. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous for such a huge fortress to not even have a designation. Yi Xian immediately fell into deep thought. After a while, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that he had obtained this universal fortress in the Graveyard of Lightning. Since that was the case, what better designation would be better than Thunderbolt? Thunderbolt was domineering and resonated with his ability to command all the lightning in the world. It could not be more perfect. Yi Xian was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, from now on, this universal fortress belongs to me, Yi Xian. I bestow upon you the name of Thunderbolt. Amidst his laughter, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored Thunderbolt into his undying world in an instant. Although Yi Xian did not obtain too much information about the Tianji race from this universal fortress, Yi Xian completely understood some of its basic situation the moment he refined it. There were 9,999 AI androids with different functions and models in the entire space fortress. They were classified as maintenance androids, service androids, technical androids, and so on. The intelligent systems of all the robots were tied to Thunderbolt's central superbrain. After Yi Xian refined Thunderbolt's central superbrain and branded it with his personal starry sky communication system, these intelligent robots all regarded him as their master. The effect was even better than a slave imprint. But of course, among these intelligent robots, it was also possible for true self-awareness to be born. From that moment on, they would break away from the category of intelligent robots and become a new member of the machine race. All the members of the machine race were born from this. In the base camp of the machine race, they even had a set of special functional systems that were specially used to induce the robots to develop self-awareness. However, only special types of intelligent robots with great potential and value could receive the benefits of this system. Ordinary maintenance robots and service robots obviously did not have this opportunity. But even with this kind of free-range method, some intelligent robots would occasionally be lucky enough to develop self-awareness and evolve into true members of the machine race. This would require Yi Xian to observe and pay more attention in the future. Otherwise, once one of his mechanical servants was born with self-awareness, this would undoubtedly be equivalent to burying a time bomb. In the end, it wouldn't be a good thing. But all this was not something that needed to be considered now. The birth of true robots was not that simple and casual. After Yi Xian put away Thunderbolt's starry sky fortress, he glanced around and immediately fixed his eyes on Yingtai. This woman was currently the most troublesome problem for him. First of all, I need to make one thing clear. I am not that Prince Xian. I am just a demon. Therefore, you better not follow me. Otherwise, you will fall into the hands of the Tianji race sooner or later. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian tried to persuade Yingtai to leave. Although this Thunderbolt graveyard is some distance away from the wormhole that leads to the third universe, with your cultivation that has surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm, I believe that before the follow-up forces of the Tianji race arrive, no one will be able to stop you. So, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, it will be too late. Kikik, you little sweetheart. Although you are still trying to trick me with words, at least you are worried about me. At least I didn't travel hundreds of millions of miles to find this place for nothing. Yingtai didn't take Yi Xian's persuasion to heart at all. Instead, she laughed once again, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. My dear, your concern makes me suddenly feel like I've found the sweetness of a butterfly's love. For this reason, I won't mention the part where you changed your heart before. We can start over. I have decided to follow you. If you don't go back, I will stay here with you. Chapter 30-38. Stop and rob. Falling in love. Transforming into a butterfly. Grand and spectacular. As Yi Xian mulled over these words, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he felt that this woman in front of him was definitely a huge problem. However, she was a human, and it wasn't easy for Yi Xian to kill her. Furthermore, her cultivation was so high. If she was determined to stick to Yi Xian, there was probably no way for him to get rid of her. What the F***ck? How did he end up with such a huge problem? That Prince Xian really wasn't a good person. Why did he have to provoke such an existence for no reason? As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his mind quickly turned. No matter what, he had to get rid of this woman. Otherwise, with her by his side, even if the Tianji clan was made up of a bunch of idiotic robots, they would know that he was related to that so-called Prince Xian. They wouldn't care if this woman mistook him for someone else. She was Prince Xian's fiancée. How could she mistake her future husband for someone else? Although this matter could be explained, the key point was that even if it was explained, people who shouldn't have been paying attention would still be attracted. This wasn't good for Yi Xian. After hearing this woman mention it twice, Yi Xian already knew that the 11th realm after the Heavenly Passage realm was originally called the Mystic Light realm. This woman was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm. Under the circumstances where he couldn't attack her, Yi Xian originally had no chance of getting rid of her. However, that was in the past. As for now, Yi Xian's system title had been upgraded to the 3rd level of the Interstellar Explorer. He had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. To him, getting rid of a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm wasn't difficult at all, even if it was a supreme existence in the Mystic Light realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's gloominess immediately dissipated. He had just obtained this ability and was planning to test it out. I'll say the same thing again. I'm not Prince Xian. You've got the wrong person. So, don't follow me. You won't be able to keep up. If you don't believe me, I'll walk out of the Lightning Tomb right now. I don't want you to think that I used the Lightning Tomb's geographical advantage to shake you off. In order to make the other party give up, Yi Xian put in a lot of effort. As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced at Ingtai. Then, he took a step forward. With just one step, he was already out of the Thunder Grave. His figure appeared in the void of the universe outside the Perilous Land. At the same time that he walked out, the lightning barrier at the edge of the Thunder Tomb had already been removed by Yi Xian with a thought. Therefore, Ingtai also stepped forward. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Yi Xian with a provocative expression. She seemed to be saying, "Fine, can't you get rid of me? Let's see how you do it." He appeared to be extremely confident. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was clearly more confident than her. I've said it before. Getting rid of you is as easy as pie. Sensing the provocation in the other party's eyes, Yi Xian's competitive spirit was also aroused. It was not a pleasant feeling to be looked down upon by a woman. At least, he did not like it. This kind of self-righteous woman should be given a hard slap in the face. She would naturally know what was good for her after being slapped in the face. Thinking of this, Yi Xian grinned and immediately ordered the devouring system to start the interstellar coordinate jump immediately. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system's notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! System confirmed. Interstellar coordinate jump ready. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The jump has started. Whoosh! A weak sound broke through the air. From above Yi Xian's head, a small crack suddenly appeared in the void. An aura that was exactly the same as Yi Xian's own blood essence poured out. It instantly pulled his body and turned into a weak light that disappeared into the crack. Then, without waiting for Ying Tai to come back to her senses, the crack in the void instantly closed again. Everything returned to normal. Even with her supreme cultivation, she could not catch the slightest trace of it. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. All of this was obviously beyond Ying Tai's expectations. Her confident face finally changed at this moment. She cried out involuntarily, "It has nothing to do with the lightning tomb. It's not teleportation. And it's not teleportation. What kind of method is this? How did he do it? Why do I have the illusion that he has gone to the other side of the universe in an instant? Traversing across a universe plane. How is this possible? The ultimate prince of the human race's eternal dynasty is indeed not simple. However, if you want to get rid of me like this, you are too naive. I'm afraid you haven't completely understood what the difference between the mystic light realm and the satellite realm means." At the end of her sentence, the shock on Ying Tai's face slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a calm expression that became more and more interested. Her figure flashed, and she quickly rushed in a direction. It should be this direction. It was not easy to find a feeling. You can't run away from my love of the butterfly. Whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian's figure fell from a crack in the void. The surroundings were dark. This void was where he had imprinted the first interstellar coordinate. In other words, he had already arrived at the black hole of life. The crack in the void above his head instantly closed again. Even if Yi Xian used his heart to investigate, he could not find any aura related to his blood essence or soul. It was indeed perfect. That show-off woman who called herself Ying Tai was probably at a loss at this moment. Yi Xian grinned and immediately rushed toward the exit of the black hole of life. After all, the other party was a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Yi Xian was not sure if she would be able to find any clues to determine the general direction of his jump. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave this place as soon as possible to prevent the other party from catching up and exposing the escape coordinates he had left as a trump card. After all, the distance between the black hole of life and the star lightning tomb was not too far, especially for a supreme existence at the mystic light realm. Along the way, some of the void soldiers and generals sensed Yi Xian's aura and excitedly surrounded him. Yi Xian stopped for a moment and played with them for a while. However, he did not dare to waste any more time and quickly left the black hole of life. He changed direction and quickly flew away. At the same time, the gears in his mind turned quickly as he thought about his next move. According to his previous plan, the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe had collapsed, and Huegu Lu and Zhuofengtai had been hidden by him. This situation was perfect for Yi Xian to wander around and find the source of devouring energy and the energy needed for the wild dragon battleship. However, just wandering around alone was not enough. He had to have a space fortress at the very least. Otherwise, it would be too shabby. Although the wild dragon battleship in his hands could be seen, it was too broken. The Black Mosquito battleship and the Black Wind battleship could not be seen, let alone the Thunderbolt battleship. Chapter 30-39. Bloodshed. Stop right there. Robbery. Yi Xian was inexplicably excited at the thought of those domineering words. Back in the Weeping Soul Cave under the Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian had robbed the demonic experts of their spatial pagodas and stole their soul-eating beasts. He had almost gotten addicted to robbing. Who would have thought that he would be able to do it again today? It was inexplicably exciting. It was worth mentioning that the warships and space fortresses of the slave races in the first universe were basically all from the Tianji clan. Therefore, they were the same as the Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and other demon scout fortresses. The only difference was that some of the space fortresses had some emblems on their outer walls. Obviously, this type of space fortress was not suitable for robbery. Otherwise, if one were to recklessly send it out to swindle others, they would inadvertently offend the entire slave race. Although Yi Xian did not care about this, it was not good to rob his own brother's race. However, some space fortresses did not have any emblems on their outer walls. These fortresses looked exactly the same. This type of space fortress could be considered a robbery target. In any case, after robbing it, all they had to do was switch the operators with their own demon slaves. No one would be able to tell anything. As for the matter of the Black Mosquito tribe not having a space fortress and Yi Xian, as the holy son of the tribe, suddenly obtaining one, when the time came, they could just find an excuse to cover it up. Now that the Black Mosquito Star Zone was in chaos, the human elite fleet had just wreaked havoc here and destroyed some of the slave race's warships and space fortresses. When the time came, they could just say that they had accidentally found an ownerless space fortress in the void. The people inside were gone. They had probably escaped. After all, it was an ownerless space fortress. Why couldn't they just pick it up? As long as the slave clan that originally owned this fortress did not notice anything wrong, who would care too much about this matter without the victim's family? As for the success rate of the robbery, that was even less of a problem. In the first universe, the overlords of the Tianji clan were natural mechanical manipulators. They only needed one official clansman to control a huge space fortress. This was something that not even the most powerful scientists of the human race could do. But that was it. Among the other slave races, almost none of them could compare to the human race in terms of warship control or technology. Even the demon race didn't care much about technology, not to mention the half-developed races such as the Oxhead and Horseface races. Meanwhile, the AI core of Yi Xian's personal space communication system, which was the fragment of the immortal rank space superbrain, had grown to its infancy stage. It was much, much stronger than before. Under these circumstances, Yi Xian didn't even need to enter the space fortress that was listed as the target of the robbery. He was able to successfully refine the intelligence center of the target through his personal space communication system. At that time, he could completely control the target fortress remotely and temporarily imprison all the existences inside. Then, he could bring people in and take over the sparrow nest. He'd carefully calculated all of this in his mind, and he'd long since come up with a plan. He could be said to be full of confidence. After concealing his figure and presence, Yi Xian wandered around the void. He didn't dare to approach the Black Mosquito Star Zone. Instead, he searched for targets at the edge of the Demon Star Zone. Although the Black Mosquito Star Zone had the most fleets of the slave races in the first universe, because they were too close together, it was inconvenient to take action. After all, it was a robbery. It was better to look for dark alleys and remote areas. These areas also had fleets of the slave races, but there were fewer of them. But because of this, it was more suitable for Yi Xian to take action. Soon, a fleet entered his sight. This fleet wasn't huge. It only had 2 stellar state ships and a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The huge fortress looked exactly the same as the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship. Even the huge fortress in Demon Guard 1 Star Dock looked exactly the same. This huge fortress was obviously a standard one issued by the Tianji clan in the first universe. Most importantly, it didn't have any insignia on it. Even if someone stole it, no one would know its origin. That's it. Yi Xian followed it from afar. After reaching a certain distance, he issued an order to the devouring system to activate his personal space communication system. He connected to and invaded the internal network of the huge fortress in front of him and refined it immediately. He imprinted the aura of the infant immortal rank superbrain and obtained full control of it. The system quickly responded and continued to act according to Yi Xian's instructions. Everything was done silently. The biological frequency of the superbrain was invisible. Apart from other superbrains of the same species, no one, no matter how powerful their cultivation was, would be able to detect this frequency fluctuation out of thin air. Otherwise, in the context of space, where experts were as numerous as carps crossing the river, the superbrain wouldn't be suitable to be the star web's main control center for the 3 universes. The entire process was silent and extremely fast. In less than half an hour, Yi Xian received the system's feedback that everything was done. The entire huge fortress had been refined and became Yi Xian's personal property. If he wanted to, he could take it into the undying world in his body with a wave of his hand. However, he didn't do that. Instead, he used the devouring system as a relay and directly issued an order to the huge fortress to destroy the two 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships that were protecting it. They were in cahoots. If they didn't destroy the two stellar-level battleships after taking over the huge fortress, news of this matter would definitely spread. Soon, the superstar destroyer cannon on the huge fortress was activated. Huge energy light beams blasted out from both sides. Due to the close distance, the two stellar-level battleships instantly turned into two huge fireballs. Not only were the existences in the two stellar-level battleships unable to recover from this sudden change of events, but even the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress were probably dumbfounded. Immediately withdraw the authority to activate all space portals and imprison all the enemies in a fixed area. Wait for our own people to pass through before opening the portals and starting the cleanup. After the destruction of the two stellar-level battleships, Yi Xian immediately issued a new order. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Dongshu shuttle in his undying world was activated. A large number of experts walked out from it and rushed into the huge fortress that had already opened up the main passage. Huigulu, Zuo Fengtai, Wang Biao, 1,000 ferocious mosquitoes, and 1,000 powerful soldier ladles. In fact, just the first three Origin Realm supreme existences were enough to crush the experts from the slave race in the huge fortress. Yi Xian didn't even need to use the forces in the Black Mosquito and Black Wind. Chapter 30-40. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales Evil Spirit Slime. The interior of this fortress was the same as the Black Mosquito ship. It was divided into 4 levels, and the interior was also constructed using space folding technology. The only difference was that instead of the 10,000 cataclysmic prison, the lower level was a giant insect nest. Space folding technology had been perfected by the Tianji clan of the First Universe for many years. Therefore, even this space fortress, which was assigned to the slave races of the First Universe, used this advanced technology. In the immortal dynasties of the human race, only the warships of the military could use this technology. This fortress was originally called the Evil Spirit, but Yi Xian did not like this name, so with a wave of his hand, he changed it to the Holy Sun. In the future, he would mainly use the identity of the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun to drive this space fortress around and swindle people. The name of the Holy Sun was the most suitable. At this moment, in the center of the spacious plaza on the second level of the Holy Sun, there was a large pile of dark green corpses. It was like a mountain, and at a glance, there were at least 10,000 corpses. What surprised Yi Xian was that these corpses were not demon-kin, nor were they humanoid lifeforms. They were actually insects. Their bodies were about the same size as humans, but they were soft-bodied insects that looked like caterpillars. They were dark green all over and had demon-like faces. They looked extremely ferocious. These insect lifeforms had a very strange name. They were called Evil Spirit Slime. Perhaps it was because their appearance was too ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a kind of greenish-black poisonous liquid. Even among the 100 slave races of the Tianji race in the First Universe, this kind of evil spirit slime was extremely disliked. As for their masters, the Tianji clan, they obviously disliked them even more. This was perhaps the reason why this fleet of evil spirit slime was so lonely, wandering the edge of the Demonkin Star region without any companions. Now, all of the evil spirit slimes inside the Saint Child had been wiped out, turning into over 10,000 corpses that were piled up in a pile. In fact, there was no lack of experts among them. It was said that the strongest existences were 2 black hole stage 9 evil spirit slimes. However, in the face of the powerful army that Yi Xian had sent out, they were still easily annihilated. However, there was a nest in the saint's hold. It looked like a beehive and was packed with slime eggs. What a strange race. They built their nest on a bastion ship. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there were at least tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the lower cabin. Each of them was only the size of a human head. They were all packed together and had yet to hatch. If someone with trypophobia entered the lower cabin and saw this scene, they would probably go crazy on the spot. Just as Yi Xian was about to give the order to burn all the slime eggs in the hold, the notification from the devouring system suddenly rang in his mind. This time, the contents of the notification completely stunned Yi Xian. The surprise came so quickly that he could not believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered Crystal of the Fairies. Crystal of the Fairies, the crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime. It is a natural life energy that can be absorbed by the world's insects. Do you want to collect it immediately? Crystal of the Fairies. The crystallization of the power of the evil spirit slime. How could the crystal of such an ugly soft-bodied reptile have the nerve to use such a grand name like the Crystal of the Fairies? This was the first thought that flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Although it was a little unbelievable, he quickly threw it to the back of his mind. None of this was important. The most important thing was that this unexpected success had finally led to the discovery of the energy source that could allow the world's insects to continue to reproduce and evolve. From the looks of it, the hundreds of millions of evil spirit slime eggs in the hold of the Holy Sun absolutely could not be burned. There were only about 10,000 evil spirit slime corpses in front of him, so there was a limit to the amount of Crystal of the Fairies that could be harvested. With the gigantic insect nest in the hold of the Holy Sun, Yi Xian would be able to obtain an endless supply of Crystal of the Fairies as more and more evil spirit slime hatched in the future. In this way, as the world's insects continued to grow, the evolution and growth of the Long Yi Xian fortress would also slowly enter the fast lane. When the Long Yi Xian fortress grew into an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, Yi Xian would be able to drive it around the three dimensions of the universe. A life fortress that could rapidly repair itself at any time, anywhere, was simply too weak compared to an interstellar fortress of the same level. With this kind of excitement, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to collect the crystal of the evil spirit slime corpses. This scene was indeed too bloody, so he couldn't bear to watch it. He turned around and walked into a passage in the plaza. Half an hour later, 10,000 Crystal of the Fairies were gathered together and handed to Yi Xian. The Crystal of the Fairies were only a type of small red crystal. Moreover, they were extremely small, sparkling and translucent. They looked about the same as a pomegranate, and the largest one was slightly smaller than a pinky nail. 10,000 Crystal of the Fairies were only a small bag, so it was not very eye-catching. Yi Xian didn't bother to look at them in detail. Apart from keeping 10 of the largest Crystal of the Fairies as samples, he put them in a small box and threw them into his undying world. The rest of the fairies were all tossed to the devouring system, allowing it to transfer them to the Long Yi Xian fortress for the world's insects to absorb. He believed that not long after, the world's insects would be able to revive and evolve once again. As for the pile of evil spirit slime corpses, Yi Xian didn't let them go to waste. He immediately took out his Devil Blood Star Tears sword. After 5 fusions, not only did the Devil Blood Star Tears sword reach the epic grade of Starry Sky, it even gave birth to a Devil Blood Sword Spirit. This kind of flesh energy was a great supplement for the Devil Blood Sword Spirit. The moment it was taken out, Yi Xian heard the Devil Blood Sword Spirit's cheerful buzzing sound coming from the Devil Blood Star Tears sword. Following that, the Devil Blood Star Tears sword was controlled by the Devil Blood Star Tears sword. It turned into a ray of blood light and plunged into the small mountain of evil spirit slime corpses. The entire mountain of corpses withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Devil Blood Star Tears sword had absorbed such a large amount of flesh energy several times now. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the Devil Blood Star Tears sword was not far away from leveling up. Now, it was already at the Starry Sky epic grade. If it went one step further, it would be at the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Owning a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade combat weapon was absolutely the dream of any expert. But because of this, it would take a long time to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. After all, it wasn't easy to reach the Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade. Chapter 3041. Various concurrent positions. The entire Demonkin Star region, especially the Black Mosquito Star region where the Black Mosquito tribe was located, did not return to normal after the departure of the elite human fleet from Naples. After all, the large and small fleets of the 100 servant races from the first universe had not gathered here because of the arrival of the human race's fleet. Their purpose was to search for and capture Prince Xian of the human race's everlasting dynasty. As long as Prince Xian was not caught, they could not leave so casually, even if it was to curry favor with the celestial legacy race or to do it half-heartedly. Yi Xian had been in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb for a period of time. During this period of time, everything that had happened in the Black Mosquito star field had already spread throughout the entire first universe. The complete destruction of the Black Mosquito tribe's main star, the unexpected fall of the demon race's imperial city's first high priest, Wen Xing, and the huge loss of the servant fleet. This news was extremely shocking to the hundreds of slave races in the first universe. The Devil Imperial planet was especially shaken. It was said that after the news that Chief Priest Wen Xing was blown into pieces by the flagship of the human elite fleet was sent back, the furious roar of Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian was heard from the depths of the Devil Imperial city. Wen Xing was the favorite of the Devil Emperor, a supreme existence of the Heavenly Passage realm. How could Mo Wen Tian not be angry when he died in such a sullen manner? However, if he were to find out that Wen Xing was hiding another secret identity as a human spy under the High Priest of the Imperial City, what would the Demon Emperor think? Yi Xian didn't care about any of this. He was already rushing towards the Black Mosquito domain from the edge of the Demon domain with the Saint. Along the way, Yi Xian found a hidden void and took out the two space fortresses, the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito, from the undying world within his body. This included the Dongshu shuttle. The reason for this was naturally to free up manpower to enter the Saint. With his current status, not only had he become the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, but because Wu Fengtai and Hui Gulei had already been shelved by him, Yi Xian had already privately put on the two high hats of temporary Great Commander and temporary High Priest on his head. In short, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, he was the one with the highest authority. Under such circumstances, the Holy Sun would basically be his personal fortress in the future, and there was no possibility of him handing it over to the tribe. Since that was the case, he naturally needed to keep some forces in the fortress. However, including the 1,000-man battalion led by Gue Haidao and the Dongshu shuttle and the other 5,000-man battalions led by Zhang Qingyu and the others, he did not dare to move a single one of the 6,000 scouts. He continued with his original arrangements. After all, these guys were all from the Demon Scout Corps, so they couldn't be exposed. The appearance of a wretched mosquito slayer in the Demonkin star system was already quite risky. If more came out, something bad would definitely happen. The higher-ups of the demon slaves like Naboshin, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito couldn't show themselves either. Other than that, he even sent Wu Fengtai and Hui Gulei into the Dongshu shuttle so that they could stay with Gue Haidao's army of 1,000 slaves and guide them so that they could improve their cultivation and grow as quickly as possible. They would definitely be of great use in the future. However, the dozens of subordinates following the two were left in the Saint by Yi Xian. After all, they had been planted with the slave seal, and there was no problem of them dying in the light. With their presence, the news of Hui Gulei and Zhuo Fengtai's death could be confirmed. No one would doubt it. These guys were the trusted subordinates of the two for many years. Yi Xian also didn't move the 1,000 mosquito beasts and 1,000 soldier ladles in the Dongshu shuttle. However, he transferred 1,000,000 mosquito beasts and 10,000 soldier ladles from the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship to the Saint. At the same time, He also moved the 8-star ladles, and all the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles to the second level of the saint. In this way, the 2 lower levels of the saint were allocated. The bottom level was a nest of the evil slime, and the second level was for the mosquito beasts and soldier ladles. Yi Xian wouldn't open the access to these 2 levels, so no one was allowed to enter or leave. As for the top level, it was naturally for him to use. As for the third level, there was a living area for the demon dwellers, which was enough to accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. Yi Xian planned to arrange for all the demon dwellers who controlled the saint to stay there. Of course, these thousands of demon dwellers had to be temporarily recruited. Fortunately, the Black Mosquito tribe still had 9 demon dwellers planets. The higher-ups had all been planted with slave imprints, so it wouldn't be a problem to recruit a few hundred demon dwellers on each demon dweller planet. Yi Xian would be able to recruit all 3,000 demon dwellers in one go. After doing all of this, he immediately stored the Void Hole Shuttle and the Black Mosquito ship into the Undying World within his body. Just as he was about to store the Black Wind as well, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some unresolved matters within the Black Wind that he needed to deal with. To be precise, there were 2 matters. Firstly, the 1,000 over-elites of the Wanluo Federation who didn't manage to escape in the bottom level of the Wanluo prison, including Prince Xian. Secondly, the Black Wind ship's guardian demon beast, the Black Wind Beast. The Black Wind Beast wasn't in a hurry. Although the Black Wind ship was the main flagship of the Demon Dwellers' scout army, the guardian demon beast was stronger than the Black Mosquito ship's Li Mosquito. Like Ba Chai, it had reached Black Hole Realm level 9. However, the Black 9's strength was nothing to Yi Xian now. Either the 8-star Wang Biao or Prince Xue Ben would be able to suppress it immediately. It wasn't good for this demon beast to show itself. He could just find some time to deal with it or subdue it. After all, it was locked up in the demon nest of the Black Wind ship and couldn't come out at all. As for the 1,000 over-elites of the Federation at the bottom level of the Black Wind ship, it seemed like it was time to check on them. There were more than 10,000 people locked up in the Black Wind ship's Wanluo prison. When Yi Xian refined the Black Wind ship, he only released close to 10,000 people and didn't release the remaining 1,000 because of Prince Xian. He couldn't possibly leave him alone, right? That would be too obvious. As for the 1,000 over-elites of the Federation, Yi Xian planned to release them after returning to the third universe. Everything would be based on the Black Mosquito ship's model, so there was no need to worry. The key was that Prince Xian. Although Yi Xian didn't have any enmity with him, ever since he obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid from the Undying Star and found a drop of undying ancestral dragon blood in it, he had coincidentally swallowed it in front of Prince Xian in the Wanluo prison. The conflict between the two could no longer be resolved. They were destined to be on opposite sides. This time, the arrival of the human race's elite fleet from Naples in the first universe already showed that Prince Xian's matter couldn't be delayed any longer. Yi Xian could deal with the other 1,000 over-elites of the Federation a little later, but it was better to deal with Prince Xian as soon as possible. Chapter 3042. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Immortal Blood Crystal. It seems that the Black Wind still has close to 100,000 void soldier ladles. I hope that guy has been scared to death so that I won't have to make a move. Yi Xian sighed and muttered to himself as he stepped into the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among the 100,000 void soldier ladles, there were 5,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star general ladles. Of the 1,000 void soldier ladles that Yi Xian brought into the Dongshu shuttle, there were 200 void soldier ladles from the 4th realm to the 8th realm. In addition, of the 10,000 void soldier ladles that moved from the Black Wind to the Saint, there were 2,000 Black Hole Realm soldiers. In other words, there were close to 90,000 void soldier ladles in the Black Wind's myriad cataclysm. Among them, there were close to 3,000 Black Hole Realm 7-star general ladles. There were only slightly more than 1,000 Federation elites still imprisoned in the myriad cataclysm. Although there were Black Hole Realm elites among them, there were only 6 or 7 of them. Moreover, they were only at the early stages of Black Hole Realm Level 1 to Level 3. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been captured. Under such circumstances, facing such a terrifying army of soldiers with terrifying numbers and strength, the 1,000 or so elites of the Federation had probably spent every day in fear ever since they moved in and started living together with them. Fortunately, the pillars of the cage were strong enough to give them a weak sense of security. However, with the Void Soldier's good teeth, Yi Xian wasn't sure if the pillars of the cage would be able to withstand it. It was only now that he realized that this was only the second time he had entered the Myriad Cataclysm in the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm. After releasing the 10,000 Federation elites, he hadn't gone back to take a look. He didn't know if Prince Xian and the others were still alive. At this thought, Yi Xian's expression turned strange. In an instant, he appeared in the prison guard's living quarters at the edge of the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm. There were Void Soldier ladles everywhere. Although the Heaven's Legacy race's space fortresses all use space folding technology, the Myriad Cataclysm was only so big. It was still a little crowded for 100,000 Void Soldier ladles to enter. Seeing Yi Xian and feeling the aura of the Mother Marrow that was being emitted from his body, the Void Soldiers immediately let out a light cry of joy. They all crawled over and followed behind Yi Xian as they walked towards the cage area of the Myriad Heaven prison. After Yi Xian released the 10,000 Federation elites, the rest of the Cataclysm were all gone. Refining the Black Wind would be able to achieve this. Seeing Yi Xian Cataclysm again, the 1,000 Federation elites were all taken aback at first, but then they realized something. Their faces contorted in shock, but there was also a hint of doubtful joy in their eyes. Yi Xian Cataclysm had mixed in with the 10,000 escapees and left with them. He had used the devouring system to retract the pillars of the Myriad Cataclysm and opened the Myriad Cataclysm. Thus, these people had no idea that Yi Xian Cataclysm, the young man who had been captured in the Black Wind's Myriad Cataclysm, was actually the perpetrator of that inexplicable amnesty. But now, they understood everything. Moreover, Yi Xian Cataclysm had appeared here again, and the 100,000 terrifying black beetles around him were like pets, joyfully following behind him. There was no longer any suspense. This young man had already taken control of the Black Wind and possessed an incomparably powerful foundation. Just these black beetles alone were enough to sweep through a small country. This was also the reason why they were so happy. After all, they were all on the same side. Perhaps Yi Xian Cataclysm's arrival represented their freedom. But at the same time, when they thought about how Yi Xian Cataclysm hadn't appeared for such a long time, they realized that if he wanted to release them, he would have done so long ago. That was why, amidst their joy, they were also incomparably nervous and doubtful. Yi Xian Cataclysm didn't pay any attention to all of this. His gaze swept towards the cage where Prince Xian was, and then his expression changed abruptly. Out of the 1,000 over cages, the rest were undamaged. Only Prince Xian's cage had a large chunk of 10 thick black pillars eaten away, and a large hole had appeared on one side of the cage. It was large enough for a Black Hole Realm soldier to enter. Inside the cage, apart from some bloodstains on the ground, that Prince Xian was already gone. Eaten by the soldier. But, why did it only eat him? The other 1,000 over people were clearly fine. With this doubt, Yi Xian Cataclysm subconsciously turned his head to look at the other cages around him. There was a questioning look in his eyes. The expressions of these people also became strange. They clearly understood what Yi Xian Cataclysm meant and then carefully spoke one after another. That guy is a lunatic. He deserves to be eaten by bugs. Since that day, that guy hasn't had a moment of peace. It's rare for him to shut up, but he only takes a break. At most, after 2 hours, he immediately starts scolding again. Not only are we annoyed, but even these bugs are annoyed by him. After scaring him a few times to no avail, they simply gnawed a hole, crawled in, and swallowed him whole. He's a complete lunatic. He keeps saying that he's Prince Xian. Pooh! How can the prince of our human race's everlasting dynasty be like this? What a shrew! As these words entered his ears, Yi Xian slowly opened his mouth wide. At first, he was shocked, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he was extremely emotional. This was truly a case of retribution for being cheap. Back then, Yi Xian had been scolded so badly by him that he almost killed this brat on the spot. Who would have thought that in the end, this brat would still die because of his cheap mouth? But then again, just based on this cheap mouth alone, no one would believe that he was Prince Xian of an everlasting dynasty. This was good too. At least this way, the everlasting dynasty's royal family's reputation would be preserved. Otherwise, once this matter spread through the other Federation elites in the myriad cataclysm, the entire royal family would be humiliated. Just as Yi Xian was thinking about this, a Black Hole Realm 7-star general suddenly crawled out from among the soldiers behind Yi Xian and went straight to Yi Xian. After chirping lightly twice, it opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red crystal. This red crystal was only the size of a pigeon's egg, but it was sparkling and translucent. It vaguely emitted an aura similar to that of the immortal ancestral dragon's blood that Yi Xian had refined. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. Like a conditioned reflex, he moved as fast as lightning and instantly put the crystal back into his body. Fortunately, this general's body was huge and blocked in front of him. As such, those Federation elites in the 1,000-odd cages didn't see the crystal appear. At the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, just as he had expected. Chapter 3043. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Demonic mutation. Yi Xian immediately left the Black Wind, ignoring the thousands of Federation elites who were still in their cages. After all, it was safe here, and he had no intention of explaining anything, so there was no need for him to say anything. After keeping the Black Wind into his undying world, he immediately returned to the command cabin on the top floor of the Saint. After giving the order to continue heading to the Black Mosquito Star Zone, he immediately closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. The immortal blood crystal that he had just obtained was clearly the crystallization of the bloodline of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Legend had it that the immortal divine dragon's bloodline flowed within the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. After obtaining that drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, Yi Xian had confirmed this legend. He also knew that the divine dragon's bloodline that flowed within the Immortal Dynasty's royal family came from the golden divine dragon of the primordial era. After Prince Xian was swallowed by the 7-star General Ladle, his flesh, clothes, and even the treasures he carried with him were probably all digested. The Void Soldier Ladle could even eat through the universe, let alone these things. However, the golden divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood seemed to have been purified and condensed into an immortal blood crystal. Perhaps the 7-star General Ladle knew that the divine dragon's bloodline in his flesh and blood was good stuff, but it was too thin. Therefore, it purified it and created this item. Moreover, the divine dragon's bloodline that the Immortal Dynasty's royal family had somehow obtained gradually thinned with each generation. At the same time, it was also imprinted with the changes left behind by the royal family's supreme experts. Therefore, this immortal blood crystal had two meanings to Yi Xian. First, by absorbing it, Yi Xian's divine dragon's bloodline would improve further. Second, because the blood crystal was imprinted with the bloodline aura of the royal family's supreme experts, once Yi Xian merged it into his own bloodline, he would transform into the real Prince Xian. Although he would not be that person, his bloodline would definitely be that of the Immortal Dynasty's royal family. Perhaps even the imperial preceptor of the Immortal Dynasty, the heir, would not be able to deny this. The divine dragon aura in the blood crystal was not very strong. Although it had some effect on the evolution of Yi Xian's divine dragon bloodline, it was not very effective. However, the latter was more powerful. As long as this was realized, Yi Xian would no longer need to hide from the search of the immortal royal family. He could openly return to the third universe, and from then on, he would truly be Prince Xian. As for appearances and the like, in this current flourishing age of cultivation, even the weakest meteor tier 1 could easily conceal their figure or change their appearance. There was really no one who would be too conflicted about this point. This was the final trial, after all. He couldn't even reveal his identity as a member of the royal family. It was only natural for him to change his appearance. Since he was used to this appearance, he was too lazy to change it back. After all, Prince Xian had used this appearance to become famous in the 3 universes. In order to take care of the feelings of his fans, it was reasonable to continue using this appearance. Replacing Prince Xian was an extremely shocking idea. However, because of the existence of this blood crystal, everything became possible. Yi Xian was not greedy for riches and honor. Instead, he wanted to grow. It was obvious how much power a prince had. He only wanted this kind of power because it was extremely convenient for him to search for the devouring origin and other cultivation resources. The blood crystal, which was only the size of a pigeon egg, quickly melted and merged with Yi Xian's flesh. A piercing pain spread from his bone marrow to the surface of his skin. It was a piercing pain that existed in every single cell of his body. It was the same feeling as when he had used the divine dragon bloodline body tempering secret technique to temper his body in the corpse pool. However, because of his previous foundation and the fact that the divine dragon bloodline in this blood crystal was not very rich, the piercing pain was much less than the previous time. However, for some reason, this time, only the area between his eyebrows, where Yi Xian had activated the demonic soul pupil after refining the demonic soul spirit that had turned into a little jade rabbit, was especially painful. It was not inferior to the previous time. Fortunately, this was the only part of his body where the pain was so intense, so it was not unbearable. The entire process of refining the blood crystal did not take long. It was over in less than 10 minutes. Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, satellite level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up the giant dragon body tempering technique. Current level, growth level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the golden divine dragon bloodline mutation. Direction of mutation, demonic torch dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutated demonic dragon bloodline special ability, demonic dragon's gaze. Current level, beginner level. As the series of system notifications sounded one after another, Yi Xian fell into a daze again. The leveling up of his cultivation was within his expectations. The only thing he was a little surprised about was that he had leveled up twice in a row. However, when he thought about it, not only did the blood crystal contain the divine dragon bloodline, but it also contained the aura of the bloodline imprint left behind by generations of supreme masters. After absorbing it into his body, it was normal for him to level up twice in a row. In addition, the leveling up of the giant dragon body tempering technique from the beginner level to the growth level was also within his expectations. What truly shocked him was the mutation that had occurred during the advancement of the dragon bloodline. Leveling up. It sounded like a good thing, and when the system mentioned this, it also used the word congratulations, which was a great blessing. Thinking about the abnormal pain of the demon's soul pupil between his eyebrows, Yi Xian felt that the so-called bloodline mutation this time was most likely related to the demon's soul pupil. After his giant dragon bloodline had leveled up into the demonic dragon bloodline, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline special ability called the demonic dragon's gaze, which happened to be related to his eyes. Therefore, this point was basically confirmed. The words demonic torch dragon reminded Yi Xian of a primordial legend. In primordial legends, dragons could be regarded as a kind of supreme divine beast, and there were actually many kinds of them, each with their own characteristics and different powers, such as the winged dragon, horned dragon, jiao dragon, horned dragon, and so on. The golden divine dragon was powerful, but in some primordial legends, there was a kind of dragon that was even more powerful than the golden divine dragon. It was called the demonic dragon, the underworld dragon, or the torch dragon. In the legends, the torch dragon was also known as the Zhuyin, the Hui dragon, or the torch dragon. Its image was said to be that of a dragon with a human face. It held a candle in its mouth, illuminating the darkness in the northwest where there was no sun. Legend had it that its power was extremely great. When it opened its eyes, the sky was bright, which was the day. When it closed its eyes, the sky was dark, which was the night. Its eyes were the light, its eyes were the light. It was a simple sentence, but the aura and majesty it displayed was enough to make one's heart tremble. When it opened its eyes, it was the day, and when it closed its eyes, it was the night. The whole world, such a big world, was decided by the simple opening of a living creature's eyes. This kind of saying was almost exaggerated and too mysterious. Chapter 3044. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Goodbye to the ferocious Mosquito Emperor. This time, Yi Xian had gained a lot. As a result, he, who had been pleasantly surprised recently, couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. His cultivation had reached the 8th stage of the satellite realm, and he only needed to advance one more stage to reach the full circle of the realm. After that, he would reach the 4th major realm, the planet realm. Even a rocket wouldn't be that fast. Obtaining the identity of the immortal royal bloodline had resolved the crisis in front of him. Yi Xian could openly return to the 3rd universe at any time. After returning, there would be many benefits. Using the identity of Prince Xian, it wouldn't take long for him to find the origin of engulfment to reap the rewards. More importantly, he had obtained the demonic dragon bloodline ability. He immediately looked inside and checked his mind. The golden scale that represented the inheritance of the golden dragon bloodline had indeed turned black and gold. It seemed more mysterious, thick, and ancient. Judging from its black and gold color, Yi Xian most likely possessed the bloodlines of the demonic dragon Candle Dragon and the golden dragon. This could be inferred from the fact that he possessed the dragon tempering technique and the demonic dragon's gaze, 2 different bloodline abilities of the dragon clan. This sudden fortuitous encounter changed Yi Xian's thoughts rapidly. He had decided to stay in the 1st universe because he wanted to find the origin of engulfment and an energy source that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The latter had been resolved. As for the former, after obtaining the identity of Prince Xian, returning to the 3rd universe to search would obviously be faster than searching here. In addition, the problem of Prince Xian's identity no longer existed. Therefore, Yi Xian suddenly had the thought of leaving. Of course, there were still some things that he had to do before leaving. First, he had to try to search for information about the origin of engulfment in the 1st universe. His personal star communication system had been upgraded to the growth stage, and it had entered the growth stage of the star superbrain. Its search radius had increased to a light year, and its functions had greatly increased. Yi Xian could try to secretly connect to the star network of the demonic emperor planet, which was the star network of the Tianji race, and see if he could find anything. In addition, before leaving, he had to visit the mosquito race planet once. Previously, the mad mosquito emperor had given Yi Xian 2 conditions: his cultivation must be before the origin realm. Also, his mind and art force art studio level art. If he could satisfy these 2 conditions at the same time, then Yi Xian would be able to return to the mosquito beast star. The mad mosquito emperor had once promised him with his Tao heart that he would give Yi Xian a great fortune. Although it wasn't because of this matter, it was just to say goodbye. Letting Prince Shueben and the mad mosquito emperor meet again was something that should be done. Originally, there were 2 other places he should go. One was the Holy Demon Forbidden Land, and the other was the Black Hole of Life. However, the former was still too dangerous for him, so he could only postpone this matter. As for the black hole of life, the countless void soldiers were doing well inside, so there was no need for him to make a trip there. If there was a need for him to go there, he could enter the first universe through the wormhole at any time and launch an interstellar coordinate jump. It was very convenient. In addition, Yi Xian still had some chores to clean up at the Black Mosquito tribe, and that was the dozens of higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars who had been taken as demon slaves by him. This time, when he returned to Universe 3, he did not know whether to bring them along with him. If he really did that, the entire Black Mosquito tribe would be finished. They would be leaderless. Therefore, after some consideration, Yi Xian gave up in the end. He would just treat it as a spy he had planted in the first universe. Who knows, it might be of great use in the future. In the end, he decided to go to the Mosquito Beast star first. Then, he would go to the Black Mosquito 9 stars and get 4,000 demon slaves to enter the saint and plant the slave mark. In this way, his 1,000 demon slave team would increase from 6 to 10. A total of 10,000 demon slaves. Just thinking about it was scary. After doing these two things, he would finally go to the demonic Emperor star. He would connect to the Star Network mainframe from afar and launch a search. If there was no result, he would immediately return to Universe 3. After deciding on the itinerary, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to advance at full speed. Their destination was the Mosquito Beast star. Half a day later, Yi Xian put away the saint in the distant void. His physical body crossed and entered the atmosphere of the Mosquito Beast star. At that moment, he waved his hand and summoned Shui Ben from the pet ring. The two of them, one in front and one behind, went straight to the center of the planet. As a supreme existence of the Grotto Heaven realm, the entire Mosquito Beast star was covered by the Mad Mosquito King's mental energy. He immediately sensed Yi Xian and Shui Ben's arrival and appeared immediately. Then, after seeing Yi Xian for the first time, his expression changed and he exclaimed in shock, "Damn! Are you on steroids every day, brat? You're almost at the peak of the satellite realm. How many days have you been away?" Yi Xian was a little proud at first, but after sensing the Mad Mosquito King's aura, he immediately rolled his eyes. "I'm only at the 3rd level. No matter how many levels I have increased, it can't be compared to your breakthrough in the Grotto Heaven realm, right? Last time, you were at the 1st level of the Grotto Heaven realm. How long has it been? You're already at the 7th level of the Grotto Heaven realm. You're the one on steroids every day. Hee, brat, I'm not breaking through, I'm recovering. It's good that I'm in high spirits. Of course, it's fast. Then, what was your original cultivation level? Mystic Light Realm. Or even stronger?" Yi Xian took this opportunity to ask again. He had always been curious about the Mad Mosquito King's cultivation. This guy was too mysterious. "Ha! You even know that the 11th level is the Mystic Light Realm. Did you meet someone in the Mystic Light Realm recently?" The Mad Mosquito King immediately exclaimed in surprise. Then, as he spoke, he released a strand of mental energy toward Yi Xian to investigate. When this strand of mental energy came into contact with Yi Xian's body, he didn't resist. He trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor quite a bit. At the very least, the mental imprint that the other party had left outside his sea of consciousness had only been able to protect his sea of consciousness. It had never crossed the line and entered his sea of consciousness without permission. In the next second, the Mad Mosquito King suddenly exclaimed. "Golden Dragon Bloodline. Underworld Dragon 9 Bloodline. Desolate Ancient Yiksha Divine Ability. 6th level Mental Energy. And the aura of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, heavens, this tattoo, could it be the Heavenly Down Nascent Soul? No, that's impossible." As the Mad Mosquito King exclaimed one after another, Yi Xian's body shook violently, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The Mad Mosquito King's mental energy clearly hadn't entered his mind. In fact, it had only touched his body for a moment, but it was as if it could see through Yi Xian. This was clearly through the faint aura left on Yi Xian's body by the Mad Mosquito King's bloodline and divine ability. Even that Heaven's Legacy race upper echelon and Prince Xian's fiancée, Ying Tai, definitely didn't have such an ability. Those two were supreme existences in the mystic light realm. Chapter 30-45. Crutch Yi Xian didn't hide much from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Other than the part about Prince Xian, he basically told the Mad Mosquito Emperor everything. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the most important secrets about the devouring system and the undying world to Yi Xian. On one hand, the reason why Yi Xian did this was because he trusted the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and on the other hand, it was because he could be considered to have a strong foundation. Even if the Mad Mosquito Emperor was an existence that surpassed the profound light realm, with the headless corpse of an infant, it would be useless for him to scheme against him. In addition, Yi Xian's honesty had another purpose. He hoped to get some feedback from the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Putting aside his cultivation realm, the fact that the Mad Mosquito Emperor was able to recognize the aura of the giant golden dragon and the underworld dragon Nine Yin, as well as the weeping soul blood ape and the desolate ancient Yiksha, showed just how mysterious he was. He even knew the origin of the headless corpse lamp tattoo on Yi Xian's chest with a single glance. He even uttered the words, "Heavenly Down Nascent Soul," in surprise. Was it the Heavenly Down Nascent Soul corpse? Could it be that this headless infant's corpse is actually the embodiment of the will of the Heaven Tao from the primordial era? But why was it in the form of a baby? Who cut off its head? Also, what was the truth behind the War of the Ancients? If the headless infant corpse was really the will of the Heavenly Tao from the primordial era, then how could it have caused such a destructive war? The powerful beings of the primordial era were divided into two camps. One camp called themselves gods, and the other camp was called demons. As the will of the heavenly Tao of that era, how could it allow this to happen? In fact, all of this had been entangled in Yi Xian's mind recently. From time to time, it would pop up, making him fascinated and subconsciously recall the primordial age. At this moment, with the Mad Mosquito Emperor's abnormal behavior, Yi Xian felt like he had found the hope of answering all of these questions. As such, he immediately told the Mad Mosquito Emperor about most of his experiences. Then, he started to question the Mad Mosquito Emperor. "Don't ask about these things. I won't tell you. More accurately, I can't tell you, and I don't dare to tell you. At least, before that thing on your chest allows it, you won't be able to get any more information from me." As he spoke, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, whose face was filled with fear and was clearly still in a state of extreme shock, quickly glanced at Yi Xian's chest before letting out a sigh. "You can forget what I said before. It will tell you what to do when the time comes. It will. Go back. I've heard about what happened in the Black Mosquito Star Zone recently. I didn't expect you to be a prince of the human race's everlasting dynasty. Since that's the case, you can't stay here any longer. Once DE of the Tianji clan finds out that he chose you, he'll probably pay any price to capture you. Even if the entire Tianji clan is destroyed, he'll definitely take you down. This matter can't be hidden for long. While DE still doesn't know, leave immediately." As for Shuaben, speaking of this, the Mad Mosquito Emperor turned his head to look at Prince Shuaben, who had been silent all this time but was much quieter than before. He seemed to be gradually returning to normal. There was a hint of gentleness in the Mad Mosquito Emperor's eyes. He smiled with relief. Before this, there was only hope for his recovery. Now, I'm absolutely sure that my son will recover his mind in the future, as long as he stays with you. Take him away. You respect him as your elder brother. What is there to worry about? Who would have thought that the bizarre affairs of the world could be so surprising? It's all worth it. So it has already Ha ha ha, laughing loudly, the Mad Mosquito Emperor no longer paid any attention to Yi Xian and Prince Shueben. He turned around and flew into the depths of the mosquito star, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The bit he mentioned at the end was clearly the headless infant corpse. From this, it could be seen that the Mad Mosquito Emperor was indeed aware of the headless infant corpse's origins. This also proved that his origins were not to be underestimated. How could he be in ordinary existence if he was related to the headless infant corpse? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. The Mad Mosquito Emperor's words made him even more confused. Even the Mad Mosquito Emperor was so afraid of the headless infant corpse. Moreover, it seemed that De also knew about the headless infant corpse. What was the truth behind all this? Filled with confusion, Yi Xian immediately left the Mosquito Beast Star with the Blood-Bend Prince. Then, he circled around the entire Black Mosquito Star region and went to visit all of the remaining Black Mosquito 9 stars. In just 3 days, he had lured 4,000 demon dwellers into the Saint. Moreover, during this period of time, Yi Xian had used all his strength to condense 4,000 different level slave seals. At this point, all of the devil cultivator experts within the Holy Sun had become his devil slaves. Since he had decided to return to the third universe, he considered that the Black Mosquito tribe could not be leaderless. After all, the higher-ups of the Black Mosquito 9 stars were his people. This had become the secret headquarters that Yi Xian had left in the first universe. He really couldn't let him decline like this. In addition, the high priest of the imperial capital, Wenxing, had died. Huiguolu had the opportunity to enter the Devil Royal Planet. After all, he was from Wenxing's bloodline. The Devil Emperor Mo Wentian would more or less take care of him for old time's sake. Therefore, the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Huiguolu, and dozens of his trusted subordinates were all released by Yi Xian. They stayed on the Black Mountain Star. As for the great commanders Wu Fengtai, Yi Xian had just decided to take him away. It was a good thing to keep a demon dweller expert of the Fourth Order Origin realm by his side. Although the 8 stars Wang Biao and Prince Shueben were also in the Origin realm, it would not be convenient for them to appear often after they returned to the third universe. Wu Fengtai, on the other hand, looked no different from a human, so he did not have such concerns. After doing all this, the last thing Yi Xian needed to do in the Demon Dweller Star Zone was to go to the Devil Royal Planet. From the distant void, he would invade the Star Net and connect to the Tianji clan's main net. Then, he would search for news of the engulfing origin. After doing this, he could return to the third universe and return to the human race as Prince Xian. At that time, it would definitely be another exciting experience. With this expectation in mind, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Mosquito Star Zone and quickly rushed to the Devil Royal Star Zone. What he did not know was that on the second day after the Saint ship left the Black Mosquito Star Zone, the Star Zone was once again in turmoil. This time, the situation was several times more serious than before. Even the Tianji clan's Ing Tai, who was in the 11th Profound Light Realm, was alarmed and hurried back to the Black Mosquito Star Zone from the Black Wind Star Zone. Chapter 3046. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations. The arrival of the human stronghold. The fleet of the human race's immortal dynasty had arrived once again. However, this time, even Ing Tai, who was at the Mystic Light Realm, didn't dare to act rashly. That's right, she did have a stronghold that was 100,000 meters in diameter in her body. However, Ing Tai didn't choose to take out the stronghold to fight against this elite fleet of the human race. This was because she wasn't confident in winning it all. Thus, she could only choose to hide in the dark and observe from afar. This time, the human race's immortal army only had 5 battleships. This was half the number of battleships from last time, but their battle strength was many times greater. The 5 battleships were all strongholds that were 100,000 meters in diameter. In past wars, this level of Starry Sky Fortress was often used to guard the rear and serve as a strategic deterrent. But this time, the immortal dynasty had mobilized 5 starry sky fortresses at once. Such a grand display of power even gave Tai a fright. This also showed how determined the immortal dynasty was this time. They had to find Prince Xian. If he was alive, they had to see him. If he was dead, they had to see his corpse. Perhaps this was why the dynasty had mobilized 5 battleships at once, all of which were 100,000 meters in diameter. Only such a stronghold could enter and leave safely in a dangerous place like the Heaven Lightning Tomb in a short period of time. Even the other cosmic battleships that were 50,000 meters in diameter definitely didn't have this ability. Entering would mean the destruction of the battleship and the death of the people on board. In the human race's technology faction, the high-ranking generals that had the right to command 100,000 meters in diameter stronghold were usually 4-star generals or even 5-star generals. However, this time, the commander of the fleet that had brought these 5 strongholds to the first universe in such a short period of time was still 3-star General Naples. This was clearly a hint that an exception was about to be made. After all, although Naples didn't bring Prince Xian back to the human race last time, he had still found him. It was just that Prince Xian had purposely avoided him for some reason. More importantly, when Naples' fleet encountered the Heaven's Legacy race's interstellar fortress, he immediately made the decision to scatter and flee, and he was the last to leave. This effectively ensured that Prince Xian's information would be successfully sent back. Even if the Tianji race's interstellar fortress launched a pursuit, with the small fortress in Naples resisting from behind, the 9 cosmic universes that had already begun jumping would be able to enter the wormhole in time. In short, this matter vividly displayed Naples' great responsibility and ability as a senior general of the Immortal Army. In addition, after returning, the dynasty's officials immediately reported the news of Prince Xian, allowing the countless fans of the prince and the human race and the Wan Luo Federation to know that the dynasty's military had not only dispatched a fleet but also lost a cosmic universe state and thousands of Immortal Army elites. Furthermore, Prince Xian's whereabouts had been confirmed. He was currently safe. As such, the resentment of the prince's fans gradually dissipated, and the pressure on the royal family was greatly reduced. A high-ranking member of the royal family in charge of the military was overjoyed. As such, it was only natural that he would give Naples a recommendation. It could be said that even if Naples still couldn't bring Prince Xian back to the human race this time, as long as he did something here, preferably, a more intense battle and the destruction of 1 or 2 interstellar fortresses, he would still be treated as a hero by the royal family when he returned and would be given an exceptional recommendation. Of course, he wouldn't intentionally cause the destruction of the human race's interstellar fortresses. However, Naples had indeed descended with the intention of causing a huge ruckus. Only a battle, a great battle, could bring about the intensity of his desire. With such thoughts in mind, the moment the 5 interstellar fortresses of the human race descended on the Black Mosquito Star Zone, they immediately wiped out more than 10 fleets of the first universe's slave races that were roaming around the star zone. Following that, on the 3rd day, they directly performed a space jump and rushed towards the demonic Emperor planet. Since the destruction of a tribe's main planet didn't hurt the demonic race, then this time, they would make an example out of the demonic Emperor planet. The 5 interstellar fortresses would definitely be able to destroy the demonic Emperor city. After all, the demonic race didn't have interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. As for Prince Xian, Naples had originally decided to go to the interstellar lightning grave to rescue him. However, during these 3 days of sweeping, he received news of Prince Xian's reappearance. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief, including a member of the royal family, who was the deputy commander of the fleet. This member of the royal family was the current immortal emperor's younger brother. Prince Xian should call him imperial uncle, and his name was Long Tianba. Among the outstanding princes of the empire who were active in public, the one who supported him was the second prince, Long Shumian. As for Prince Xian, he was ranked 18th among the princes. Normally, he wasn't very close to this imperial uncle Long Tianba, let alone on good terms. The reason the latter had followed Naples' fleet to the first universe this time was obviously partly because of the internal strife between the royal families of the Immortal Empire. As for the truth, it was a taboo topic. Ordinary people had no way of knowing, and those who knew some inside information definitely wouldn't talk about it. Yi Xian was even more clueless about all of this. At this moment, he was still on his way to the demonic Emperor planet. It had only been 3 days since he left the Black Mosquito Star Zone. His Saint ship was just an ordinary 10,000-meter-long fortress. Even if it traveled at full speed and jumped through wormholes along the way, it would take at least 7 to 8 days to reach the demonic Emperor planet. What made people speechless was that Yi Xian had left 3 days earlier, but in the end, he fell behind Naples' fleet. On the afternoon of the 7th day, when the Saint ship finally arrived at the demonic Emperor Star Zone, Naples had already been there for half a day. After all, the entire fleet was a 10,000-meter-long fortress. 4 days was enough to travel from the Black Mosquito Star Zone to the demonic Emperor Star Zone. As a result, Ying Tai, who had been following closely behind the fleet in secret, was shaken off by Naples. Although she also had a fortress, it was really inconvenient for her to take it out. With the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm, it would also take her 5 days to travel from the Black Mosquito Star Zone to the demonic Emperor Star Zone from the Black Mosquito Star Zone, which was only 2 days faster than the fortress. In other words, Ying Tai, who had traveled through space with her physical body, would only arrive the next day. Naples already knew that Prince Xian had left the Black Mosquito Star Zone and was heading towards the demonic Emperor planet. Furthermore, he had most likely already arrived. As such, the 5 human fortresses had all activated their concealment formations before entering this star zone. He had to first collect information and confirm Prince Xian's whereabouts before making a decision. If he could find Prince Xian, there would naturally be no need for a bloody battle. It would be more effective to bring him back immediately. Therefore, the 5 human fortresses quietly lay dormant in space not far from the demonic Emperor planet and secretly collected information. Chapter 3047. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The root of all evil. Similarly, Yi Xian had activated the concealment matrix to enter the demonic Emperor galaxy. His personal interstellar communicator could be accessed within a light-year's range. Therefore, Yi Xian's Saint had stopped not far from the demonic Emperor galaxy. The distance between the two was not far, but neither was aware of the other's existence. That was quite a sight to behold. As the Saint child slowly came to a stop, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to activate his personal star communication system. He ordered it to use all its strength to search for all the star network signals in the nearby void and list them out one by one for him to choose who to connect with. The system responded quickly. Ding! Personal interstellar communicator activated. Beginning search for interstellar signals. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Detected interstellar signals. Strength, weak. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Detected interstellar communicator. Strength, average. Ding! System notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Every time the devouring system found an interstellar communicator or interstellar superbrain signal, it would be displayed on the search results list. Yi Xian did not waste any time and began to examine them one by one. Why are these 5 interstellar communicators so strong? Soon, Yi Xian found 5 highlighted objects on the search results list. All of them were interstellar communicators, and they were extremely strong. Interstellar signals were actually interstellar communicators. After all, the central control of the interstellar network was the interstellar superbrain. But there were still differences between the two. The interstellar superbrain could clearly distinguish between the two. Interstellar communicators were usually sent out by the interstellar superbrain that built a large-scale open network on an administrative planet or a larger interstellar domain. Interstellar communicators were specially distinguished and referred to as interstellar communicators. Interstellar communicators were usually local area network signals of warships or space fortresses. An open network could not be accessed from any interstellar network. Otherwise, it would be considered trespassing. In other words, the signals came from either 5 battleships or a bastion. That was to be expected. The Milky Way was full of planets, and then battleships. The key was that the signal was so strong. Basically, they must be very close to each other. Or perhaps, the superbrains of these 5 battleships were all at the immortal rank. The latter was obviously impossible, so it could only be the former. However, there was not a single warship in sight around Yi Xian's Saint ship. It was obvious that the other party was also in a concealed state. Furthermore, with Yi Xian's immortal rank intercom and his current strength as a juvenile, he would be able to lock onto the general location of the starbrain signal of an ordinary battleship or even a space fortress, even if the other party was hidden. However, not only were the 5 starbrain waves ridiculously strong, they were also erratic, making it impossible to lock onto them. That's at least 5 cosmic state fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was immediately shocked. The first thing that came to his mind was the Tianji race's ambush. Of course, it could also be the 5 cosmic state fortresses that the Demon Emperor planet and several other fleets of the slave races in the first universe had put together. However, no matter which one it was, one thing was for sure, this had to be related to Yi Xian. This was the first universe. The demons and the slave races' fleets had activated a concealment formation and were lying in wait here. They couldn't have set up a trap for their own people, right? The only person they were targeting was Prince Xian. Could it be that his identity had been exposed? Or could it be that the matter of him killing that mystic light realm Tianji race upper echelon and seizing his silver cosmic fortress had already been exposed? Other than that, Yi Xian couldn't think of any other reason why the other party would make such a big fuss. 5 cosmic state fortresses. They could easily wipe out the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Fortunately, when I entered the Demon Emperor star field this time, I activated the concealment formation before coming here. In addition, as the main control center of the Holy Sun was refined by my personal Starry Sky communication system, the main control center of the latter is an immortal grade super brain that has entered its infancy stage. Therefore, while refining the Saint's main control center, its additional attributes were also improved to a certain extent. It no longer has to fear the signal search of the superbrain in this kind of small fortress. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. While feeling shocked, Yi Xian couldn't help but secretly rejoice. I'm afraid that the other party would have discovered me as soon as I entered the Demon Emperor planet. When that happens, the 5 cosmic state fortresses will open fire at the same time. If I'm caught off guard, even if I don't die, I'll lose a layer of skin. As he thought of this, a layer of white sweat appeared on his back. In that kind of situation, the Saint would definitely be lost, and he, in his haste, might not have had enough time to activate an interstellar coordinate jump. That would have been a dead end. After a moment of lingering fear, Yi Xian became even more cautious. He even specially reminded the devouring system to inform the personal cosmic communication system attached to it, so as to maintain the concealment of the signal as much as possible. However, this time, since he was already here, and he could immediately return to Universe 3 after finishing this last task. At that time, even if his identity was exposed and he had to escape publicly, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, even though Yi Xian realized that the other party had an ambush and that the 5 small star-level strongholds were in the nearby void, he still didn't give up on his plan to invade the Demon Emperor star network and use it to invade the next level of the Heavenly Legacy clan star network. How could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Moreover, he hadn't even entered the Demon Emperor planet, but was still in the void of the Star River, which was quite a distance away from the Demon Emperor planet. If Yi Xian didn't even have the guts to do this, then there was no need for him to wander the Star River and seek Tao with his heart. At this time, the signal search of the communication system had been completed. Yi Xian quickly found the signal of the Demon Emperor planet's Starry Sky network, and then ordered his personal communication system to immediately connect, infiltrate, and directly use this network to log into the next level of the Tianji clan's main network, and launch a conditional search. This time, the search condition he gave was the origin of devouring. Considering that the name of the origin of devouring might be different here, Yi Xian even described the characteristics of the origin of devouring in detail. Although the devouring system knew about this, it wouldn't take the initiative to use it as a search condition, and so it didn't issue an order to the attached communication system. After the order was issued, the communication system immediately executed, easily infiltrating the Demon Emperor planet's Starry Sky network, and then launching a cross-level invasion. The whole process took about 10 minutes, and Yi Xian had already received the search results from the Tianji clan's main network. What made him extremely excited was that this time, he had originally planned to make every possible effort, but he didn't expect to receive an unexpected surprise in the end. The suspected origin of the origin of the origin of the origin of devouring did indeed exist in Universe 1. Chapter 3048. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales that scared this prince to death. Although Yi Xian had found a place suspected to be the source of the devouring origin, he had no way of going there to investigate and confirm for the time being. The root of all evil was a danger zone, a dangerous danger zone on the level of a middle plane in the first universe. As for the life black hole and the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb that Yi Xian had already been to, they could only be considered dangerous places on the level of a large star domain. The source of all evil was a level higher than them, and the degree of danger could be seen from this alone. More importantly, the root of all evil was not in the demon-human star field or its surroundings. It was extremely far away, located near the central domain of the first universe. That was also where the Celestial Legacy race's headquarters was located. Even with the space fortress of 100,000 meters in diameter, traveling day and night at full speed and jumping through wormholes along the way, it would still take at least a month to get there. The reason why the Butterfly Starry Sky Fortress had arrived at the Demonkin Star region so quickly was because it happened to be passing by the Demonkin Star region. It had received a command from the Tianji race's main network in the central region of the first universe, so it had quickly rushed over. If the Butterfly Fortress had been in the central domain of the first universe, it probably would not have reached the demon-human star field even if it had traveled at full speed. In addition, although there were many natural wormholes that could be used to jump through during the long journey from the demon-human star field to the central domain of the first universe, some of the more important wormholes were always guarded by the Celestial Legacy race's main fleets due to their high strategic value. Even if they could force their way through one wormhole, the news would quickly spread. At that time, not only would they not be able to enter the next wormhole, but they would also have to face the encirclement of a massive Celestial Legacy race fleet when they exited the next wormhole. In other words, this trip to the root of all evil in the central domain of the first universe was not only fraught with danger, but also time. The time limit of 1 month was only for the space fortresses of the Celestial Legacy race or their slaves. As a human, Yi Xian could not possibly reach the destination within this time limit. If he could not even enter the wormhole, what was the point? Of course, he could also carry out interstellar travel and give up on jumping through wormholes. He could travel in the normal starry sky and rush there at full speed. However, in that case, it would only take him 3 to 5 years to reach the central region of the first universe. It would be too late. In addition, Yi Xian urgently needed to return to the Third Universe's Science and Technology faction to deal with the Immortal Dynasty's matters. Furthermore, it would be much more convenient to search for information about the engulfing origin over there. Therefore, after some thought, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of immediately heading to the devouring origin. Everything would have to wait until he returned to Universe 3 and confirmed whether he could find the devouring origin there. Then, he would make a final decision based on the results. In that case, all the affairs in the first universe were basically over. There was only one problem that Yi Xian needed to consider, which was the return trip to the third universe of the human race. He had originally planned to take advantage of the fact that the 5 small fortresses in the nearby galaxies were still unaware of the Saints' arrival before they were exposed, and he had planned to quietly retreat as quickly as possible. However, this idea was destined to be a fool's dream. Because the moment he decided to return, a shocking and huge change suddenly occurred in this originally tranquil void of the Saint. Everything happened without warning. Caught off guard, Yi Xian was so shocked that half of his soul flew away. This prince was almost scared to death. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 5 black death ray energy beams with a diameter of about 20,000 meters appeared from 5 different voids in the distance almost at the same time. When the rapid vibrations of space that seemed to be on the verge of destruction rang out, Yi Xian's hair stood on end. Before he could see the 5 terrifying energy beams, he had already realized what kind of existences the 5 big guys lurking in the void around the Saint were from this unique vibrating sound. How could those be small cosmic fortresses? They were clearly 5 cosmic fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. When the Tianji clan's Silver Fortress fired these destructive death ray cannons, Yi Xian had already memorized this unique vibrating sound. There was no way he could have made a mistake. What was even more frightening was that these 5 terrifying death light beams shot out from different directions. Although their targets were all aimed at the Demon Emperor star that was thousands of kilometers away, Yi Xian's Holy Sun ship just happened to be in front of one of the energy beams that shot out from it. In other words, if he couldn't avoid it in time, the Saint would instantly be destroyed and everyone on board would perish. The 5 death ray energy beams were all 20,000 meters in diameter, while Yi Xian's Saint was only a giant fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. If it was hit, it would definitely be vaporized in an instant. The entire space fortress and everything inside, including Yi Xian, would be completely annihilated. Unfortunately, at this time, he still didn't know where the cosmic fortress that fired these 5 terrifying energy beams came from or which camp it belonged to. If it came from the Tianji clan, once the Saint was exposed, Yi Xian's fate would actually be no different from being blown to dust by the enemy's cannons. However, he obviously didn't have time to consider this point. A life and death crisis had already descended and was rapidly approaching. No matter what, he had to avoid it. Even if he was exposed, there was no other way. Otherwise, he would die immediately. This death ray energy beam that happened to be fired at the Saint was 20,000 meters in diameter, while the Saint's hull was 10,000 meters in diameter. In other words, if he wanted to avoid it, the Saint only needed to move a distance of 10,000 meters. It could be to the left or to the right. In the context of the stars, a distance of 10,000 meters was really insignificant. However, if a condition was added, that the death ray cannon's energy beam was approaching at an extremely fast speed, then this matter was no longer as simple as it seemed. It could even be said to be gripping. Whether it could succeed or not completely depended on the Saint's reaction speed and a bit of luck. All of this was instantly analyzed in Yi Xian's mind, and he came to a conclusion. Almost at the same time, his sharp cry rang out, reverberating throughout the entire command cabin on the top floor of the Saint Child. That kind of heart-wrenching urgency made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. "Get out of the way, now, Wang." Before he could finish speaking, a faint buzzing sound that had reached an extremely high frequency drilled into his ears. It was clearly the sound of that death ray energy beam brushing past the side of the ship. Chapter 3049. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Caught, Rumble, Boom. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, 5 earth-shattering explosions sounded out from the Demon Emperor star that was thousands of kilometers away. As the capital of the demonic imperial race, the demonic imperial planet had its limits no matter how weak it was. At the very least, there was a starry sky defense system and a long-range warning system. Although the energy beams of the death ray cannons were extremely fast, they were thousands of miles away after all. Perhaps the demonic Imperial planet had already received a warning and activated the Starry Sky defense system when they were halfway there. To put it simply, it was a defensive light shield that covered the entire demonic Imperial planet, including its atmosphere. This defensive light shield was formed by countless miniature energy base stations that were set up in various places outside the atmosphere of the demonic Imperial planet and inside the planet as nodes. They instantly released a terrifying amount of energy and connected together. The 5 earth-shattering explosions were caused by the energy beams of the death ray cannons when they hit the defensive light shield. Generally speaking, when it was necessary to activate this kind of ultimate Starry Sky defense system, it was basically equivalent to an existential crisis. Therefore, such defensive light shields were all set up at great cost. Moreover, once the defensive light shield was activated, no expense was spared in terms of consumption. In short, everything was given to ensure that its efficacy was maximized. Because of this, when the 5 energy beams hit the defensive light shield that had been successfully activated, they did not instantly penetrate it. After the earth-shattering explosions, the entire defensive light shield lasted for about 2 seconds before it collapsed. Countless energy nodes that had been set up with a terrifying amount of manpower and material resources were turned into trash in less than 3 seconds. However, this short period of less than 3 seconds was enough for the demonic Imperial planet. A huge disaster was successfully averted. The death ray cannons and the Starry Sky Fortress were extremely special. Because the energy beams were created by the antimatter light energy generator in the fortress, its biggest characteristic was that it could devour all positive matter, including light. Everything that blocked its path would be wiped out in an instant as if it had never existed. However, this was also the biggest weakness of the death ray cannons. This ability to devour all positive matter was actually achieved through the opposition and melting of positive and negative matter and energy. In other words, if the positive energy in front of them exceeded the total power of the death ray cannon's energy beam, then the energy beam would be cancelled out and disappear quietly, unable to cause any damage or lethality. Although the ultimate space defense system of the demonic Emperor planet had been destroyed in less than 3 seconds, the antimatter energy of the 5 death ray cannons had been reduced by almost 80% in those 3 seconds. The moment the defensive light shield collapsed, the 5 energy beams still shot toward the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor planet within the light shield. They penetrated it and entered the interior of the planet. However, the light beams, which were black to the point of being almost bright, were now so dim that they were about to disappear. With less than 20% of its power left, even if it reached the sky above the city, it would not be able to break through the city's defense system. The commander of the human fortress fleet, Admiral Naples, had already expected all of this. In his opinion, the worst that could happen was to launch another round of attacks. The Starry Sky defense system of the Demon Emperor planet had been completely destroyed. The second round of attacks from the death ray cannons would directly blast into the interior of the planet. If that did not work, there would be a third round. In short, today, he had no choice but to show off his wildness here. Of course, this was also because he had just confirmed that Prince Xian, who had rushed over from the Black Mosquito Star, had not entered the Demon Emperor planet through the intelligence gathering and analysis. That was why he dared to do so. Unfortunately, before the order to launch the second round of attacks had been issued, Naples had already seen a demon fortress suddenly appear in the distant void in front of him on the huge holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him. The other party was lucky. Originally, it was blocking the path of the death ray cannons shot from the flagship fortress under his feet. However, in the end, at the most critical moment, it gave up the maintenance of the concealment array formation and unleashed its full strength, narrowly avoiding the kiss of destruction of the death ray cannon's energy beam. Immediately after, Naples recognized this demon fortress. He had already investigated it thoroughly. Although there was no insignia on the ship, he was sure that this was the saint. "Damn it, I almost killed Prince Xian," Admiral Naples's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Then, his body shook violently as he immediately issued a new order. His roar was like thunder. All fortresses, listen up. Surround him immediately. At the same time, activate the fortress-level space oscillation. Increase the power to the maximum. This time, we must capture Xian alive. Pui pui pui, we must take our prince away safely. After we succeed, return immediately. Don't waste a second. With this new order, the previous battle order was automatically cancelled. Prince Xian's unexpected appearance, and he seemed to be right in the middle of the 5 fortresses. This was clearly the rhythm of a fish that had taken the initiative to dive into the net. Apart from such a pleasant surprise, everyone in the human fortress fleet, including Naples, had completely forgotten about the Demon Emperor planet at this moment. The only thought in their minds was to capture Prince Xian and take him away. Only Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress with Naples, had an extremely gloomy expression. From time to time, a trace of sinister light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was clearly shocked and extremely displeased. As for the purplish warbler, who was standing beside Naples, she had already nervously raised her jade-like hand to cover her mouth. In that instant just now, she was so shocked that her soul almost jumped out of her body. Soon, the 5 human fortresses, including the flagship fortress of Naples, rapidly approached from different directions. At the same time, they brought with them a series of buzzing sounds that were extremely fast in the void. Before the Saint ship could react, it was surrounded like a dumpling and fell into the encirclement of the 5 fortresses. The effect of the space oscillator at the level of a space fortress was not ordinary. Yi Xian, who was inside the Saint ship, instantly realized that his fortress could not move. Not only could it not perform a space jump, but it could not even sail in the waves that were at the heart of the storm. This was a true space restriction formed by the 5 space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters simultaneously activating the spaceship's giant space oscillator. Under such circumstances, an ordinary planetary battleship of 1,000 meters would probably be shaken until its hull collapsed and was destroyed. Faced with all this, Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He had decided to return to the 3rd universe and was even prepared to leave. But now, he was completely surrounded by his own people. What the hell was this? Was this prince a rat crossing the street or a fish in the net? Chapter 3050. Returned rumble, boom. Just as the Saint ship space oscillator was activated to the maximum by the 5 human fortresses, it seemed to have sunk into a swamp and couldn't move at all. Thousands of miles away, in the direction of the Demon Imperial Star, a series of roars resounded, reverberating through the entire void. The demon dwellers weren't pushovers, not to mention that they were blocked at the gate of their Imperial capital star and launched a round of sneak attacks. The destruction of the Starry Sky defense system, which they had spent countless financial and material resources to set up, was a small matter, but the entire Demon Dwellers and the Demon Dwellers' royal family were a big matter. Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian definitely wouldn't let this go easily. In fact, the counterattack had already come at the first moment. Indeed, the Demon Dwellers didn't have any space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Not to mention 5, they didn't even have one. They weren't good at the research and development of technology, so they weren't keen on it. Almost all the battleships were deployed by the Tianji clan. The Demon Dwellers' scouts looked no different from humans, so they were still very useful to the Tianji clan. However, it wasn't enough for the Tianji clan to easily open up the space fortresses, which were the ultimate strategic weapons of mass destruction. If the Demon Dwellers had any intention of rebelling, the Tianji clan would be restrained by them. Even so, the Tianji clan had deployed quite a number of cosmic and cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of less than 100,000 meters. Of course, there weren't any of the 10 great foreign tribes. However, in the inner star fortresses of the 2 satellites that surrounded the Demon Imperial City, which were the Demon Guards 1 and 2, there were quite a number of these fortresses, which were 20,000 meters and 50,000 meters wide, and they were always in a combat-ready state. Especially when the Demon Dwellers' star area wasn't very peaceful recently. Last time, Yi Xian saw a few cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters in the Demon Guard 1 star fortress, and that was only one of the star fortresses of the Demon Guard 1. Demon Guards 1 and Demon Guards 2 each had 5 star fortresses of the same level. Each star fortress had 3 cosmic-level fortresses, and 5 cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In total, the Demon Imperial Star had 30 cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, and 50 cosmic-level fortresses with a diameter of 20,000 meters. As for the ordinary fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, there were more than 100 of them. At this moment, as the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian was instantly enraged and gave the order, the 10 large star docks and the 2 Demon Human Emperor capital satellites were almost all mobilized. Almost 300 bastions, the smallest of which was at least 10,000 meters in diameter, swarmed out from the 2 moons like a swarm of locusts. They formed an enormous army of bastions and marched toward the 5 human strongholds with murderous intent. While they were still quite far away, some of the cosmic castles with a range of 50,000 meters had already begun to bombard them. One after another, super meteor cannon energy light beams with a diameter of 5,000 meters had already shot over with a loud rumble as if they were being fired in unison. At the same time, extremely far away in the other direction of the Black Mosquito Star Zone, an expert who had turned into an extreme stream of light suddenly came to a halt. Then, he quickly withdrew all of his aura and stood in the void. With a strange expression on his face, he paid close attention to what was happening in this direction. It was none other than the Mystic Light Realm beauty robot, Ying Tai, who had been accidentally shaken off by Naples a few days ago and had been chasing after Yi Xian's footsteps all this time. According to the normal speed of a Mystic Light Realm expert, it would have taken them almost a day to reach here from the Black Mosquito Star using their physical body. However, Ying Tai had arrived earlier than expected. She must have used some kind of secret technique or method on the way. At this moment, the scene that unfolded in front of her shocked even her. But very soon, her attention was attracted by the besieged saint. A trace of unexpected light flashed in her eyes. Prince Xian was surrounded like a dumpling. This was too unexpected. That brat was very slippery. He was probably the reincarnation of a loach demon. Last time, he had used some kind of method to instantly disappear and escape from her detection range. That was a very vast space, which meant that he definitely had some kind of special method. Unfortunately, he still fell for it this time. He would probably be forcibly brought back to the 3rd universe of the human race very soon. Thinking of this, Ying Tai's eyes immediately started to spin. In less than 2 seconds, she seemed to have understood something. Her red lips parted slightly, and she laughed softly. He. After returning to the human race, he probably won't run around like this. It seems that my love as a butterfly is destined to not be in the 1st universe. Not only will my love be in the human race, but the place where my love will start will also be in the 3rd universe of the human race. However, since I suddenly appeared as his lover, I'm afraid that there are still some details that need to be arranged in advance. Therefore, I can't miss the trip to the everlasting dynasty. Darling, hurry home. I'll go back first and wait for you. It's really hard to imagine what kind of expression you'll have on your face when you return home and see that I've been waiting for you for half a day. Moreover, I'm so passionate with your royal relatives. I'm really looking forward to it, he. It's getting more and more interesting. Amidst her laughter, Ying Tai silently turned and left. The direction she was heading was actually the wormhole entrance to the 3rd universe of the human race at the edge of the Black Mosquito starfield. Yi Xian was completely unaware of Ying Tai's sudden plan. At this moment, he was already shocked by the large number of demon fortresses rumbling in the void thousands of miles away. Hundreds of bastions gathered together, half of which were 20,000 or 50,000 cosmos and universe class. It was a majestic sight. Yi Xian was shocked not because he was afraid or anything, but because he didn't want to expose the saint. Since the 5 space fortresses lying in ambush here didn't belong to the Tianji race, it meant that his identity hadn't been exposed yet. In that case, he had to conceal it. What if he still had to use this identity in the future? Once the saint was seen by the demon army and taken away, suspicious gazes would instantly converge on him. Luckily, the 5 starry sky fortresses around him were huge and they surrounded him tightly. They completely covered the saint's ship in the middle. As long as he put it away before the demon army arrived, his identity as the saint ship of the Black Mosquito tribe could still be preserved. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian, who had originally planned to be pretentious and show off his might as a prince to the commander of the human race fleet, immediately stepped out of the saint. With a wave of his hand, he kept the saint in the undying world within his body. At the same time, one of the 5 space fortresses around him, which was the flagship fortress of Naples, had an entrance to a passageway on the outer wall. This was clearly the prelude to opening the passageway to welcome Prince Xian's return. Humph! Yi Xian coldly snorted. He concealed his figure and stepped into the entrance of the passageway. In the next moment, his figure appeared on the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship stronghold. Everyone's eyes were filled with fervor as they gathered their gazes over, including the purplish warbler. Chapter 30:51. Presumptuous. The purplish warbler laughed the moment he saw Yi Xian. Although his expression was normal, he was howling in grief in his heart. This day had finally come. Yi Xian had always been brooding over Luluo's death. Although it wasn't actually his fault, the fact that Luluo had died in front of him was something that couldn't be erased. Especially when Yi Xian had revealed the demonkin's mental strength to prove that he was a demonkin in order to deceive Ba Chai, who was the head scout of the Black Wind at the time. This had left a lingering sense of guilt in Yi Xian's heart. At that time, Luluo's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Her eyes were filled with despair, as if she had been deceived by someone she trusted. It was with this regretful feeling that she had been reduced to a mist of blood by Ba Chai's fist and perished from then on. He had never intended to avoid or shirk responsibility for this matter. He had always intended to explain clearly to the purplish warbler in the future and let him deal with him as he pleased. He only wanted to be at ease. However, that could only be done in private, because this matter would expose many of Yi Xian's secrets, such as the fact that he possessed the demonkin's mental strength. Even though he had decided to return to the human race of the Third World, Yi Xian didn't intend to expose this fact to the Undying Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Xian really couldn't tell the truth in this situation where there were so many unrelated people present. If the purplish warbler suddenly asked, he could only stammer and delay for a while. When the two of them were alone, he would tell him everything. The problem was that when the purplish warbler had shouted at him, he had already mentioned this matter. Furthermore, he had suspiciously asked if Yi Xian had done something unspeakable to Luluo. Otherwise, why would he feel so guilty and run away the more he shouted? Now that they had met, if Yi Xian continued to stammer on this matter, the purplish warbler would definitely become even more suspicious. It would be troublesome if he made a scene here. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that just as he was feeling miserable and didn't know if all of this would really happen, and was wondering if he should quickly think of a way to divert Xianyuan Ziying's attention and temporarily avoid this matter, there was actually a person who took the initiative to jump out and help him out of this situation. "You're not Long Xian." With a shocked expression on his face, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba's eyes sparkled with a bright light. His gaze locked onto Yi Xian's face as he suddenly roared out these words. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and the expressions on their faces changed rapidly. Some were suspicious, some were at a loss, and as for Xianyuan Ziying, even a wisp of dense uneasiness appeared in her eyes. Only now did she realize that as Prince Xian's uncle, Long Tianba must have seen Prince Xian before. Thus, as long as Yi Xian appeared, he would immediately discover the truth. At this moment, the purplish warbler's heart began to feel anxious. The immortal army's 3-star general, Naples, was stunned for a moment. He frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. His gaze swept over Yi Xian's body, clearly indicating that he didn't want to interfere in this matter and was going to watch from the sidelines for now. Yi Xian immediately sneered. He immediately pulled up the information related to this person from his devouring system. He had already expected this to happen. After all, his current appearance wasn't that of the Long Xian who was locked in the myriad hell at the bottom of the Black Wind. He didn't look like the Long Xian who was eaten by a 7-star General Ladle because he had a big mouth. In reality, it was hard to confirm whether the Long Xian back then was the real Prince Xian. After all, he was still in the process of undergoing the immortal imperial family's ultimate trial. It was possible to change one's appearance, and the possibility was extremely high. As such, Yi Xian gave up on the idea of changing his appearance to Long Xian's, and simply showed his original appearance to others. Because of this, as soon as he stepped into this flagship fortress, he had already issued an order to the devouring system, asking the personal space communication system attached to the system to immediately connect to the main control center of this flagship and secretly steal all the necessary information. For example, the appearance of the immortal imperial family's members, their cultivation realms, their factions, and so on. As such, he immediately found out Long Tianba's identity as soon as he flipped through the information, including the fact that he supported the second prince, Long Shumian. He also found out that Prince Xian was ranked 18th among the direct descendants of the immortal imperial family, and that he didn't usually get along with Long Tianba's royal uncle. Of course, some of the information wasn't directly recorded in the database of this flagship fortress. However, the system had the ability to analyze data. With the power of the devouring system, it was obviously very easy for it to analyze the relevant information. As such, Yi Xian was immediately certain. A cold smile of ridicule flashed across his face. He glanced at the suspicious Long Tianba and laughed. "Oh, isn't this royal uncle Tianba? The chances of seeing you here are even lower than seeing a ghost. Could it be that after second brother died, royal uncle had no choice but to take a liking to me, old 18th? That's truly a blessing from the heavens." A few simple words were enough to point out that Long Tianba supported the second prince, Long Shumian. Even among the upper echelons of the immortal imperial family, there were many people who didn't know about this. After all, this kind of internal strife and competition within the immortal imperial family was usually carried out in secret and couldn't be made public. Even Naples, a 3-star general of the immortal army, had only found out about this secret half a day ago through a top-secret document in the ship's data center after he led his troops into the first universe again and had the opportunity to temporarily command this 100,000-meter-wide starry fortress. Thus, when Yi Xian said this, the faint suspicion in Naples' eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't the real Prince Xian, how could he know about this? This imperial uncle Long Tianba Long must have reprimanded Prince Xian because he had changed his appearance. He must have been out of his mind. Could it be that Prince Xian was still using his original appearance in the final trial? This time, the old man took the initiative to ask to represent the royal family to come to the first universe with him. He probably didn't have good intentions at all. After all, Prince Xian's reputation had spread greatly, and he already posed a threat to the second prince, whom he supported. When he thought of this, Naples' expression immediately darkened. If the other party wanted to deal with Prince Xian, that would be making an enemy out of him. He was still hoping to curry favor with Prince Xian and have a meteoric rise. And now, the opportunity to express his goodwill to Prince Xian had clearly arrived, just as Naples was secretly delighted and was about to take this opportunity to say something. Whether or not he would offend the royal uncle Long Tianba, he had to let Prince Xian feel his goodwill. Chapter 3052. What is his cultivation? Impudent. As this shout rang out, a vast and boundless aura instantly spread out from within Long Tianba's body. He had actually unleashed his origin first-level cultivation in a fit of anger. He was clearly putting on the airs of an elder in order to give Yi Xian a warning. Before this, the reason why Long Tianba had yelled out, "You're not Long Xian," was because of his intuition. How could Long Tianba not have thought about the fact that Long Xian would change his appearance in the final trial? However, the 18th prince had always been the weakest of the 18 princes of the immortal imperial family. He was always timid and afraid of trouble. Because of this, he was the only one among the 18 princes who didn't have the support of the other members of the imperial family. He only had an old mother and an old servant who had never left him. Normally, when Long Xian saw his imperial uncle on the undying star of the imperial capital, he would nod his head and bow, respectfully flattering him to the point of no return. But just now, when Yi Xian arrived, his gaze clearly swept across the entire top-floor command cabin, taking in everyone's figures. He directly ignored his imperial uncle and didn't have any reaction at all. It was because of this, as well as the fact that Yi Xian's current appearance wasn't Long Xian's original appearance, that Long Tianba became suspicious. However, this suspicion instantly disappeared after hearing Yi Xian's words. Long Tianba's thoughts were the same as Naples'. If the person in front of him wasn't the real Long Xian, how could he know all this? However, it was also because he was certain that Yi Xian was Prince Xian that the anger in his heart suddenly exploded. In the past, this brat would nod his head and kowtow whenever he saw him. Now that he had gotten a bit of a fake reputation, he actually acted like a petty person who had gotten his way in the blink of an eye. He didn't even respect his imperial uncle and dared to mock him in front of everyone. Long Tianba was already used to Long Xian's weakness and flattery. How could he adapt to this sudden change? That was why he flew into a rage, and even revealed the aura of his origin realm cultivation. His goal was to intimidate the other party. At the same time, it was also a form of probing. This was also the reason why he had taken the initiative to request to represent the immortal royal family in coming to the first universe. If Prince Xian were to be frightened by him and cower in an instant, then no matter how great his reputation was or how popular he would not be a cause for concern. He was just a piece of mud that could not be supported. There was no need to pay attention to him. However, if the other party's performance was anything else, regardless of whether it was tough or feigning civility, it could at least explain one thing: the ultimate trial this time had indeed changed Prince Xian. Regardless of whether this change was good or bad, they had to treat it seriously when they returned. After all, with Prince Xian's current reputation, he posed a threat to all the other princes. Yi Xian was unaware of all of this, and he was too lazy to think about it. He only knew one thing: he was now a prince, and a very popular one at that. Since he was a prince, it was only natural for him to be a little foppish and arrogant. Although the person in front of him was the imperial uncle, from the perspective of potential, the so-called imperial court might not be as important as having a prince who was currently popular. He no longer had the chance to sit on the throne of Huangxiu. He had already lost in the battle for the throne. However, a popular prince was different. Who dared to say that he would definitely not be the next immortal emperor? Even if a popular prince were to have a conflict with an imperial uncle, the former would definitely be the more confident one. If the matter were to really blow up, the other party would only be able to put on the airs of an elder. Nothing else could be done about it. Of course, if he wanted to fight, just being popular wasn't enough. He had to have true strength, and this was something that Yi Xian wasn't lacking in. Because of this, when Yi Xian saw Long Tianba reveal his cultivation aura in an attempt to intimidate him with his cultivation, he immediately sneered. He casually waved his hand and curled his lips. "Yo, I was wondering why Imperial Uncle Tianba was so awesome. After all this time, you actually managed to break through. I remember that before we left the Imperial capital, you were only at the peak of the 9th rank black hole, right? You're already at the 1st rank of the origin. No wonder you're so cocky. TSK, this is the 1st rank of the origin. It's very powerful. It's already on par with this prince's pet. Screech! Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, a sharp howl filled with a vicious and brutal aura resounded in the vast space of the main control room on the top floor of the Starry Sky Stronghold. Just now, with a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly summoned the Blood-Ben Prince from the Beast Ring. He also secretly ordered it to unleash its full cultivation and reveal its aura, but not to launch any attacks. At this moment, at the same time that the Blood-Ben Prince let out this howl, his body was also suspended in front of Yi Xian under the vibration of the pair of blood-colored wings on his back. His eyes flickered with a crazy and brutal blood-colored light, and it was obvious that he could charge out at any time. Moreover, judging from the monstrous crazy and cruel aura emitted from its body, as long as it attacked, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Blood Mosquito Beast. This is the Mosquito Beast royalty. And it's actually at the Origin Realm. How is this possible? As a 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples had the authority to access some of the army's confidential information. The Immortal Army had entered the First Universe many times to fight the Tianji race and their servants, so they obviously had a good understanding of the situation here. For example, there was some important information about the Mosquito Beast planet in the Immortal Army's confidential database. Therefore, Naples could see through the origins of the Blood-Ben at a glance. Although he didn't know the identity of the Mosquito Beast Emperor, he at least knew that this Origin Realm Blood-Red Mosquito Beast had a certain amount of the Mosquito Beast royalty's bloodline flowing in its body. As his cry of surprise entered everyone's ears, whether it was Long Tianba, the Purplish Warbler, or the other army officers in the command cabin on the top floor of the Starry Sky Fortress, without exception, all of their expressions changed drastically. They were all shocked. Mosquito Beast royalty. It had actually become Prince Xian's beast pet. And its cultivation was actually at the Origin Realm. Even though all of this had happened right before their eyes, they still didn't dare to believe it. It was too surreal. Prince Xian's beast pet was already at the terrifying Origin Realm first level, just like the heavenly tyrant imperial uncle who had been slapped in the face. Then, what about his own cultivation? This Mosquito Beast royalty's beast pet had clearly been subdued by him. From the looks of it, the current Prince Xian was at least at the Origin Realm's second level, right? This is impossible. You were clearly only at the Star Realm when you left the dynasty. At this moment, Long Tianba's entire face had turned red, and even his neck had swelled up. Yi Xian had already used the mental power of a demon to conceal his cultivation. Let alone him, even Naples, who was at the 11th level of the Mystic Light Realm, couldn't detect his cultivation. Therefore, at this moment, he was actually inclined to believe that Yi Xian's cultivation was already above his. Chapter 3053. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Naples Gesture of Goodwill, Starry Star Realm. That's the 5th major realm. My imperial uncle, can you stop mocking your nephew? I'm only at the 8th satellite realm, the 3rd major realm. You're clearly mocking this prince. Amidst his strange words, Yi Xian withdrew his concealment of his cultivation and blocked the probing of his spiritual sense. The true aura of a satellite 8-order cultivator within his body was instantly revealed. He was clearly doing this on purpose. Everyone in the surroundings had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Xian was indeed doing this on purpose, but the meaning of the word, on purpose, was completely different from what it meant to the others. Yi Xian's intention was a lie. His cultivation was indeed at the 8th satellite realm. This was his biggest flaw. Prince Xian's cultivation wasn't at this level. With such a low cultivation, Prince Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to accomplish such a shocking feat after returning to the immortal planet. Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation forever no matter how much he tried to conceal it. However, now that he was doing this on purpose, news of this would definitely spread. When that time came, even if Yi Xian revealed his true cultivation on certain occasions, no one would believe him. Just like now, with Prince Shui Ben laying the groundwork, Yi Xian's claim of being at the 8th satellite realm and the aura of his true cultivation fell into the eyes of everyone, including Naples, and instantly became a form of deliberate mockery and a slap in the face. It was clearly aimed at Long Tianba. In any case, no one believed that the aura of his current cultivation was real. Even the purplish warbler was confused. She started to doubt everything she'd been so sure of. At this moment, she even started to wonder if she'd been tricked by Yi Xian from the start. Could this guy really be Prince Xian? He'd even concealed his cultivation, otherwise, how could he know the secrets of the imperial family that even she didn't know about? What did he have to subdue a member of the Origin first-level mosquito imperial family? The ferocious aura of this mosquito beast was obvious at a glance. In addition to its pride as a member of the royal mosquito family, it was impossible to subdue it unless it was forcefully suppressed with overwhelming strength. From the looks of it, even the second level of the Origin realm would not be enough. One would have to be at least 3 or 4 levels stronger than the Origin realm. If that was the case, wouldn't this Prince Xian be at least at the 4th level of the Origin realm? When this thought flashed through her mind, even the purplish warbler herself was shocked. She was only in the black hole realm, so her face was a little red in comparison. At the same time, the purplish warbler's heart was filled with resentment. He looked at Yi Xian with hostility in his eyes. Bad guy, you tricked me so badly. You're obviously the real Prince Xian, and your cultivation is so strong, yet you made me worry about you for so long. You're so bad. Thinking of this, the purplish warbler couldn't help but clench her fists. She was certain of one thing: I'll definitely make him pay for this when I get back. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba spoke up once again. Long Xian, what a good Long Xian. Prince Xian, what a good Long Xian. I have to admit that the ultimate trial this time has indeed allowed you to be reborn. How gratifying. The current you actually dares to treat your imperial uncle like this. Very good, very good. Apart from me, Long Tianba, I'm sure that your imperial brothers and the other members of the imperial family, and even the entire immortal imperial family, will be very happy to see you change so much. Long Xian, they're all waiting for you on the immortal star, ha ha ha. A cold light flashed through Long Tianba's eyes as he laughed. He coldly harumphed, then turned around and walked back to his own cabin. He had already decided that he wouldn't meet this guy again before returning to the immortal star. Since he couldn't suppress this guy with his cultivation anymore, and the other party had changed from his usual weak and easy-to-bully personality, why should he continue to look for trouble? After all, once he returned to the immortal star, the other princes would naturally deal with him. They wouldn't sit by and watch such a powerful Prince Xian grow so quickly. Following Long Tianba's departure, his 2 trusted subordinates quickly followed after him. There were no longer any of his people in the command center of the huge flagship fortress. Apart from the purplish warbler, the other 100 or so officers were all Naples' trusted aides. General, we've arrived at the wormhole. Should we immediately enter and jump through the wormhole to return to the graveyard star region? Right at this moment, a trusted aide with the rank of senior colonel on his shoulder quickly walked over. While reporting the situation to General Naples, he also took the opportunity to look at Yi Xian and give him a friendly smile. Ever since Yi Xian stepped into the flagship fortress, all 5 human intergalactic fortresses started to jump through space at the same time. They were all moving at full speed towards the wormhole that led to the depths of the graveyard star region at the edge of the first universe. Now, they had already arrived. As for the army of intergalactic fortresses sent out from the Demon Emperor planet, although they did chase after them, they were just bluffing and putting on an act. At this moment, they had long been left behind. Enter the wormhole immediately and jump through space to return to the first universe as soon as possible. General Naples immediately gave a new order. After arriving at the Graveyard Star region, connect to the Sky River Stars intergalactic network immediately. Also, connect to the Heavenly Underworld Stars intergalactic network. Go up layer by layer until you reach the immortal star. Immediately report the news of Prince Xian's safe return to the dynasty. After that, we will rush to the Sky River Star and stay there for a while. A large number of the prince's fans in the entire Federation will be waiting for him there. Since the prince has returned, we naturally need to go to the Sky River Star and appease these fans of the Federation. This will also be good for the prince's reputation. Naples was obviously saying these words to Yi Xian. He had already turned to look at the latter with a smile on his face. His tone had become much gentler, and it was clearly a strong show of goodwill. Your Highness, this old servant is Naples. It was also this old servant who led the fleet into the Demon Emperor Star region last time. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. This time, I finally brought the prince back to the first universe safely. Otherwise, if I failed again, I wouldn't have the face to see Jiangdong's father again. I can only die to apologize to the world. Does your Highness have anything to add to this old servant's arrangement just now? The reason we are going to the Sky River Star is to give the dynasty on the Immortal Star some time to prepare. With your Highness's current reputation in the Federation, this time, the dynasty will definitely hold a grand welcoming ceremony for your return. Your Highness will also need some time to prepare for the necessary things. General Naples, is it? Good. Very good. This prince is very satisfied. Chapter 3054. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Old Nave 5 Immortal Army Star Fortresses all entered the wormhole and began a planar space jump. After about a day, they would arrive at the border of the third universe of the human race, which was the graveyard of the graveyard. At this point, all the soldiers in the fortress fleet were relieved. This time, they entered the first universe with the intention of fighting to the death. They didn't expect that in the end. It was as if they were here to claim credit. Before they even saw the enemy, they casually fired a cannon. Then, they saw Prince Xian. They brought him along and started the return journey. With Prince Xian's safe return, they would all become heroes and would definitely achieve military merits. The immortal army of the human race's technology camp had entered the first universe many times to fight the Tianji race and their slave races. This time, it was probably the easiest and most comfortable time to claim merits. It was precisely because of this that all of the soldiers in the 5 space fortresses of the entire fleet were grateful to Prince Xian, Yi Xian. In this kind of era of space warfare, it wasn't easy to obtain military merits. The first time they met Prince Xian, they encountered such a good thing. This made them believe that Prince Xian was their lucky star. In addition, Yi Xian and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba had a tit-for-tat confrontation in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress. Soon, all the soldiers in the Star Fortress knew about this through the communication between the Star Fortresses. Almost all of them had realized that Prince Xian was about to rise. Thus, almost all of them had the same thoughts as Naples. At this time, it was obvious that there would be benefits in the future if they stood on the side of a popular prince who was gaining power. At this time, Yi Xian didn't know that he had unknowingly obtained the loyalty of all the commanding officers and soldiers in the 5 star fortresses. This situation was even more obvious in the command cabin on the top floor of the Star Fortress where Yi Xian was at. Although the hundreds of immortal army soldiers controlling the Star Fortresses were at their respective posts, they weren't in battle mode at this time. Moreover, they were performing a planar space jump. There weren't many things that they needed to do manually. Therefore, while these soldiers were guarding their posts, their gazes would occasionally converge on the resting area in the center of the command cabin. His eyes were burning with passion. It wasn't like Yi Xian hadn't experienced the feeling of being the center of attention before. For example, after he became the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint, he felt the same way during the Saint ceremony. However, at that time, they were behind enemy lines, and the Demon King Imperial family's fleet was about to arrive. Yi Xian naturally couldn't relax completely, so he didn't feel too strongly at that time. But now, it was different. With all the danger gone, his entire body and mind relaxed. At this moment, when he felt the fanatical gazes directed at him from all directions, he immediately sighed with emotion. Power was indeed a good thing. Ever since he entered the starry sky realm, he had always been tense. This time, he could take advantage of the opportunity to act as Prince Xian and show off. Anyway, as a popular prince of the empire, being too low-key would make people suspicious. Even if he was a bit of a profligate, it was also for the sake of his role. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt more and more at ease. The arrogance on his face didn't recede at all. It was obvious that he had found the rhythm to it. However, although this appearance was natural in the eyes of everyone else, and it would be strange if it wasn't like this, in the eyes of Xianyuan Ziying, it made her so angry that the roots of her teeth itched. At this moment, she was already sure that Yi Xian was the real Prince Xian. This guy had tricked her so hard. When she returned, she would definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson. Your Highness, there's one thing that this old subject must ask for your forgiveness. At this moment, because they were already on their way back, there were no more accidents. Therefore, even Naples relaxed. He ordered someone to bring over some spiritual wine. After sitting down with Yi Xian in the central resting area of the command cabin, he carefully poured a few cups. Apart from Yi Xian, only he and the purplish warbler had a share. The other confidants, who carried the rank of colonel or major general, didn't even have the right to sit. They all carefully stood behind Naples. What are you guys standing around for? The other brothers have their duties and can't leave now. Anyway, you guys have nothing to do. Sit down and drink together. Yi Xian waved his hand and interrupted Naples' words. He looked up at the several colonels and major generals standing behind Naples. At the same time, his right hand made a circle and pointed at the ship control soldiers who were at their respective posts. Brothers. Everyone was stunned, and then they became excited. The prince was indeed amiable. He was too approachable. It was rare for him to be in such a position. He had countless fans in the entire Federation. This was clearly using virtue to win people over. In an instant, some of the soldiers who were more easily moved even had their eyes turn red. The colonels and major generals standing behind Naples were even more excited. They looked at Naples and saw him nod in laughter. Only then did they sit down in excitement. They each took a glass of wine, but they didn't drink. All of them looked at Yi Xian with burning eyes full of admiration. At this time, Yi Xian turned his head to look at Naples. Oh right, Sir General, you didn't finish speaking just now. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The latter was instantly terrified and almost stood up. Prince, how could this old official dare to let you use honorifics? You can't, you can just call me Old Na, okay? Old Na. F***CK. Whatever. Yi Xian almost burst out laughing. He rolled his eyes and nodded. That's fine. You guys don't have to call me Prince in the future. I'm not as old as you guys. Just call me Prince Xian. We're all on the same side, so it's a little more intimate. This was the first time Yi Xian had publicly said that Naples was one of his own people. In a battle between factions in the imperial court, such words were equivalent to accepting the surrender of Naples and the others. Prince Xian, this old official is ashamed. Last time, I chased you all over the place. In the end, I had no choice but to escape into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. At that time, I wasn't scared out of my wits. Only then did I realize that you must have some extremely important plan to carry out, so it wasn't convenient for you to come into contact with us. Fortunately, Prince Xian, your lucky star shines upon you. However, this old official must admit that I'm wrong. That matter. Yi Xian was indeed a little angry at the mention of that matter. However, the matter was already over, and he had profited from a disaster. There was no need to be too calculative. As such, he waved his hand and casually said, "It's fine. Actually, you cooperated with my plan. If you hadn't, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to lure the Tianji race's Starry Sky Fortress into the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. This way, this prince wouldn't have been able to destroy it in the end. Fortunately, everything was done, huh?" Chapter 3055. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Satellite Level 9 Perfection. Your Highness, you're saying that your plan back then was to lure the Tianji race's interstellar fortress into the astral lightning graveyard and then kill it? After being stunned for a few seconds, Naples swallowed his saliva and finally spoke. As he spoke, the corners of his eyes twitched. And you even succeeded. In fact, it wasn't just him. Several other colonel and major general level staff officers who were also sitting on the side had similar expressions at this time. All of this was too inconceivable. It was simply impossible. They suddenly had a feeling that this Prince Xian in front of them seemed to like bragging. The purplish warbler even rolled his eyes. He didn't believe him at all. Yi Xian saw all of this, but he didn't care. Furthermore, he revealed this information on purpose. With the headless infant corpse and the remaining 9 Thunder Origin Pearls as his trump cards, the Tianji race's interstellar fortress was no longer of much use to Yi Xian. At the very least, it no longer had the qualifications to be used as a trump card. When they returned to the human race this time, they were bound to fall into a factional struggle between the immortal dynasties. If they encountered any danger and needed it, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate to use this Tianji race's interstellar fortress that he had obtained so cheaply. As such, he brought this matter up now as a precaution. He didn't want to suddenly take out a Tianji race's interstellar fortress in the future and arouse suspicion. In reality, it wasn't just this interstellar fortress. He didn't even plan to hide the existence of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army. As a precaution, he revealed everything first. After all, no one would believe him now. However, when Yi Xian really used it, they would be able to recall what Yi Xian had just said. At that time, he would have less time to hide. He didn't plan to hide too much of these forces. After all, they weren't his trump cards. His true trump cards were the Headless Infant Corpse and the Thunder Origin Pearls, as well as the Heaven Falling Bow ability, the Rai Di Seal, and a few other supreme treasures. Oh right, there was also the Long Yi battleship. It was a pity that it had not fully developed yet. Of course, there was still a final trump card, and that was the interstellar coordinate jump. However, in the first universe, Yi Xian had not imprinted his own coordinates yet. That was something that could be used to escape. When he found a suitable location later, he would deal with this matter first. However, as soon as Naples finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and casually said, "That's right. There was only one member of the Heaven's Legacy race in that interstellar fortress. He was a mystic light realm cultivator, and he was killed by me in less than a minute after he walked out of the fortress. Then, I took that fortress. Right now, this prince not only has 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, but also a Heaven's Legacy race fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. All of them are private armies and have nothing to do with the imperial court. Don't worry, just follow this daddy's orders. In the future, those princes of mine will be like chopping vegetables. Sooner or later, they will all be taken care of by me. Furthermore, this prince also has an army of mosquito beasts. Who can stop 1,000,000 mosquito beasts? I also have an army of 10,000 void-swallowing beasts. Even if a fleet comes, it will be wiped clean. Furthermore, I have plenty of demonic dweller slaves. I have several thousand-man demonic slave armies, and they are all in the 2 demonic dweller scout fortresses. They are all extremely loyal. In short, I don't lack manpower or resources. You just need to follow this daddy's orders." When Yi Xian said this, Naples and the others' faces were already cramping. They knew about the mosquito beasts, but they knew even more about the void-swallowing beasts. Yi Xian said that he had an army of 1,000,000 mosquito beasts, and he even had 10,000 of those terrifying void-swallowing beasts that could eat battleships as if they were vegetables. This was a bit too much of a braggart. Furthermore, what the hell were demonic dweller slaves? He actually used the term demonic slave army, and he even mentioned 1,000-man demonic slave army, and there were several of them. Demonic dwellers being slaves was something that had never happened before in history. Admittedly, there were demonic dweller spies that were bought over by the human race, but to say that they were slaves was simply wishful thinking. Prince Xian did have some impressive methods. For example, he was actually able to infiltrate the demonic dwellers and climb to the high position of the holy son of a large foreign tribe. He was also able to steal 2 of the enemy's scout fortresses and use them for himself. These were all facts, and they also believed it. After all, it wasn't too hard to accept. However, everything that was said now was a bit too exaggerated. Everyone was certain that Yi Xian was bragging. If they were to find out that Yi Xian's data was rather reserved, they would probably faint on the spot from fright. He didn't have 1,000,000 mosquito beasts army, but 10 million. The void-swallowing beasts were also an army of soldiers. He didn't have 10,000, but 100,000. He didn't have 1,000-man demonic slave army, but 10. If Yi Xian were to display all of this in front of everyone, probably not many people would dare to believe him. This was also the reason why he deliberately said it at this moment. Anyway, no one would believe him even if he said it. He could also set a foundation in advance for when he used these powers that should not belong to a human in the future. Why not? For the next day, Yi Xian had been hiding in his cabin. He had no choice. He wasn't mentally prepared to explain the Luluwa incident to the purplish warbler. The key was that the situation wasn't suitable. If the purplish warbler were to make a fuss, it wouldn't be good with so many people around. Therefore, he could only find an excuse to hide in his cabin and not show himself. Even if it was the Starry Sky stronghold, it would take a long time to jump through a wormhole of this level. In order to be safe, an entire day would be spent on the journey. Yi Xian hid in his own cabin by himself. Since he had nothing to do, he started cultivating. The battle between the royal family factions was about to unfold in the human race's technology faction. Although all of this had nothing to do with him, Yi Xian had no choice but to be dragged into it because he wanted to use his identity as Prince Xian to search for the devouring origin source. Therefore, he urgently needed to raise his cultivation level. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian took out a large amount of star core origin source again and started to cultivate. Perhaps it was because he threw in another level 9 colored star core origin source, but in a short day, he advanced by a small level again. After this round of cultivation ended, the familiar notification of the devouring system sounded out in Yi Xian's mind once again, causing his heart to tremble. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, Satellite Realm Level 9 Perfection. Level 9 Perfection. With another small level increase, he would be able to enter the 4th major realm, the Planet Realm. Yi Xian was extremely excited. Chapter 3056. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 10,000 people turn out after Naples returned from the first universe for the first time. He had already reported to the dynasty that Prince Xian was still alive and fighting alone in the demon territory of the first universe. In order to appease the prince's fans, the Immortal Dynasty immediately publicized this news. At that time, the entire Immortal Dynasty was in an uproar. A large number of the prince's fans rushed over from other sectors of the first universe. Even many experts from other races of the Federation in the second universe came. After all, the Federation's contribution rankings could be seen everywhere. As long as it was an administrative planet of the myriad Luo Federation, there would be a platform for the Federation's affairs. After learning that Prince Xian was still alive, and like a true lone hero, he had infiltrated deep into the enemy's rear and was fighting alone in the first universe's devil domain. These fans of the prince all rushed to the Sky River sector, and the waves of support grew louder and louder. Speaking of the best heroes and idols of this era, no one would dare to compete with Prince Xian for the limelight in the current situation. Immediately after, the 5 immortal human dynasty's starry fortresses arrived in the graveyard sector and entered the wormhole that led to the first universe. All the prince's fans in the graveyard sector cheered. After this, the entire Sky River sector was about to explode. 5 starry fortresses. If they still couldn't bring Prince Xian back from the first universe, the dynasty would lose all face. As such, almost everyone was certain that Prince Xian would definitely return to the human race with the 5 strongholds in the near future. More and more fans of the prince came over after hearing the news. In the crowded Sky River sector, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the 2 military and political commanders of the Sky River sector, were both excited and scared at the same time. They couldn't describe what they were feeling. They were excited because Prince Xian had finally lived up to their expectations. Now, the entire Myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe had even issued a warrant for his arrest in the First Universe. If Prince Xian could return safely this time, he would become the first human in history to successfully return to the Third Universe under the Tianji clan's arrest warrant in the First Universe. That's right. Every wanted target in the First Universe had fallen in the First Universe. The Tianji clan's First Universe's arrest warrant would not list important human figures who were not in the First Universe at that time. Otherwise, the current immortal emperor's importance would be far greater than Prince Xian's. However, he did not attract the arrest warrant of the First Universe. Every important figure of the human clan who was wanted in the First Universe. Under such circumstances, it was obviously very difficult for them to come back alive. No one in history had ever succeeded. After they had all died, they had become famous in the 3 great universes. As for Prince Xian, he was the only hero who had returned to the human race alive despite being wanted by the First Universe. There was almost no suspense as to how brilliant his official career would be. After all, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had expressed their goodwill in front of Prince Xian before this, so they still had some feelings for him. To them, this was an opportunity to achieve meteoric success, and it was already right in front of them. The reason why the 2 of them were trembling in fear was naturally because of the existence of the purplish warbler. When Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demon army's Black Wind, they had attacked the purplish warbler to prevent the news from leaking out and implicating themselves. However, the other party had used the Xianyuan family's protective secret treasure to escape. Not long ago, when the Neapolitan fleet had first arrived, the purplish warbler had appeared and almost scared Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long to death on the spot. In the end, the purplish warbler had probably been concerned about Prince Xian's safety and did not pay attention to the 2 of them. Since then, the purplish warbler had always been with the Neapolitan admiral. This was the 2nd time she had entered the First Universe. If she returned with Prince Xian and had the time to spare, would she bring up the old matter again and settle the old score with them? Regarding this, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were really unsure. At this time, the 2 of them were gathered in Bai Jingjun's official residence. Thinking about this matter, they both sighed sorrowfully. At this time, an old housekeeper of the planet manager's official residence rushed in with a face full of excitement. Before he arrived, his excited cheers had already traveled into the hall. Planet Manager, Prince Xian has returned. The Neapolitan fleet has just sent a message and requested to use the Heavenly River Planet Star Network to connect to the network of the Heavenly Underworld Nation. They have already left the wormhole and are rushing here. What? That's great. Release the news immediately. Let's hope that the scene of thousands of people coming out to welcome Prince Xian can divert the attention of that girl from the Xianyuan family. Whether she soars to the top or falls to the bottom, it all depends on today. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long immediately stood up in shock and immediately gave the order. At the same time, the two of them immediately rushed out of Bai Jingjuan's official residence and began to organize people to go outside the Great Star Array to arrange the welcoming party. The return of a figure like Prince Xian was a big matter for the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were the first princes to return to the human race. All the official preparations were being watched by countless people. No matter what, they could not allow anyone to criticize them. What's more, they were also nervous in their hearts. They only hoped that the next step would be perfect and that they could resolve the life and death crisis that could befall them at any time. In short, for this welcoming ceremony, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long jumped up and down, using all the tricks they had up their sleeves and giving it their all. The news spread quickly, and the entire Sky River sector was in an uproar. A large number of powerful cultivators from the Federation and the nearby sectors rushed over like crazy. Some of the prince's fans, who were originally on the Sky River planet, went outside the Great Star Array. They wanted to be the first to see the hero walking out of the Starry Sky Fortress. More people stayed on the Sky River planet, eagerly waiting. After all, since Prince Xian had returned to the Sky River planet, he would definitely enter the inner part of the planet. If they stayed, they would still be able to see Prince Xian himself. It was also at this moment that, on the platform of all the administrative planets of the Myriad Luo Federation, including the Sky River planet, there was a crazy change in the data of the Federation's contribution points, the heaven, earth, and human rankings. Everyone who saw this scene with their own eyes was completely petrified. The change in the data of the rankings this time was even crazier and more shocking than when Prince Xian easily rushed into the Earth rankings twice. This time, Prince Xian actually rushed into the top 100 rankings in one go. Moreover, it was in less than a minute. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. In fact, even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still felt as if they were in a dream. It was too abnormal. Chapter 3057. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Crazy Points Earth Leaderboard, Rank 999. Yi Xian, Level 8 Meteor Realm. Interstellar Mercenary Serial Number, the 131488080. Current Federation Contribution Points, 176878943. 30 million. The above was the contribution points of Yi Xian as an interstellar mercenary of the Federation that had been displayed at the bottom of the Federation Earth leaderboard ever since he left the third universe. This data had not changed for a very long time. The data was collected by the virtual interstellar mercenary card, which was tied together with the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen and branded into the primordial spirit of every Federation citizen. Once this interstellar mercenary had a harvest, the virtual interstellar mercenary card branded into his primordial spirit would be appraised. At the same time, after calculating the contribution points, it would send out some kind of signal that would be received by the Myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network. Immediately after, the main interstellar network would feed this data back to the database. If the amount of data had reached a level where it could cause the rankings of the three leaderboards to change, then the Federation's main interstellar network would immediately send out a signal to the Federation's affairs halls in all the administrative planets of the Myriad Luo Federation to adjust the leaderboard data. However, the main interstellar network signal of the Federation could only cover the third universe. Even the second universe, which also belonged to the Myriad Luo Federation, was one step slower in terms of data transmission. As for the first universe, which was controlled by the Tianji race, it was needless to say. To the Federation's interstellar network, that was a blank area. The Tianji race would never allow the Myriad Luo Federation's main interstellar network to extend its tentacles there. Therefore, once an interstellar mercenary entered the first universe, the virtual identity card of a Federation citizen branded into his primordial spirit, as well as the virtual identity card of the interstellar mercenary, would temporarily fall into a deep sleep. Although the data was constantly being collected and appraised, it could only be temporarily stored. Once they returned to the third universe or the second universe, this data would be fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network. Yi Xian was currently in such a situation. This time, he had gone to the first universe, where the Tianji race was, and done many big things in the demon domain. Killing a large number of devilish beings and subduing a large number of devilish beings into devilish slaves were just a small part of his income. Entering the Saint Devil forbidden land of the demonic Emperor planet was a great source of income. After all, the multi-pupil thought crystal was a resource that the human race did not have. Even though it had fallen into the hands of Yi Xian, wasn't Yi Xian's growth also an increase in the strength of the human race? Therefore, these were also counted into the Federation's contribution points. There was also the harvest of the Mosquito Beast Army and the Soldier Ladle Army, as well as the points obtained from obtaining the ship of the Holy Sun and killing a large number of evil slimes within it. There was also the fact that the Heavenly Legacy race had issued an arrest warrant for the first universe, but he had safely returned to the human race. This great achievement had given all the experts of the Federation an invisible boost in points. Apart from that, the relic of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, the Life Fortress, had also returned. There was also the harvest of the butterfly transformation, as well as the points obtained from killing a mystic light realm expert of the Heavenly Legacy race. When Yi Xian had succeeded in the first universe, all of this had been recorded by the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul. The points had been calculated, but they had always been stored away. However, at this moment, as Yi Xian returned to the third universe, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. Therefore, all of the points and contribution points were fed back at once. This directly caused Yi Xian's contribution points and basic data to skyrocket. Of course, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card would only feed back the contribution points and some basic data, such as Yi Xian's cultivation progress, and so on. However, the Federation Interstellar Mercenary card would not feed back how the contribution points were obtained, who they killed, and what they obtained. This was also a secret method. Otherwise, wouldn't any Federation expert be monitored no matter what they did? Even if these things were only fed back to the Federation's main interstellar network and would not be publicly disclosed, some people still had the right to access the confidential data and information on the Federation's main interstellar network. If these things were recorded, it would obviously cause people to feel uneasy. Therefore, all of the Federation Interstellar Mercenary cards would not feed back this information. This was already a consensus. The moment Yi Xian's flagship fortress charged out of the wormhole, the Federation Mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul once again connected with the Federation's main interstellar network. His interstellar mercenary card imprinted in his primordial soul instantly jumped and changed. The first change was as follows: Earth ranking, 899th. Yi Xian, Level 9 Satellite Realm. Interstellar mercenary card number, the 131488080. Current Federation contribution points, 376878482, 30 million. With the first change, his cultivation level was refreshed. From the first realm, Level 8 Meteor Realm, to the third realm, Level 9 Satellite Realm. However, no one took this data seriously. How could a satellite realm expert be so rampant in the first universe? Furthermore, how long had it been since Prince Xian left the third universe? It had only been 2 to 3 months. How could he have jumped from the first realm to the third realm? He had obviously concealed his cultivation level. In addition, the original 999th place on the Earth leaderboard had instantly jumped to the 899th place. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the Earth leaderboard. As for the Federation contribution points, they had increased by more than 200 million points. Regarding this, everyone was already numb. Previously, Prince Xian had increased his contribution points from 0 to more than 100 million points in an instant. Now that he had increased his contribution points by 200 million points, it was not a big deal at all. As for the 30 million points behind the brackets, they were the points he had used to exchange for the 3-level, 9 genetic cultivation fluids. Compared to the 300 million points he had now, it was not even 1/10 of it. It could be said that in terms of Federation contribution points, the current Prince Xian was definitely a super tycoon. Although there were more than 800 Federation experts ranked in front of him, which one of them had not climbed to their current ranking after hundreds or even thousands of years? Basically, all the Federation contribution points they had earned had been used up. Even if there were people like Yi Xian who had saved up hundreds of millions of contribution points, such people were definitely extremely rare. However, just as everyone was amazed by this and thought that everything was over, Yi Xian's contribution points and ranking data started to jump crazily again. After that, his cultivation level didn't change at all. He was still at level 9 satellite realm. However, his ranking on the Earth roll and his contribution points didn't stop changing. Every minute or so, his ranking would change. Earth ranking, 799th. Current Federation contribution points, 576878943, 30 million. Earth ranking, 599th. Current Federation contribution points, 13768788943, 30 million. Earth ranking, 399th. Current Federation contribution points, 26768788943, 30 million. Chapter 3058. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, the only one to drop in 1,000 years, oh my god, he's already in the top 300. He's clearly charging into the heaven roll. Prince Xian has completely defied the heavens this time. He's my big brother from now on. No matter what, I have to follow behind Prince Xian. I can't stop earning points. That's more than 4 billion Federation contribution points. I've never seen so many in my life. It's hard not to make a fortune if I follow Prince Xian. Who knows, we might even have a chance to enter the Earth roll. Pfft. If you can enter the mortal roll in this lifetime, even if it's the 1000th place, I'll carry your shoes. Look, he's already in the top 200. I dare to bet that Prince Xian will definitely charge into the top 100 and enter the heaven roll. F***CK. Are you robbing me? We can bet, but let's switch. I'll bet that Prince Xian can enter the heaven roll. You're so shameless. You must be crazy about points. Tianqing River, Federation Affairs Platform. A large number of Prince Xian's fans had gathered here. They were so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were looking up, and their gazes were focused on a huge display screen. This display screen was originally divided into 3 sections. 3 showed the heaven roll, 1 showed the earth roll, and 1 showed the mortal roll. But now, the 1/3 of the screen that showed the mortal roll no longer showed the mortal roll's data. Instead, it showed Yi Xian's data in huge font. It was a shocking sight. What was even more shocking was that Yi Xian's ranking and points on the display screen were still changing. Just as countless Prince Xian's fans were discussing, Yi Xian's ranking and points were temporarily fixed. Earth roll, 199th. Federation contribution points, 66768788943, 30 million. Ranked 199th on the Earth roll, Federation contribution points, more than 6 billion. This data had numbed countless people. But everyone knew that it would change again. This time, if Prince Xian didn't charge into the heaven roll in one fell swoop, that was, the top 100, no one would be willing to accept it. In fact, Prince Xian didn't disappoint. The data on the Earth roll changed again. Heaven ranking, 99th. Current Federation contribution points, 96768788943, 300000000, another 100 ranks jumped, and his points increased by 3 billion, reaching more than 9 billion. He was just a little bit away from 10 billion. Heaven Leaderboard, 1 to 100. Earth Ranking, 101-1000 Ranking List of Young Masters, 1001, 10,000. There were countless powerhouses in the entire Wan Luo Federation. Just the human race alone had the science and technology faction and the cultivation faction. In addition to the human race, there were many other Federation races in the second universe. There were countless powerhouses, but only the top 10,000 were displayed on the list. Although the data of the top 100 powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard still changed, as they were still earning contribution points from the Federation, the rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Today was the first time there had been a change in the Heaven List rankings. A former powerhouse on the Heaven List had been pushed down by Yi Xian. This powerhouse was originally ranked at the end of the Heaven Leaderboard, 100th. But now, he was at the top of the Earth Leaderboard, 101st. When this data change appeared, in a dark space in the second universe, a vicious and sinister murmur was faintly heard. Prince Xian of the human race's immortal dynasty. Good. You have guts. I spent thousands of years to get on the Heaven Leaderboard, but today, I was pushed down by you in an instant. Just you wait. If Yi Xian was the only powerhouse on the Heaven Leaderboard in thousands of years, then this existence was obviously the only powerhouse off the Heaven Leaderboard. The former was glory, while he was disgrace. It was no wonder that his resentment was overflowing. His voice was stiff and stiff. He was obviously not a human. In fact, only about half of the top 100 powerhouses on the Heaven Leaderboard were from the human race. The other half were powerhouses from the other Federation races in the second universe. This time, Yi Xian had squeezed out an expert from the Federation that wasn't part of the human race, causing the number of people on the Heaven ranking to increase by 1. For the entire human race, this was a matter of great honor. After all, the Heaven Leaderboard rankings had not changed for thousands of years. Suddenly, there was a human on the Heaven Leaderboard. Anyone would feel proud and excited. At this moment, the moment Yi Xian rushed onto the Heaven Leaderboard, countless human administrative planets in the third universe and countless fans of the prince cheered in unison. Even many people who were not originally fans of the prince became true fans of the prince from this moment onwards. Moreover, they were hardcore fans. After all, it was rare to see such a genius of the human clan in thousands of years, let alone thousands of years. At the same time, on the immortal planet of the first universe's science and technology faction, in the Imperial Palace, some voices were faintly heard from different corners. Although they were all shocked, the shock was mixed with other meanings, not all of them were the same. Some were agitated, some were excited, some were resentful, and some were desperate and angry. Oh my God. Old 18th, he actually made it onto the Heaven Leaderboard. That's impossible. Eldest brother and second brother are the most promising existences to obtain the immortal Emperor's throne. They have struggled for so many years, but they are still only on the Earth Leaderboard. How could old 18th? Son of a mother. Whoa. Will your father dare to look down on you this time? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. What a powerful guy. This time, he went to the first universe to rob. But only such a person is qualified to start a love affair with Ying Tai. I think he will be back soon. In these days, I have to settle down with his old nanny and make her acknowledge Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. Damn it. Is old 18th on steroids every day? How many times has it been? How can we live? Among them, there was even the voice of the immortal emperor. Heaven Leaderboard. Old 18th, is this really you? However, whether it is or not, it really doesn't matter. It was a simple sentence, but it revealed too much information. However, this murmur was not heard by anyone. Just as the immortal emperor finished speaking, on the administrative planets of the entire Wanluo Federation, there was a change in Yi Xian's ranking data. This time, it was a 10 by 10 jump, but the degree of shock was far greater than when the rankings jumped from 100 to 200. After all, the entire Heaven leaderboard only had 100 names. Yi Xian was now ranked 99th. Once he jumped from 10 to 10, he would enter the top 10 as long as he jumped 9 more times. That would completely subdue the 3 universes. Such a thing had never happened since the beginning of time. Heaven leaderboard, 89th. Current Federation contribution points, 12676878943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard, 79th. Current Federation contribution points, 17676878943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard, 59th. Current Federation contribution points, 23676878943, 30 million. Heaven leaderboard, 49th. Current Federation contribution points, 29676878943, 30 million. Chapter 3059. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 11th on the Heaven Roll Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. As Yi Xian charged into the top 50 of the Heaven Roll, the entire Myriad Luo Federation, including the first universe's Tianji clan, who had been secretly watching everything, fell silent. Everyone was numb. They held their breaths as they watched the Heaven Roll. The only thing on their minds was whether Prince Xian could make it into the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10 of the Heaven Roll. The other 5 were powerhouses from other races in the Second Universe's Federation. These 10 people had occupied the top 100,000 spots on the Heaven Roll for nearly 10,000 years. Each one of them was a supreme existence in the entire Myriad Luo Federation. Many of them hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. If it weren't for the fact that their points on the Heaven Roll fluctuated occasionally, the entire Federation would have suspected that they had already died. It could be said that if Yi Xian could make it into the top 10, he would definitely be the next emperor of the everlasting dynasty. There were only 5 human powerhouses in the top 10. Even one more would be a great contribution to the entire human race. Just this point alone was enough for the everlasting dynasty to choose him as the next successor to the throne. After all, the invisible power to summon people was extremely terrifying. This kind of existence was like the spiritual pillar of a race. Sometimes, a single sentence from him could be more powerful than 1,000 soldiers and horses. This was also why the Tianji clan in the First Universe and the higher-ups of the Federation in the Second Universe were paying close attention to this matter. The Myriad Luo Federation was formed by the human race and a large number of other races in the Second Universe. Although the entire Federation was united against the Tianji clan in the First Universe, within the Federation, the human race in the Third Universe and the other races in the Second Universe were secretly competing with each other. The changes in the top 10 of the Heaven Roll could indeed have a subtle effect on this kind of competition. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Xian's contribution points ranking changed again. Heaven Roll, 39th. Current Federation contribution points, 35676878943, 30 million. Then, it changed again. Heaven Leaderboard, 29th. Current Federation contribution points, 42676878943, 300000000. In the end, he did it again. Heaven Leaderboard, 19th. Current Federation contribution points, 52676878943, 300000000. After 3 consecutive changes, each time only 20 seconds apart, Yi Xian's ranking had entered the top 20, and his Federation contribution points had reached more than 50 billion. If Yi Xian were to jump one more time, he would be able to enter the top 10 of the Heaven Leaderboard with just one jump. The three changes in the data tugged at the heartstrings of the three universes. It was not an exaggeration to say that. In fact, when the third change in the data was completed, Yi Xian's ranking on the heaven leaderboard was fixed at 19th. In the depths of Universe 2, a certain high-ranking member of the Federation couldn't take it anymore and actually fainted on the spot because his heartstrings were too tight. It was impossible for this matter to spread. Perhaps Yi Xian wouldn't know about it for the rest of his life. However, to the people of the Federation, the name of Prince Xian of the human race's science and technology faction was akin to that of a devil from this moment onwards. Their leader was so scared that he fainted on the spot. In fact, even though this fellow was the first to faint, if Yi Xian were to jump up again with such a range of 10, the person who fainted from fright would definitely appear again. Even if there was only one more person entering the top 10 of the human race, it would have an extremely huge impact on the Wanluo Federation. Some existences who had important interests in this couldn't withstand this kind of stimulation. The stakes were too high. However, no matter how frightened those existences were, what was to come would come in the end. Yi Xian's ranking on the heaven leaderboard changed once again. This might be the last time, but that wasn't important anymore. This was because this time, he jumped up the rankings again. Prince Xian had finally entered the top 10. Heaven leaderboard, 9th. Current Federation contribution points, 76676878943, 30 million. 9th on the Heaven leaderboard. More than 64 billion contribution points from the Federation. No one paid attention to the more than 76 billion contribution points at the back. They had long since become numb to it. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the words 9th. The difference between 9th and 19th wasn't too huge, but it was more or less the same. However, Prince Xian did it in the end and rushed into the top 10. No one had done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Throughout the ages, this was the first and only example. At this moment, several core higher-ups of the Federation in the second universe rolled their eyes and fainted one after another. It wasn't that they were weak, but they knew that the heaven leaderboard might not change even once in 1,000 years. The top 10 might not change even once in 10,000 years. Now that a prodigy of the human race had appeared out of nowhere, there was one more person who had rushed into the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard. Then, in the next 10,000 years, 6 of the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard would always be from the human race. In the entire myriad Luo Federation, the human race was the dominant force. This situation could no longer be changed. That was why they fainted. After all, the competition within the Federation had never stopped. The many races of the Federation in the second universe had finally united together with great difficulty. They were on the top 10 of the celestial list and were on par with the human clan. Each of them occupied 5 positions. But now, thousands of years of hard work had been destroyed overnight. Unfortunately, these higher-ups of the races in the second universe had indeed fainted for nothing this time. This was because Yi Xian's ranking on the heaven leaderboard had changed once again. When the data started to jump again, countless exclamations rang out. What? It's still changing. He's already in 9th place, my God. Could it be that His Highness the Prince wants to rush to the top 3 in one go? My little heart, don't tell me he's in first place. Ayaya, it's cramping. My heart is cramping. As these exclamations rang out, the data on the heaven leaderboard stopped jumping. This was indeed the last time, but the result made everyone dumbfounded. They almost suspected that this was a problem with the immortal-level superbrain of the Federation's main star network. This was because Prince Xian's ranking this time had fallen instead of rising. It wasn't that this kind of thing had never happened before. For example, there had been an unlucky person who had fallen out of the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard in the past 1,000 years. However, Prince Xian had always been rising and had never fallen. Therefore, when this kind of situation suddenly occurred, everyone really couldn't accept it for a while. This situation isn't right. Generally speaking, when one's ranking falls, it can only be because someone else suddenly rose and squeezed down. However, did you notice that Prince Xian has fallen to 11th? The person who replaced him, who just got 9th place, and the 10th place behind him clearly have the same data as before. That's right. Their contribution points haven't changed at all. Prince Xian dropped himself, F***CK. What kind of situation is this? He dropped 2 places in one go and had 10 billion contribution points deducted. What did His Highness the Prince do? Is this punishment from the main network? Looking at the Heaven leaderboard in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Heaven leaderboard, 11th place. Current Federation contribution points, 66676878943, 30 million. 11th place. Total points, 66. 6 billion. Chapter 3060. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Overwatch Council of the Federation. In that instant, it was as if time had stopped in the 3 great cosmoses. Everything was deathly silent. The implications were too great, and it had attracted the attention of too many peerless powerhouses. At the same time, because everything that had happened was too bizarre, too many powerhouses were dumbfounded. First, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had risen from 999th place on the Earth leaderboard to 9th place on the Sky leaderboard. In less than an hour, he had risen by 990 places on the Wanluo Federation's contribution leaderboard. Then, he had suddenly dropped by 2 places, falling to 11th place. However, this drop wasn't caused by the increase of other people's points. Instead, it was caused by the drop in his own points. All of this was even more ridiculous than the melodramatic plots in movies. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still felt as if they were in a dream. At that moment, everyone was in a daze. There was only one thing on their minds, and that was that Prince Xian had lost 10 billion Federation contribution points in the blink of an eye. His ranking had dropped by 2 places on the Sky leaderboard. Then, what exactly had he done? What had he done to anger the heavens and cause the main control center of the Federation's main starry sky network, which was the immortal-grade superbrain on the immortal planet, to be so furious? This was only Prince Xian. He originally had more than 76. 6 billion points. After 10 billion points were deducted, he still had 66. 6 billion points left. If it had been anyone else, after 10 billion points were deducted, they would probably have had to work for the Wanluo Federation to repay their debts. They would never be able to make a comeback. However, this drop in ranking and the shocking deduction of points also reflected the fairness of the Federation's main starry sky network. This made those who were unhappy and wanted to criticize Prince Xian after seeing him earn more than 70 billion points in an hour, rising by nearly 1,000 places, wisely shut their mouths before they could say anything. However, what exactly Prince Xian had done had become an eternal mystery. It was just like how he had been able to earn points so quickly time and time again. It had only taken him 3 times to reach the top 9. It had become a knot in the hearts of countless cultivators in the 3 universes that could not be undone. Moreover, as his heaven list ranking dropped from the top 9 to the 11th in an instant, he stayed at the 9th place for less than a minute. It was completely negligible. The tension in Universe 2 was finally moderately relieved. Although the 11th place was only 1 place away from the top 10, it was not the top 10 after all. In the top 10 of the Heaven list, there were still only 5 human elites on the list. The other 5 were elites from various Federation races in the second universe. The myriad Luo Federation was able to maintain a weak balance between the 2 major planar factions. This kind of situation was what many people were willing to see. However, because of all this, countless elites from the 2 universes remembered Prince Xian. They remembered this young descendant who had made them tremble with fear and who had even caused a few of them to faint, while countless elites in the three universes were speculating about Prince Xian's mistakes, the Overwatch Council of the Myriad Luo Federation, which was located on the immortal star of the Everlasting Dynasty, immediately launched an investigation into this matter. It had to be mentioned that this was the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. The Myriad Luo Federation was an alliance formed by the human race of the Third Universe and a large number of other races in Universe 2. Their power included the Third and Second Universes. However, their headquarters was located on the immortal star of the human race's science and technology faction in Universe 3. The reason for this was that the mainframe of the star web on the immortal star was an immortal-level starry sky superbrain. This was the only one in the three universes. It was said that the headquarters of the Tianji race also had an immortal-level starry sky superbrain, but this had yet to be confirmed. The Myriad Luo Federation's headquarters was located on the immortal star not because the Everlasting Dynasty was very powerful. In fact, the Everlasting Dynasty was only the sole overlord of the human race's science and technology faction. On the human race's side, there was also the overlord of the cultivation faction, the Tenju Celestial Palace, which was on equal footing with the Myriad Luo Federation. However, as a federation, their power included the planes of the two universes. What was the most important thing? It was the ability to communicate. This was a technological ability. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was powerful, it couldn't reach the level of the immortal star in this aspect. It was the same for the other Federation races in Universe 2. Therefore, the immortal star became the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. An area was specially set aside on the immortal star as the Federation's headquarters. Not only were there experts from the Everlasting Dynasty's science and technology faction there, but there were also experts from the Tenju Celestial Palace's cultivation faction. There were also representatives from the other Federation races in Universe 2. Basically, this headquarters was equivalent to the United Nations of Yi Xian's previous life on Earth. The general meaning was similar. The experts of the Myriad Luo Federation headquarters on the immortal star were also paying attention to Yi Xian's sudden rise to the celestial leaderboard as Prince Xian. In the end, when Yi Xian fell from 9th to 11th, the Overwatch Council of the Federation immediately launched an investigation. Although it wasn't unprecedented for the Federation to deduct points, there were only a few cases in the history of the Federation. Moreover, every case was a major incident when investigated. Usually, the central system of the Federation's main network deducting points was an incident that caused the Federation great losses. Because of this, although the central system of the Federation's main network had already deducted points, the Federation's Overwatch Council didn't think that this was the end. They would continue to investigate. Once it was confirmed that the reason for the deduction of points was that this person had committed a crime that caused great losses to the Federation, the Federation's Overwatch Council would continue to pursue the matter. Moreover, the Federation's Overwatch Council was an independent monitoring organization. Although there were experts from both the human race and the Second Universe, the current supervisor was the great-uncle of the Immortal Dynasty, who had always supported the Great Prince. He was also the current Immortal Emperor's elder brother, Long Huai. Therefore, when he saw that Prince Xian's points were deducted by a terrifying amount of 10 billion, it wasn't a surprise that the so-called secret investigation was immediately launched. There were many other reasons behind this. The higher-ups of the Federation and the Immortal Dynasty were well aware of this. However, no one would say much about it. Even the Immortal Emperor maintained his silence. No one knew what he was thinking. However, everyone knew that even though Prince Xian's sudden appearance had caused the Immortal Emperor to view him in a new light and had even listed him as a candidate to be the next heir to the Immortal Dynasty's throne, the Immortal Emperor still wouldn't interfere in this investigation. In order to become a qualified Immortal Emperor, other than being able to make waves behind enemy lines, one also needed to have methods within oneself. If Prince Xian couldn't even pass this test and fell into the hands of the Overwatch Council, then he also didn't have the right to inherit the Immortal Emperor's throne. Chapter 3061. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, endless fantasy translation old bastard. The journey from the wormhole in the depths of the graveyard star field to the heavenly river star at the edge of the graveyard star field was actually quite long. Even a massive object like the Starry Sky Fortress needed half a day to perform a space jump. During this process, the flagship fortress that Naples was in had already contacted the Heavenly River Star. Through the Heavenly River Star's administrative star network, it connected to the higher-level star network. First, it connected to the Heavenly Dust Star Nation, then to the Heavenly Underworld Star Imperial Capital. Step by step, it connected to the main star network of the Everlasting Dynasty. The news of Prince Xian's return was immediately reported to the Everlasting Dynasty. At the same time, everything that happened on the Federation's contribution ranking was also fed back to the fleet of human fortresses. All the soldiers in the 5 Starry Sky Fortresses were completely dumbfounded when they heard that Prince Xian had actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven Leaderboard. Immediately after that, when Prince Xian dropped from the 9th place to the 11th place due to the deduction of his own points, everyone in the fortress fleet came back to their senses. Their expressions were extremely strange. To them, this kind of thing was like a legend, including Naples, the Purplish Warbler, and Imperial Uncle Long Tianba. The only difference was that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba was stunned for a while before he laughed out loud. He naturally realized that this matter would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Yi Xian. His eldest brother, Long Huai, who was in charge of the Federation's Overwatch Council, had always supported the first prince. Now that Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky, Imperial Uncle Long Huai couldn't just sit by and do nothing. He would also be able to benefit by supporting the second prince, Long Tianba, if he dealt with Prince Xian. Although the Purplish Warbler didn't understand the pros and cons of this matter, as the 3-star general of the Immortal Army, Naples understood. He immediately rushed to the cabin where Yi Xian was in seclusion and requested to see the first prince. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected that the Federation's contribution ranking would skyrocket when he returned to the 3rd universe. However, he didn't expect it to increase to this extent, and he actually rushed to the top of the Heaven Leaderboard. Originally, according to his estimation, rushing to the bottom of the Heaven Leaderboard was already good enough. Of course, this was a good thing. The only thing that puzzled him was, why did he suddenly fall back to the 11th place after reaching the 9th place? He didn't really care about the difference of 2 ranks, but the deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points made his heart ache. How many good things could he get with that amount of points? Therefore, Yi Xian was very concerned about this matter. He had not thought that the Federation Overwatch Council would target him because of this matter. Just for the 10 billion points deducted from the Federation, Yi Xian could not casually act as if nothing had happened. One had to know that back then, the level 9 gene cultivation fluid only cost 10 million per tube. 10 billion could be exchanged for 1,000 tubes. At the thought of this, Yi Xian had the urge to kill. However, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out where the deduction of 10 billion Federation points came from. Since it was a deduction of points, it naturally meant that he had done something that made the Federation lose a lot of money. Yi Xian had no idea at all about this kind of thing. Just as he was alone in his cabin, deep in thought, the slightly panicked Naples arrived. Yi Xian really wanted to hear his opinion. Since he couldn't figure it out himself, he might as well ask this high-ranking military officer who had always been working hard on the Undying Planet for advice. Perhaps he would gain something. This time, because they were discussing confidential matters, Naples came alone. Not to mention the Purplish Warbler, he didn't even bring his trusted advisors. Once he entered Yi Xian's cabin, Naples waited for the door to close and immediately said nervously, "Prince, I'm afraid this is going to be a disaster. The deduction of 10 billion Federation contribution points is definitely enough for the Federation Overwatch Council to investigate you. To be able to make the Federation's main network deduct such a terrifying amount of contribution points, it means that the person you killed is definitely not an ordinary person. Demon spy." Hearing these 4 words, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, there was something. He immediately asked, "Why are you so sure that I was deducted 10 billion contribution points because I killed a demon spy? Isn't it obvious?" Naples shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You've always been in the first universe. What else could you have done there that would have a huge impact on the Federation and cause a huge loss? That's a slave race of the Tianji clan, and you've always been in the demon sector. So, you must have accidentally killed a demon spy who was bought over by the Federation long ago. That's why it was recorded on the Federation's interstellar mercenary card. Of course, the virtual mercenary card has no self-consciousness. It will only evaluate how many contribution points you've done at that time is worth as a reward, or how many contribution points should be deducted. It won't report back what you've done specifically. This is also for the sake of confidentiality. This is recognized by the Federation. Otherwise, who would dare to use this kind of virtual mercenary card? But it's also because of this that the Overwatch Council has the opportunity to make things difficult for you. After all, they're the ones investigating, and the final result is all up to them. You have no way to refute them. The current head of the Federation's Overwatch Council is the great Imperial Uncle Long Huai, who has always supported the Great Prince. He won't let go of this opportunity to suppress you. After all, Your Highness now is indeed like the sun in the sky. Yes, what you said makes sense. It's just, who is this guy? General Naples' words made Yi Xian feel as if he was suddenly enlightened. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the great imperial uncle who was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council at that time. He quickly fell into deep thought, and his mind quickly turned. He pondered about who the despicable person who caused him to lose 10 billion Federation contribution points was. To be able to cause this prince to lose so many contribution points, there's no need to mention how important he is. And the importance of this kind of demon spy is directly linked to the other party's position in the demon race. Therefore, the identity of the other party should be investigated from top to bottom. After muttering a few words to himself, Yi Xian's eyes quickly lit up. In almost an instant, he had a result. Then, a dull expression appeared on his face. He exclaimed in disbelief, F***CK. The High Priest of the Imperial City, Wen Xing. That old guy is actually a spy planted by the Federation in the demon race. That old bastard. This is really F***ed up. What? The first High Priest of the Demon Royal City, Wen Xing, died at your hands. That's a master of the Heavenly Passage realm. When Naples heard Wen Xing's name, he was immediately sure. Only such a high position and value to the Wanluo Federation was enough to cause Prince Xian to lose 10 billion contribution points. If it were anyone else, they really wouldn't have this right. Chapter 3062. The arrival of the prince, you still have the nerve to say that. Naples was clearly blasted into pieces by your cannon. This prince only participated in the scheme against him. When Yi Xian truthfully told Naples everything that had happened, the latter was dumbfounded on the spot. After a long while, when he came back to his senses, his face was full of embarrassment. After a short while, he said weakly, "In that case, this old subject seems to have tricked your highness again. But this time, you really can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that Wen Xing for being too unlucky. As a demon spy who had been bought over by our human race, he had already muddled his way to the high position of High Priest of the Demon Imperial City, but in the end, he ended up like this. He was killed by our own people without knowing anything. It's really more sad than being F***ed. In addition, this is also a turning point for us." At this point, Naples grinned and said, "Although we still don't know which higher up on the side of the Myriad Luo Federation directly contacted a high-level insider like Wen Xing to be in charge of this matter, the last time I led the fleet to the demon domain, there was a high-level chess piece like Wen Xing on the side of the demon domain, but this person actually didn't inform me at all. He clearly committed the crime of dereliction of duty. In general, he also has to bear a part of the responsibility for Wenxing's death. In the future, when you return to the Immortal Star, if the first Imperial Uncle of the Federation's Overwatch Council wants to use this matter to make things difficult for your Highness, at that time, although you and I will more or less bear some responsibility, with this person to share the burden, the responsibility that can fall to the two of us will be neither painful nor itchy. The first Imperial Uncle, Long Huai, will never think that we have such a trump card in our hands. At that time, I'm afraid all his efforts will be in vain, and he will also reveal his sinister face of abusing power for personal gain. Just thinking about it makes me happy. In that case, this old subject actually hopes that he will make things difficult for your Highness early on. At that time, Long Huai's sinister scheme will be exposed, but it will instead set off your Highness' methods and unshakable. I'm afraid it will leave an even deeper impression in the Immortal Emperor and the entire Imperial family. We will have profited from this disaster. At this point, Naples was already beaming with joy. His previously incomparably worried appearance was instantly swept away. In response, Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not respond. In reality, he did not take what Naples said to heart at all. Even if the so-called Great Imperial Uncle Long Huai had the status of Director of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Yi Xian still did not take him seriously. Although he hadn't been in the first universe for a long time and Yi Xian's cultivation base had improved rapidly upon his return, he was only about to break through to the fourth major realm, the planet grade. He could only be considered passable. He was still far from a true expert. However, in terms of foundation, he was already worlds apart from when he had left. His gains in the first universe this time were enough for Yi Xian to look down on the Grotto Heaven realm and even the supreme existence of the Mystic Light realm. He did not want to reveal some of his methods, but if he was forced into a corner, he could just fall out with them. With his current reputation in the three universes, even if he fell out with some of the higher-ups of the Immortal Emperor dynasty, they would definitely not dare to brazenly defame him. Not long after, the fortress beneath his feet trembled slightly and stopped. It was obvious that they had arrived at the Sky River planet. Even the Sky River planet Star Dock could not contain 5 such huge starry fortresses, so they all stopped in the void. In any case, they did not need to resupply. This time, they had not been in the first universe for a long time, and they had not experienced any great battles. The 5 starry fortresses were not very rich in resources yet. As for why they stopped here temporarily, it was just a formality. After all, billions of fans were gathered here. Since Prince Xian had returned to the human race from the first universe, if he directly returned to the immortal planet, it would seem too unreasonable. The billions of fans would be greatly disappointed, and this would be extremely detrimental to Prince Xian's reputation. Hence, the fleet temporarily stopped at the Sky River planet this time. In fact, it could be seen as a show. It was also because of this reason that Imperial Uncle Long Tianba did not even show his face, let alone leave the fortress. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve over. Similarly, in order to show that they were close to the people, there was no ostentatious effect. Not many people walked out of the fortress. Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, the Neapolitan admiral, and his 2 trusted generals were present. Apart from that, there was also a group of personal guards, all of whom were lieutenants of the Immortal Army. There were only 20 people in total. Such a huge fortress fleet, but after the doors of the flagship fortress opened, less than 30 people appeared. This scene even seemed a little cold and cheerless. This made the welcoming party and the prince's fans, who were already crowded outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, feel very surprised. At the same time, there were also exclamations of astonishment. Sigh, as expected of a prince. The higher the position, the more approachable he is. Look at him, and then look at us. This realm is really not just a little bit different. Yes, yes, yes. If it were me, I would probably have thousands of troops opening a path in front of me. Seeing Prince Xian like this, I seem to have understood something. It's him. It's really him. Back when Prince Xian was on the Sky River planet, I was very familiar with him. I recognized him at a glance. F***CK. Can you be any more shameless? Scram, I was going to say that Prince Xian is our big brother. As these words rang out, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were at the forefront of the crowd, turned their heads and looked at each other. Immediately, they came up alone with smiles on their faces. Originally, they were followed by hundreds of personal guards, but at this moment, when they saw that the prince was so low-key, they immediately retreated. In this kind of situation, all the tones had to be in tune with the prince. Seeing these two guys, the purplish warbler's face instantly darkened. When she came to the Sky River planet before, she was preoccupied with important matters and didn't have the time to argue with these two insidious people. But today, it was different. Yi Xian keenly noticed this and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" When you and LoveLore were taken away by the black light of the Black Wind, the escort fleet of these two guys immediately returned. However, it was not to rescue you, but to kill you. The space pirates were killed by them. Even I, at that time, would have died if it weren't for the protective treasure of my clan. In addition, after these two guys returned to the Sky River planet, they didn't immediately report the news that you were taken away by the demons. Instead, they concealed it and pretended not to know. Later, when you suddenly rushed into the ranking list of young masters, I knew that you were still alive. Only then did the experts of the Sky River planet know that Prince Xian had fallen into the hands of the demons and launched a counterattack. What? Such a thing happened? Chapter 3063. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. To kill or not to kill? Who would have thought that these two fellows would turn hostile so quickly? They had just sent Yi Xian away, and now that he had been captured by the demons, they wanted to kill him immediately. They were rotten to the core. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shouted angrily, "Men, give this prince. Take him." Who would have thought that there would be such despicable, shameless, and daring people in this world? Back when Prince Xian was captured by the demon scouts, not only did you not report it immediately, you even wanted to kill him to cover up the truth so that he would not be implicated. How preposterous! Admiral Naples heard the purplish warbler's words clearly and was immediately enraged. Following Yi Xian's roar, he raised his hand and pointed at Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were approaching but were completely stunned by Yi Xian's roar, and reprimanded, "Take them down immediately, including their direct descendants and confidants. Kill them all on the spot." Boom! Rumble. As soon as Admiral Naples' words fell, 100 small fortresses, each with a diameter of 5,000 meters, rushed out from the 5 starry sky fortresses behind him and spread out in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire heavenly river star. Not to mention the human masters, even a bird couldn't escape. This was the advantage of an interstellar fortress. Normal battleships, even if they were huge fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 m, would only carry mini patrol ships. However, for a colossus like an interstellar fortress, the patrol ships inside would be upgraded to mini fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 m. A space fortress could easily carry dozens of small fortresses. Now that 100 of them were deployed together, it was obvious that they were still holding back. Very quickly, from these 100 small fortresses, elite troops of the Immortal Army rushed out. Some of them began to capture outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet, while more rushed into the atmosphere to capture. Although Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had controlled the military and political power of the Heavenly River planet for many years, it was impossible for them to corrupt all the powerful cultivators of the Heavenly River planet. Those who had been lying low saw the opportunity and immediately broke out and pointed out the culprits, which made it very convenient for the capture. For a moment, the entire Sky River planet was filled with killing intent. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The large number of Prince Xian's fans, who had come to welcome him, now understood the truth of the matter. When they thought of how Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had almost killed Prince Xian, if it weren't for Prince Xian's shocking methods, they would have been killed in a foreign land, no one would know. After this news spread, it instantly caused an uproar and commotion both inside and outside the Heavenly River planet. The elite battle teams of the Immortal Legion escorted by Jingjun and Zhao Long's trusted aides to gather at the atmosphere. Along the way, they were occasionally met with some angry fans of the prince who rushed into the crowd and shouted for them to be killed. This continued for nearly 2 hours before everything finally came to an end. The efficiency of the Immortal Army's elite troops was indeed amazing. Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had been operating on the Sky River planet for many years, so their influence was very deep. However, no matter how deep the hidden forces were, they were all dug out in just 2 hours. At this moment, a large number of people were escorted to the star dock outside the atmosphere of the Sky River planet. Around them were the elite troops of the Immortal Army. In the center, there were more than 10,000 of the Sky River planet's vermin led by Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long. These guys were the two's confidants who had followed them for many years. Naples even let some people who didn't have a deep relationship with them go. He only gave them a warning. At this time, these 10,000 people were all kneeling in the void, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Almost all of them were crying in pain. There were also experts among them, such as Zhao Long, who was in the black hole realm. However, with Naples, a supreme existence in the mystic light realm, at the side, he couldn't even think of resisting. What's more, they were facing the Immortal Army from the Imperial Capital's immortal planet, and the one who gave the order was Prince Xian. Even if they escaped, no matter how big the third universe was, there was no place for them to hide. Their only chance of survival was to beg for mercy. Long Xian, what are you doing? Do you want to carry out a massacre? There are more than 10,000 people here, and many of them are soldiers of the Heavenly Dust Empire. Although you are a prince of the Empire, you have no right to kill them. Right at this moment, Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who had been holed up in the flagship fortress all this time, came out with a group of personal guards. He deliberately shouted so that all the powerhouses watching from outside Heavenly River Star could hear him clearly. Naturally, he wasn't here to save people. He couldn't be bothered to care about the life and death of these people. The reason why Long Tianba had appeared was because this was clearly a good opportunity to suppress Prince Xian's reputation. He couldn't miss it. If Yi Xian gave up on killing these 10,000 Sky River planet vermin because of his shout, then this matter would leave him with a weak impression. If Yi Xian insisted on doing things his own way, then the result would also be disadvantageous to Yi Xian. He would give others the impression that he killed indiscriminately and cruelly. No matter how he looked at it, he was the one who had taken advantage of the situation. At this moment, Long Tianba's heart was blooming with joy. He thought to himself, "You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Since you insist on creating more problems, then don't blame me for taking advantage of you." Yi Xian and Naples exchanged glances. Just as the latter was about to step forward and take responsibility for this matter, Yi Xian reached out and stopped him. A cold smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he glanced at Imperial Uncle Long Tianba, who was gradually approaching him. He coldly laughed and said, "Imperial Uncle Tianba, aren't you being a bit of a busybody?" Long Tianba's expression darkened when he heard such unrestrained ridicule. He was about to explode. However, Yi Xian didn't give him the chance to do so. He pointed at Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, who were kneeling on the ground, and said in a clear voice, "Bai Jingjun has a mysterious fleet in his hands and has been robbing people all over the Sky River galaxy. This matter has long been a public secret. Ask all the experts on the Sky River galaxy. How many of them don't know about this? Zhao Long has spies planted in the Sky River Galaxy Federation's platform all year round. As soon as he discovers that any expert has a large amount of planet core source, or has exchanged for a precious treasure, he immediately sends people to follow them. As soon as that person leaves the Sky River Galaxy, he secretly sends out a fleet to intercept and kill them. How many experts in the Sky River Galaxy have silently disappeared all these years? Even this prince was targeted by him when he exposed himself on the Sky River Galaxy Federation's platform and was almost killed. That's right, this prince doesn't have an official position, so I don't have the qualifications to kill the two of them and their accomplices. However, this prince registered as an interstellar mercenary on the Sky River Galaxy. This is the place where this prince began his path to the final trial. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Sky River Galaxy is this prince's second home. Chapter 3064. Confident in his mind, today, I won't say whether I should kill him or not. I'll leave this matter to the countless experts of the Federation, both inside and outside the Sky River Star. Yi Xian then turned to look at the tens of thousands of Prince's fans in the distance and shouted, "This bunch of scumbags, tell me. Kill him. Or not." Using the situation to his advantage actually made him more popular. Long Tianba's expression instantly changed, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. This person was not easy to deal with. Kill. 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 Yi Xian's words ignited the anger of countless experts inside and outside the Sky River Star. Shouts of "kill" could be heard from the experts outside the Sky River Star's atmosphere. Even within the Heavenly River Star, waves of killing cries rang out. They also heard Yi Xian's words, so it was impossible for them not to react. In an instant, Yi Xian neutralized Long Tianba's sinister plan and used it to win the hearts of the people. After this incident, Prince Xian gave people the impression that he was not only unafraid of power, but he even dared to refute the imperial uncle's rebuke. He was the embodiment of justice and would never hide his sins. Furthermore, he was vigilant in his actions and his methods were brilliant. All of this was clearly beneficial to his reputation. It was only a matter of time before he soared to the heavens. The hearts of the people were not to be bullied. At this time, Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long finally realized this point. They were not going to die at the hands of Yi Xian today. Instead, they were going to die at the hands of the countless experts in the Sky River Star sector who had been bullied by them. Kill. Following Yi Xian's order, the large number of elite soldiers of the Immortal Army who were watching over these 10,000 vermin raised their swords and chopped off their heads one by one. With the development of the current era, this kind of execution by decapitation had long been abolished. The scene of more than 10,000 people being beheaded at the same time was not worth mentioning. However, Yi Xian still did it. He would not let go of this opportunity. If it were any other occasion and he dared to do so, it would definitely cause a commotion. Someone with ulterior motives would secretly fan the flames, and Prince Xian's image would be shrouded in a bloody and bloodthirsty shadow. But today was different. Today, countless experts in the entire Sky River sector were speaking out in unison. Therefore, even if the scene of tens of thousands of people being beheaded at the same time spread, which was shocking, no one would dare to make a fuss about it. That would be a crime against the whole world. Instead, it was Emperor Xian who took advantage of this matter without any risk and displayed an iron fist. It was not a bloodthirsty slaughter, but a righteous and iron-blooded one. There was a big difference between the two. The former was disadvantageous to him, while the latter could increase his reputation. And this time, Yi Xian had successfully achieved this with the help of the anger of countless experts in the Sky River sector. Not only did Long Tianba fail to add insult to injury, but he also added fuel to the fire by increasing Yi Xian's reputation. This result made him so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. At the same time, it made him deeply realize how difficult it was to deal with this Prince Xian. Suppressing his anger, he looked deeply at Yi Xian with an expressionless face and snorted coldly. Then, he turned around and led his personal guards back to the flagship fortress. Tens of thousands of heads fell to the ground. The atmosphere of the Sky River sector was filled with blood. However, the entire Sky River sector was filled with thunderous cheers at this moment. The name, Prince Xian, gradually became the main theme of the cheers of hundreds of millions of people. Some experts who were not fans of the prince had also become fans of Yi Xian after this incident. This was because he had swept away the haze of the Sky River sector and returned this sector to a clear and bright sky. Many of these experts were not citizens of the Sky River sector, but they had stayed here for many years. This was because this sector was rich in star nuclei, which were the best resources for cultivation. Following the deaths of Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, the military and politics of the entire Sky River sector fell into a state of vacuum. Yi Xian did not take this opportunity to plant his own men. That would make his previous actions suspicious of him for personal gain. The losses would outweigh the gains. He had only appointed a high-ranking officer from the remaining garrison of the Heavenly River planet who had not colluded with Zhao Long. He ordered him to temporarily take charge of the affairs of the Heavenly River planet, while waiting for a new planet manager and garrison commander to be assigned to the Heavenly Dust planet. After news of this spread, Prince Xian's reputation increased again. In fact, after Yi Xian eliminated Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long, there were many people secretly watching his subsequent actions. Without a doubt, Yi Xian did not disappoint them. In order to avoid suspicion, he left with the Naples Fortress fleet on the second day and headed to the Tianqian Star, the capital of the Tianqian nation. There was a large wormhole there. After jumping through it, one would be able to reach the Tianming Star, where the capital of the Tianming Empire was located. After jumping through a few more wormholes, one would be close to the Immortal Star, the imperial capital of the Everlasting Dynasty. At this moment, Yi Xian, Admiral Naples, a few of his trusted advisors, and the Purplish Warbler were having a meal in the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. The food was simple but exquisite. There was also some spirit wine specially prepared for Prince Xian and the Purplish Warbler. Naples was still on the march and was not allowed to drink. Sigh, although we did a good job on the Sky River sector this time, it's still a bit of a pity, there were no outsiders here. They were all on the same side. Therefore, Naples did not hide anything in his words. He said bluntly, although the Sky River sector is only an administrative planet under the jurisdiction of a small country like the Tianqian nation, due to its extraordinary geographical location, it is the closest administrative planet to the graveyard sector of the human race. Therefore, it is of special significance. The graveyard sector of the graveyard sector is not only rich in star core sources, but the wormhole from the third universe to the first universe is also deep in the graveyard sector of the graveyard sector. Although your highness has a great reputation now, you don't have a territory. If you could get the Sky River sector. Speaking of this, Naples shook his head again and sighed. Obviously, he was quite regretful that he could not seize the opportunity to take down the Heavenly River Star. How do you know that the Sky River sector does not belong to me? Due to this rescue incident, Naples and his military forces had long since been branded with Prince Xian's brand. In addition, he himself had followed him wholeheartedly, so Yi Xian had long since treated him as one of his own. Similarly, there was nothing taboo in his words. With a grin, Yi Xian continued, don't forget, the reason why Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long are able to control the military and political power of Heavenly River Planet isn't just because of their own abilities, but because they have people behind them. In the Tianqian nation's capital, the Tianqian planet, the Zhao family is quite powerful. Bai Jingjun also has a son who is an important official in the capital, so, at this point, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 10,000 or so experts of the Federation that he had released from the Myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Mosquito sector. Among them, a small number were the children of the aristocrats and even the upper echelons of the Tianqian nation. Chapter 3065. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio First Order Planet. Furthermore, with Prince Xian's current influence, even if Yi Xian didn't look for them, they would have taken the initiative to curry favor with him, hoping to make use of his influence to achieve a meteoric rise. Picking two from this group of people to control Sky River Star was the best strategy. No one knew that they were related to Yi Xian. This way, not only would they be able to control Tianhe planet, but they would also be able to avoid suspicion of Prince Xian's previous actions. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. This trip to Tianjin Nation seemed to be quite interesting. Now that Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long had been dealt with, if they didn't give the purplish warbler an explanation for the Luluo incident, it would be even more difficult to explain in the future. As such, after dinner, Yi Xian decided to take the opportunity to take a stroll and tell them the entire truth. He wouldn't hide anything and would tell them everything. As a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, which was 100 kilometers, not only did it have many levels, but each level was also very spacious. Even the command cabin on the top floor had a leisure area that was more than 10 kilometers in radius. The walls of the fortress around this area were one-way transparent. You couldn't see anything from the outside, but from the inside, you could see the boundless starry sky. As a leisure area for the officers and soldiers of the command cabin on the top floor to relax, it was completely like a vacation area. There was a large amount of tropical rainforest plants, a natural beach, and a swimming pool. There were even some open-air bars and the like. At this time, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler were strolling in this area. The surrounding environment gave them the illusion that they were in a vacation area on an administrative planet, not a space fortress. The two of them didn't stroll in the crowded areas. Instead, they walked in the secluded tropical rainforest. The purplish warbler seemed to have realized something and kept silent. She clenched her small fists slightly and was a little nervous. Yi Xian didn't mention Luluo, so it was impossible that she didn't notice. I'm sure you've guessed it. Luluo, she, sigh. With a sigh, Yi Xian revealed everything that had happened that day. In the end, he said, when Luluo was smashed into pieces by Ba Chai, I was caught off guard and couldn't react at all. What made me feel most guilty was that at that time, in order to delay and wait for a chance to escape, I deliberately released the warbler's mind to deceive Ba Chai and make him think that I was a warbler. And this happened to Luluo. She was killed by Ba Chai's favorites. She was deceived by someone she trusted. This is my greatest guilt. As he spoke, ye warblers and warbler, 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 warbler studio, warbler, warbler to studio, warbler, 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 warbler studio to studio, warbler, studio, T warbler, S mind. Warto him, to demon's level power, T test strength, S him. Warto to S to swar. Sigh, seeing that Yi Xian had displayed the demonkin's mental power in front of him, this was a huge secret. Yi Xian had already shown his sincerity. Thinking about this, Xianyuan Ziying sighed and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, forget it, you can't be blamed for this. It wasn't easy for you to survive that situation. If you didn't have the demon's mental power to confuse the other party, I'm afraid you would have died. Luluo grew up with me, and she was also an orphan. Now that she's gone, at least, she won't have to worry about her family anymore. I'm sure she'll find out the truth in heaven and forgive you. After all, in that situation, no one could have done better than you. Ba Chai is still alive. He's in the Black Wind ship. Moreover, I've already subdued him and made him my demon slave. During this period of time, I haven't used him to do anything for me because I was worried that if I used him too much, I might develop feelings for him as a servant. When that time comes, I won't have the heart to kill him, I've kept him especially for you. When the time is right, I'll hand him over to you. You should personally avenge Luluo. You can actually subdue a rank 9 black hole being as a slave. What's your cultivation level? Although Yi Xian had already revealed his pet, the Blood-Ben Prince, and the Blood-Ben Prince was a supreme existence at the first level of the Origin Realm, it was still a mosquito beast. Subduing a mosquito beast as a pet beast and subduing a demon as a slave were two completely different things. Even if a mosquito beast had developed some intelligence, how could it have the intelligence of a demon powerhouse? Therefore, subduing a rank 9 black hole realm demon as a slave was more shocking to the purplish warbler than subduing a rank 1 origin realm mosquito beast as a pet beast. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. She turned to look at Yi Xian with disbelief. If I were to say that my true cultivation level is rank 9 black hole realm, maybe I'll be a rank 1 planet warrior after reaching Tianqin star because I'll be going into seclusion to cultivate later. Also, I'm not Prince Xian, I'm just Yi Xian. At this point, Yi Xian paused and looked at the purplish warbler with a strange expression. He continued, "You're my friend, and I don't want to lie to you. Would you believe me if I said this? Like hell I'd believe you. How can you go from rank 9 black hole realm to rank 1 planet warrior after one seclusion? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old girl?" The purplish warbler immediately rolled her eyes and blushed. She glared at Yi Xian flirtatiously. "You big bad guy, how dare you say you treat me as a friend? And I'm calling you big brother Yi again and again. Haven't you lied to me before? Bad guy." After she finished speaking, Xianyuan Ziying lowered her head and immediately ran away with small steps. This girl, it seems like she's falling in love with him. Don't tell me she's in love with this prince. In all honesty, I'm a little handsome, but I really don't intend to make a move on her. Seeing the purplish warbler run away shyly, Yi Xian made a small joke. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. No one believes me when I say the truth. What kind of world is this? Sigh, I can only blame myself for being too outstanding. After dealing with Lu Luo's matter, Yi Xian's state of mind suddenly became clear. The knot in his heart completely disappeared. This was also why he said that he would be going into seclusion to cultivate later. This kind of huge change in state of mind was the easiest to trigger a breakthrough in cultivation level. Yi Xian had encountered this kind of thing twice before, so he could be considered to have a lot of experience and insight. In addition, he didn't hesitate to invest a large amount of planetary core origin, and he also had the devouring system to help him absorb the planetary core origin. A small breakthrough in cultivation level was really nothing. Although the purplish warbler couldn't understand or accept this, to Yi Xian, this was completely normal. After returning to his cabin, Yi Xian immediately began his seclusion. Chapter 3066. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Celestial dust. Stare. A day later, when he finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm, First Order Planet Warrior. Yi Xian clenched his fists and smiled silently. The planet realm was the fourth major realm. Once one reached the planet realm, they would no longer be considered weak. He had finally entered the planet realm after entering space. After walking out of the cabin, he bumped into the purplish warbler in the resting area of the command cabin on the top floor of the flagship fortress. Yi Xian waved his hand excitedly. Look, Ziying, I told you. I can break through after one seclusion. I'm now a first-order planet warrior. The purplish warbler froze for a moment, then her face turned red. Liar! How dare you flirt with me? Shameless! Yi Xian was immediately stunned. Even when Xianyuan Ziying ran away with a bashful expression, he still wasn't able to react. In all honesty, this prince was just stating a fact. When did it become a big lie? Also, what the hell was with flirting with her and being shameless? How could one speak the truth in this world? On the side, Naples took in all this. He turned his head and exchanged a look with the two trusted advisors behind him. The three of them smiled mysteriously. The Xianyuan family is only a big family in the capital of Tianming Empire, one of the three empires under the imperial court. However, the Xianyuan family is in the business of genetic cultivation fluid. It's no small matter. That's right. Although they can't produce level 9 fluids, level 8 fluids are important. In the three empires, there aren't many families that can produce level 8 fluids. The direct descendant of the Xianyuan family is a good match for our Prince Xian. The key is that Xianyuan girl is not bad. If she can get together with our prince, the Xianyuan family will definitely support our prince. We'll pass by Tianming Empire on our way back to the imperial capital's immortal star. We'll make sure of this. Don't worry, General. When we get back to Tianming Imperial City, the two of us will personally pay a visit to the Xianyuan family. The three of them huddled together to conspire. With a few words, they settled the matter. However, the person involved, Yi Xian, was kept in the dark and was completely unaware. Half a day later, they finally arrived at Heavenly Dust Star. The Tianqin Star was a small country within the Tianming Empire, one of the three great empires of the dynasty. It was the capital star of the Tianqin Empire. Although the three empires under the rule of the dynasty were all emperors, that was not the case for the small countries within the three empires. Some small countries had a monarch system, while others had a federation system. Tianqin country belonged to the former, a monarch system. The Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Heavenly Dust country, but it was located at the edge of the Heavenly Dust Star field. As a small country, the monarch of the Heavenly Dust country was nothing in the eyes of the Tianming Empire. In a large empire, there were many small countries like this. If they were placed in a dynasty that was above an empire, they were even less important. A three-star general of the dynasty, the monarch of such a small country, could only carefully accompany him. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Therefore, when the news of what happened in the Heavenly River Star reached the Heavenly Dust Star, the monarch of the Tianqin country was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Prince Xian's ruthless methods made the entire Heavenly Dust Star anxious. Everyone felt threatened. After all, the Heavenly River Star was an administrative star of the Tianqin country, and Bai Jingjun and Zhao Long were appointed by the Tianqin country's capital. Strictly speaking, the two of them had almost killed Prince Xian, and the monarch of the Tianqin country could not say that he was not responsible. More importantly, even if Prince Xian did not intend to pursue this matter, the Tianqin country might not be able to avoid this crisis. The Tianming Empire's capital also needed to curry favor with Prince Xian. If the Tianqin country was used by the Tianming Empire as a sacrifice to curry favor with the prince, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the prince had immediately left the Heavenly River Star and came to the Heavenly Dust Star. The Heavenly Underworld Empire had not reacted so quickly. Now that the prince's fleet had arrived, if the prince expressed that he would not pursue this matter further, the Heavenly Underworld Empire would naturally not pursue this matter further. Even if they wanted to curry favor with the prince, they would have other plans. Hence, to the Heavenly Dust Kingdom, no matter what, they had to do their best when Prince Xian descended on the Heavenly Dust Star. They had to strive to get the prince to express his stance and pardon their negligence. Otherwise, just the Tianming Empire's capital alone would not let them live peacefully. They would definitely be punished. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected this. Therefore, he thought that the monarch of the Tianqin country would have already made arrangements for this matter when he arrived at the Heavenly Dust Star. However, the grandeur of the other party still gave Yi Xian a huge shock. This time, the 5 starry sky fortresses were still parked in the void outside the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere. Just like the previous time on the Heavenly River Star, there were less than 30 people who walked out of the flagship fortresses. They were led by Yi Xian, the Purplish Warbler, Naples, and his 2 major generals. The rest were a few guards. In front of them, outside the Heavenly Dust Star's atmosphere, there was a black mass of people. Other than the welcoming party arranged by the monarch of the Tianqin country, there were close to 10,000 people kneeling in the void. There were men and women, old and young. They were the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family and their trusted aides. They were all tied up by the monarch of the Tianqin country and brought out of the heavenly dust star's atmosphere. This was clearly a sincere apology to Prince Xian. All the members of the Bai family and the Zhao family, regardless of whether they were in cahoots with Bai Jingjun or Zhao Long, were all used as sacrificial lambs. They would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. "Welcome, Your Highness." Just as Yi Xian saw this scene and frowned slightly, the black mass of people in front of him all knelt down, including the monarch of the heavenly dust star and a bunch of important ministers. With Prince Xian's status as a prince of the royal family, he might not have to do this in the three big empires. The emperor was also an important minister of the empire and didn't need to kneel. However, in the small countries under the three big empires, the monarchs of these small countries had to kneel in front of the princes of the empire. These people are all from the Bai family and the Zhao family. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back and raised his hand. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the tens of thousands of sinners to the swollen monarch of the Tianqin country. "Monarch, please stand up and speak. Everyone, stand up. I don't like this. We don't dare, we don't dare. Your Highness, you are the monarch." The monarch of the Tianqin country was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As he stood up, he hurriedly tried to be polite. "All of you, stand up too." Chapter 3067. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations receiving gifts until hand cramps. However, I see that many of these Bai and Zhao family members are women and children. How could they be related to this matter? Disperse. The empire will not tolerate those who are guilty. However, we cannot kill innocent people, even if they are the family members of the guilty. Otherwise, how can the empire's laws be followed? Among these Bai and Zhao family members, if they have an official position, we can investigate whether they have committed any crimes. Those who are guilty will be punished accordingly. As for those who are innocent, we will treat them like other family members without an official position and release them together. This prince is not someone who kills indiscriminately. Emperor of Tianqin country, don't ruin this prince's reputation. With the last sentence, Yi Xian's tone turned stern, scaring the emperor of Tianqin country so much that his entire body trembled. He hurriedly said that he did not dare to do so. Then, he followed Yi Xian's instructions and ordered the surrounding Tianqin country soldiers to disperse the Bai and Zhao family members who were kneeling on the ground. Of course, they were brought into Tianqin Star. Next, they had to follow Prince Xian's instructions and investigate whether these two family members with an official position had committed any crimes. As for those innocent officials and the family members of the two families, the emperor of Tianqin country obviously didn't dare to act rashly. He could tell that his attempt to flatter Prince Xian had hit the nail on the head. Prince Xian was righteous and wasn't the kind of person who would cut the grass for personal gain. This was something that even he secretly admired. In fact, Yi Xian's words and actions surprised even Naples and the two trusted advisors behind him. Usually, when faced with such a situation, since Prince Xian did not catch the culprit himself, he would just go with the flow and eliminate the source of the trouble. However, Yi Xian did the exact opposite. Once this matter spread, Prince Xian's reputation would obviously rise to another level. Regardless of whether it was Prince Xian's deliberate actions or whether he had always been this way and acted as he pleased, just this point alone was enough to make Naples and his direct subordinates follow Prince Xian even more loyally to conquer the world. Such a master was either benevolent and brave, or wise and resourceful. If she didn't follow him, who else could she follow? Even the purplish warbler was staring at Yi Xian from behind. She didn't speak for a long time, but there was a glimmer in her eyes. She could see that all of this was Yi Xian's true intentions. It was also because of this that the purplish warbler's intentions towards Prince Xian became even stronger. Thinking of this, purplish warbler's face turned red. She spat in disdain and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "Big liar. Seizing the opportunity to tease me again, how shameless." If Yi Xian heard this, he would probably faint from anger on the spot. When this woman was unreasonable, she was truly invincible. As a large number of Heavenly Dust Nation's soldiers moved out, the people of the Bai and Zhao clans, who were originally kneeling on the ground, thinking that they would not be able to escape today and would most likely be beheaded like the 10,000 people outside the atmosphere of Heavenly River Star 2 days ago, stood up one by one. Their faces were filled with surprise as they walked towards Heavenly Dust Star one after another. Among them, some were expressionless, while others were full of gratitude. Prince Xian was so righteous as to let go of the opportunity to implicate them. This was something that no one could remain indifferent about. No one noticed that among the thousands of people from the Bai and Zhao clans, there were two people whose gazes were particularly special. One of them was full of hatred. The other, however, was like the purplish warbler, exuding a glimmer of brilliance and vaguely carrying the intention to overthrow. The matter of the Bai and Zhao clans was just a small interlude. Very quickly, Yi Xian and the rest entered Tianqian planet under the protection of the Tianqian Emperor and the Tianqian nation's Chongqian soldiers. Although the Tianqian Emperor's flattery hit the nail on the head, the effect was more or less the same as what he had planned. It could be said that Prince Xian's words could be considered as a declaration of his position on this matter. To him, the crisis had already been resolved. Since even Prince Xian was no longer fussing over this matter, Tianming imperial capital could not possibly continue to pursue this matter. If they really wanted to use this matter to curry favor with Prince Xian, the result would probably be another slap on the horse's leg. Therefore, at this moment, the king of the Heavenly Dust Kingdom was in a very good mood. Even though the process was out of his expectations, in the end, he had achieved his goal. Moreover, he had also avoided the negative impact that too much killing would bring to his reputation. The ending could be said to be perfect. All of this was bestowed upon him by Prince Xian's righteousness. At this moment, the Tianqian Emperor, as well as the important officials of the Tianqian nation, were filled with heartfelt gratitude and admiration towards Prince Xian. They were all convinced. This time, Yi Xian didn't plan to stay in Tianqian planet for too long. The wormhole entrance to the Tianming imperial capital was in a void not far away from Tianqian planet. Originally, the stronghold fleet was heading there directly. The reason why Yi Xian decided to make a trip to Tianqian planet was actually only because of the Heavenly River planet. In order to hold the Heavenly River planet in his hands, he had no choice but to stay here for a short period of time. After entering Tianqian planet, the Tianqian Emperor directly arranged for Yi Xian to stay in the palace. However, Yi Xian rejected and chose to stay in the guest house outside the palace. That night, a grand banquet was naturally unavoidable. Imperial Uncle Long Tianba didn't think highly of such a small country, so he still didn't appear. After the banquet, in the guest house where Yi Xian was staying, several influential figures of the Tianqian nation started to come to deliver gifts one after another. Among them were the representatives of the Tianqian nation's emperor. This night, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he received so many gifts that his hands were cramping up. However, the one who was cramping up wasn't Yi Xian, but the wretched mosquito butcher. Yi Xian let this fellow out. He was the most suitable person to handle this kind of situation. Although the wretched mosquito butcher was a demon, his appearance was no different from a human's. No one would probe his primordial spirit. Furthermore, he had a spiritual barrier, so Yi Xian wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. In fact, even if his identity was exposed, it wouldn't matter. Yi Xian had previously said that he had subdued many demon slaves in the demon domain. This matter would be exposed one day. It was just a matter of time. There was no need to deliberately hide anything. That night, Yi Xian and Naples were discussing some matters in his guest house. Just as they were talking, the door was suddenly pushed open. The red-faced purplish warbler walked in, holding something like an account book in her hand. With a bang, she smashed the book onto the tea table in front of Yi Xian. Following that, the purplish warbler glared fiercely at him, her face full of bashfulness. Big liar. Do you still have any shame? It's fine if you're acting like a hoodlum, but you actually sent your old servant to tease this young lady. You're so shameless. After saying this, the purplish warbler turned around and ran away with a red face. However, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Earlier, when the wretched mosquito butcher brought the account book over, he said, "This is the list of gifts received tonight. Mistress, please take a look." It was this sentence that made the purplish warbler secretly happy, but at the same time, her face turned red. Chapter 3068. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Timing Imperial Capital Xuan Yuan Ziying was actually quite pleased with the way the wretched mosquito butcher addressed her as mistress. However, her reserved nature as a little girl made it impossible for her to remain indifferent to these two words. She did not react at all. Therefore, she immediately grabbed the account book and threw it at Yi Xian. After the purplish warbler left, the wretched mosquito butcher sneaked in stealthily. Looking at the dumbfounded Yi Xian, he asked cautiously, "Master, what happened to mistress?" "I didn't tamper with the gift account book." At the side, Naples was dumbfounded. Black lines crawled out of his forehead as he looked at the wretched mosquito butcher with admiration in his eyes. This old man was truly an awesome person. She was a virgin, and she even addressed him as mistress upon meeting him for the first time. Thinking of this, Naples seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yi Xian thoughtfully. There was clearly a complicated look in his eyes. Like master, like servant. This old Guan was so wretched and acted so matter-of-factly just now, as if he had long been used to it. It seemed that this Prince Xian of ours was quite used to this. F***ck. Feeling the complicated look in Naples' eyes, Yi Xian instantly understood. His face darkened visibly as he opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he waved at the wretched mosquito butcher at the door and shouted through gritted teeth, "Come here. Come here, I promise I won't beat the sh*t out of you." Master, I'm still boiling soup for mistress." "I'll go check on the temperature first." The wretched mosquito butcher's neck shrunk as he instantly stiffened. He casually found an excuse and turned to run away. Seeing all this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Could he still be considered a demon slave? The next day's lunch banquet was actually a farewell banquet. It was held in the National Banquet Hall of Tianqin Country. Other than the Emperor of Tianqin Country, some of the rich and powerful families of Tianqin Country were also present. In the huge National Banquet Hall, there were dozens of tables. It was a grand scene. This was also what Yi Xian had requested. Yesterday, he had expressed to the Emperor of Tianqin Country that he would depart for Tianming after the lunch banquet. At the same time, he hinted that before he left, he wanted to make friends with the younger generation of the Tianqin Country. The Emperor of Tianqin Country naturally agreed and didn't think too much about it. After all, Prince Xian was also a young man. It was understandable that he liked to make friends with young people of the same generation. Therefore, he gave the order to relax the conditions. Some of the upper echelons of the prominent families in the Heavenly Dust Star Nation could bring one or two of their geniuses to attend the banquet. At this moment, it was time for lunch. After entering the banquet hall, Yi Xian looked around. There were more than 1,000 people at dozens of tables, and there were quite a few familiar faces. About 30 to 40 years old. They were the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had released from the Black Mosquito ship's Demon Scout fortress. After all, the Tianqin country was the small country closest to the Graveyard Meteorite Star region. Under such circumstances, among the 10,000 or so Federation elites that he had rescued from the Black Mosquito ship, only a few dozen of them belonged to the Tianqin country. This was actually a very small proportion. These people didn't know that Yi Xian was Prince Xian of the Empire of Tianming back then. Therefore, they had always been upset that Yi Xian had cheated them of many treasures and made them swear a Dao oath. But now, as Yi Xian's identity as Prince Xian was made public, they didn't beat their chests and stomp their feet. In their opinion, the Dao oath that Prince Xian made back then was clearly a test for them. Otherwise, with Prince Xian's identity, why would he need to do that? At this moment, seeing Prince Xian again in the Tianqin country's national banquet hall, these people were all excited. However, due to the restrictions of the environment, they couldn't take the initiative to meet Prince Xian. Otherwise, they would have swarmed up to him. These dozens of people were basically the young geniuses of some of the clans in the Heavenly Dust country, or important figures in their clans. Yi Xian took in their figures, and at the same time, gave the devouring system the order to connect to the Heavenly Dust country star network and search for and investigate the backgrounds of these fellows. Soon, he chose 2 clans as his subordinates to control the Heavenly River planet for him. Of course, everything didn't need to be said. Outsiders couldn't see anything strange, but Yi Xian and these people knew each other very well. It was impossible that these 2 clans didn't appreciate his help and instead treated the Heavenly River planet as their own private territory. With that kind of intelligence, it was impossible for them to be qualified to appear in the Tianqin country's national banquet hall today. These 2 clans were the Wang clan and the Li clan of the Tianqin country. The young masters of these 2 clans were the people that Yi Xian rescued in the scout fortress of the Black Mosquito Star. At this moment, they were looking at Yi Xian with shining eyes. These 2 brothers have handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. One look and I can tell that they are people who can take on important responsibilities. Your Majesty, it just so happens that there isn't anyone in charge of the Heavenly River planet's military and government. It can't be empty forever. This is all because of me, so I can't completely ignore it. If I can't make a decision on this before I leave, I'm afraid I'll always be worried about it. It's rare to see 2 extraordinary young people in this banquet hall today. Why don't the 2 of them take on the role of Heavenly River planet's planet leader and military commander? As he spoke, Yi Xian raised his hand and pointed at the 2 young masters of the Wang clan and Li clan. The 2 of them trembled violently, and they were so excited that blood flowed out of their noses. Although they were indeed good-looking, it was a little unsightly when they were mixed with the blood gushing out of their noses. However, Prince Xian had already said that the 2 of them had handsome faces and well-developed foreheads. The Tianqin country's upper echelons couldn't help but take a few more looks. Needless to say, the more they looked at the 2 of them, the more they found them pleasing to the eye. Anyway, someone had to take on the role of planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet. It didn't matter who these 2 positions were given to, right? If they could take this opportunity to give Prince Xian some face, it was naturally the best. It was definitely a good deal with no losses. With that thought, the Tianqin country's emperor immediately decided on this matter. The Li clan and Wang clan could be considered to have a meteoric rise and soar into the sky. The young masters of their clans were already the planet leader and military commander of the Heavenly River planet at such a young age. It was probably impossible to find such a promising young talent in the entire Tianqin country. More importantly, all of this was personally appointed by Prince Xian, who was like the sun in the sky in the entire everlasting dynasty. The significance of this was extraordinary. The grand future of these 2 young people was just around the corner. After the banquet ended, Yi Xian and the people from Naples exchanged a few pleasantries with the grateful young Master Li, young Master Wang, and their various aunts. Then, they fled back to the fortress fleet outside the Tianqin Star and headed straight for the wormhole, embarking on the journey to the Tianming imperial capital. Chapter 3069. This was a family feast. Heavenly Underworld Empire was one of the 3 great empires under the human race's technology faction in the 3rd universe. There were countless small countries under it, and countless administrative planets under the small countries. It could be said that the Heavenly Underworld Empire's territory was boundless. Although the emperors of the 3 great empires were foreign officials, they were still considered as vassal kings in the entire immortal dynasty. Their status was extremely high. Even if Prince Xian and the three-star general of the Empire's immortal army, Naples, and the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor still had to express goodwill, it was basically just a gesture on the surface. It was done for the Empire to see. However, it would be a joke if the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor were to flatter Prince Xian's three-star general, Naples, like the Heavenly Dust Empire's emperor. After all, he was one of the three vassal kings of the dynasty. Whether it was his status or the authority he held, he was definitely not comparable to a three-star general of the immortal army or a popular prince with no real power. As for Emperor Tianming's imperial uncle Long Tianba, he had to be more low-key. After all, Long Tianba was the immortal emperor's brother. There was something that had to be said here. The current immortal emperor was ranked 8th among the brothers, and was the 8th prince of the previous generation. Therefore, whether it was the first imperial uncle or the second imperial uncle Long Tianba, they were both the immortal emperor's brothers. Of course, the imperial uncles here were only relative to Prince Xian's generation. Above Long Tianba and the immortal emperor, there was a generation of grand imperial uncles. They were the true elders of the immortal emperor's generation. Their strength was also extremely terrifying. However, under normal circumstances, they rarely showed themselves. They were all in seclusion, and the only thing in their hearts was to comprehend the great Tao. Regarding the arrival of the Stronghold fleet, the Heavenly Underworld Empire's emperor didn't need to show himself. It was enough for the Empire's royal family and important officials to receive them. However, because Imperial Uncle Long Tianba was also in the fleet, Emperor Tianming, who rarely showed himself on the Heavenly Underworld planet, came out of seclusion and showed his face at the banquet. On the surface, Emperor Tianming looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face and a dignified appearance, but his actual age was clearly much higher. No one would care too much about this. In the context of the starry sky, even the lifespan of an ordinary citizen was close to 300 years, not to mention the lifespan of a cultivator. Any random starry sky cultivator in the crowd would be a 1,000-year-old monster, and some extremely powerful existences would have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Although Emperor Tianming showed up, he didn't stay for long. He only stayed for about 10 minutes before he excused himself and left. But before he left, he stared deeply at Yi Xian. His gaze lingered on him for more than 3 seconds. This was extremely unusual. It made Yi Xian, who was originally a fake, feel his heart skip a beat. He felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Emperor Tianming didn't say anything. He quickly retracted his gaze and turned to leave. Yi Xian pondered about this for a while and felt that there shouldn't be any other problem. Perhaps Emperor Tianming was just a little curious about Prince Xian's recent rise, so he took a few more glances. There was no deeper meaning. Therefore, he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. The banquet was held in the Imperial Palace's National Banquet Hall, and the scene was very grand. After the banquet, Yi Xian and the others were arranged to stay in the Imperial Hall outside the palace. This was the hall where the Empire entertained the most distinguished guests. As a prince of the Empire, Yi Xian naturally had the right to stay here. When the fleet arrived at the Heavenly Underworld planet, it was morning, so the banquet just now was considered a luncheon. What surprised Yi Xian was that not long after he returned to the Imperial Hall with the Neapolitan Admiral, the Purplish Warbler, and the wretched Mosquito Slayer, he received a new banquet invitation. Someone actually came to invite him to the banquet. The banquet invitation had the Xianyuan family's emblem. Seeing this emblem, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He probably had to attend this banquet. No matter what, he still had to give face to the Purplish Warbler. The reason why the Xianyuan family sent over the banquet invitation so quickly was actually related to Naples. His two confidants, who were at the level of major generals, didn't attend the national banquet in the Heavenly Underworld Empire's Imperial Palace. Once they arrived at the Heavenly Underworld planet, they went to the Xianyuan family. On behalf of Prince Xian, they sent over a huge gift. Previously, because of the purplish warbler, the Xianyuan family had already decided to fully support Prince Xian. Later on, as Prince Xian's reputation became more and more prominent, the entire Xianyuan family was very pleased with their decision back then. Now, Prince Xian was definitely the kind of person that countless families would fight to submit to. Not to mention the families of the three great imperial capitals, even those imperial families on the undying star of the undying dynasty, who hadn't yet sided with a prince and had been observing from the sidelines, felt that it was time to choose a side after Prince Xian made it to the heaven roll. Under such circumstances, Prince Xian was about to arrive at the heavenly underworld planet. Furthermore, the purplish warbler had always been with him. They had entered the first universe twice in a row. Not to mention the feelings between the two of them, just this huge contribution made the Xianyuan family very happy. Originally, the Xianyuan family was still considering how they should approach Prince Xian this time. However, with the arrival of the two major generals of the Undying Star Army, this problem was no longer a problem. As a popular prince of the dynasty, he immediately sent someone to deliver a huge gift the moment he arrived at the heavenly underworld planet. This was clearly the rhythm of a betrothal gift. With the arrival of the two major generals, the entire Xianyuan family was as festive as the new year. Family head Xianyuan Duo, who was also the purplish warbler's father, immediately issued a series of orders. The entire Xianyuan family started to move and prepare for the wedding banquet immediately. The reason why it was called a wedding banquet was because the entire Xianyuan family was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The big red sheath character could be seen everywhere. It was almost no different from a wedding banquet. Of course, Prince Xian was a prince of the dynasty. Not to mention a real wedding banquet, even an engagement banquet was not something the Xianyuan family dared to easily hold in private without a representative from the dynasty present. However, although the wedding banquet and engagement banquet could not be held formally, it was completely possible to create such a spectacle on the surface. As such, everyone knew that although it was a formal wedding banquet, it was also equivalent to half announcing the marriage between Prince Xian and Xianyuan. Even the purplish warbler did not know about all these arrangements, let alone Yi Xian. After receiving the banquet invitation and seeing the Xianyuan family emblem on it, Yi Xian immediately shook his head helplessly and bitterly smiled. "We just finished one meal, and now there's a second one. Furthermore, we have to go. This is too much." Chapter 3070. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It might be my younger brother. Naples was stunned when he heard the wretched mosquito butcher's words. He was shocked. This old man was really something. Why did he seem to know everything? Yi Xian didn't think much of it. He just rolled his eyes and ignored him. The wretched mosquito butcher was getting weirder and weirder. Sometimes, just a casual sentence from him could make him so angry that the roots of his teeth were itching. Yi Xian had already made plans in his heart. This time, when he returned to the immortal star and took care of all the matters properly, he would have to find some time to dissect this old fellow from the inside out and figure out what the problem was. Coincidentally, Xianyuan Ziying had already been invited over. When she heard that the Xianyuan family's banquet invitation had arrived, the girl was stunned for a moment before taking the banquet invitation from Yi Xian's hands. After glancing at it, the expression on her face couldn't help but become even more strange. There's even the Xianyuan family's emblem. Isn't this a little too formal? Normally, an invitation with the emblem represents the wishes of the head of the Xianyuan family. What's wrong with my father? After muttering to herself for a while, the purplish warbler seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly blushed and threw the invitation in Yi Xian's hand. She curled her lips and said, "Didn't you just eat? Could it be that he could still eat it? In my opinion, it's better not to go." "How can that be?" Yi Xian immediately shook his head and said matter-of-factly, "Didn't you just say it? An invitation with the Xianyuan family's emblem represents your father's wishes. If it was someone else, it wouldn't matter. But since it's your uncle's invitation, how can I not go? Not to mention that I'm only half full just now. Even if I'm so full that my stomach is about to explode, I still have to go. Yi Xian wasn't being glib when he said this. On the one hand, although he had been in the starry world for quite some time, it wasn't long either. Because of his special experience, he spent most of his time behind enemy lines. Therefore, after he entered the starry world, he made very few friends. Basically, the purplish warbler was the only one. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't neglect the warm invitation of the other party's family. On the other hand, Yi Xian always felt guilty towards the purplish warbler because of Lu Luo. Therefore, he subconsciously lowered his attitude towards this matter. Of course, this didn't exclude the fact that Yi Xian actually had a good impression of the purplish warbler. It was just that this last reason wasn't particularly clear to him. Yi Xian's reply was obviously quite effective in the purplish warbler's ears. Compared to Yi Xian's impression of the purplish warbler's impression of Yi Xian was extremely clear. Therefore, Yi Xian's attitude made the purplish warbler happy in her heart. It was just that girls were shy and thin-skinned. Even if they were happy, they couldn't express it too easily. Sometimes, they would even say something sarcastic. For example, right now. At least you still have some conscience. But this is your own decision. Although the purplish warbler was secretly happy, she rolled her eyes and said to Yi Xian, "Don't blame me if you get too full when the time comes." Yi Xian naturally saw that this was the attitude of a little girl. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He was also speechless. Because this was a private banquet, Naples didn't even bring any bodyguards to the Xianyuan family this time. There were only 4 people in the party: Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Naples, and Yi Xian's personal butler, the wretched mosquito butcher. After the 4 of them left the Imperial Gymnasium, they directly rushed to the Xianyuan family. The purplish warbler was just going home, so she was familiar with the way. Yi Xian and Naples' behavior was also very normal. Only the wretched mosquito butcher, who followed behind the 3 of them, took advantage of the fact that the 3 of them didn't turn around to look behind them. His servile demeanor unknowingly disappeared, and he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The only thing missing was a folding fan in his hand and waving it 3 times with each step he took. He had the attitude of a master. Yi Xian and the other 2 people walking in front of him seemed to have been reduced to servants and maids opening the way for him. Yi Xian was the prince of an immortal dynasty, and his reputation was like the sun in the sky. He could be said to be very popular. Even the wretched mosquito butcher was greatly surprised by this. Previously, when they were on the main planet of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demon Domain, this guy deliberately put on airs because of Yi Xian's status as the Holy Sun. Now that he was in the human race, he realized that his qualifications to show off seemed to be much greater. As long as Yi Xian turned around, his attitude of being the number 1 in the world would immediately be transformed into one that was incomparably familiar to him. Of course, this old guy also knew that if Yi Xian turned around and saw his current appearance, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp on the spot. Therefore, while he puffed out his chest and walked with his feet splayed out, the wretched mosquito butcher's triangular eyes were always locked on Yi Xian's back. As soon as he realized that something was wrong and Yi Xian was about to turn around to look, he would immediately puff out his chest and bow his head, returning to his original position in the blink of an eye. Of course, only one of the triangular eyes was locked on Yi Xian's back. As for the other one, it was looking around, left and right, looking for someone to show off his superiority. No one but him had this kind of ability. Soon, the Xianyuan family arrived. From afar, Yi Xian saw the festive scene of the Xianyuan family's red wedding. He was stunned and turned to the purplish warbler beside him. Is there someone in your family getting married today? Ha! The purplish warbler was also confused. He was stunned for a moment before he replied uncertainly, maybe, it's my younger brother. Then you'll have to prepare a gift. Otherwise, it'll be too rude. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. He flipped his hand and took out a small space box from his undying world. He opened it and saw 10 level 9 colored star core sources, each the size of a baby's fist, lying quietly inside, emitting a dreamy aura. This is too precious. No way. The purplish warbler was shocked. 10 level 9 colored star core sources were rare even on the undying planet, let alone in the Tianming imperial capital. Yi Xian's generosity shocked even her. It's fine. Yi Xian waved his hand and settled the matter. Level 9 colored star core sources were indeed precious, but the purplish warbler couldn't compare to others. Besides, he already had more than 100 of them, and then he obtained another cube from the Black Wind ship, so he had more than 1,000 of them. 10 was really nothing. The 4 of them soon arrived at the Xianyuan family's entrance. A young man ran over with a smile on his face, calling out, "Sister," happily. The purplish warbler beside him also smiled dotingly. It seemed that she really liked this younger brother of hers. It's him. Chapter 3071. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. A virtuous son-in-law of striking appearance. Seeing Yi Xian give him a gift as soon as they met, the young man was clearly a little surprised. However, after being stunned for a moment, he still raised his hand and accepted the gift. Moreover, he didn't seem to care about Yi Xian's congratulatory words. He subconsciously opened the small space box and let out a cry of surprise. His entire face was illuminated with dreamy 9 colors. He grinned at Yi Xian and said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." With that, the young man turned and ran to the group of people waiting in front of the Xianyuan family's gate. He handed the small space box in his hand to an old man in the middle as if he was presenting a treasure. His face was full of excitement and emotion. "Father, look. My brother-in-law gave me 10 ninth level 9 colored crystals." The group of people all looked at the small space box in his hand. The dreamy 9 colors were reflected on everyone's faces. Even the old man suspected to be the head of the Xianyuan family had a look of shock in his eyes. He was obviously shocked by Yi Xian's generosity. Following that, everyone became excited. They had already sent someone to deliver the betrothal gifts just now, and they were also very valuable. Now, the young man had given 10 ninth level 9 colored crystals to curry favor with his brother-in-law. It seemed that Prince Xian really cared a lot about Ziying. Thinking of this, the group of Xianyuan family members all smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Although these 10 ninth level 9 colored crystals were put away by the old family head on the spot, and they probably wouldn't get a share of it, as long as Prince Xian became a family member, everyone present would benefit greatly in the future. They couldn't refuse it even if they didn't want to. At this moment, after putting away the small space box in the young man's hand, the old man had already led the group of Xianyuan family members to welcome Yi Xian. With a face full of smiles, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Ayaya, my virtuous son-in-law is indeed a man of striking appearance. However, your etiquette is a little too thorough. This makes us seem distant. We're all family, why do you have to be like this, brother-in-law? Virtuous son-in-law." They were all family. As these words entered his ears one after another, Naples was grinning from ear to ear. The wretched mosquito slayer was more or less the same. Only the 2 people involved, Yi Xian and Purplish Warbler, had their mouths wide open, as if they had agreed beforehand. Their faces were full of shock. It was as if lightning and thunder were rumbling in his mind. In an instant, his entire brain was numb from the explosion. At the same time, in the imperial capital, the Immortal Star, the Federation's Overwatch Council. After some investigation, the Overwatch Council's task force had a rough idea of the source of Prince Xian's 10 billion Federation contribution points. An investigation report was delivered to the desk of Long Huai, the head of the Overwatch Council. Although Long Huai was the great imperial uncle, on the surface, he looked younger than the second imperial uncle, Long Tianba. He looked to be in his early 40s, with a pale face and no beard. However, the light in his eyes occasionally flickered. His entire person imperceptibly exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It was very frightening. On Yi Xian's side, the investigation of the 10 billion contribution points deduction was very fast because he only needed to recall what he had done. However, on the Overwatch Council side, it was not so simple. There were some things that even Naples did not know. He was only a 3-star general in the immortal army of the Immortal Dynasty. This time, the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian were related to the interests of the entire Wanluo Federation. Thus, after the investigation began, there were many aspects that needed to be taken into consideration. The entire Wanluo Federation was in the first universe. Even if it was only in the demon territory, how could it be as simple as a few demon spies who had been bribed? In reality, for so many years, the Wanluo Federation had used similar methods to nibble away and even set up a few great void-killing formations in the first universe. In the future, when they fought a decisive battle with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, these great void-killing formations would have unimaginably terrifying effects. It could be said that the foundation of any one of these great void-killing formations was incomparably important. It was also absolutely enough to cause the sky-ranking Federation interstellar mercenaries to have their contribution points deducted. Thus, this time, when the Federation's Overwatch Council launched an investigation into the 10 billion contribution points deduction from Yi Xian, they took into consideration many aspects. This took a certain amount of time, and only now did they have a result. As for the investigation report that was placed on the desk of Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's director, right now in his hands, it showed the following information: all of the Great Void-Killing Formation's foundations were untouched. Some of the other arrangements and secrets were also completely normal, or there were still old connections. Only the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wenxing, had been confirmed to have died not long ago, and the cause of death was unknown. As the first high priest of the demon race's imperial city, Wenxing's value was extremely high. His death was definitely not a small loss to the Wanluo Federation. It was indeed enough to deduct 10 billion contribution points, or even more. Originally, on the Demon Emperor planet, Chanas had already reported the details of Wenxing's death to the Demon Emperor, but the latter had blocked the news. After all, the high priest of the imperial city had died so sullenly. For the demon royal family, this was also a matter of loss of face. Thus, regarding the true cause of Wenxing's death, the Federation's Overwatch Council did not receive any real information at all. So, he killed Wenxing, and from the information that was sent back, no one knew how High Priest Wenxing died. Could it be that he was assassinated? Putting down the investigation report in his hand, Long Huai gradually furrowed his brows as he muttered to himself, "This child has only gone through one ultimate trial, and he has already been reborn like this." From the weak and easily bullied in the past, he has grown to the point where he is now in the 3 great universes, and even his cultivation realm has become mysterious. He can even kill Wenxing. What is even more frightening is his scheming. Whether it is taking advantage of the situation to kill Bai Jingjun, Xiao Long, and their henchmen on the Tianhe planet, or deliberately leaving behind the impression of a benevolent heart on the Tianqin planet, all of this shows that this child is no longer the old Long Xian of the past. If second brother had not gone with the fleet and confirmed his identity, I would have almost suspected whether he was the real Prince Xian. How can a person change so much in such a short time? Unfortunately, Long Xian, no matter how powerful you are now, you still left behind some loopholes. Wenxing's death is enough for the Federation's Overwatch Council to investigate you. Besides, a human being who has made such a name for himself among the demon race, and even reached the level of the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son. Even if there is nothing fishy about it, just this point alone is enough for me to make some news. Chapter 3072. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Unexpected news of marriage. Immortal planet, deep within the Imperial City. Just as the Federation's supervisor Long Hui gathered his trusted subordinates to frame Yi Xian for being a spy for the demons, deep within the Imperial City, Long Xian's mother, concubine Mei, was sitting in the back garden, conversing with a young and beautiful woman. There were many servant girls around them, all of them looking submissive and respectful. In fact, long before Yi Xian returned to the Third Universe with the Naples Fortress fleet and contacted the Immortal Dynasty, concubine Mei's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, had been completely relieved. This was because the daughter-in-law in front of her, whom she liked very much, had brought back the news that Yi Xian had successfully met up with the Naples Fortress fleet back to the Immortal Dynasty. The so-called daughter-in-law in front of concubine Mei was Ying Tai. Although she was a member of the automaton race, she was a high-ranking member of the automaton race. Her cultivation had reached the mystic light realm, and she had some secret concealment techniques of the automaton race. Therefore, even human experts who were 1 or 2 realms above the mystic light realm couldn't easily see through her true identity. That day, after Ying Tai left the Demon Star region, she immediately came to the Third Universe ruled by the human race and went straight to the Immortal Star, the capital of the Immortal Dynasty. After some twists and turns, Ying Tai got in touch with Consort Mei. She claimed that she was Prince Xian's confidant that he had gotten to know during the imperial family's ultimate trials. She had returned early because of Prince Xian's instructions. He had asked Ying Tai to report to his mother that she was safe. Just the news of Prince Xian's safety was enough for the overjoyed concubine Mei to completely believe Ying Tai's words. In addition, Ying Tai deliberately tried to curry favor with concubine Mei. In just a few days, concubine Mei had completely accepted Ying Tai as her daughter-in-law. She had even secretly hinted that she could only be Prince Xian's legal wife in the future. Ying Tai didn't care about this so-called identity of the main wife. She came to the human race, to the everlasting dynasty, with only one goal, and that was to start a passionate love affair with Prince Xian. Turning into a butterfly was originally a beautiful love story of the human race. Ever since Ying Tai was born from my consciousness and became a true member of the machine race, she was fascinated by this beautiful story. Ever since then, she had named herself Ying Tai. Over the years, her cultivation had increased step by step. Now, she had reached the mystic light realm and had even become one of the upper echelons of the machinery race. However, her dream of becoming a butterfly had never come true. This time, when her predecessor, Shan Bo, died at the hands of Yi Xian, Ying Tai finally understood. Turning into a butterfly was a love story of the human race. Since that was the case, if her Shan Bo was a member of the mechanical race, how could she feel the true meaning of turning into a butterfly? Thus, she decided to find a human to start her butterfly love. As for Prince Xian, as the most popular prince of the human race's technology faction and a dragon among the younger generation of the human race, he was obviously Ying Tai's best choice. Ying Tai indeed didn't care about being the main wife of Prince Xian, but she cared about Prince Xian. As such, she didn't have any objections to Consort Mei's arrangements. She was even secretly delighted. Prince Xian had always been avoiding her. This time, he probably couldn't escape even if he wanted to, right? At this moment, a female official hurriedly walked into the back garden. After quickly glancing at Ying Tai with a strange expression, she whispered a few words into Consort Mei's ear. Although the maids and female servants in the palace were all cultivators, including Consort Mei, there was still a gap between their cultivation and that of Ying Tai, who was at the mystic light realm. As such, although the female official's voice was soft, Ying Tai heard every single word clearly. Consort Mei, things aren't looking good. Prince Xian, he, has already arrived at Tianming Imperial Capital. He just went to the Xianyuan family and prepared a generous gift. He gave out 10 level 9 9-colored pills in one go. The Xianyuan family is even more colorful. Right now, it's rumored that Prince Xian is going to marry the Xianyuan family's girling back to the palace. Hearing these words, Yingtai's expression immediately became unnatural. There was even a faint hint of anger. While she was currying favor with Prince Xian's mother, the latter was fooling around outside. This was the first time she had heard of the so-called Xianyuan family's girling. If she had known that this woman had an affair with Prince Xian, Yingtai would have definitely exterminated the entire Xianyuan family before coming here. Of course, whether or not she could exterminate them was another matter. After all, it was impossible that the Xianyuan family didn't even have a mystic light realm cultivator. However, at this moment, under her slight anger, this was indeed what she was thinking. After hearing the female official's words, Consort Mei frowned slightly. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Yingtai. From the other party's expression, she immediately understood that Yingtai had heard the female official's words. As Prince Xian's mother, she naturally had to consider many aspects. Yingtai was indeed not bad, but after all, she didn't have any foundation or background. She was just a female loose cultivator with decent cultivation. From Consort Mei's point of view, with the devoted Yingtai as the main wife and her powerful cultivation, she could intimidate the entire harem. As for the Xianyuan family's girling, she came from a prestigious family. Not only was she well matched with Prince Xian, but more importantly, the Tianming Empire's Xianyuan family was one of the few families in the entire empire that possessed a level 8 genetic cultivation fluid. With the support of the Xianyuan family, Prince Xian's chances of ascending the throne in the future would greatly increase. Just from this point alone, Consort Mei couldn't refuse the purplish warbler. Girl, Xian will most likely ascend the throne in the future. You know about the matters of the imperial family. Even I am just one of the masters of the harem. The girl from the Xianyuan family is actually not bad. More importantly, the Xianyuan family will be of great help to Xian's great undertaking, so... At this point, Consort Mei seemed to have suddenly thought of something. She turned to look at the female official beside her, and her tone suddenly became serious. Then, she said, "Send out the order. Tell Xian to return to the imperial capital immediately. Tell him that Yingtai is waiting for him here. Once he returns, we will have the wedding immediately." After that, Consort Mei turned her head to look at Yingtai. She smiled kindly and said softly, "Girl, this is the fate of marrying into the royal family. However, although I can't promise you anything else, I will make sure that you will not lose the position of the Empress. So, I will definitely give it to you." Yingtai actually didn't care about all of this. However, Consort Mei's words for Prince Xian to immediately return to the imperial court and complete the wedding made Yingtai rather happy. She immediately stood up and bowed towards Consort Mei. "I will listen to Consort Mei's decision." Chapter 3073. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Running away from marriage, brother-in-law, so you have another one on the immortal star. Actually, this is normal. Even if you can't ascend the throne and become a prince in the future, it's normal for you to have a lot of concubines. But the problem is that my sister can't handle it. You know her temperament. I think this is going to fail. Xian. Your Highness, why didn't you mention this before? That woman called Yingtai. From what concubine Mei said, she wants you to immediately return to the palace to complete the marriage. In that case, won't Yingtai become your first wife? Yeah, if that's the case, this old man can't guarantee anything for you, little Ying. Damn hooligan, liar. I don't want to see you anymore. Woo! With the arrival of the immortal star's summons, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. The purplish warbler almost burst into tears. She stood up angrily and left the banquet. Even Naples and the wretched mosquito slayer were dumbfounded by this scene. For a moment, they were stunned. As for Yi Xian, he was in no mood to pay attention to all of this. At this moment, his entire mind was occupied by the two words, Ingtai. Ingtai. That love-struck woman who had the supreme cultivation of the mystic light realm but was clearly a little crazy. She actually returned to the third universe one step ahead of time and even went to find Prince Xian's mother, Concubine Mei. Moreover, from the sudden summons from Concubine Mei, it was obvious that Ingtai was doing well over there. Prince Xian's family and the entire immortal imperial family had probably been taken care of by that woman. Under such circumstances, if he really returned to the immortal star, he would be walking right into a trap. Although marriage wasn't something to be afraid of, Yi Xian never thought that he would become Dao companions with a strange woman like this. Even if this woman was Xianyuan Ziying, he wouldn't be completely unable to accept it. He might even be able to half push and half submit to her. However, if it was Ingtai, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't compromise no matter what. That woman was sick in the head. Why did she say that she wanted to start a love affair with him? It sounded good, but the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai was clearly a tragedy, okay? Only an idiot would play such a sick game with her. It seemed that he couldn't go to the immortal star, at least for the time being. Otherwise, once he returned, he would definitely be forced to complete the marriage. At that time, everything would be over. No matter what, he had to slip away first. He was clearly running away from the marriage. If that woman called Ingtai still had some face left, she might take the initiative to leave the immortal star soon. At that time, Yi Xian could just go back. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately had the thought of leaving Heavenly Underworld planet. In any case, he'd already returned to the third universe of the human race, so he could go anywhere. Naples couldn't be involved in this matter. After all, it was an order from the immortal star. If it was found that Naples was related to Yi Xian's disobedience, Yi Xian would be fine as a prince, but Naples would be severely punished as a high-ranking general of the immortal army. He was now considered by Yi Xian to be his own direct descendant. No matter from which perspective, Yi Xian had to protect him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it would be best not to reveal to Naples even the fact that they were planning to run away at this moment. After all, the fact that Naples was equivalent to Prince Xian's direct line of descent must have been known to everyone in the imperial court. In order to suppress Prince Xian, his imperial brothers would not let go of any opportunity. Naples had definitely entered their sights and was listed as a target to be suppressed. At a time like this, Yi Xian had to be cautious and not leave any opportunity for the other party. Yi Xian couldn't stay too long, including on the Xianyuan family side. Otherwise, once the fact that Prince Xian disobeyed orders was established, it was inevitable that someone would implicate the Xianyuan family. Thinking of this, he, who had originally planned to explain to the purplish warbler, immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to stay here. Alright, we should go. Uncle Xianyuan, I'll have to trouble you to persuade Ziying. This is a misunderstanding. I'll definitely explain it later. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately stood up and bowed to the purplish warbler's father, family head Xianyuan Bo. Then, he turned around and left the Xianyuan family with Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. Your Highness, after leaving the Xianyuan family, on the way back to the Imperial Gymnasium, Naples couldn't hold himself back and wanted to ask about it. He was also caught off guard by Consort Mei's edict. The key was that he didn't know what Yi Xian was thinking. This was something that, as a direct descendant of Yi Xian, he had to figure it out first before making further plans. Don't ask anything, don't say anything. This prince has his own plans. Without waiting for Naples to finish speaking, Yi Xian immediately interrupted him. He turned around and gave Naples a meaningful glance. This was the imperial capital of Tianming Empire, and it was in the imperial city area. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every nook and cranny was under the surveillance of Tianming Empire's main starry sky network. It didn't mean that someone was monitoring them now. After all, with Prince Xian's status, there probably wasn't anyone in Tianming Empire who dared to do so. There was no need for them to do so. However, if Yi Xian disobeyed orders and left after the incident, if the other princes wanted to make things difficult for Naples, then if Yi Xian and Naples had any conversation that crossed the line, they could easily find out and use it as evidence to suppress Naples. Yi Xian had to take precautions against this. At this moment, as he turned and gave Naples a meaningful look, the latter almost instantly understood why Yi Xian avoided talking to him. At the same time, he naturally guessed why Yi Xian wanted to escape from the marriage. A bitter smile appeared on Naples' face. Since he was already a direct descendant of Prince Xian, then no matter what decision Prince Xian made, he had to obey without question. In fact, Yi Xian's action of stopping him from asking questions at this moment represented his protection for Naples. This made him feel quite touched. Just this alone made him feel that it was worth following Prince Xian to the end, even if it meant following him to the end. At this time, Prince Xian could still consider his safety. To be able to follow such a master, what more could he ask for? At this thought, Naples instantly made the decision to support Yi Xian. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, we will be returning to the Immortal Star tomorrow. This time, the journey is long and cannot be lost. This old subject will not go to the Imperial Gymnasium tonight. I will go to the fortress fleet and let the soldiers check the entire fortress overnight so as to not delay Your Highness' return to the Imperial Court."